Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Spring. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler here for 3 best of 3s of goodness. Going to be an absolutely amazing day. We're starting off with the bottom end of the standings, but we do have a bit of a banger match as we move towards DK taking on T1. Hi, everyone.
Yeah, it's going to be very good, Atlas. And you started so incredibly excited. I'm gonna take it easy. Maybe it's early where you are. Maybe it's late.
That's true.
I don't know.
Yes.
We're all happy you're here. If you're here, you're very cool. Everyone can watch LCK. But not everyone can... Well, everyone can watch Challengers, but not everyone does.
We're starting off strong.
I guess people also don't watch Challengers because, you know, there's a ton of people in the world.
Yes. Okay, so we need to provide some context as to why Chronicler's brain is not actually functioning correctly. He was at work prior to this 6 days in a row. I was there as well. However, I'm a professional, and so I'm keeping it together as best I can.
Excuse you. Okay, that's how we're going to start. Well, if you want full try-hard Chronicler, you can get it, Atlas, but don't you diverge in the game. Don't you dare.
I would never. I would absolutely never. I'm just professionalism 100% of the time, all the time, unless the fans would prefer it if I wasn't. That's
And by fans, he means if one person even suggests it, even a hint, the slightest notion of maybe do something funny, and Atlas like, let's go.
Yeah, that's how it generally works. So Condom Freak's taking on Gen.G. So this is why Chronicler has started off on the more of the loopy foot, is because our first game is not necessarily a top-of-the-charts banger. This is, in fact,
everything's a banger in Challengers.
A Gen.G Global Academy that is very much struggling at this point in time. They're missing Pays, who has moved into the LCK, has picked up a couple of POGs as well. He's doing very, very well. And you can understand, without that fighting force, it becomes then difficult.
Yeah, the team, unfortunately, doesn't really have an identity right now, and even in Challengers, where there is a lot more messiness going on, it's very important that you're kind of on the same page. I really felt like the team had a very clear identity previously, which was very strong team fighting, play towards bot side, and hope that Pays carried, somewhat reminiscent of what we saw Sandbox do in the summer LCK in 2022, which worked out very well for them as well, although, again, didn't make Worlds. And for Gen.G, they need to completely revamp. I think individually, Gen.G is actually pretty good. Like, their top side of the map, I think, is pretty all right. We've seen Quid have some decent moments, even in the LCK.
Absolutely,
right?
yeah.
We've seen, overall, I think that the team has more to offer, but it's just not really happening. Whereas for Kwangdong, they were a team that existed of just solo lanes, and then they lost Bulldog. And from
so
what
now
I
it's
saw,
just Ilima.
well, no, yeah, also no, because from what I saw, Lancer did a pretty decent job, but even if they put back in Ilima, I don't think it really changes anything, because the team was just the 2 solo lanes, and now one of the 2 good solo lanes is gone, and even if it's just one, that's not really enough to win you anything. So the question then becomes, who wins today? Maybe neither team does.
This is what feels like a battle between a movable object and a stoppable force.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll see who's going to be the most movable or the least stoppable. Oh, the most stoppable.
Very professional, Atlas.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's check this out, though. So here is the couple of days that we've got of Challenger for you this week on the global broadcast. Gen.G taking on T1 did happen. I believe this was off stream. Yeah, this was 3 and 4. So these are the results of the matches that we had last week on Wednesday and Thursday when LCK was running, and so therefore we couldn't be broadcasting. T1 was able to take that one against Gen.G. They were able to get 1 game, which is definitely good news. Nongshim continues the good form, and KDF managing to pick up a 2-0 over Bro. So a little bit unfortunate, Bro also here in Challenger not doing so hot.
I'd say they're doing a lot worse, whereas the main Bro team actually shows some moments every now and then for the team
their
here.
first
That's
week
not
definitely
really, not really great, and also giving us a little bit more insight. Hanwha Live actually shaping up to be a fairly decent roster. Taking games off of D+ in of itself is quite a glowing recommendation. To me, the most surprising is DRX winning over KT, because I think KT actually had a couple of pretty decent moments, and with that, DRX is slowly starting to climb up a little bit more, and as you can see, the match between Kwangdong and Gen.G is actually pretty important because both of these two teams are still in a rough spot. Playoff format is similar to the LCK, where we are going to be looking to have the top 6 teams then seed into a bracket. And also do note, look at that, DK, T1.
Yeah.
That's the second match today. But you can't just start with a main course, Atlas. You need an appetizer.
You absolutely do.
You
and that's
need
why
to prepare your palate for what's about to come.
Make sure you cleanse that palate effectively. Kwangdong Freaks versus Gen.G has got that one covered for you. Where Kwangdong Freaks actually coming off a victory means that this might be a little bit more of a landslide in their favor. We'll just have to see whether Gen.G can find some form and actually fight back, because it's been a real lack of victory here for this squad. They've picked up a couple of games here and there, but otherwise it has not looked good. Of course, better news than bro, and Kwangdong Freaks beating them doesn't necessarily tell us all that much.
It does not. And today we're mostly going to be looking out at how the teams look overall, as it's Zeri time, as in week number 1 it definitely was not. But the win rate for Zeri overall in Challengers is way better. And it's not that complicated to understand why. It's because Challenger teams are not even remotely close to LCK teams when it comes to playing out a lead. They're great at getting leads. They're also great at throwing them away. So as a result, picks like Zeri, when they have a lot more messiness, there's a lot more skirmishing going on, their team fights are nearly as clean. In those situations, I do think that she thrives a lot more. I'm also extremely worried as to what the recent developments in terms of support meta are going to mean. And I'll reference an essay that I read yesterday by ex-LPL caster Ox, if we actually do get there, because there was a lot of thoughts there that really went in deep. And I also want to point out, this isn't really gameplay ready, we do now have a mod at the ready. We ourselves cannot mod, but if you feel like you can be mean, if you feel like you can be rude, don't you dare, because you are one text message away from getting swiped.
I feel like you just didn't need to say that, because now people are going to try and check. I mean, Gopchung is already there. He's very sad. By the way, Jonathan Haynes, it is indeed Chronicler, and I am Atlas. Hello, welcome to the stream.
This is also not live. This is a rebroadcast of, I don't know when though. Do you remember? People always ask if this is a rebroadcast because they're. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I know. I'm not giving anyone any room to be an idiot. Okay, no room
to
be an idiot today. All right.
Don't have to take it out on the people.
The Challenger broadcast. Okay, and therefore Faker will not be playing. Okay.
We'll have Bay instead.
Sorry, everyone. Yep. Showmaker is also taking a day off today. And Poolbay is going to be playing. You're going to be pretty happy about that. But let's get into our first matchup here. Lancer, Courage, Cleaver, Bull, and Andal going to be taken to the Rift here on behalf of Kwangdong Freaks. A team that doesn't quite have the power of Bulldog, which we saw was pretty good. Where is Pace? Denunciator, if you could, please.
I see Yundo asking where the carpet's. You are observing this. You know what's going on, Yundo. We see you. As overall, as mentioned, for both these two teams, I just wanted to see them try and form a bit more of a coherent identity. Because for Gen.G, very clearly, Carfe has been pretty neutral. I don't think he's been all right. He's been all right, but you can't.
He had his moments in the first match that we casted.
But you can't rely on the same way that you did before, and as a result, I think they really need to try and find a new identity for themselves that actually works. And for these challenger teams, it is incredibly difficult to get that done because they are very young, very inexperienced. A lot of the basic grasp of macro setup, how you play out fights just isn't really there. These are literally grabbed straight from solo queue.
Yep.
And then thrown into a competitive environment.
And it's beautiful. It is just a wonderful thing to experience here, and we get to do it all together as a collective. Isn't that glorious? Kwangdong Freaks currently pretty equal, as you can see. Blue side, 3 wins, 3 losses. Red side, not so equal, as they haven't been able to pick up too many victories. Of course, blue side has been the more popular side. You can see Gen.G has lost a whole lot more on that side, so they have been favoring it, even if it hasn't necessarily been leading them to victories.
Definitely a recurring theme within challengers. And The one upside that they do have of challengers that... Remember the Sandbox Pro game?
Yeah.
Yeah, you were there.
Yeah.
We were there together.
Yeah.
And the bane of that game was that nothing was happening.
And now everything's going to be happening.
Everything is going to be happening.
By the way, there's someone in chat called Reformed Chater that had their message immediately banned, which is just kind of beautiful, isn't it?
They might have just been enthusiastic. But
If they had have actually put the extra T in their name, perhaps they might have been reformed enough to not get nightbotted straight out of the gate.
although they weren't just nightbot, I think they also got like an actual slap, so they probably were toxic. Is this real? No, nothing is.
No.
But I'm glad that you're asking. I also want to again reiterate, the key to everyone's collective enjoyment today is YouTube chat, be nice to Twitch chat be nice to YouTube chat, okay? I don't want to spend my whole day putting out fires. I want to focus on the shenanigans that are happening here.
Yep.
And on some fun, constructive, and enjoyable League of Legends.
Absolutely. And I don't think that there is any chance that anyone is going to be silly. As if we do have Bronson listening by, if you could just mod Lunel. She is the LCK mod.
The actual official LCK mod.
It would be good if she also had a bit of power in this chat as well.
We can trust her.
She doesn't even necessarily need to use it. Just being there with the ability to potentially use it is really, really good. But that's okay. We're getting very, very close to hopping into our first game, and here we are. Pick and ban Quandong Freaks will be on the blue side. Gen.G Global Academy will be on the red. Just a reminder to everyone, Bulldog not going to be playing. Pay's not going to be playing. There is no Chovy in this game. Doran is also taking a day off, and Peanut's not here. This is Challenger. This is the real deal. This is where we do 3 best of 3s in a day. This is where we ban Heimerdinger on blue side. And this is where a whole lot of fun happens with you guys in chat, because we just read it the whole time. We barely even focus on the game. So if you're saying something interesting...
Speak for yourself. Thank you very much.
I am. Why would I speak for you? I don't know what you're thinking.
Well, I feel like generally you do.
Oh, no. When I say we, I mean me and the other personalities in my brain. Anyway, we are immediately going to jump out of Pick Ban because I was getting a little bit too excited. And now we're going to hop back in with a bit of an old school look. We just wanted to jump back in time a little bit, as this is unfortunately not 13.1b. This is just regular old 13.1, and so we kind of know how things go. Although they picked away the Lucian.
So in the
we're gonna get the Lucian.
This is amazing. This is really good. So I wanna highlight that in the duo of Lucian Nami, obviously what makes them strong is how their 2 kits interact with one another. But if you take them apart, Lucian without Nami is considerably weaker than Nami is with any other aggressive AD carry, like for example Draven. So I love this trap here set up from Quandong Freaks. The one downside is that the Elise does go over to Gen.G. That is a very strong jungle pick, as... Oh, we're fist fighting.
Whoa! What?
Oh, we're fighting. Oh, we're fighting, Atlas.
So wait, what's lost we're gonna play though? Is it like, are they gonna ban? They're gonna ban Yuumi. They're going to ban, who else do they ban? I guess you ban like Soraka or something like that, and then Losper's playing Sona in the bottom lane to make Lucian do damage? Like, I don't really understand. Anyway, the Crocodile has been picked up, so we've got Elise Renekton on this Rift, and this is going to be, it's going to be a game of League of Legends, is what it is. I'm pretty sure. Nara's going to be banned away. Nautilus also taken off the board.
Yeah, I was actually going to talk about the combination of either Nautilus or Braum to add to these already really pick-oriented composition that we have from Gen.G. Wouldn't be surprised to see both of those get taken away. As Atlas, I am talking. Can you? I know you want to say hi to everyone.
You can just ignore me.
No, I will not.
I'll just interact with the chat.
I will not. We're in draft. There's time for chatting, and there's time. Okay, never mind. I don't even know why I'm
I don't know.
That's fine.
Like,
you
decided to go a bit antagonistic in this broadcast.
I don't know. I'm trying to keep it together, and this is my way of coping. You keep talking to chat. I will keep going back. Oh my God! Okay.
Oh,
so there's 2 options.
Aha!
So there's 2 options. Most likely, this is Lucian mid making its comeback, and Quid's gonna play that. The second option is that it's Lucian support, but considering specifically the Samira lock-in, I don't think that that's most likely. I know AD carries in the support role right now are very big, but not picking Leona here is not... I don't think that's allowed. I don't think you can. I do think that the Nami Draven lane can actually play into a Leona fairly well, but
Nah, it's Rel. It's 100% Rel.
Also fine. I don't really care, as long as it's a hard engage support to go with the Samira.
Oh! Renekton support. This is why you read Twitch chat. Because It's the Kips has the absolute ideas as to what's going to happen this game. I think Renekton support is almost guaranteed. The Akali is going to be locked away here. Quantum Freaks with a pretty standard composition. I like the pivot to the Draven instead of the Lucian, as it is going to be the old school option. So the Amumu's coming in once again. Was obviously picked towards Xerxes and things like that in patches gone by. But up against the Draven, it could be all right as well. And really, all you need to do is land a couple of bandage tosses and things are going to be okay. So Gen.G Global Academy completely off the rails already, and you love to see it. We'll just have to see where the Lucian's going to be going, whether it's for Quid or whether it's for casting, as we are casting. That is true. That's a thing that's happening in this game. Just we'll try and move past it together.
No, we won't. No,
Do
we
you
won't.
Chronicler?
You could argue that that's my job.
Ooh, verbal chroniclerization?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I've written stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not on a regular basis, but looking at the compositions here overall, it's going to be a fist fight. I don't know what to tell you. We have fist fight bot lane, hexagon mid lane, and then
I like how Samira has
fight
like 2 different weapons and you called it a fist fight.
Yeah, well, Draven also has Axis, okay? Yeah. It's a figure of speech atlas, and then in the top half of the map, we have a Mai Tai match. I don't know why I try. Why do I try with you? Why do I even bother?
We are off on the right foot, I think, this broadcast. We're just having a really good time.
Everyone.
That's what we're hoping for. We're hoping to go the distance, you know? If you've seen Hercules, we've got that song playing on repeat in our brains as much as we possibly can.
The Michael Bolton version?
Oh!
That's my favorite.
Yeah, that's pretty good. You know he came to Korea?
Michael Bolton?
Yeah, he came to Korea and he was like a judge, like on a Korean like singing reality show or something like that. It was like listening to a bunch of very famous and very talented Korean singers singing his songs and other songs. It was actually pretty dope. Anyway, let's hop onto the Rift here and rock out a little bit while we do it.
It was there.
We got it.
It was there.
We got the did. Oh, nailed it. Oh, is this going to help your mood? Are we going to be okay, Chronicler?
Well, you're actively trying.
Yeah.
To
no, I'm not.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not. Not even a little bit.
You don't enjoy antagonizing me. Just
I would never.
A little bit.
And also, if I was going to try and do it, this is not how I would do it.
How would you do it, Atlas? Tell me. Tell me, Atlas.
I would do it by only doing the things that irk you just a little bit and trying to be as innocent while I do them as possible. That's the only way. That's the only way that I'd do it. Because I'm a terrible person. All right. Quantum Freaks, let's see whether they can take down what is looking like a very strange, a weird and wonderful composition that has come out here by Gen.G. Of course, Lucian has been changed up a little bit, and so therefore in a solo lane works a whole lot less good. But, you know, if it gives you access to some power in the early game, which it absolutely does, then why don't you just pick it, especially when you've got something like an Elise that can really help snowball things.
Main thing that is going to change is the post 6. Once Cleaver has his ultimate available, I do think that this iteration of Lucian, even though, again, will be a level 1 menace, will really keep Cleaver under the turret for the first couple of levels. Quit going for Doran's Blade and PTA is like, it's as aggressive as it gets, right? Like you're playing for 100% full on-lane dominance here, and that's going to work out very well, but as soon as Cleaver gets 6, I think Quid's going to have to respect way more, because I do think without a solo laner to really help you out, your damage output is going to be significantly less than it would otherwise be. So,
by the way, the sound is indeed very delayed. We'll see what we can do about fixing that one up, because of course it is blowing my mind as well. I thought at first that it was actually just my brain being delayed.
Oh, I thought it was just us.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not. It actually is delayed sound. So we'll try to make sure that it's going to be all right. As it's not all right yet, and I'm sure you guys will figure it out when the sounds are actually happening when things are supposed to be happening. Either way, we do have this bottom lane struggling just a little bit on the Gen.G side.
Listening to Desynced Access, it is a bit of a toughie.
Oh, it's actually ruining my brain. And I do a lot of play-by-play commentary off sound cues as well. And so this is going to be a time
I thought you were going to say that you do a lot of ruining your brain in general.
Oh, well, I do that as well.
Yeah, I thought you'd mention it.
Yeah. All right, well, Courage is going to come on over. Look to see whether he can bag himself a winner here. Does land the Q, as Winner is just going to drag the Grump into the brush. Gets quite impatient, but not entirely impatient, and will eventually go down.
Make your own sounds. Oh, we can do that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, every time a skill shot hits, we'll, for like, what?
Pew! Pew! Pew!
Okay.
Boom, boom.
He's not double tapping, it's just one.
Oh, money. Oh, Courage. Can he find something here?
Spider.
Winner going to do the same thing. Yeah. Skitter, 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 skitter. Skitter, skitter, skitter. Oh, bandagey. Shooty, shoot. Shooty, shoot. Oh, bandagey again. Bandagey again. Played well. Wow, we sound like Korean casters. As, all right, Cocoon is going to miss there. Winner's still going to try and fight this one out, and he's doing very, very well. Of course, Spiderlings do fantastic things in the Lee Sin matchup. Prevents things like Q from ever hitting.
It's Crocodile.
Yeah.
He's biting.
Slash.
How do you make the sound of a sword slashing?
Slash.
It's not
slash.
I don't think it's slashy slash. Yeah.
Om nom nom. That's the cue. It's just om nom.
Yeah.
Well, you can see casting is between turrets, but does take a little bit of a timeout. Takes a breather as Quid. What? Okay. It's the dash into
Shuriken is like. It's like the batarang sound.
The batarang sound?
Yeah.
Heck yeah, like from the original Batman.
Any of them, really. So overall, mid lane.
In new Batman's, was there the batarang? Did that thing exist?
Bit of a disaster. Well, the new Batman, he's more kind of figuring out his own angst than he is being, a gadgety guy. Yeah.
Sorry, someone was talking about the Cho'Gath voice actor.
Was that?
Is the best voice acting in League of Legends Gentleman Cho'Gath?
That or Broloff, yeah.
I think it is.
I think Lancer is dead.
I think Lancer may indeed be dead, as Winner is going to flash in.
He is dead.
Not sure whether the flash was entirely necessary, but First Blood goes in. Love to see it. Snuggles Prime, love you too.
And Renex and Elise claiming yet another victim. This combination of Crocodile and Spider is exactly why Australia is as dangerous as it is. Do you have crocodiles actually? I don't even.
In
I feel
Australia?
like you do.
What? Yes.
What? Don't. I figured because you guys have Crocodile Dundee, so it made sense. But I don't want to assume a lot.
We had this conversation
last
week.
Do you think I remember Challenger matches? Anything that is said there?
No. Yes, you do.
Which of
You're chronicler.
Make the best Rammus impression. Okay. Okay.
You already did it. You said okay before you even started.
Yeah, but that wasn't a good impression. His voice is
low.
low.
It was a great impression. I thought it was really, really good. Crocodile Spider Australian combo. Well, I mean, it's also an Egyptian combo.
Okay.
Pretty sure there's crocodiles in the Nile as well. And things like that.
I know about spiders though.
Spiders? Sure, there are spiders.
Well, I mean, I guess there would be.
I played there's like been a few like Tomb Raider games and stuff like that. Pretty sure there's spiders in those, and I think that's canon. Pretty sure. Wait. No, I'm not even going to read that. I don't even know what that means. Okay.
Oh, I also want to highlight YouTube chat. Twitch chat has been very wholesome.
Oh, can you actually highlight your messages?
What? Well, sometimes you can. If you're criticizing these players, you don't get. These players are really good. They're just not very smart yet, but they'll get there. That's the cool thing. There is one of the big benefits to me of Challengers is that you get to see who's gonna be one of the future LCK talents. if you watch Challengers, you would have known that Pace, the moment he came in, would get a bunch of POGs and also give some interviews that are great on the entertainment skill as Cleaver.
All right. Quid gonna pick it up. There it is. He also had the culling and he did not need it. Gen.G off to a flying start here, and they are already closing in on that 2,000 gold lead. Of course, this composition falls off a literal cliff when you get to about 25 minutes, theoretically. But Quantum Freaks don't necessarily have an overabundance of scaling either. So I think that Gen.G might be able to ride this snowball. We are indeed in Challenger though, so maybe they can't. I don't know.
You never know. You never know. And is this where we start to ask ourselves the question, is Lucian mid just still good, actually, as Quid able to build up a big early lead, and Cleaver, unfortunately, going to be tanking a full culling. And the worst part is, even if he doesn't die there, Winner was also on his way. So overall, Gen.G playing out their composition as they should, pick up an early Drake, a lot of utilization of their early game power, but this comp, if it doesn't snowball bot as well, is really going to rely on picking up individual targets as we get into the later stages of the game. But with how things are looking right now, I'm feeling pretty good. Also, if they can get a Herald as well, they can turn that individual Inferno into another mountain, they're going to be in a stellar spot.
They
Lancer,
certainly will.
Just got to give it the plates.
I do want to say, Papa, thank you so much for alerting the chat. There are indeed sound issues. Things are just a little bit delayed here. And I think that someone's trying to fix it. We have done our best to send the word out. However, you know, we'll just see whether it eventually gets fixed. Before that, we'll just have things on a weird, strange delay, and you'll just have to kind of make up what the sounds mean in your head. Is kind of how it's going to go.
I really am trying to focus exclusively on you and not on the audio, because if I listen to the audio, it will literally drive me insane.
Well, if you listen to me as well, it's probably going to have a similar effect. So
yeah, but that's the insanity that I know and love that. So I've had 2 years of that insanity.
Unexpected wholesomeness.
I can, you know me. That's kind of what I rely on. Is overall the top half of the map, as expected, in an incredibly well-advanced state, both the Elise, Lucian, and Renekton getting very far ahead. But we are looking at about 200 Draven stacks, and I want to reiterate that this game is not over for Kwangdong. The type of composition that Gen.G runs, while if you have control, will remain good until, I think, much later stage in the game you might initially suspect. I think like 30, 35 minutes, you will be completely fine. But a simple mistake on the bot side or in a skirmish, and Bull picking up an item or two can make matters a lot more tough. Although playing Draven, even with cleanse, into the amount of dive that Gen.G have available is a toughie. A lot of pressure will be on Lospa as we get into the team fighting stage and into the 5v5s around the map. Oh, Cleaver.
Yeah, he's going to get in there. There's the flash kick. Repel gets Winner out of there. He's going to flash as well. And so therefore, he'll be absolutely fine.
Oh, that's so sad. He was able to repel to the ward that Courage placed to go for his ward kick. That's why he was able to actually repel.
That's very sad.
To that extent. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure there was a minion as well, so wouldn't have been quite as good. Maybe they could have chased, but not going to be the case here.
Yep, so I do have word that we are indeed working on a fix for the audio. So just bear with us for the next little while. We should have that one sorted out just fine. Spawn, we are not goofy. We are not.
For a second,
We're
I thought
eclectic.
it was.
We like to call ourselves
Spawn.
eclectic. Ooh, yeah. Wonder what Spawn's up to. I think he's back in the US.
He is coaching Team Liquid, not the main team, but the like challenger slash. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's kind of confusing as a whole.
Casting's dead. Oh, not quite dead yet, but now he's dead. Well, I mean, now he's dead.
So collectively, as a League of Legends community, do Cassante solo kills count?
No. Quid is going to throw the culling out. Does manage to find a few shots there as Cleaver. Oh dear. Struggling just a little bit here. Shuriken backflip, not going to get the CS, and that is going to be another plate going over to Quid, who's having a great time. No, they don't. right back 0404 has stated, I think pretty categorically, that they indeed do not count. So there we go. Video Game Vibes also says that Nocturne is OP. What are your thoughts on that?
There are scenarios where Nocturne is OP. Sure. That's not what the statement says, but I love adding nuance to things that are not nuance. So
true.
If you qualify that statement a little bit, I think that's true. There's drafts where Nocturne is great. I also think in solo queue, Nocturne is actually way better because pro play, it's a lot easier to coordinate. But in solo queue, people will just go off on their own. And if you press an R button, that enemy team is not going to do anything for a couple of seconds.
That is very, very true. And it is definitely a good point. All right, not going to be the steal. Winner also not going to quite find the cocoon. Blood Moon Elise, bit of a throwback with that particular skin. It's been out for quite some time here. As Quid going to move his way back towards this mid lane. So Gen.G sort of just giving away a Drake. We have the 3 best dragons in this game. Bit spicy, one could say.
It's really good, as if they can kill Bull here. I don't know how many stacks he's sitting on, but it's going to be a ton.
Oh, okay. Winner not going to be able to find that one. Cocoon also going to miss there is Cleaver.
Oh, I don't know about this one,
find
Quid?
it? Culling going to be utilized as Cleaver could have an opportunity, but he's not going to.
Yeah, the problem is he's very far behind. Quid doesn't even have Guild Force, but if Cleaver can get a Rocket Belt, then you might be in a bit of a better situation.
All right,
Hold
that's
up.
Curse of the Sad Mummy to fly forward there as Carfe is going to see what he can do. The S rank not all that close right now, but he does find it. And there we go. The double kill comes in. Bull's going to survive, but oh no. The poor little Draven. Can he cash in first is the question. The answer is absolutely not. As Quid's going to pick up Turret aggro, Carfe's going to pick up the triple kill.
It's actually very cleanly done as well. Costing's dead again. Oh, no, never mind. Lancer?
Lancer is going to try and find it here, but not going to quite get under. And of course, had to sacrifice a bit of his stats, so not going to be able to tank that one up all that comfortably.
So,
is Gen.G Global Academy the best team in Challenger?
No.
Because
But this was well
maybe
done.
they are.
Set up good vision control around bot side. Lost actually with a really good engage. Because this is a 3 versus 3. This is, in theory, winnable, if not for the fact that the lane of Guangdong was already substantially behind, as was the jungler, and as a result, not a lot to be done there, unfortunately, when Quid roams over. And Quid really making this Lucian mid work. I'm actually very pleasantly surprised. Winner has really been the kind of glue holding everything together for Gen.G. And
oh, Lost, but I'd love to see it. Hex flashing.
He's going in hard. And now we are going to a much bigger goal. Because I actually wanted to mention previously that Guangdong was not in a bad spot. Overall, they were able to pick themselves up an early Drake, which might give them a little bit more opportunity. Although, the real problem with that comp is that, you know how usually you have like the Gen.G comp, and then they face scaling, and then they get outscaled?
Yeah,
I don't even know if
ran
that's
into
really
this
true.
issue before, right? As Lancer is likely dead, yet Winner's going to be able to help pick that one up. And Gen.G gets some revenge for their top laner. And yeah, this is the problem that I had, because I was looking at the Gen.G comp and I'm like, oh man, Lucian mid, you've got Renekton top lane, this composition's gonna get mega outscaled. Then you look over at Condom Freaks and you're like, huh, but do they? Question mark.
Yeah, I also want to make something very clear. If these players still throw, that's being challengers. If they don't throw, you know, they got ahead, they got big enough lead so they can just steam boat the game. That's fine.
Yeah.
But never think a challenger game is over.
Until the Nexus dies.
Yes. Well, this one actually is over though.
I mean, it should be over. It's 5,000 gold. This is also Gen.G winning, and they're also winning on the red side.
And also with Lucian mid and Samira Amumu.
Yeah, and the Samira has been playing exceptionally well. I think Carfe has been doing a great job so far towards that bottom side and in this mid lane, as you can see right here. Get this man a melee champion, I guess, or at least a champion that can do both. We're gonna see J spot lane next game? Heck yeah.
I hope not.
Nah bot lane?
No.
No, definitely not. That would be very bad. Carpe just going to move back here though, and they can't afford to slow down. The pressure needs to remain high. here for Gen.G Global Academy. They can't rest on their laurels. Need to keep trying to kill this Draven over and over again. Never allow those stacks to stack up. As once again, Winner lying in wait. Not going to find that cocoon onto anyone as we've got a slight zoom, which does get a little bit worrying. It is going to be absolutely fine. Lospa moving over. And the Amumu can always make or break a game, especially here in Challenger. So I'm slightly worried about how this one's going to go. You can see he's being wound up, the wound up bandages. And there's the flash forward. Curse the Sad Mummy onto 3 is fantastic. But Lancer, he's going to find his way in. I just don't think it's going to be enough as he gets under the turret. But Shirley's also just going to dive on forward. This is too good from Gen.G.
Textbook game.
I had a bit of a frog in my throat throughout that whole team fight. I hope it didn't sound too weird.
Not for challengers.
Oh, thanks, man.
You're good. Don't you worry. Might be the delicious lunch that we had just now. A lunch that we will probably get more time to talk about because this game, Atlas, is pretty over.
It is pretty donezo, isn't it?
It really is. Because again, there are a ton of champions and drafts and compositions where I can see a realistic chance for you to come back. But unless Gen.G collectively run in, you're not ever going to win. Because if Elise and Renekton get fed, obviously it's really tough. But I feel like there are angles for you where with some compositions you can kind of deal with them, right? Elise doesn't really skill onto 5v5. She kind of has to play to the outside of a fight, can't really go in. But the 5v5 from Kwangdong isn't great, it's only okay. And there's also a monster-fed Samira. And Samira does skill really well, and there isn't really range on Kwangdong either, so they have a very short-range comp that basically wins by running into their opponent and then gunning them down. You can kite back a little bit, you know, you can maybe set up an individual pick with Courage, but there are 3 monstrously fat members on Kwangdong, and there is only 1 Lee Sin.
Yeah, this is the problem. It's also like one of those kind of plays itself compositions.
Yeah,
like,
it's an Amuma comp, so you just go in.
Just go in, and also now it's to the point where like Carfe can only make good decisions, because if you just fight everyone that you ever see and end up pressing your R button at some point,
is this a
you kill
circle
everyone.
comp from Gen.G?
Well,
they
there
have
is 1,
3 circles.
2, 3 circles, yes. 4 circles technically because Samira has 2.
Yeah.
Do you technically have 3 as Amumu?
Well,
because you create a circle around you with Despair.
So Amumu's ult is 1.
Yeah.
That's for the purpose of circle comps.
Yeah.
Then secondly, we have Samira's ultimate.
Yeah.
That's a circle.
Yeah.
And then we have Renekton's ultimate.
Yeah.
AoE circle.
Gore Drinker, also a circle.
Yeah.
And
But
Color Weak,
like for
Color
example,
Meek, also a circle.
Repel doesn't count.
No.
It's not a valid circle.
No, it's not. No, nothing that Elise has is a circle,
No.
unfortunately. Sadly for Elise fans. Cocoon going to go white. Actually going to connect, but doesn't really do anything. So that's why I said it went white. Because nothing really happened as a result. This Baron has been alive for 50 seconds. We'll see how long it actually stays alive this game, or whether Gen.G are going to be capable of taking it without getting into flip territory, which is a word that we don't really want to be talking about, because Challenger teams do like to throw that coin into the air.
It's not really a coin when you're this far ahead. Well, kind of, but it's more of a 70-30 type of coin. You know, you waited a little bit. You're still giving it some opportunity to land.
Yeah.
But it's kind of rigged. Overall, the Gen.G composition from this point on can just set up vision, and then Kwangdong are forced to walk in and face check, which no one can really do, and if they get caught by a cocoon, they die. If they get hit by a bandage toss, they also die. And if they get engaged on with the deficit that they're in, they're probably also dead. So overall, not great.
No, it's somewhat subpar. We're not going to come over here and come over here and clear out some vision. It was just placed down, and they're just going to start off the Baron, because why not? You may as well. Lospa's going to come in here. Look at all the damage. That is a very, very dead Baron Nashor. Fortunately, Purple Worm no longer exists, so survived for about 2 minutes. We've had them survive longer than that. Here in Challenger, it's Very close to a 10,000 gold lead, though. And we don't like to say that things are over until it's over, but I would say that the fat lady is well and truly preparing to reach the stage. She's like, she's walking up the stairs now.
So this gives us the opportunity to use some of our usual PSAs.
Yeah, that's true.
So one of them, that's my favorite, is if you're looking at this and you see these players make mistakes, and you're like, oh man, these players are not good. You don't understand a lot about how competitive sports work. And, you know, maybe try to be better about that.
Yeah, or just educate yourself. Yeah.
Well, I didn't want to go, but basically, yes. Try to be a little bit nice about it.
I have a question. X-Chip Potato says, is Aphelios support viable?
Yeah, sure. Just only have Gravitum gun.
Only have Gravitum. That is the way that you do it. As Lost is going to get flash kicked. He does go golden.
Wait, he's a Mumu.
He can also press his R button, does do so, and then immediately flashes out. Teleport's going to come forward. His casting is going to dive on top of Lancer. There's the culling doing a whole lot of work. Lancer tries to get that ult, but actually brings the Renekton closer to his teammates, which is not what you want. There's the dash forward. Carpe going to get a flash out. And yeah, they couldn't kill the support Amumu. Discuss.
Makes sense. Lospa is fairly tanky, as is. Also at stopwatch, so completely fine there. And if that's anyone else, it's probably pretty good. Renekton is, you know, also not going to work. But if you get Quid, Carfe, or Winner there, and you get a shutdown, that'd be nice. I like the gusto and the go-getter attitude from Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah.
It's not going to matter in this game, but it might matter in a future one.
It may, you know, having a go out and do it type attitude is definitely a good idea. Gen.G will now collect themselves their third Drake of the game. Hextech Soul certainly going to be a good one here. Kwangdong Freaks are trying to pick up the pieces that is their map right now, which is not necessarily the greatest thing. Hopefully they are just chilling out and getting ready for game number 2, which I would say the best sort of idea would be.
And the more we see of competitive League of Legends on the current patch, the more it does feel like we have gone back to draft early game, snowball the game, and win. And this is Challengers. This isn't really representative of the meta at large. Obviously, you always get meta pockets when having a league that has players that are as inexperienced as these. But, Cleaver going in.
Let's see whether Cleaver can actually find something here. The kick goes out onto Carpe, but he Blade Wells the tidal wave, which is absolutely not what you want. Still going to pick up a double kill. Does eventually go down as the Draven picks up his first of the game. Kasante is going to fall, though, and Bull, the last man left standing. Gen.G not necessarily finding the landslide that they were looking for, but it's only a bottom lane left, and it looks like they will still be able to break open the base.
Also on Soul Point, so in 3 minutes, they can get themselves that Hextech Soul. One upside, I don't know how much gold Bull is sitting on. If Yundo was listening, you know, he'd tell us. Because he got both a cash out and a shutdown. Ooh. So I wonder what he's going to buy. Let's maybe we can check through Drake check.
Yep, keep your eye on it.
See how much gold he's going to get from literally just walking up and last hitting here.
Yeah, so that was 700 and 800. Yep.
Yeah. Nice.
Not too bad at all.
That's a pretty good amount of gold.
So 1.5k from just that kill alone. Infinity
I think it was
Edge
900.
is now done. Oh, was that a 900 that popped up?
So,
I thought it was an 800 and 700.
There you go. He's got AE now. Good for him.
Not too bad at all. Has the collector, of course, both of our AD carries have a collector here, because that's what we like to do. We like to collect, and at least Bull was eventually able to do so. Decent little cash in. We'll see how relevant it is going to be as this game continues. No broken base, so I told a little bit of a lie there. It is instead Kwangdong Freaks being allowed to try and salvage what they can find on the map. Of course, they will continue to fall further and further behind because they don't have access to their jungle or things like that.
Or the map in general.
Yes.
And Baron coming up in about a minute. And this is where we actually do see Challenger comps struggle a lot more, and even some of our weaker LCK teams, which is, we have a lead. Now what? Because if the opponent is just clearing waves and not really giving you an angle or trying to fight you on footing that they can't win, then you have a couple of options. You can either dive, which the Gen.G comp does extremely well, but 5v5 diving still is going to feel like somewhat of a risk. Might not want to take that. Or you can get the neutrals, which in about 40 seconds, just run straight to Baron. Full vision denial is at the ready here, so when we should be able to walk up, get that, then get yourself a Hextech Soul, and then maybe try to sync up some waves, you know? Push Quid in one lane, casting in another, free people in the final lane, and then just keep pushing.
Yeah, I think it does seem like a relative road to victory here, as Lancer does manage to get a Wolf Camp.
Is this a replay of the broadcast?
A replay of what broadcast is the question.
Well, this is definitely...
It's all right. Raymond C has got us in YouTube chat. He is the savior we all need from people asking silly questions.
Why does nobody pick Teemo? That's a valid question, actually. Because that's the real counter to supports now being 80 carries as well. No counter supports or counter 80 carries.
True. Teemo. Because it's the blind.
Yeah, mechanic. Even though he gets outranged by almost everyone. It's Lostbar.
Okay. Lostbar, let's see whether he can survive this. Does Bandage toss his way in. Survives for the moment as Cleave is going to take him down in the end. We do have the jungler going down though. The Akali has been secured and there's the S rank. Carpe is just massive. Diving forward goes Golden and Lancer is dead as well. The couple of kills from casting also just a bit of a cherry on top. Give the Renekton as many kills as possible. He put up with a Cassante all game.
And if you are far enough ahead, he can do just about anything. Was that a good threat from Gen.G? No, not particularly, but it doesn't matter. They have earned the right to make a mistake, Atlas. That is the power of capitalism in League of Legends. Look at that. With that gold lead, even if you just try and hard force a fight when your damage dealers are not in position,
we call that dropping your gigantic wallet on top of their skull, Chronicler, and it worked exceptionally well in this particular game.
We have to vote for POG.
I have to also open the pen.
It's tough. There's two options.
Yeah, I think...
Split the vote.
Yeah, I think I'll split it.
That's okay. There we go.
Although I don't know whether that was even the right choice. I think maybe I should have given it to Quid. Never mind. Definitely was a great game from Lostbar. I gave him a random POG vote when he didn't necessarily need one, so I couldn't vote for him again. This time around, just to try and even things out. As you can see, the snowball was pretty beautiful here from Gen.G, and we'll see whether they can continue to do so and pick up their first match win of the season. And after a performance like that, it's actually kind of surprising that they haven't been able to get any wins at all.
And for Gen.G, maybe this is their identity. Maybe they're the phase rush team. Maybe they're the team that just zerks you with hyper-aggressive picks and gets into a position where the game is effectively unlosable. Although, again, it's challengers. But for Kwangdong, the issue arises from both a pretty subpar execution in terms of laning. We see, for example, that very clearly Akali not able to kind of have a feel for this matchup. Let's not forget that these players are like, I know, 16.
Yeah.
Might not have played competitive when Lucian mid was good, because of course that has been out of the meta for quite a while now. And as a result, if you get pummeled in lane by the Gen.G composition, then it's going to get even worse. Hey, there we go.
There we go, I nailed it.
Look at that.
I think this was a pretty fantastic performance by Winner in the jungle. He was definitely extraordinarily necessary. If they were going to win this game, he needed to get a lot of work done in the early game, and he absolutely did. And allowed his very snowbally lanes to do exactly that. Loved his work.
Did very well. Very important when you get picks like the Elise to actually cash in on the amount of aggression that you're able to showcase. And let's be honest, you're playing Elise with Renekton, Lucian, Samira, and Mumu. You should carry. Your setup is about as good as it gets. And then, to Winner's credit, did that very well. Able to find the early aggression, able to also find early plays, out-skirmish his opponent a bunch of times. And as a result, I think a very justified POG winner. Were a couple of great options. You could go for Lostbar or Carfe, depending on how you feel about setup versus payoff. There was also, as you pointed out, Quid, who starting like level 1 single-handedly put mid lane in a tough position.
He absolutely did. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, we'll see whether Gen.G Global Academy can do it again. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger Spring 2023. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Chronicler here as we work ever harder to create a beautiful and welcoming space for everyone to just experience some League of Legends together. That is what we strive for every single day here on the Challenger broadcast, and we're hoping that you are also along for this ride. A little bit of an update in mod news. Very exciting stuff. We have Lunel undergoing a bit of a check process before she can get modded, and then we'll be able to doctor the chat to create an even more welcoming and beautiful environment for us all to thrive in
You're
together.
Gotta be friendly.
It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be an absolutely beautiful time. Shout out to Raymond C, who's continuing to do God's work over in the YouTube chat.
Are these AI casters? Well, ask yourself that.
Leaped.
Would an AI caster say, hello, I am not an AI caster?
Would an AI caster say, shenanigans, potato, gravy whiskey?
We couldn't possibly know. Another question that was asked was...
I don't think they'd ever say that.
Are any challenger teams really good? Depends on your definition of good. And depends on which league you watch.
Don't say stuff like that.
If you watch LPL or LCK, then there's probably plenty of teams that are a lot better. If you watch any other league in the world, you take the top challenger teams,
I wonder what ChatGPT would say the best commentator would look like. Like, I wonder what they'd say like the optimal commentator would be.
You're expecting people from the League of Legends community to be nice in chat? Yes. We are building this community from the ground up.
Indeed.
And I've already talked about this. The greatest weapon in human history is social control. Okay? So if all of you are nice, if all of you are friendly, then we can make a friendly stream, because if people don't get positive response when they're not nice, they'll stop doing it. That's how life works.
That's true. We should just really, what this stream is all about is social conditioning. That's all we really do here. We strive to be better at social conditioning the population, and I think that is a noble goal. Is it not? All right, let's step away from that particular topic for a moment so we can get into the video game. We've had some slight changes here as Zest is making his way in. Casting didn't quite play well enough on his amazing Renekton, and is going to get some time off. That is not the case. I think that Gen.G are just looking to provide as much experience as they possibly can, and so Zest is going to come forward. We'll see what he's going to be playing here. Of course, they do switch around their top lane quite a lot here on the Gen.G Global Academy side.
And overall, for Kwangdong, might be looking at a different pivot in terms of... Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Guys...
Oh, there was some negativity. I saw some negativity here.
What do you get out of that? Nothing.
I like how it says also, like, first-time chatter with, like, stars around, and then they just say something really horrible.
It's 2 times in a row now.
Yeah, isn't it sad?
Unbelievable.
Yeah. But, you know, we don't have to imagine using handheld mics. We are using handheld mics, and so I don't quite understand. We don't have any fallback though, which is a bit of a shame. I do kind of like being able to hear my own voice so that we know how we sound, things like that. So it is something to get used to, and sometimes I'm also like talking over here, and I've got the mic just away from my face, and so it makes me sound like I'm not actually in the room, which is a little bit of a sad thing as well. So, you know, certainly things to get used to, but. You know, Gen.G might have to get used to winning. And they do have, you know, someone on the team called Winner. And it's kind of ironic given the fact that they haven't been doing very much winning so far. And we'll see whether this is going to be the day of change for Gen.G Global Academy.
If there is an opponent that they should be able to do it to, it is definitely Kwangdong, a team that themselves have severely struggled with finding a strategy that works for them. Previous game as well. Draft was kind of all over the place. They had a lot of aggressive lanes, but they didn't actually win any of the lanes because the matchups were not great. Kwangdong are going to be on the red side this time around, which hopefully for them should mean that they can get some better lane matchups, and maybe they will be the ones snowballing this time around.
Yep, I do need to correct myself because I did say last game that the 3 best Drakes were taken. I was obviously lying, just through my teeth, like a big jerk, because there was no Cloud Drake. in the last game. Hopefully we do get the best streak. I'm really glad that I've been kept honest by the chat. Indeed, Cloud wasn't there, and so therefore I just told a blatant lie on the stream, and I hope you guys will forgive me.
You just call it a mistake, which is what it was.
It was a mistake, but really, I should be punished pretty heavily for it. So we'll see whether I do. It might be maybe I'm fired. Maybe I'm just not going to be at work tomorrow. Maybe that's what it is.
You're not at work tomorrow. Tomorrow's your one day off.
I knew it. Already punished? Already punished? That's insane. I wanted to be out of work the 12 days in a row. Are you saying that I don't get to work 12 days in a row, Chronicler?
You don't.
Oh, man, that is so sad. Donut2907 said it correctly when he just said Sag in the chat. Oh, big Bible thumbs. All right, so Gen.G back on the blue side once again. Quandong Freaks now on the red side this time around. So I believe that's a bit of a change-up. So Quandong Freaks, I believe, chose blue side last time around and have now elected for a switch as they're going to ban the Lucian, ban the Heimerdinger. There is also double support bans from Gen.G's side as they ban Varus and Ashe. Didn't see what I did there. Because if it's an AD carry, it's also a support, guys. That's the joke. Gen.G, do they ban the 100% win rate support in the Caitlyn? They do not. They just take away the Maokai.
And now for Gen.G, they should be unable to get the same amount of power they had in terms of role laning in the previous game. Maybe we'll have a little bit more of an even game, because even though Quandong has struggled a fair amount, that game for Challenger standards in particular was very, very one-sided. As Ryze, first pick makes complete sense here. That is the current status quo of incredibly strong mid lane picks, skills very well, able to impact side lanes, has very, very strong grasp in terms of priority as well. So should be able to continuously shove in most lanes that he'll be facing into.
Yep. So Ryze will be that first pick. Caitlyn up and available. Zeri up and available. Yuumi up and available. I would hope to see something like this. Love it. Elise and Caitlyn being locked in here. The bottom lane basically just turned into a steamroll for Quandong Freaks, and we'll see what Gen.G do to try and combat this. I don't want to see Zeri Yuumi. I want to see something that can actually attempt to go toe-to-toe with this bottom lane.
It's a little tough with the Heimerdinger and Karma both already being taken away, so I actually really like the draft here from Quandong. Jhin is one of the picks that has a decent matchup in the Caitlyn over we have already seen. Most recently, Gen.G main team. So clearly both Gen.Gs taking a note out of the Jhin book as the
interesting
preferred pick into the Elise. Now again is going to be the Lee, which
I think has not a great matchup into the Elise.
I think it's okay, but I am kind of shocked at how readily Challenge picks him up. But then I remember it's Challengers, so just pick something that fights well, and Lee does actually match the Elise in terms of skirmishing. As long as she doesn't get the drop on you on like level 3 or 4 with a cocoon, you are generally going to be able to win a lot of the 2v2s when executed well. So do you think Lee combined with the Ryze is a lot of power there, but playing into Lucian, or Lux rather, and the Caitlyn together already not going to be very fun. Immediate bans. I wonder if they also ban Lospa's Blitzcrank here. I'm not kidding.
I wouldn't mind it. Of course, Jhin is technically a flex pick. We have seen it in the support role so far here in 2023. So it could be something that Lospa picks up.
It's going to be Blitz.
Well, Blitzcrank left available like you're talking about. Set and Yone banned away here, as of course Quandong Freaks do have the ability to go towards double AD lanes. The Gnar is going to be picked up, just a comfortable blind pick, of course. Ryze and Gnar, a combo of champions that we've seen many, many times. Of course, starting in 2018, it was the T1 special in that year, or I guess the SKT special.
Hold
as, are we going to go for the hard counter?
It's looking like that.
Zest Aurelia hard counter into the Gnar lane?
Well, we don't. Is it okay? So this might be a lead top.
Ooh, that would be a heck of a lot of fun.
Into the Gnar.
Unless it's Sejuani support. which we don't necessarily like all that much.
Into Caitlyn Lux, I don't think you're going to have a very good time.
Sejuani top used to do well in Dinar.
Could also be an option.
That's a Yuumi. Yuumi Jin. Oh, I remember seeing this in a certain T1 game.
Yeah, remember that? That was fun, right? That ended well.
That ended really well. Oh, what a great combo.
Jin, Yuumi.
Wow, they're going to have such power in the early game Chronicler.
Every T1 fan that is like anxiously awaiting the D+ matchup, like immediately felt
so much
a dark
activated
cloud,
PTSD.
A dark cloud around their heart as this Yuumi was locked in.
Oh no, Gopjang, yeah, completely agree. The Aurelia being considered and will be locked in for Cleaver in that mid lane. This is a guy that's played 3 games so far on the Yone. He does very much enjoy his melee assassins in the mid lane. We do have that double AD. Kwangdong Freaks have, like, I would say 15 times better draft. I go with 15 times better.
Ooh, I'm not sure.
Is it 25 times better?
No, I actually
80 times
I
better.
don't hate the Gen.G draft.
600 times better.
I don't hate the Gen.G draft.
Oh, I do.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like it at all. I feel like they get outranged by a country mile. I feel like their bottom lane is just going to fall over in a heap. And I think it's Quid against the world, but he's into an Aurelia and Elise.
I don't hate it. I think that the Kwangdong composition, while, as you're saying, extremely strong, also has an incredible amount of pressure on it to get a lot done in the early game, because both Elise and the Aurelia are going to have a really hard time, and I actually really like the Gen.G top side. I also think that as much as we joke about the Jin Yuumi, it is actually the type of lane that I think should be able to stand up to a decent amount. Obviously, it's going to be very execution dependent, and you don't have a lot of room for mistakes. But if you can get to, say, level 6 without a problem, you can set up around the Jin Yuumi ult combo, maybe try and get Rise to roam towards bot side as well. Pre-6, you're definitely able to get a laning lead on the Aurelia, so we'll see.
We shall see, indeed. Maybe I did overstep my bounds. Maybe the level of negativity was slightly too high. But I do like the experimentation, do very much like Lee Sin top lane. I just don't know whether it's going to work out this time around as let's
headbang.
Heck yeah.
Next time I'll join you.
Yep, I got it.
Oh, Corch got the memo. That's PTA Elise. There we go.
Heck yeah.
They understand.
All right, well, he's definitely going to do some battle.
Overall, if Kwangdong don't get 2 kills before 10 minutes, I think Gen.G win this game.
All right.
If
there is
they
certainly a rise.
If they do get a lead, then the game does become very tough for Gen.G, although not unplayable. I do think this composition has a lot more comeback potential than what we saw previously, which is why I don't hate it quite as much. And I do think that also a lot of credit goes over to Kwangdong for actually being able to get a way better draft here, because win lane, win game, kind of the name of the game in the current state of League, and particularly here in Challengers, where even though there's a lot of throws, teams also don't really know how to come back. As Quid, you are not winning level 1 against Aurelia. That is a bit of a disaster, although...
Oh, wins the trade, never mind.
Not too bad. Well, yeah. I do think Cleaver's still not going to be too sad. Exhaust from Quid as well. Kind of love that.
Yeah, and it's Exhaust Conqueror Rise as well. He is doing some battle. Zest, this is one of those super mega hard counter lanes if the Lee Sin is really, really good. We saw Rascal do this in the LCK. He was absolutely amazing at it. Exhaust going to be cleansed here as Cafe down extraordinarily low. Is anyone surprised by how this lane has started off? I don't think so. Even on farm, however. So there's that. We are 5-5. So maybe, just maybe, Jin Yuumi is just as oppressive as Lux Caitlyn. What do you think?
Well, they're not level 1. Come on.
Maybe I have some issues with my former experiences with Gen.G. Maybe that's the problem. As Courage is going to make his way in. He's moving extraordinarily quickly. Looking for the cocoon. Doesn't find it. Quid with the sidestep. And yeah, Flawless Duet. Not going to be quite as the name states. That is a huge flash in. Courage in a bit of trouble. The flash forward, but Quid doesn't find it. Oh no. It's a disaster. Deadly Flourish will connect here onto Bull, but Cafe is likely just dead. The flash comes in. Beautifully done. And Kwangdong Freaks, very surprisingly, are going to win the early game as Lux Caitlyn into Jin Yuumi.
Who could have seen it coming?
Not me. Absolutely no idea how this could happen.
You know what you do in this scenario? You blame jungle.
Go next.
No, you blame jungle. Blame jungle. Come on.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I don't know why Winner was in that mid lane trying to get first blood against the Aurelia and get the rise ahead when he could have been down here.
Wasn't ganking bot lane, and yeah, especially with Cleanse down, the moment you get hit by anything, you die. So there's not a lot of counterplay to that one. And
Angie Foxtrot, thank you so much. I hope that Rusty's proud of me as well. Maybe I should send him a message, as that is a very aggressive safeguard forward. Flawless Duet going to come through again. Quid going to need to use the exhaust. Gets a fair bit of value on it, as there's an Arctic Assault. Cleaver going to have to immediately flash away from this one. As Winter's Wrath comes in, he'll need a little bit more to get this one done, as the Light Binding not going to quite connect, and Winner is just dead, guys. That is the 2 kills that you were looking for. Kwangdong Freaks are just doing a fantastically good job.
Now. Yeah. It's pretty over.
Are we going to go with 80 times better? Or do we think 15 times better was correct?
Well, I liked your initial assessment.
15 times?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But is it truly over if it's challengers?
Yes.
I don't know.
I mean, I think when it's like, when it's going to
if this
game
gank had
3,
worked, I think it'd be a lot better. But it didn't. Ando actually really nice roam timing here, right? Coming back straight at the base, walks towards mid, and yeah, the game state now was very rough.
Yeah. It's not a great one. However, Jin does have a slight advantage when it comes to farm.
There is also
Yeah.
a rise, which
True.
as he hits 6.
Something scaling, something.
Well, that's the problem. I don't know to what extent you're ever going to get priority in an Aurelia lane. And if you don't get priority, that's what we're talking about. Yeah, that's not
Cocoon
good.
connects onto Winner there.
Oh, no.
Ooh, Spiderling value. Look at that, Winner getting a little bit of extra farm there. But Courage is super far ahead right now as Quid will get hit by the Cocoon. And in goes Courage for more of that PTA value. You love to see it. Quid throwing random Qs around as Lancer, not sure about that one, but also not sure about Zest's Q, as we are just going to have a gentleman's agreement as both top laners back away from one another after doing 0 damage whatsoever.
As Cleaver is level 6.
Man, Courage is playing some really good tempo League of Legends.
Well, he's Elise with these lanes. Again, maybe he should just start banning Elise. Oh, he's dead.
Oh, dear.
He's dead.
That is not the winning move. Repel is going to come forward.
Unless-
Deadly Flourish is pretty good, though.
Unless-
As let's see whether he survives. The answer is yes. Has a cat. The cat is going to sort him out. So, as I just learned, boars and cats, good friends. So, Bristle and Yuumi hanging out together. Sejuani is going to take Bristle home for a little bit of a rest, a bit of a kip, one could say, as Cafe going to try and move towards his, I don't know what, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Doesn't
so there was
quite work
actually-
out there as Realm Warp is going to give another kill to Kwangdong Freaks. Love to see it.
So that right there is a great example of why, even if you might have a nice idea, the execution of it really matters. Because the idea there is that Cafe walks forward a little bit, and then they get baited in, and then he cleanses, and then Quid comes in, and then wipes them. But Cleaver was roaming, and Carfe also died immediately. So, yeah, I think we can call it again.
Yeah.
7 minutes in.
Well, I called it from draft personally, but I'm glad that we made it to 7 minutes in, as this was very sad.
At this point, I'm really hoping that Kwangdong still find a way to lose, just so
I mean, I am doing my very best to jinx it as well as I possibly can. Gen.G experimenting is, I think, a really good way of talking about this game. As of course, this is Challenger, and getting as much experience is actually a really, really good idea. On stage, things like that. So 3 games, that's what you want.
Would you say everything's a scrim?
Yeah, I would say that. Quanong Freaks, of course, in the LCK also think it's a scrim. You could imagine that in Challenger, is that even? I don't even know. But I imagine they would have a very similar idea on how to get the most out of their practice time.
So how have you been, Atlas?
Look, I've been all right. Somewhat.
There is
feeling a little bit tuckered out. It's been a fair bit of work this week.
Yeah, eventually, when you talk about too much League of Legends, you start somewhat disassociating, and it gets weird.
It does.
It gets weird in your head. I don't know. Especially
I start taking things personally, you know?
Well, yeah. Also looking at these drafts, I'm like, what did I like about the Gen.G draft again? Like, is this just maybe your way? So hear this out. Hear me out.
No,
maybe,
I think what you were doing, you were trying to counteract my inane amounts of negativity.
I kind of want it. Yes, but we have very different coping mechanisms, right? We've been friends for 2 years now, and you cope with T1 losing Game 5 against RNG and breaking your heart, by being mad, in Atlas fashion. You know, you throw that anger in someone else's face. That's why you hate the draft. It's not about the Gen.G draft. It's about that match. But
well, I also hate the draft.
Sure. But me,
I'm giving them full credit.
I try to rationalize it. I try to explain it away.
True.
I try to, you know, it goes inward. I'm like, maybe they can salvage this. Maybe they're good enough. No, they're not. It's challengers. What are you talking about, Chronicler?
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. It's a bit of a shame. It's especially a shame because Gen.G played a very similar draft in Game 1 to what Quanong Freaks are doing to them right now. And so they probably should have known better, is the way that I'm sort of thinking about it. As a Losper, Clean's going to have to come out here. Final Spark comes through as well. And the bottom lane continuing to have a rough time. Not too far behind when it comes to farm, things like that, but now they're down a couple of summoner spells. Quanong Freaks should be able to get more plates, and so that money will continue rolling on in.
What really gets me is that Zest has picked up this Lee, which was the Rascal Classic, if you have forgotten, and then is now 20 CS down in what should be, I guess, a counter lane with no jungle intervention. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Yeah, it's difficult. Quit gonna get a bit of damage here on the Cleaver. W not gonna find the mark. And yeah, we're gonna see that disaster of a lane that you were talking about. Although the game is kind of eroded around Zest this time around. He hasn't been necessarily all that relevant.
It's when you build like a sandcastle on the beach.
Yeah.
And yours is like a little bit further back, and you see the tides coming up, and all the other sandcastles are like already, they're sinking in the sand, and you're like, oh no, that's not gonna happen to my sandcastle, right?
Yeah, no, that's...
I'm safe,
That's when you
right?
start building the patio a bit closer to the beach. That's what they decided to do.
It's fine, right?
Yeah. They started to invest. All right, there's a bit of a kickback. Zest, let's see whether they can lock down Lancer here. Let's invest flashes. Let's do it. Let's lock down this kill, and they do so. First kill for Gen.G on that top side.
Amazing. Perfect.
True.
Let's ignore the rest of the map. Let's ignore what's happening there. If you're a Gen.G fan, take this win in stride. And as a Quanong fan, your thought process right now is, can we always get red side?
Well, I mean, Sajax actually had the perfect reminder for everyone watching, and us included. The question isn't whether Quanong Freaks can snowball this to a win. The question is whether they can throw. And I think every game is throwable.
Oh, yes.
Let's be honest.
Absolutely.
So I just want to say thank you to Sajax for making sure that we keep ourselves in the right mindset.
There is a Lee and a Yuumi and a Ryze. You know, those 3 champions can win games. Well, I don't know about Lee.
I mean, there is an enemy Nexus on the Rift that can die.
Okay, well,
I know
you're just being facetious. I don't think that was called for at all.
No, I think it's actually very important. It's very important to remind everyone that every game is in fact winnable. if you believe
Well, is it
hard enough.
really?
Yeah. I mean, this is about as far from it as you can possibly get. However, technically, still possible. As Cocoon is going to go slightly wide. And we got another battle here towards this bottom side. It's only an assist that Zest is up. And remember, there is a lot of farm in favor of Lancer. Meganar coming in. As, all right, that's a bit cute. Stands aside from it, but you just press an R button and maybe Lance can make this one. Oh, some sick play. Let's see if, no, he just walks into the wallop. That's not what you want. Q is going to miss. Oh, Zest, keep it together. Keep it together.
You can do it,
keep
Zest.
it together. You can do it. Alcove Gaming. Alcove Gaming. Go back to the Alcove. Why are we watching the team fight? We don't want to see this. The Nova fell down. Oh, we didn't even get to commentate it. All right, there's an ulti from Cleaver. And is probably a dead quid, but we just don't care. We don't care.
Why?
We want to celebrate. We want to revel in the victory of the Lee Sin.
Okay, Zest is gonna. Well, his team is losing, so Zest is gonna get subbed out, right? We're going back to. We're going back to casting, right? It's his fault.
I think we will continue casting
it's his fault.
Throughout the series. Yeah.
Look at Zest. He's the one difference.
Yeah.
In these two games.
Oh, here we go. This is. We don't even need to commentate.
We already did.
Oh, you're gonna miss. Zest walks up to him, kicks him into the alcove.
No, but that was not the cool part.
Love to see it.
That was not the cool part.
That was the part we missed, though.
Well, yeah, but I wanted to see the other part again as well. You don't just watch the ending of a movie, Atlas.
You don't? It's a far more efficient way of finding out what happened.
Have you ever, and I want you to be honest with me, watched just the ending of a movie?
Yeah, when I turn on a movie and it's on the TV.
Outside of that very specific situation?
No, never. Not even once.
Okay, there you go. Want to see the whole movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But not in this case. I'm okay with skipping to the end. Because we already saw it. We already saw the movie.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a rewatcher. I am definitely a bit of a rewatcher. You know, like I watch a heck of a lot of Lord of the Rings. You know, I've seen those movies many, many times. But I just don't know whether I would watch the movie of Lancer versus Zest in the bottom lane more than once.
I would watch it again. I wouldn't watch this game again. Because this game is doomed. This is very over.
But that's a part of this game, you know? That was a part of that was included in the things that happened on Summoner's Rift in
Well, you can treat it as its own like little episode.
Wow, it's 15 minutes and it's a 7,000 gold.
Yeah, I know.
This is even more unwinnable than the first game. And that was really unwinnable.
I personally would argue that this one is more winnable just because...
There's a guy called Winner?
No, just... Oh my God. That one hurt me. That one hurt me a lot.
It is true, though.
That one really got me.
It is true.
No, as far as... Compared to the previous game, in terms of champions that are on Gen.G, I would argue that their chance of coming back in this game, even though they are, again, minuscule, are higher.
Uh-huh.
Because in the previous game, there was nothing that made me believe. And in this game, there is Yuumi.
Oh,
and Rise.
It's the Kips. That's not that's an OPL player. That's an OPL player lost. What? He now plays in the LCS, but he is originally OCE talent.
Commentators calling the game is such boring.
Well, you're such boring. All right, Mr. Ducky Tom says, have you watched Memento?
I have watched Memento, but it's been a long time. I don't remember everything.
Probably due for a rewatch.
Could do it.
I would say. 100%.
Yeah. Why are the casters so pessimistic? Well, let me tell you a story about snowballing in challengers. There are many ways to throw a game in this league, but even for challenger standards, I have seen maybe one throw in, I don't know, like from a position like this and like maybe two.
I don't remember watching Memento.
Like
Kevin Kim, you're an intelligent man, and I got it, and I understood it.
And yeah, I personally, if we're being 100% honest, I don't like calling games over when they're over. If this was the LCK, we would try to make it a little bit more.
Would we?
Well, not in this scenario, no. But in many games that are actually over, we're, well, I don't know if we're smart, but we're not as dumb as we might seem every now and then.
I've sort of stopped, because like I think when a game's over, you really got to call a spade, and this is well and truly a shovel of a game. You know?
What's the difference between a between a...
A spade and a shovel? The
Yeah.
flatness of the thing that you do the digging with.
That's the
Pretty
difference?
Sure. I think there actually is a difference.
Oh.
I don't know why
Yeah, I mean,
I know that,
wouldn't
but I
really
have
know.
I've looked it up because I didn't really know. I think it's like slightly to do with the shape of the blade. Yeah.
Interesting.
One is used for digging, the other
Hold
one's
up.
for moving. There you go. A bit
Got
of a
some
team
action.
fight here. Some teleports coming in as immediate kickback onto Courage. Final chapter might just be that
Hold
for
up.
Kwandong Freaks as they are falling apart at the seams. Bull, though, is going to pick up a kill there. The Aurelia is going to lock down the Yumi. Zest is almost dead. And while I say that, Kwandong Freaks are still going to win this game. Optimism
Got
out
a
of 10.
shutdown, though. That's big.
Yeah.
Nice.
How do you feel about trowels?
What's a trowel?
Similar to a spade.
I gotta say, my English doesn't reach that far, Atlas.
A trowel is often
you know the
used
Dutch
for, like,
word for it?
Oh, what is it?
No, I'm asking if you know.
Oh, no, of course not. Probably similar to trowel.
Oh, is a trowel like one of the tiny ones? used
Yeah,
for
one of the
gardening?
things you use for gardening or for putting on plaster.
I don't even know if I know the Dutch word for that, actually.
Interesting.
I feel like I should.
There's a
It's been a while.
there's a fight that happened, and Gen.G didn't have wallets that were heavy enough to be invited to the good part of the team fight. Sad.
Well, they got a kill, which was nice. And Zest overall is still continuing. A nice game, personally. Is this how Challenger League is?
Kinda.
Yeah, sometimes. And if you're wondering, what have I just wandered into? Like, what is going on? Why? Who are these players? Why are the casters insane? And why is chat so nice? Well, we will answer all three of those questions. Which one
In
do you
due
want to
time.
take? Which,
I want to
we
talk
can do it now.
to Enika Lol, who says Gen.G are almost 10k gold behind. It's the first chat. And I like to see people using their first chat to say something constructive or something informative.
It is informative.
And
We
I think that's
don't have any
fantastic.
gold advantage.
I don't often look towards the top of the screen.
No.
And right now it's about 8k, but I think that a bit of inferring is absolutely fine. As Lancer is looking for a 1v2, picks up his boomerang, not going to quite find it there, but spots two people in this bottom lane. The rest of Kwandong Freaks, they make the smart call. They move towards the Baron.
So, back to our questions.
Cordless Battery is a great name. Absolutely fantastic name. Just wanted to say that. Anyway, continue. Yes.
So we have three questions. Who are these players? This
Where
is Challengers.
is Pyoshik?
Where is
He's
Pyoshik?
in North America.
He's actually not doing too hot.
No, actually, no, he was fired.
Yeah, he's replaced by Mark.
has now replaced him.
Which I didn't even really understood how funny that was, because Pyoshik means Mark. Really, I didn't get that one at first.
No, he's a, yeah,
Yeah, no, it's a kind of, I know the story. I don't know why I didn't remember. It was funny even without that
It's
little
very
bit.
good.
So this is Challengers. All these players are really good. This specific matchup is a little rough because these are two teams at the bottom of the standing, so it's very messy. And we will not be having a competitive game in this specific game.
Series, yeah.
Well, I feel like the third one might be.
The third one might be.
Yeah.
As winner is going to get thrown around like a ragdoll. A little bit sad
So-
there. As Kwandong Freaks going to look to break down the inner turret. We do have the Baron buff that has been taken. Deadly Flourish.
Yumi.
Not very deadly. The final
Yumi.
chapter might also not be the last one for Kwandong Freaks here, as they are looking to get to game 3. Q going to miss. As all right, Realm Warp. There's some flashes. There's some buttons being pressed here.
Okay.
Zest is going to move into the Dragon Pit.
The 10K gold
we're
down,
moving
Atlas.
fast. There is a Glacial Prison immediately. The Elise is going to be taken down. Bull is untouched, though. That is the dangerous situation here. Flawless Duet is beautiful. Cleaver gets exhausted, though. He's sleepy, and he's now dead. Winner running away. Does have a cat and a boar. You know, Sejuani wrangling the menagerie, but we will still have this Drake being taken from the Kwandong Freaks, and that was a better fight than I was expecting
How
for
are
Gen.G.
these fights even remotely close? What's happening?
I don't know, but it was a pretty cool play there from Winner, and the Realm Warp was fun, and Kwandong Freaks didn't quite know what to do.
Is this where I make the bet?
Oh yeah, I will get a haircut.
Well, I don't want to do a haircut. I want to do some.
No,
Do I
I'll
die?
get a haircut.
Well, no, I make the bet. You made the bet last time and you lost your hair.
No, but I need a haircut, so
Okay,
I'm
well,
happy to make the bet.
okay, you can make you can get your
Regardless
hair
of who wins, I'm going to get a haircut.
Okay, well,
That's my
thank you
bet.
for sharing that. I will dye my hair.
Ooh, what color are we going? Can I dictate the color?
No, I feel like dyeing my hair in of itself is enough.
I want old man gray. I want you to dye your hair old man gray.
Just gray I can do.
No, not gray. No, not the cool gray. I want old man gray. I want you to try and look as old as possible.
I'm not doing that. I will do silver. Like silver/gray.
Okay, as long as it's as old man gray as possible.
If Gen.G get back, no. If Gen.G get back in this game, I will dye my hair silver/gray.
All right, beautiful.
There we go.
As long as I can talk to someone and make sure that they understand that it needs to be as
I
old
will,
person
I
gray
will
as
not be
possible.
taking you with me to the salon. I'm not going to trust you on that one, Atlas.
You have to though. So how do you honor the bet?
I will just do it. I seem to recall that there were 2 more. Also, might I remind you, I talked you out of way worse bets. So hold up.
That is true. All right.
You're trying to make it worse for me?
Gonna flash.
Unbelievable.
No, I was just pretty committed to the gray. I just want to see it. It's for science. Tower goes down in the mid lane, but Gen.G, they still have a chance here. They still have a chance. We still have a chance for old man gray hair chronicler. It is a possibility. As this inhibitor turret's going to go down, but don't worry. Don't worry, it's fine. We just haven't quite got there yet. Nara's going to come in. Quid is pretty dead, but they still have a chance. Don't worry. This is just the rise. Just the rise. He's almost Flame Horizon. Doesn't even have a fully stacked Rod of Ages.
Yeah, Jin is really the type of hyper carry that can come back in these type of situations.
See what I'm saying? That's the kind of positivity we need to see here. As Quantum Freaks have taken some damage on some of their champions, and they will now leave, giving Gen.G the ability to rehabilitate, to get themselves back into the mindset to win.
People don't know this is a solo cast, and Atlas is doing both voices.
Evil Merc, how did you know?
Okay,
Chronicle is actually asleep in the corner of the room.
Let's do a little bit of extra Dutch accent. This is Atlas still. The secret is one of us casts for 2 people, and then we can both get extra naps in.
Yeah, and that's what's happening. So currently
Yes.
Atlas is sleeping, and I'm doing my best impression of him, and I'm Chronicler.
And
Don't you like them stroop waffles though?
you know how
Chronicler?
you know how to say it. I taught you this. Come on, man.
Stroop
So
Stroop Waffle.
yeah.
Yeah, that was it.
I'm
I
proud of
forgot
you.
that it's I need to think of it as like a light that goes on and off really fast, and a thing that you can win if you take a little bit of paper from the person, and you can get a meat platter at the RSL.
What are you talking about?
A strobe raffle. Right? It's
Sure.
the Kips. I think those question marks were well deserved. Last remaining inhibitor turret is going to go down as we get back to the game. Winner looking for the Giga flank. All right, he finds the Lux. The flash forward from Quid. Can they make it happen? Courage. Oh, he's going to need so much of that.
They're cooking!
As Lancer, okay.
Let him cook!
There it is. In goes Zest. Out goes Zest. He's not dying today. As now Cleaver may get cleaved himself. Oh God, the gray hair! Can you feel it? It's coming in. And in fact, I might not need to go to the salon to get some myself, Chronicler.
It's happening!
Oh my goodness, Zest, he gets a sick kick. Oh God, that was a massive blast cone. I don't think Winner even knew that it was gonna be that big. The Aurelia is gonna go down. The Caitlyn is too. Courage is dead. Oh, we might be doing it. We may not be going to game 3 today. We might be going to get a haircut.
It's fine. It's fine. They have 2 inhibs down. The Lancer's gonna TP. It's okay. They can end the game. Wait, they can actually end the game. Lancer can just TP. What?
Well, he's up in a second, and immediately the teleport is coming in.
Your base!
Yep, the teleport is going to come from Zest. Let's see whether he can defend here. As he's at half health, Andal's over here. He can't defend the Baron. Gen.G are gonna take it. Oh, the final spark, and Quid locks it down. All right, Lancer's Meganar. The Wallop's going to miss. So is the Q. Missing skill shots. is something that these top laners have done quite a lot this game. It's going to continue happening.
It's okay. It's
Gen.G
okay.
take
It's
the
okay.
Baron.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. They get a relevant soul, right, Atlas? Oh no. Okay, they don't. Okay, they don't. But they have fed Caitlyn. They have a front line. It will
We
be
were
okay.
talking about something interesting before this.
Well,
What was the conversation?
I don't know.
Don't quite remember either. It was really fun though. Oh well. What can we do? FaZe Brenda Gaming says, is it missing or is it dodging? You got to look at the positive side. That is absolutely correct. And I think that is something that I should really work on throughout this cast.
A little worried. Atlas, how did you feel when you knew?
Well, I personally really like Zest, the Protoss player here in Korea. I'm really hoping that he does well at IEM, which is going to be starting next week.
It's one of your worst non sequiturs I've ever heard.
Sorry, when you say like, referring to that thing that we were thinking about before, I just think about what I'm thinking about at the time, and I just go with that.
So Zest, if Zest gets, regardless of obviously,
I think if he gets
Gen.G
enough
win,
immortals, he's just going to win. I don't know whether this is necessarily a Blink Stalker game, but I do think that if he relies on his Robo, then I think we're going to see a really good game.
I really like the early warp tech he went for, but I'm not quite sure whether or not he's going to be able to withstand the SCV count is high here.
Are they going to work here? Not happening yet. He needs to build more gateways.
I don't know if he can withstand this pressure.
I know.
Like
it's just too hard.
All it needs to work. Like his economy is too far behind.
They need to slow down the creep. The spread is just too high.
No,
you can see Courage is walking
Come
so
on,
quickly.
Man, it's clearly a Terran versus Protoss. You can't add more. There's no fur.
Terran doesn't exist in StarCraft 2.
I was talking about SCVs.
Oh, you were?
I was.
I
Never listened to me, man.
I should have been listening, shouldn't I? As winner is going to try and escape here.
They're going to win. It's fine. My hair's okay.
Is it though?
Yes. They have
is
the
it though?
Yes. The inhibitor are down. And then they can free inhibs. You can't come back from free inhibs. You can't.
Oh, unless you kill the
You
Nexus.
Can't.
Well,
right?
Okay, some bullets flying in. There's the flash from Cleaver, who's going to use his ultimate as well. Quid goes golden. Eats a bunch of cooldowns from Kwangdong Freak. Deadly Flourish! And they're looking for it! Goes golden, does the Lux, and is now going to try to escape. The Gnar, though, isn't going to be so lucky. The Elise goes down, and I have a feeling we got some gray hair sneaking into that forehead chronicler. As winner is now going to chase down the Lux. You are super dead, buddy.
No!
The minions might win the game, so there could be that. Hold on to that one.
They can't end because the Nexus is open.
It is naked Nexus time.
I'm not feeling so good, Mr. Atlas.
Who's cooking? Someone's cooking. Someone has been allowed to cook, and I'm pretty sure it's becoming Gen.G.
They have Yumi. I should have known.
Yeah. It's the late game powerhouse combo of Jin Yumi. So, I think Gen.G just really wanted to see you with great hair. Inspirational. Absolutely inspirational.
If Kwangdong can get the Elder Flip right, which with free inhibitors should be definitely a possibility, they can just win the game. If they can coordinate teleports with Lancer and Cleaver, they can just win the game.
Did you ever play Scorched Earth when you were a kid?
No, not familiar.
It's a game where it was on DOS, and you would just have tanks. And that gold graph actually looked like a Scorched Earth map, because it normally has like a canyon in the middle and then comes up to even on the other side. Anyone else really old?
You want people to make boomer jokes?
Yeah. Anyone else really old in the chat? Let me know. Let me know whether you know what Scorched Earth is, because it was a great game. It was absolutely fantastic. Not enough holes for a Scorched Earth. This man knows. All right. We do have the ultimate coming through from the Aurelia. The Elise is immediately dead yet again, though. GA has been popped for Zest. He's in position, but the Aurelia's going to go down. And now they're looking for Bull. The bullets are flying in, and they're going to do it again. They're going to win another teamfight. Bull just barely escapes. But for how long and at what cost?
They still can't get out of base!
Carfe might just die to minions.
Yeah, Carfe actually didn't die there. Bull went for a guild force in the middle of that fight.
But that might lead to close to these minions.
The problem is, they don't have any waves everywhere because 2 inhibitors are down.
So, I think Carfe almost died to minions whilst channeling his ultimate.
No. Look, so initial setup here is nice, but Bull is just barely doesn't have enough damage. If you can watch your cleaver takes down Carfe, and then Bull tries to go for the guild force, and if he gets that kill, they probably are fine. Like, because of the Jin bullets, they can't go for an extended fight. If Bull gets that kill there, game's probably over. But again, it doesn't really matter besides making the overall gold more even. Now, Gen.G has a gold lead. Gen.G has a... Oh my god, it's happening.
There's 35 seconds on an Elder Drake. This is going to come down to an Elder flip, and I guarantee you Freaks are going to win.
They're going in. Wait, they get Baron.
Yeah, that's a big old teleport. Cleaver heading towards this naked Nexus.
Okay.
We've only got seconds remaining on these inhibitors.
No,
as now
you can't die.
What?
You can't die!
Buddy, what do we do? Lancer. Oh no. It's not what we want to see, although, let's see. Does get the Gnar, but the final chapter's going to be there.
Okay, so they get Baron. And again,
they do get
I want to
Baron.
reiterate, they can't leave their base!
Except when they leave their base. That is the only time they can leave their base, is when leaving their base. The Elder, they're going to go back. Now, there are a lot of people heading towards this very open Nexus. It's 4 versus 5.
It's 4
There's
versus
an
5.
opportunity now.
Cleaver's going to die.
Why don't they just leave Quid to just solo? Okay, Quid's just going in. He's going to see what he can do. He goes golden. Now Courage, can you stay alive? Final Spark actually doing a fair bit of damage here.
Yes.
But Quandong Freaks, I think, are finally going to do it. They just got they just got word that Chronicler could have gray hair as Carfe presses his R button. I think maybe by accident. Cocoon is going to connect. And that is a very dead Jin. They held on. Kwandong Freaks almost through. But they got the Nexus in the end. And Chronicler is not going to go gray-haired today.
It really had gone to the point where I was kind of hoping for Gen.G to do it because it would have been amazing. Oh my god, so who do we vote? Who do we vote for?
Who represented the power of friendship most accurately in that game? I'm gonna give it to
I need
can I pass? Do I have to give a POG vote? I do, okay.
Well, I give it to there we go. Here we go. We have
I just did the same vote as last time. I thought Winner played really well. No, that's not true. I actually did think that Courage had a fantastic early game. A lot of the reason why Kwandong Freaks won the game until they didn't was because they got really far ahead.
We were obviously losing our minds, and
yes,
we also saw that Gen.G unfortunately wasn't able to actually close out an in. But it was a really cool example of. We were talking jokingly about StarCraft, right? But I actually think that right there you see
the power of Blink Stalkers.
I wanted to make a good analogy, Atlas. Come on, man. I had a whole thing cooked up. You know, it's really cool. Because
I'm letting you cook.
Because like in RTS, you actually need to be able to defend your base. You need to actually respect the minion waves. Triple inhibitor is almost impossible to come back from, even if you're way stronger, because of specifically the fact that you can never move out of your base. You don't have the vision. The minions themselves are quite a force to be reckoned with. When you get the super minions out there.
Yeah. And sometimes, you know, you blink the wrong direction. And you travel as a Rise into the middle of an enemy team.
Okay, but I want to really take some flack off of Quid there, because collapsing onto that Gnar, I do think is actually the right idea. The problem is that because
was great.
Well, yeah, because they want to hard commit because they're up a member because the Gnar is dead, right? Or was it? No, it was Aurelian they were trying to go in on.
Yeah.
So the idea is correct. it just wasn't enough as the rest of the team wasn't there because they couldn't go because of the open access. As Will Be Andel,
sick play.
actually really good as we lost our collective minds. We forgot
DPM by a Lux
that
is actually pretty nutty from support.
Well, he also built Crown and was still able to do that much damage. So genuinely, to me, really nicely done by him. Great Enchanter play, able to hit a couple of consistent bindings, able to win the early game lane, and then play from there.
Yeah. Man, video games has really happened today. Like, haven't video games been played, like, really hard so far today? Don't you think so?
We might get 7 more games.
Oh, I think it's almost
7.
guaranteed. I think we deserve it.
7 more.
Oh, baby. Well, I mean, next match is going to be T1 versus D plus Kia, so maybe we'll have to actually talk about those.
We will.
Perhaps in the final series, we'll have some time to talk about what everyone really wants, which is nothing of note, really. It is time to go towards some highlights, though, and that means that we are going to be taking a short break. When we get back, the final deciding game of this epic series.
팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger Spring 2023. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Chronicler here, or at least I think I am, as we look to get into game number 3.
Are we real? I don't know.
I don't know. Are we AI?
Could be.
Still something that hasn't been proven one way or the other just yet. What I think that is kind of missing from the Challenger broadcast at the moment is very weird stuff being put behind us. Because right now, this is a green screen. If I was to wear a green shirt, I would disappear into the green screen. And that would be really cool.
Oh, we can be on Summoner's Rift.
We could. We could be anywhere. We could be in the bathroom. We could be in McDonald's. You know, we could be anywhere.
Those are your 2 places.
I just picked 2 random places. Yeah. I'm just saying that we could be on the moon.
Be anywhere.
We could be Mars.
Okay, the moon. That's way cooler.
We could be in the eye of Jupiter.
Sure.
It'd be windy. We'd have to get some fans to really bring it out. Although my hair wouldn't move very much because it just doesn't move it. It's a helmet up here.
I can confirm it's real. It's not. There's nothing's happening there.
It's powerful.
Yeah.
You know. So it may not be necessarily that impactful, but we could, put the fan on you, and your hair would probably move a little bit more than mine.
A little bit. Can you guys communicate or see chat? No, we cannot possibly, unfortunately. We are not real, so.
And would you say that it'd increase your immersion into our Challenger atmosphere if we were to be in random locations every time we're on camera? Just something to think about.
We could be in a kitchen.
We could be in a kitchen.
We could be cooking soup.
We could be allowed to cook. That could be a thing. People have, been suggesting that people be allowed to cook throughout 2023 thus far. So I think that could be a thing. Could it not?
Sure.
Yeah, we could have just a giant XDD behind us.
I feel like there's limits to, just because we can do something doesn't mean we should.
I never said we should do it. I'm just saying that it is possible. That's the thing that we could do.
Well, I feel like by talking about it, you're kind of implying that you want to do it, Atlas. I know you.
I like that there's a lot of XDD happening in the chat right now. I appreciate that, everyone. I don't even think that, I don't think it's been enabled
Atlas,
in our stream chat, but it's still happening.
If you had to cook one dish for someone,
yeah,
you wanted to really impress them, what's your one dish?
Oh, I got a couple of defaults. I've got a white wine cream sauce salmon and peas pasta that is extraordinarily easy.
Sounds good.
But also tasty. I've got a spicy chicken that I also really like. One of Jamie Oliver's that I learned how to cook 15 years ago. And I still go with it. Cereal is also a good one, but you wouldn't really call it cooking, would you? Microwaving your Weet-Bix does not count. I'm sorry, guys. It's just not how that one works.
You eat Weet-Bix hot?
People do. People have done that before.
I guess it still wouldn't count as cooking.
When are we seeing the Korean barbecue on stream? Classified 13? Not entirely sure. We have no changes to the rosters here as we jump into the draft for game number 3. The exhilarating 3rd installment of Kwangdong Freaks versus Gen.G Global Academy. Heimerdinger and Karma going to be taken away here as Losper is a terrifying player. Allowing him to play champions is a bad move. Caitlyn and Varus also hitting the bench here as Lucian's currently banned also. So 5 support bans. Absolutely amazing.
No.
What are you talking about? 5 support bans?
3 at most.
Okay.
I'll allow 3.
We'll look for the 6th support ban to come through here as Gen.G considers banning Yuumi, but the Elise is going to be taken away instead. So, Lancer.
Maokai.
What are we doing? Maokai
B1?
Definitely an option. Sejuani an option.
Little B1. He's doing B1
Bit of Yuumi.
Sej.
Bit of B1 Yuumi.
No. B1 Maokai.
Ooh, technically it's 6 support bans, right? Because Lehens has actually
is not
played
in this game.
But he has played for Gen.G. Losper has played behind him, and he has also played support Elise. As Ash does come through as the support of choice.
Ooh, are we going to see the Jin Mao response again? I actually quite like that. Last time we saw it was used by Gen.G yesterday. Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. I don't know, time blends together.
It does. It does indeed.
As much League of Legends as we do as going to be the Sedge instead. That's really interesting. I actually like the Maokai in his current state a lot. I think that the pick also has a decent amount of utility into the Ashe specifically.
Why not both? Because Sejuani's a support.
Ooh, well, no, you can play top Sedge, but you wouldn't lock it on first rotation. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. I don't think.
Oh, that's...
oh, we're back.
Gen.G really trying their very best to not win, is what I'm kind of seeing here. Kwangdong Freaks, let's see how they round out this first round of picks. There's a lot of rounds. There's a lot of round. Randall? That's my dad's name.
Ran down, as in because they locked in Zeri.
Oh yes, well they definitely have began that. Tree, going to be employed.
Kwangdong is assembling a lot of pieces.
Ashe
really
Yumi.
Matter.
Let's go Ashe Yumi. Cleaver just going to lock away his Yone. Love to see it. Love to see it. Quid can answer the Yone now if he would like to. Not entirely sure what he's going to go. Is it going to be a brotherly battle as the Yumi is going to come in? So never mind. I was just hoping to just lock the Yasuo. And then they play Zeri mid lane with Sejuani Yasuo bot lane. Because I reckon Zeri just great into Yone. It's just a great matchup, as you guys know. Really, really good for the Zeri in mid.
I'd love to live in your mind for one day. See what it's like there.
Oh, you wouldn't. No one could handle that. All right, so got some bans to come through now, as I believe we're going to look for either AD carry bans or, of course, support bans on the Gen.G side of things. Draven to be taken away from Bull.
Great ban. Love that. And Kalista as well, maybe?
Ooh, yeah. Kalista support could be an option.
Yeah, or AD carry. I don't really know.
Pretty amazing that we've got 8 support bans.
Not Rise. Come on, Atlas.
Support, nah? That's crazy. But I could see it.
What the worst part is you are doing it on purpose, and I know that. But the knowledge does not help me. As oh no.
Hey, it's the Kips is already. He's told me that support Nara is actually good. So there we go. Akali going to be locked away here. Akali versus Yone. Oof, that sounds like a matchup. Bull and Andal now to lock away some champions here. We'll see what Bull's going to go with.
Could also still be an Akali flex.
Ooh, that's that Kalista you were talking about. Could be support, could be AD carry,
there's
could
not
be top
a lot
lane.
of options left, so I felt fairly safe that Kalista was likely. We just don't know who's playing what. I would expect it to be Kalista AD carry with Ashe support, but we'll
Still
find
a
out.
flex pick all around the map right now. Right now I'm assuming that it's going to be Maokai Kalista bottom lane with Ashe in mid lane, Yone jungle, and then they will pick something else. For the top side of the map, I'd imagine Kennen is likely, but Fiora is fine. So there we go. Fiora going to be locked away. Double AD, love to see it. Maokai, soul magic damage, going to be doing a lot of work there. As there is that Kennen that we were talking about. We'll see whether it's going to be of the AD variety that we saw Zeus pick up for T1 in the LCK. This is Challenger, certainly a lot more experimental play to be going on, and Kennen, the AD variety, could be the option. Also, really does a number on Fiora in lane.
As this is the most likely setup for Gen.G, I don't expect there to be any changes in terms of who goes where. Only one that we might keep an eye out for is Bull and Andal, but I expect it to stay the same way as it is right now. And overall, the Kwangdong composition, ton of hard engage. Yone as a pick, I think quite strong, but I am worried that if Courage can get on top of Carfe, the Zeri can get a lot done. And if Zest actually goes for the AD cannon and plays it out well, then I don't know if Fiora is really going to be able to find any pressure inside. And if you don't, then even though AD cannon obviously doesn't love team fighting, I still feel like he would do a better job. Actually, I don't know if he does a better job than Fiora. He really is kind of just a split push exclusive champion, and Kwangdong's engage is good. So, all in all, a lot of options here for both teams. I like the early pressure from Kwangdong a lot more, but I do think the Gen.G top side is quite strong, and their 6 spikes are really good as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited about the cannon, even in teamfights, just because you press R and stand on top of Zeri and kind of block the opponents from being able to do stuff if that Slicing Maelstrom's there. So, pretty exciting. We're very, very close to hopping onto the Rift for the deciding game between Quandong Freaks and Gen.G. Quandong Freaks fresh off a victory in game number 2 and their previous series. Gen.G struggling a little bit in game 2, but their game 1 was absolutely fantastic. We are quite literally on the edge of our seats. Let's hop into it. Hell
Perfect.
yeah, nailed it. I hope you guys at home were ing with us. That is indeed a verb. And if you didn't do it, then I would be very upset. Yeah? All right, can't say your name, but I appreciate you for saying yeah. All right, Dududunga. Oh,
I remember. It is indeed AD Cannon.
and it's Embryage. How
like
you
it.
doing, man? It's been a while.
There is lethal tempo. So, overall, I also want to pay attention to the choice here by LSB. We have seen Yumi's go more often for this Guardian type style when you want to go for very early aggressive trades. Callan did this as well, although if I remember correctly, he went like all in. He went for the, what was it, like, I think he went Shield Bash, definitely went Bone Plating as well, so like really...
Ooh, love
Yeah.
Shield Bash. That is actually
really
kind of
going
dope.
in hard. Well, also do note, LSB has gone for the tank support item here. So he's not Quid.
Quid.
Should be fine. I mean, his level 1's not going to feel great. Gonna have to start E, which is very sad.
Yep.
But nicely done there by Quandong. Cute little flank.
Indeed.
But will also help them, hopefully, with maybe having a little bit more options in terms of controlling the wave, because Zeri, as of just by herself, has great shove. And if you add LSB's ability to get in the executes, maybe they can contest level 2 a little bit better than they usually would. Problem is this.
Wow, that is a tempo heal to be
Yeah.
used on both sides. Kafe's in a bit of trouble, and there is the Rend. And so
This
Bull
is-
really asserting his dominance.
Yeah, this is the problem, that even with the setup that Gen.G is running, which is specifically tries to be as strong as possible into what Bull and Ando are doing here, this is the current state of bot lane. And it's not very fun.
No, it's bad. And look, Gen.G, should they actually get any sympathy for this? Because they saw what was happening kind of face up after the Ashe was locked in. So they made their bed. Let's see whether they're going to be comfortable while they sleep in it as Winter? Winner. It was the Freljordian option as far as the champion was concerned that did distract me momentarily. Bramble Smash there from Courage.
Oh, no problem, old chap.
All right, thank you.
Oh, indubitably.
Well, 3v3 here on the bottom
Still
side.
level. Oh, they hit level 2. That's big. Now you can't dive anymore.
And Courage is going to get news of that. And he's going to look to make his way out. Okay, Bull and Andal still being frustrating. But it looks like Gen.G are still in the game. And if they weren't, then we would get a pause. So,
Look at that.
yeah.
Winner expertly using a Sejuani passive to be resistant to the sapling slow. Unbelievable gameplay.
I drink liquid. That's actually a really good question. What is this casting?
We don't know.
Casting is currently on the bench. Zest was subbed in after game 1, and
They did a really good job
looking forward
into.
to we're looking forward to seeing you know, casting play again, but he's just not there right now. But good question. Thank you for figuring that one out. As yes, we are Zesters now. We are Zesters. Cleaver doing a bit of damage here to Quid. As now Courage going to make his way over. There's the flash twisted advance. He's under the turret, but I think Quid is still dead. And first blood goes to the Yone.
Very nicely done. Unfortunately for Quid, even with the flash, Courage not in a position where he is risked at all. And if we've seen anything this game, is that early laning phase is everything. And thus far, Courage able to get the better of. And Gen.G could have picked up this Maokai. It was available.
Yeah.
Went for Sejuani instead.
Well, Gen.G really struggling. There's one part of the game that they've not been able to hit the nail on the head in, and that is the draft so far. But Winner is going to come on over, see whether he can discourage Courage from taking his Blue Sentinel. very awkward way of
I liked it. I thought it was nice.
talking about it. I apologize.
I think it's okay. I actually don't think. Oh, we're still okay. We're still doing this. Okay, we're not giving up.
Well, we'll
long as
see if
Botman
Winner
doesn't
has the
die.
courage. As he is
Oh
going to
my
look
God.
for it. Oh, God.
The timing.
This
He
is
knows.
actually the true storyline, as
he-
Courage just
he-
takes his blue buff and walks away. Winner wastes all of his time. It's all right. Carpe's going to go home, take his cat with him.
I actually do have to again give credit to Lospa. I think that this setup is quite well done, and even though Winner didn't get the blue buff, I do think there is still a considerable amount of value to him keeping track of Courage, because it is allowing Zest to play as aggressive as he does, right? So Zest going to be able to shove in the next wave, and Lancer is either going to have to risk taking more harassment, or what's most likely right now, giving up a plate. And then when Zest goes for his first back, he's going to be very, very strong, right? Like, the amount of pressure that this cannon is going to be able to put out is going to be substantial. Ooh, 6 is hit. They should try to, at the very least, force something from Cleaver here.
Yeah, let's see what he can do. Quid doesn't have flash, but Cleaver pretty far pushed up in this lane. And Winner is going to back away for the moment. Looking to exit the area. Quid will at least have some leeway with his jungler somewhat nearby. And oh, there's a cancel of the back once again. All right, Cleaver, the unbound soul is going to mean that he has to go all the way back there, but the ulti comes through. There's the backflip. Quid goes into his shroud and will now back away. Andal was moving up. And it looks like Gen.G won't be able to find too much outside of the flash.
And for Gen.G, do have to use Lospa's heal, which might actually be a problem later on for the bot side of the map. But getting rid of Yone's flash is quite nice. Also means that in a possible fight, because I do actually think that if Gen.G has a good position, they have a chance at contesting a dragon or an early herald. At the very least going for a cross map. But it's not looking very hard, and they might get dove on bot side as well. Carpe does have some, so that's nice.
Yeah. He does have some buttons that he can press. No heal, as Andals is back up again, but Lospa had to use it twice. Been getting a lot of value out of it, though. You love to see it. If you think about it, heal is just a little bit better zoomies. So he gets to press the same button kind of twice.
Nice.
Bit of fun there. Bit of trivia for you guys. As Zest and Lancer just booping one another with their abilities. Not really a lane that we need to focus on too much, but we do have confirmation, of course. Lethal Tempo gave us a bit of an idea, but Zest heading towards the AD cannon. Shield Bow, Ginsu's, things like that could be coming in. Does like Titanic Hydra with this champion as well. A few different options.
So, you want me to summarize the essay I read yesterday on why the prevalence of AD supports is so high at the moment?
Something range, something.
No, it's actually, there's a lot of elements to it. It was quite insightful.
Okay.
This is the first time, I think, in the entirety of today that I'm genuinely looking for a educational angle.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, there is a couple of aspects. It's a combination of factors, and this is all me paraphrasing from Orcs. If you don't know him, he was an LPL caster before. What he's doing right now is, as of yet, unknown. But he wrote pretty extensively, used to be a professional sport, about why these AD carries in the sport are also strong. And it's a couple of things. Umbroglaive is one of them. Umbroglaive allows you to, once you snowball, set up very aggressive vision control. But how do they so consistently snowball? And that's where it gets really interesting, because a large part of that is, it started with specifically Ashe, because Ashe is able to stack her sickle extremely fast because of her Q, right? So Halo Blades plus Q means that both you're untouchable level 1, you win level 1 against almost any champion, because on the longer trade they can't really get a lot done. And even if you do go volley, which we often also see, you will still not be able to win the extended trades, because you'll still be under the influence of cheap shot, which makes trading very hard, as Winner just walks up and gets a free objective, I guess, as Lospa is probably dead.
Fate's Call does come in. Carpe doing a bit of damage, but he backs away. And the You and Me comes in. Rend is still going to activate on the cat. That's why Callista can be very, very good into the Yuumi.
I think it was already rendered.
She will go down.
I wonder what caused the kill there. Because I think the Rend was already used. Interesting. Oh, nice buffer.
Very, very nicely done. Cleaver still going to die, though, as the backflip comes in. Perfect execution is exactly that. Squid's going to get out.
I get a replay. The interrupt there was really big, though, on the Yumi W. As...
I believe you still take damage.
Well, I think
if
it was...
you're
Let's
inside
check.
your
No, but I'm pretty sure that the rend comes out earlier, because we see the spears on Lost Spot disappear here.
Oh, yeah.
So...
Oh, did he get the reset? He got the reset from a minion.
Might be, yeah.
So he
Able
got
to
the
get,
minion
and he got
reset,
like one,
then
he
got
had
an
like one more
extra
spear.
one in there. Yeah.
So...
Very cute.
Back to learning. That's why you're here. In
True.
challengers. As a winner, it's going on a journey.
All right.
But it ends with
he's
him
going to
dying.
get challenged pretty grandiosely here, as Lancer does end up
yes.
taking him down, creating a field on the ground of the healing variety. We'll need to go back towards that top side now, though.
Zest being a shining light, yet again.
Indeed.
So, learning. I already talked a little bit about specifically the Ashe. So, Sickle gets finished extremely quickly because even like all-in supports can't contest level 1 control of the wave. So as a result, you have to seed level 2, which means you're going to be shoved underneath your turret, which means you're going to take a lot of poke. So Ashe stacks her item very quickly. So on her first back, she already generally is able to, even if she doesn't finish it, be quite close, which means she can pick up an early sweeper, and that gives the bot lane the control that it needs, because your double shoving bot lane is Zest.
That's a cute little flash. Lancer going to riposte, though, and that means that Zest just looks a little bit silly. Winner's coming over, though. The back. Will it complete? The answer is oh, it almost did! And Lancer interrupted it himself! Oh dear, Winner is going to pick up turret aggro, and that means Zest survives.
Very nicely done there by the Gen.G top side. And they need those kills, because overall the game state isn't great, but I do think that this is one of the games just because of the Zarya and the Yumi, as we saw last game. No lead is insurmountable when you have a Yumi and a Dream. So, hey, they are going to get bullied off their turret, and generally, when you can get one of two lanes ahead, bot lane is the better choice. Ooh, Quid.
Yeah, nice little backflip there, as there's the perfect execution, and the Q will connect. Quid picking up the solo kill onto Cleaver.
Doesn't even need to flash.
Gorgeous stuff. Fate's Call is going to bring the Ashe back once again. Final chapter is decent, as Andal's going to have to flash to get out of the way. Nature's Grasp coming in here as Courage looking to chase this one down, and Winner goes, but at least the Zeri survives with her pet cat alongside.
And that's first turbo as well. So Kwano actually doing a great job here at snowballing the early game, getting Kalista further ahead. And they need to, because a fat Akali is not very fun for a Kalista to play into, and is going to be a problem. Quid doesn't even have level 11 yet. Right? Doesn't need to use his flash either. And initially, this looks pretty good, but this is actually very well baited out from Guangdong, because they both know that they are about to get the turret. And Andal going low doesn't matter, because in a way, you know, Kalista Ultimate was the original Yumi W.
Indeed.
Just drag her back to safety. She'll be completely fine. That's 2 Drakes now. Fortunately for Gen.G, this is a pretty subpar Drake. So overall, somewhat of a salvageable situation, as Gen.G, as mentioned, winning top. That's about the only big win they're getting. Although the kills from Quid, I think, are going to start to matter, because Courage is going to have the sole job of making sure... Oh my god.
This is interesting.
Oh,
Winner
okay.
did not spot him, though.
The sole job of making sure that Akali doesn't kill the entire backline. And that's going to be a tough job, because Akali is already fed and
Indeed.
sitting on a 4-stack Dark Seal. So, and what we see right now in Ashe is where the inevitable conclusion was going. So you have a double shoving bot lane,
Yep.
right? That gets full control of vision early on, because they finished the item very quickly. And then, because of that, they're accelerated both in terms of gold, accelerated in vision, so they can keep shoving, so they can keep getting more plates, because they don't have to be afraid of the jungle, because they know what's going on. And then those plates get turned into an early Umberglaive. And it's basically that whole sequence combined with like micro interactions, like Ashe, for example, being able to finish it very quickly because of how her Q works, right? But even on other supports, we've seen Caitlyn do this exact same thing, just by being able to be a nuisance early on. You snowball extremely efficiently. There isn't really a counter, because traditional counters like all-ins don't work when you are going to be half health, or your AD carry is half health. And it needs to go, because it's not great.
Yeah, it's not displaying a heck of a lot of balance. It's absolutely right. Raptor Camp going to be taken here by the Kwangdong Freaks, but it looks like the Brambleback will belong to winner.
I know you might ask, is it a smart idea to read essays on a game after you've casted 6 days of it? No. I don't think it is.
Well, I mean, it depends how dedicated to your craft you are.
I guess. Would you?
No. No, just not that dedicated. Dedicated a little bit more to salvaging what remains of my sanity.
I thought you were going to say Twitch chat.
Well, Twitch chat as well. 4Doos, hi, I'm glad you're here. Very, very keen to see how your chatting experience goes now that you have arrived at Twitch chat. Freak did indeed make a few videos about the bottom lane as well. He is in charge with doing a lot of the changing of it as well. So looking forward to seeing how the future patches are going to go as far as mitigating this problem that you have illustrated to us. Okay, bit of a team fight here. Grand challenge comes through. Winner immediately taken down. And Gen.G, not a whole lot that they can do about it. This is what we were talking about, those Zest standing on top of Cafe. Yeah, making sure that the little Zeri is as alive as she possibly can be. But that ultimate does have a decent cooldown. And so now a big window where Gen.G have to be very careful.
So they can actually win those fights if Quid gets backline access, but they were kind of disjointed. And it's tough for Gen.G, especially with a team that, again, these players are all very young. If you think they're bad, you're kind of a dummy. But they definitely are a lot less smart than the players you're used to seeing in your day-to-day LCK games. And if Winner dies just a little bit slower here, they're fine, right? Like, and he does have flash available, so if they can play that out a little differently, and Quid actually comes in there, as long as they can bear the initial brunt of the engage, they can actually win fights. But because they don't, and immediately the front line's gone, it's not really any angle for the fight to work out. And the engage from Kwangdong is quite good, right? You see there as well, you have both your Maokai, who's able to throw an ultimate, then Cleaver immediately can follow up together with Ando as well. So a lot of team fighting power there from Kwangdong. And for Gen.G, to me, their big challenge this game is how do you navigate that initial burst? Because longer fights, right now you won't win. But like later in the game, you 100% will. When your Zeri actually gets online with your Yuumi, as long as you can bear that initial brunt.
Well, Bull is getting towards some items as well, so hitting a mid-game where the Callista will actually be quite powerful. Does have that Ginsu's Rage Blade almost online. And that will be definitely a power spike here for Kwangdong Freaks. But like you say, things do generally slow down a little bit for this composition. It is about a 2,000 gold lead, however, so Gen.G, some work to be done.
Atlas, let's play the classic challenger game.
What's that?
Who wins this game?
Kwangdong Freaks. As Glacial Prison comes down, Courage taking a heck of a lot of damage, and he will die first. Cafe going to pick that one up as I change my mind. I think it's going to be Gen.G. Grand Challenge has been issued, but Lancer is still going to die. That's a double now. Certification? Question mark? I don't think so, not just yet, as Cafe standing his ground. He's got a cat, but he's now dead. Zest going to have to flash to get himself out of this one as Quid. He's still extremely dangerous, but doesn't have his ulti. As I change my mind back again, Kwangdong Freaks will win.
As we get Savior in the chat. If you're not familiar, ERL support, great guy. Knew him when he would play back in the Benelux with some insightful comments, even with a yellow support item, as we mentioned previously. Good for lane, but you won't have a lot of mana, and with the way Zumi's work now, that is kind of rough. Not having mana regen on Yuumi does mean that in these longer fights, can run into some issues.
Well, SNP Fighter 1v9, Zest is indeed AD, so that you can win the laning phase against Fiora.
And keep winning, which is nice. Also, in this composition, I do think giving Akali Soul AP is nice. Gives her a lot more agencies. Oh.
Well, speaking of agency, she doesn't have very much at the moment. Fiora going to take down the Sejuani here, and Quid just forced to run the heck away. Zumi's was used to allow Quid to at least not be mega dead, but he's still having to go back to the fountain. That means that Soul Point is now claimed for Kwangdong Freaks, and it means basically nothing because it's Chemtech Soul. But cool. Nice work. They get closer to health.
And to see a great example of why Ash support is first picked and why you probably should ban it and not give it to your opponents is Andil and just in general Kwangdong having a lot of control. Now this initial fight looks a little bit sussy. Really nice exhaust there in Cleaver, which is one of the main things that keeps them alive. Lancer also going a little bit too over the top, but then here, just for a second, Gen.G's a little disjointed, right? You see them go in, Parfait
Yeah.
walks forward, and the rest of the team is backing out. And that moment means that Bull gets to stack spears. And right now, Bull is extremely strong, very, very fed. So if you play that perfectly, you might be fine. If you back over everyone, you might be fine. But they kind of didn't do either. That's very punishing. And now Kwangdong taking further control of the game. I will firmly hold to my Gen.G prediction because I've seen Kwangdong almost lose the game previously.
Yes, they definitely did. They were about as close to winning as they could be, or close to throwing as they could be without actually throwing. Savy did ask your question, is Umbral better first item? You did also explain why Umbral is better first item.
I'm with Oxer. I think that the power, both in terms of components and just being able to trade better right into the laning phase that Umbral provides you because of the Dirk spike is really good. But also, like, it inflates your vision score so much, right? And they're running zombie ward, so what happens is you also get a ton of extra AD from that. I think it's 18 from the top of my head that you're able to build up with just your zombie ward, right? And you also have sweeper, so actually setting up any form of vision for Gen.G becomes very hard. So you deny quit as well, and I think the mandate damage comparatively just doesn't offer the same thing.
Yep. I do want to confirm, Lunel just did let everyone know, but this is indeed a rebroadcast from 3 years ago.
Yeah, all these players have already been shipped off to the ERLs.
Yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying the 2020 League of Legends.
I think
it is somehow on a patch with Zeri available, but still, it is indeed a rebroadcast Bully Fins. So thank you for the question. And that's why the color contrast is off. Yeah, Makina, you are absolutely right. Pretty cool that we managed to get time traveling ability as far as chat is concerned. But that's just it's one of those things. It's a lost technology from 3 years ago.
Time travel.
Yeah. Yeah.
That seems like it's true.
I think we decided that it just wasn't. It wasn't going to make enough money. The ad revenue wasn't good enough on time travel.
The ad revenue.
Yeah, not enough ad revenue.
Okay.
That was it.
Cool.
Yep. Yeah, 2020 was actually 3 years ago, isn't that weird?
Well,
Brady, yeah,
like
no,
2
we
years,
do
right?
know a fair bit about time travel.
Because the year's not over yet.
Oh yeah,
I guess.
it's a good point. But I don't know, it's close enough.
It really is.
Yeah. Gold exists in this game. 10 players have some.
I feel like
A few more of them on Quantum Freaks have more.
A bit of an energy dip, Atlas. Who would have thought? We're only in game 3 out of a possible 9.
It's true. Gonna have to conserve our energy as we slowly but surely make our way towards the next team fight. 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Quid making his way over, looking for an angle.
Shirelius has been popped.
They are running towards them, but Kwangdong guiding back very nicely here.
Yep, distracted by some wards to kill.
Don't forget about Yone. Cleaver making his way towards that bot side turret.
Don't you love side lanes? As indeed they are actually playing out some 1-3-1 relatively nicely here. You can see Cleaver going to be able to take this turret. Meanwhile, Lance is backing off because he saw Zest move towards his lane. And they know that the Yone can just take the objective.
You might think, shouldn't Gen.G try to contest this Drake? Well, one, they can't really. Not in a great position right now. But more importantly, does Hextech or Chemtech Drake rather really matter? And I would personally argue no. Not
It does
particularly.
matter because it's an avenue towards an Elder Drake.
Well, maybe we can get an Elder flip. No, I personally wouldn't mind.
Yeah. Might be in Quantum Freaks' best interest to give the rest of the Drakes to
Vision
Gen.G.
denied. Winner going in nonetheless. Fearless play.
All right, does manage to find himself an ultimate. There's a final chapter as well as Courage. He can keep himself untargetable for a little bit. That's a decent Bramble Smash as Winner goes down. Oh, these are some heavy wallets, are they not? We're witnessing them crash down on the heads of Gen.G after they play relatively well. Quid goes golden and is likely to die. Oh, able to backflip his way out of it.
Nicely done.
So never you mind. 1 kill in exchange for 3. I think doing the math just quickly, that is better for Kwangdong Freaks. Also killing everyone on the enemy team is going to be a positive move, I think, here for the Kwangdong Freaks.
Exquisite gameplay here from Kwangdong.
Indeed.
Able to simultaneously win the team fight.
Not a
move
bad
towards
rally.
Baron, although they are having some issues. I am not certain. That's shield wall procced.
Yeah. Lance is going to be able to
There
take
is
it in a
also a
turret.
winner on his way. I am having serious second thoughts here, Atlas.
Well,
Oh my god, he could have made it.
the rend does come in.
He had the big blast cones. He didn't know.
Ooh, he did have a bit of extra blasty time. This is a replay. Yep,
As
it's still a replay.
unfortunately for Gen.G, their initial setup attempting to use the Sejuani to tank a lot of the damage coming, or the root rather, from the Maokai doesn't quite work. And then they all run in together afterwards and get hit by a multi-man knock-up from the Kalista. As a result, getting absolutely boomed.
All right.
Yeah,
I've
well
got
done there.
I've got a fun quiz. As Kwandong Freaks
Yes.
taking down this Drake, I would like to ask the chat. Okay, never mind.
We're going in again.
Would have a bit of an engage. Quid trying to take down the Yone. They do so. The Dragon goes the way of Kwandong Freaks, but can they win the fight is the question. The answer is a resounding yes, as the Fiora's challenge is met with chaos and disaster from Gen.G. Losper, the last cat standing. And this should be the end of the game. And what my fun little thing was going to be is I was going to place my microphone on a different portion of my face and ask chat where it is. But I don't think I'm going to have time to do so. We'll have to save that little piece of entertainment for the next series, as Kwandong Freaks just going to walk up the mid lane and finish the game.
And as the discussion regarding Yuumi itemization in this game comes to a close, as this game does as well, we find ourselves asking the question,
Yeah.
does any of it matter? What is going on and what am I watching?
Well, Bull is dancing around the Nexus, and he will allow us to reconvene for the answer of that question after this series, as Kwandong Freaks will be able to pick this one up. Where are we going to throw the votes? Is a big question here.
I have made my call. I am waiting for you, Atlas.
Indeed. Are you
doing the Joker from The Dark Knight?
Yeah, I think I might join you on that one.
Nice. Thank you very much. As we kid, we joke, but a very important win here for Kwandong Freaks. We also see the same issue still plaguing Gen.G, because as much as I agree with your call, chat, regarding the itemization choices, I do think Moonstone would have been quite nice there, because you are not playing into an enemy team that runs a Shirellia, so you don't run the risk of kind of being counted out there. And more importantly, you have enough hard engage, and if you don't hard engage, I guarantee you the enemy team will. So I would have been on board with that, but I also think it's important to again note that going into itemization and like micro decisions of players is just not going to matter as much, because this is challengers. We literally saw Kwandong Freaks almost lose a game from a 12k gold lead.
We did see that.
So I just want to remind you that I love itemization talk, just don't overestimate its importance in these matches, because it's challenger, it's messy, but a very important win here for the Kwandong Freaks.
Absolutely. This is their second in a row now, as they were able to take down Brion earlier on. However, Brion are struggling the most out of any other team here in Challenger. So Kwandong Freaks being able to line one up against Gen.G, another struggling team. However, the next team that they needed to take down on their road to redemption.
And we have been joking around. We joke around more in general in Challengers, and I'm sure we will. I just want to make sure that everyone that's still around right now stick around for the next match as well. We're gonna close this off with the respect that it deserves, because this is again an important match for Kwangdong. But T1 D+ is next. My guess, there's about 4 future LCK winners on those two teams combined. Yeah. So if you're like watching this, you're like, oh, I'm having a good time, but where is the good league? Don't worry, it's coming.
I know exactly what you need to do. You need to smash that follow button, guys. We need to get that follower list up to a much higher number than 5,000. There are nowhere near enough people following this, and the quality of League of Legends that's going to be coming up is just absurd.
To me,
and I'm not even kidding, actually. T1 versus D+ Gear will be a great series.
The big thing is Andos play today. In watching Kwangdong over the last about year and a half, they have had a very consistent issue that it was either their solo lanes popping off, sometimes the help of their jungler at the time, Citrus, but it was the Ilma and Bulldog show. And seeing this team actually be able to utilize Bull better and having a support that seemingly, I think, had a great series here thus far, is very promising and might actually help them kind of grow into a much more well-rounded team after they have been so sorely set back with the loss of Bulldog, who, even though Kwangdong Freaks is on a rough time currently in the LCK, to me still player that I will be excited for going forward into the next couple of years.
No, 100%. This damage graph is absolutely hilarious with the just sheer amount of damage that the Ashe managed to do. Bull's going to pick it up on his Kalista. They were both of our votes, 7-0 and 6. And this is actually the first time we've seen AD Kalista here in Korea thus far this year, which is kind of cute. We did see the support Kalista from Carrier, but I don't know whether that counts. He just picks anything with a ranged auto attack and makes it look like it fits into the support role. So looking forward what the next one's going to be. But Bull actually just had a really great game on the Kalista this time around.
Really did. Showcasing how the pick can work if you can snowball. Killer instinct in the mid-game teamfights as well. In the way that we've seen many Kalistas. LCK notably as well, although that was more so last year, able to consistently find these early game angles. And Bull is been a player that at times was alright, but never really impressed me. And if the Kwangdong bot lane can continue their development, can continue their performance, and maybe the team can grow into one of the powerhouses of challengers. Now, taking down Brion and Gen.G is not really going to make us believe just yet. But, you know, a 1,000-mile journey starts with a single step, Atlas.
It absolutely does. You just need to walk out your door.
And Kalista takes a lot of
on your
steps.
way. Yeah, she does.
A lot.
And a lot of hops.
A lot of them.
So that is going to be our first series of the day. Thankfully, everyone, there is plenty more where that comes from, as D+K are going to be taking to the Rift against T1, and then we have DRX facing off against somebody else a bit later on. It's hard to remember exactly. It's Sandbox. Yeah, DRX versus Live Sandbox. This was in the LCK. Would be a clash of bottom tier teams here in Challenger. Well, actually, no.
Sandbox is third.
Sandbox is like third, so never mind. I still have it in my mind after their
it's
loss
the
to
D+K.
Yeah.
That game was rough.
It really did number to
That
me,
game
and
was
my
tough.
ability to perceive Live Sandbox as anything other than not a team that is super great. However, they are definitely doing a lot better in the LCK.
Where
so
is
it would have been
Ji-sun?
ooh.
I know. Good question.
Where
She's
is-
taking a day off. Can you imagine?
I highly doubt she's taking a day off. I did ask her
Actually,
to watch
it's
Challenger.
Ji-sun. She probably is working.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. There was a question that came in for you, because this is the time where we do start to have a bit of a chat to
Yeah,
you guys. You're
it's our community
right in
time.
front of us, so we can have a bit of a chat with you. But I did save a question from previously.
Hit me.
This is from Studio Kimbap, who says, Chronicler, please talk about your cameo in Begin Again.
Oh yeah, I went to a show with Valdez and Bang and Ji-sun, and there were some great Korean artists, and it was really good. Yeah,
Cool.
those Korean songs may have shed a tear when one of them sang a beautiful ballad. It was great. I had a wonderful night.
You cameoed, though? What's the
Well, I
cameo
mean, I
about?
don't know. I guess there was just film crews, so I guess they saw, that guy is, those guys are there, and that was it. I don't know. I don't feel like I was asked a question.
What
Which was
emotion
fun.
would you say you brought to the recording?
Quiet contemplation with a touch of tears.
Mild enthusiasm? No?
I'm always enthusiastic, you know
Yeah,
me.
there we go. So there's a bit of a taste of that as well. So some quiet reflection and enthusiasm.
Yeah,
Very cool.
some refreshment.
Okay.
It felt
Bit of emotion.
felt very nice. It's really, really great. Quite a great evening. Although I do have to say that we waited about like an hour and a half in the cold beforehand because there were some issues, which wasn't great.
Yeah.
But outside of that, stellar night.
Good times. All right. I didn't have an opportunity to go myself, but I feel like I was there with that rendition of the evening. So really feeling fantastic. Shin Winter is very confused about something somebody else has said. So I can't actually see what that is.
Ji-sun actually did translate as well because they asked me a question in Korean. And
Oh, King Quack. T1 does play today.
they do. They play next.
You should not go to sleep. Fake it coming
Well,
up in the next match.
So that's a lie. Don't trust Atlas. And secondly, what's important is that you get enough sleep. Sleep is actually very important for a healthy lifestyle. And I want all my chatters to stay healthy. Okay?
Oh, Astro Nautilus. We don't hate Nautilus. What are you talking about? Effort's Nautilus was actually very good the other day. We very much enjoyed it. So you just stop. You just stop that.
Favorite kind of cheese? Oh, that's a toughie. I just like Dutch. The Dutch in general have great cheeses. The most popular one, of course, is Gouda, aka
Of course.
Gouda.
Ah.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I see what you did there.
It's Gouda.
Yeah.
Don't try to pronounce it if you're not Dutch. It's not a great word.
Wasn't
It's actually
going
a
to.
city.
Is it?
Yeah, Gouda. I mean, a lot of cheeses are a city. Roquefort is another one from the top of my head.
Do you know there's a lot of sausage that is a city as well?
Don't you go there
Like
again.
Strasbourg?
That's a deep challenger lore right there.
It is indeed. My favorite cheese is probably an aged cheddar. I had a delicious Mersey Valley from, it's an Australian, I think it's Victorian cheese. Anyway, but it has like cracked pepper in it as well. It's aged cheddar with cracked pepper. Absolutely beautiful. You have that on a
Delicious.
Savoy, and you are just having the greatest time
Nice.
of your life. You can also get cracked pepper Savoys if you're obsessed with cracked pepper, like I am. It's very, very good. Very, very good. 064 says a blue cheese is the best cheese, and cheesed. He said blue cheese is the best cheesed. But I
like
assume
it.
that's a typo.
But to me, it is a bit more limited in its applications. I'm always down for more neutral cheeses. I do think that that type of cheese can be a little bit much.
Yep.
But
Oh,
I
hi, Alice. Just
appreciate
wanted
it
to say
for what it
hi from
brings.
Sydney. Also happy and relieved that Chronicler didn't need to dye his hair crying laughing emoji. Yeah. We're also very happy about that also. Although I would have liked to see the old man grey hair.
It would not be old man gray hair. It would be like, I don't think it'd be great for my skin tone, light hair.
Well, I
I
mean,
feel like it'd look weird.
down the line, you're probably going to have no choice. You may as well check it out early. You know? Won't your hair eventually go grey?
Is this where I bring up you going bald and complaining about it a lot and then doing it, even though eventually you'll go bald anyway?
I'm not going to go bald. Why would you say that? Does this hair look like it's leaving?
I mean, not right now. That's for sure. Even if it wasn't, wasn't attached to your head, it would have nowhere to go.
No, exactly. And I
Couldn't
actually
leave.
just peel it off every night, and then it grows back by the morning.
I thought you said you were
because,
just
like,
wearing a
this-
helmet.
This doesn't actually it doesn't wash out. Like that doesn't happen. So if I go
Surely.
bald, then it's going to be a pretty ridiculous experience. The camera shows the bald spot. Okay, now I am very, very self-conscious. So I appreciate that. This is why we don't read Twitch chat, isn't it?
It's so bad for
This
you.
is 100% the reason why. Because now I'm just
Like, you want me to do a spot check, scalp check?
yeah. Please, just
No, you're good, man. Will you go down a little bit more?
okay.
No, I think you're fine.
Okay.
I'm saying no, you're good. I don't know what you're talking about, chat.
I do have some,
Come on, chat. Be better.
I do have some grey ones coming through. I'm pretty
That's
sure.
fine. A little salt and pepper. Nothing
Atlas,
wrong with that.
any of your uncles on your mother's side bald? No. My father's side, very much yes. My dad's brother went bald in high
Ooh,
school,
Actually,
which is pretty
my
ridiculous.
uncle
but
from my mother's side is
everyone's got
indeed
hair.
bald. But I'm not super worried about my hair because he was bald at like 26. So,
Ain't going bald, but the hairline is higher than the Eiffel Tower. Yeah, it's like I'm not bald. My hairline is just halfway down my back.
I have never heard
That's
that one.
perfect. I just came up with that one myself, but I think that sounds pretty good. So production is now telling us to stop talking, please, which I could understand. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back,
It's going to be a banger. This
it
actually,
is.
next match is going to be amazing.
We might in fact be serious. So we're going to take a short break. We'll see you on the other side.
빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
뒤에서 인내심 있게 매복하고 있다가 이러면 50의 궁을 뽑아낸 자, 들어가서 그 상태를 물었고 그 상태 보는 거 잘안 죽죠. 그렇죠. 그리고 조금서 지금 달 초시계 하지만 이러면요 딜러가 딜하는가 딜러가 딜하는가 자와 카메리까 달 잡아냈죠. 제리가 잡혔습니다. 아니 제리 급발진이 됐죠. 자 계속 갑니다. 미하이. 자 미하이 그 상태. 야 동심 그 상태. 내 이름은 미하이 그 상태. 미하이 그 상태가 갑니다. 때 냄새 나죠? 그게 나고 싶을 때 하는 플레이거든요. 그래서 이렇게 대전의 맛이 들어갑니다. 이러면 대전의 맛이가 잘 들어갔어요. 근데 여기서 자르만 도망가요. 네. 자르만이 삭제가 됐군요. 발언을 먹긴 먹었는데 자르만이 일단 죽었고. 네. 그리고 지금 어디까지? 자 4대5대 4대5대 4대5대. 와 베이가 슈퍼더스. 와 T1. 했습니다. 이러면 자 바로 아직까지 때려주고 있습니다. 자 남은 체력 얼마 없고요. 자 들어가서 연차를 뺏겠다. 근데 이거는 한 방에 좀 푹 씹는 느낌. 한타보다 바로 저 바로까지 바로 진짜 바로 바로 스마 살아야 돼요. 도망가 살아야 돼요. 살아야 돼요. 도망가면요. 자 이러면 그래 정면한 게임 넘어가는 분위기인가요? 1킬부터 과연 누가 만들어줘야 될까요? 스폰지 이니시? 이거 지금 로머가 네 수문장이에요. 수문장. 아니 이거 좀 바꾸지 않고 그리고 끌어들이면서 싸우는 전환. 자 와이 돌리가 감이 못 받았고요. 그리고 로머가 픽업 다시 나오면서 한 명이 사살이 높습니다. 하늘색깔 원투도 왜 이렇게 돼요? 잠깐만요. 태클. 잠깐만요. 혹시 어딨어? 펜타키를 벌써 먹어본 사람이 마스라 이거죠. 그만해. 어떻게 우시겠죠? 이 파괴는 뭡니까? 야, 타기 바빠요. 어떻게 펜타 어려고 있죠? 빠지고 절대 안 주겠다고. 상체 쪽에서 서로가 좀 구도가 좀 이어지고 있고 자 여기서 부패 사슬 오히려 들어갑니다 앞으로 플랜 B 자 플랜 B가 좀 앞서서 움직임이 좀 앞서 좀 보여있고요 자 여기서 이 싸움 길어집니다 구도가 자 디아블 자 뒷빠지면서 아칼리 천천히 이구도 이지려 자 아칼리 마무리하면서 이거 바로 피한데요 이게 바로다 이러면 바로다 피하면 안 되죠 자 서로 간에 교환해서 이지령이 되거든요 디아블 전성기 타이밍이 이지령인데 자, 들어왔습니다. 한 번 더. 이지령. 박재현 강한 타이밍이거든요. 정준준. 자, 그죠. 이지령. 자, 디아블. 어떻게 디아블. 와! 리셋 박스.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler here as we bring you the pinnacle of today's video games. This best of 3 could be the best of the day, potentially.
I thought you were going to say this best of 3 could be the best of 3. I feel like you were leading up to a bad joke.
No, I wasn't. No, I was
not in this match.
Spitting facts.
Is this the match where we don't joke at all and we're going full ham? Because this should actually be a really cool match. And if you're just watching to see some future LCK talent, this is the match.
Yep.
This is the one.
There are definitely some fantastic players. I think we learned enough from D+ Kia Challenger Team's very first match, which was excessively explosive, absolutely beautiful to watch. And T1 have also been impressing. Both of these teams undefeated so far in their Challenger run. It's been 2-0s across the board for this team, I'm pretty sure. Outside, no, a couple of losses, one game
couple
losses.
Individual losses, yeah. But
so both teams on +6, yeah.
But they're really good. They're really
very,
good.
Very good.
And the coolest thing to me is that they're very different philosophies in terms of what a Challenger team constitutes as well, because T1, for like the last 2 years, have always been a very big fan of putting a cool developmental player, was Berserker, for example, in 2021, alongside much more experienced players. So, for example, there was Roach and Mowgli, right? Before Berserker was shipped off to NA, where he obviously has done exceptionally well. He was playing together with 2 very experienced players. They did that last year as well, and they've done it this year. This year, it's Bay, most notably. That is the kind of the anchor of this team. And overall, together with Forrest, he's kind of the experienced core. And then you get into the cool and new and exciting players, which are Smash and Dahl from T1 themselves. And then Bout came over from Hanwha Live's Challenger roster from last year.
Yep. And on the side of D+ Kia, it's a very similar roster to what you've been watching throughout Challenger last year. They're continuing to go from strength to strength. Unfortunately, falling to Nongshim in that 5-game series in the Challenger final in summer last year. But otherwise, they still look extraordinarily dominant. And they probably know a little bit more about split pushing now. That they suffered at the hands of Dundun.
Only difference is, of course, Loopy coming in from Brion. Was on Brion before with Feisty and Gaming for the Feisty Loopy Gaming trio, which was great. And now individual players are doing better. Brion, unfortunately, is not. But the Challenger roster for D+ it's legit. It's just challengers, right? There's no players here that, unless you follow this scene, you've seen or heard from before. But you should know them. Because Thanatos, Poolbay, Lucid, these players are going to make a really big mark once they finally promote to the LCK. And I'm very excited for when that happens, but not going to be the case just yet.
Yep. Someone told me that I apparently look like an elf if I look down. So I just had to do it a little bit more. Studio Kimbap, LCK YouTube channel, please make your thumbnail an elf Atlas art. I like it. Real keen to get that one going. As fans here, the WDG Arena ready. T1 versus DK. This is the big one, of course. All the fans sitting together. Very, very cool. And I thought Nuclear wasn't supposed to be here for today's broadcast. I guess he's probably been swapped because he made it all the way over here and apparently it wasn't actually his day to cast. So I assume what he did was made a phone call or two and said, like, hey, can we swap, by the way, because, like, I'm here.
Or he pranked you.
Or he pranked me. He may have done that as well. But he wasn't getting makeup or anything like that. So
Nuclear doesn't strike me as the pranking. Actually, I watched Nuclear Family. Actually, he does.
No, but he's an honest, nice boy. So I think that he definitely wasn't, but just managed to pull some strings and get himself on that broadcast. So very, very cool. Yeah, the mod situation is still being worked out. We've got some kinks to iron out, things like that. But definitely the process is certainly started. But for now, just try not to anger Nightbot too much, and you might be all right. We'll just have to see.
And I'm loving seeing Challenger fans. Very, very cool. Good for you.
Ironcliff, why are we holding our mics? Because if we don't, we have to yell like this. Because otherwise the microphones won't be able to hear our voices.
He's not holding his mic. I don't know if you guys can hear him. I don't know how the gate's set.
Yeah. So that's why we're holding our mics. Just PS. All right, here are the standings. The two teams that you're about to see right now are currently tied for first place. That is why this is the dope matchup. That's why we've been excited for this one all day long. 4 wins apiece. One of them will be walking away with a loss. The other will be walking away in first place. It is still likely that whoever loses here will be second place after this is all said and done.
Shout out to Cheddar saying, honestly, it sounds better when Atlas put away the mic, so he had to shout. Great joke. Like it a lot.
That's not very nice.
Well, maybe the audio actually sounds better because the reverb.
If you want that, then maybe that's just how we're going to have to cast, all right?
Well, I'm not going to. I don't want to kill my voice. As we take a look at D plus Kia, incredibly strong team. Won Spring last year. That was, of course, with Bible, not with Loopy. And then subsequently went on to be the favorites for Summer. Made it to finals and then got in a legendary best of 5, which I witnessed from the hotel in Gangneung when we were at the LCK Summer Finals.
Yep, I didn't. I wasn't there for that.
You were invited, and you all were like, "No, we got more important stuff to do."
Yeah, so. We did. We wanted to go out and see the town, and it was fantastic. We had a really good night.
Well, I joined later. Could have still done that.
Yeah. I don't quite remember that. Anyway, Dal, Forest, Bay, Smash, and Bort will be your T1 Challenger roster. Bay, of course, you may recognize from international competition such as MSI when he was in the PCS. Excited to see what he can do here.
Nongshim Bay.
Or Nongshim Bay.
If you remember
the PCS one was
Rich. Well, who was their jungler? It was Rich. Was it Dread?
Dread on Nongshim? Not at that time. No. That was when he was still on.
Who was it? Was it? Oh, it was Peanut.
Was it?
It was Rich Peanut.
It was.
And then Bay into Gory. And Doctom and Kellen.
Yep.
There you go. As Thanatos versus Dahl. Thanatos, in my opinion, the strongest top laner that we have left, especially since Photon peaced out, went to the LEC. And as a result, Thanatos kind of standing alone here. Ilma also fallen from his throne. Incredible player. Pretty versatile as well, although his team mostly just keeps him on Gnar and Renekton because they keep racking in the wins.
Yeah, they do. Just to reiterate a comment, indeed, all of T1 did get benched, and they are indeed working on Chovy's camel farm in New Zealand.
Yeah.
That is 100% confirmed.
Great job. I heard that they're planning to start a B&B there as well.
No, they definitely are. You can, if you are in New Zealand at any time, then you can find that on the website. D plus Gear doing the same thing as well. It's an alpaca farm that they have in Tasmania. Him and the rest of the team are over there now working on that one. So really, really nice stuff. Let's hop into this draft here as the Caitlyn and Maokai have been taken away. Caitlyn's support ban, love to see it. And the Ryze and the Wukong also taken off the board here, as we will have a fair few 80 carries left up and available, Chronicler. It's a bit of a worry.
Ashe, most notably, does feel like one of, if not the strongest character in the game at the moment, with how a lot of the meta has developed. Teams getting better and better at actually utilizing everything that she provides to a draft. And Elise, still high priority within the LCK, but a bit more situational, as I do love that Ashe ban. Nami pickup here, I don't love. I'm worried that is what we're going to get, because a lot of teams have been favoring that.
Yeah.
Personally, the Sejuani with Maokai and Wukong already been the way, I think really rises in stock. The only other jungler that can be picked up into that will be the Vi, but Vi not quite in the same position, will be the Nami instead. We obviously saw that previously Gen.G went for a complete trap and then picked up the Lucian here to deny it to their previous opponents. Did work for the series, but that specific draft was very good.
Yeah, worked very well in that one game. Oh, the Lulu priority makes me feel a bit sad.
Oh, T1, no.
Oof, that's a choice that could be made. Zeri Lulu, something that at the beginning of the season, a lot of teams thought would be really good into Lucian Nami. And I think in scrims, if you play aggressively enough, you can find yourself some advantages. But we've seen it just has not worked. As Lucian going to be locked away, of course, was definitely going to be picked at least third. D plus Gear just taking a bit of time to work out exactly what they want to give to Lucid in this game.
And with the Elise already taken away, Sejuani seems like a no-brainer. The downside of the Sejuani is obviously that you are a little bit more limited if you want to get optimal value from the pick, but it's the only jungler, again, as we mentioned, that right now is absolute top tier. Alternatively, you can also go for the Vi. Is good into Zeri, but Vi into Lulu, not quite as good as many other picks. And yeah,
Lulu
of
mid,
course.
Pantheon support.
No, it's base, Pantheon, or Set here, obviously.
Ooh, I do like the Set option.
If Faker can play Set, then Bay can too.
I mean, you can play any champion in the game.
But Bay has a great Set.
He does.
This is one champion.
Absolutely. That is Vi, though. So Bay is going to go for a different option. He is going to play mid Vi this game. I'm looking forward to seeing how Jungle Zeri works out. We've disabled swapping of champions. This is Challenger. We do things a little bit differently here.
Don't get pranked by Atlas. Don't believe his lies. This is a normal draft with, like the LCK, just straight up pick your bot lane, pick your jungle. That's what we're allowed to do.
And now you ban top laners. So Renekton going to go first. We're looking to try to get ourselves towards a Cassante versus Gnar lane. And just got to figure out exactly how we can get there. Maybe a Fiora ban could come through here. Of course, Dal has been playing a fair few aggressive champions towards that top side. But it will be the Cassinan to be taken away first. It's going to be on T1 to get rid of those top laners. There we go. Jace also hitting the bench. I want to see that Fiora go. We can't have any interesting top laners left available. It must only be Cassante and Gnar. Exactly.
Yeah. Well, that's what's happening. That's what we're getting. So I hope you're happy with this.
I am. I'm very, very happy. 8 seconds to go. D+ gear just taking a little while to find the Fiora button.
Normally, there is a bigger disjoint between Challenger meta and... So now they're trying to make T1 R4-0. It's very, very obvious. With both the Sylas and the Cassin already gone. Then Polbey might go for his Swain. I think T1 not going to spring the trap just yet. Instead going to pick up the blind Gnar, which for Thanatos, if he wants to pull on the aggression, I personally wouldn't mind. I don't know if that's what we're actually getting, but
I want, like,
we'll see.
What if it was just a Kali Aurelia right now for D+ gear?
Well, that's what I'd want, yeah.
That would be really fun. Could be a thing that comes in as, the classic Yordle off on the top side. It has certainly been a bit of time since we've seen this exact matchup, but Kennen used to be pretty good into the Gnar, has been subsequently nerfed a heck of a lot, but has made a recent resurgence. As Loopy, will he be picking up something like the Akali? I think we kind of need a bit of physical damage.
No, it's Swain. I know.
Oh, wait, never mind. I mean, Lucian does do absolutely plenty. And there is the Swain for Pool Bay into the Azir that was almost definitely going to come through from Bay.
Shocker. Predicted the draft. And it's not because we're great. It's because the meta right now is a little still. And interestingly, I think it's because these teams are better that their meta is also still. Because I know for a fact that D+ at times have actually been able to scrim the main team, which is
they do it actually
insane.
Yeah,
in of itself, right? Like that's
they get smashed, but they do have a good time.
Well, and obviously the fact that at the very least you're getting the opportunity in of itself is extremely useful. So overall, looking at the drafts, D+ Kia has the best team fights. It's a circle comp, I guess. You know, Nami as a wave instead of a circle, but still works on the top half of the map. The downside is that it is very magic heavy, so if Rahel falls behind the curve substantially and they're not able to find any early game pressure or mid-game spikes...
If it's AD Cannon though, they're not.
But I don't think that they go AD Cannon into the Gnar specifically, because to me what makes the Gnar matchup the Cannon matchup obnoxious for Gnar is the ability to go in for like the shorter trades with your Q. And, you know, maybe you can, if Gnar does try to get aggressive, then go in as well. But I think you're more AP reliant. I think if you're actually trading orders against Gnar, it's not going to be nearly as good. Might be wrong. Might see Thanatos still go for that, in which case it would make their team fight weaker, but obviously would give them a side laning threat. So we're about to find out.
We absolutely are, and you missed the best point. Amtrak Trev told us we will get to see Pool Bay, which is absolutely fantastic. Really love to see it. It's very, very close to time to get onto the Rift here for game number 1. D+ Kia taking on T1. Who will remain undefeated and who will not? That's the question. Let's rock out. I don't even know whether they cut it because we were so loud that we just wouldn't even know.
Is this live? No, we are not live. We just pre-record us saying this is not live every now and then so that people are, sure that it's not live.
Yep. Art Agma says, can't believe it's 2027 and Faker retired last year. I agree. From 2027 with sadness, I guess, is where that message will come through from. Shout outs to Papa Smithy. How you doing, man? Hope you're enjoying this sweet challenge broadcast. Doing a bit of research for when you're going to find your players next time around. Like it.
I think Papa's doing a pretty good job. FlyQuest looks pretty...
No, I know.
Pretty great.
I know.
Thus far.
I mean...
It's good scouting.
Who knows what's going to happen next year? Who knows? So you got to make sure that you stay on top. Is that the real Swiffer?
I wouldn't mind, personally. I wouldn't mind getting Prince back. So if he comes back after a year in an A, that's fine. That's okay. We can have that. That would be lovely. Oh, we missed CS. Lane's over. He's tilted.
That's Dunzo.
It's Dunzo.
One of Australia's most famous talent in Chief Swiffer is in the chat.
The one and only.
The one and only, indeed. International talent. Absolutely fantastic.
Already got slapped by Nightbot.
Yep, Nightbot just completely destroying him. Love to see it. As maybe he was utilizing capital letters, which is the main reason why the majority of us get destroyed by Nightbot. That's how that one goes. Anyway, T1 currently getting to level 2 first against the Lucian Nami lane. Doing pretty well. As Bay is getting pushed in by Pool Bay, and Pool Bay is going to Pool Bay. There we go. That's exactly the interaction that all of us have been waiting to see, and we got it straight away. It's fantastic. As
we do have confirmation, is indeed the AP cannon. Ari picked up also an initial call here, which is going to help Thanatos scale very nicely. Cannon matchup also not too entertaining, so being able to get an amount of gold later on for free. Going to be very, very nice. As talking about the early matchups here, we have the bot side going pretty aggressively as Lucid, he knows.
All right, not going to deny the camps just yet, but does have a lot of information. Another pull going to come through there as Bay taking a lot of damage. Can Pool Bay find it? Another couple of orders.
Minion?
The minion, no. Not quite enough.
30 health.
Yeah, that was down to basically nothing. As once again, the Never Move will connect. Sith Lightning not going to quite be enough though, and Bay is going to be allowed to go home.
As Lucid able to steal away some chickens here. Forrest's going to go in. Does have PTA, is actually quite strong.
Yeah, Denting Blow's doing a fair bit of work here as he flashes for it, but that means that he can't follow this flash, as Lucid will make it out. So, trader flashes for the junglers.
That's a Forrest play if I've ever seen one. Loves his aggression. Definitely happy to go in there, as here we see a trend that happens very often, especially if you get Ignite on the Lucian here, which is Yuumi, or Lulu in this case, but any Zeri lane really taking control of the lane level 1. So they're able to shove and outrange, and once level 2 is hit and the wave is shoved, on the bounce, you have to really respect the Lucian Nami, because they are still quite strong. And as a result, Rahel and Loopy gonna be a whole lot stronger. Smash going for the call here on a first back. This is gonna be a bit of a toughie when it comes to actually fighting out. Of course, if he can stay alive, gonna be very happy.
Being a bit annoying is Thanatos here. And he has elected to go towards the AP variety of the cannon, like you were talking about before. Has the Airy already set up and has gone with that Cull start, because it just feels like this lane should be pretty doable. And with that serrated Dirk, like you were talking about, Rahel's going to be very, very happy. But Forrest is looking to try and turn that smile upside down. Doesn't rhyme quite as well as the other way around, but still. Smash taking a fair bit of damage, but it looks like D plus Kia are just going to back away.
Look at the
Forest going to do the same thing.
restraints.
Yeah, love to see
That's
it.
not my challengers. Oh, no, never mind.
Okay, Rahel still taking a heck of a lot of damage here. He gets turned into a snowman and now going to try and turn it here onto Smash. There's the piercing light. As Vault Breaker, just Forest doing a bit of a drive by and going to declare his position on the map. D plus Kia, though, still going to be okay. Flash is available, the only summoner spells left in the bottom lane.
If he can proc Mega Knot early, then Lucid might have a window here after the Crocs are taken.
Well, there it is.
Because you can't obviously go in for Meganar, and Dahl will get a heal up from the transformation, but I think he dies on the subsequent crash.
Well, that is a ultimate just to clear
Yeah,
out the wave, and
I think he's
Lucid
dead.
is here. Flash available, so we'll see whether he has to use Flash or whether he just dies, as Dow's just going to get taken down. There we go, first blood goes on over, and D plus Kia on the board already.
Really nicely done there. You see the moment that Forrest shows himself on bot side, unable to find a play there. Rahel and Loopy playing very respectful. Immediately, as teleport is available, so Phantos needs to be a little careful. Immediately, Lucid pulls the trigger, going to be able to pick themselves up the Krogs here as well. Dahl is forced to TP back, catch this wave, and Thanatos didn't get the kill, so will unfortunately not have the sickest of... Oh, never mind, it's actually... He got 2 plates in the end? At the very least 1. Because Hextech Alternator, yeah, just 1, but that with the assist, and Sorkpan Boots is hell of a buy. So good luck on that one, Dahl. The one upside is that T1 was able to pick themselves up an initial Drake, which they are really going to appreciate, because I think their mid-game, you're not going to have a great time. You're playing into Swain, you're playing into Cannon, you're playing into Lucian Nami, so trying to contest objectives henceforth is going to be very tough.
Somewhat difficult. We'll see what they're going to be able to do here, as already 1,200 gold is the lead, largely to do with this topside massive gap, as Lightning Rush going to come forward here. Dahl fighting against Thanatos quite nicely, but still, I mean, the item gap is absurd. Just the Merc Treads against the Hextech Cookie, as well as the Sork Shoes. And so, yeah, you're going to mitigate a little bit, but I think
he
Cannon's
dies
still
on
going to be fine.
ultimate if Thanatos plays it well, so not sure what the... Yeah.
Well, flashes do come through, but Dahl is going to survive, as once again, going to have to get out of there. And there are flashes going everywhere this game.
Yeah, but that's a really big win for Thanatos, because Dahl was in a tough position already. Now he's going to have to go back.
Smash just
like,
vacates
I'm piecing
the
out.
area.
Wait.
Vision of Empire comes through. Smash going to have to flash to get over that wall. Smash, flash, oh dear. But D plus Kia,
he smashes that flash button.
He definitely did. Just like you guys at home should smash the follow button. As Forest on top of a control ward, but D plus Kia are pretty far up this lane. They may have to just use flashes to try and get out. Loopy already going to press his as in goes Bort. And yeah, the flash was a little bit unnecessarily there. Rahel, as he is going to go down anyway.
Really nicely done there by Forrest, actually finding quite a nice angle. Unseen by the Vision initially, false sense of security with Lucid still in the area. And overall, nice pick, making sure that the bot lane doesn't turn into an absolute disaster. And will mean that Forrest is going to be accelerated and...
Ooh. I like that we just watched
surfing.
Smash surf out a lane. Jet Set Radio
Thank
Future.
you, Yundo.
Nice little grind. Like to see it.
So Forrest is going to gank top, which can work, but is a bit risky. Doesn't have the ultimate available yet. If he does have, I think this should be fine, especially if the time of Maganar, and looks like it's going to clear his top side of the map. Lucid also in the general vicinity.
Yep. Some pings going out as D plus Kia have tracked Forest pretty nicely. I believe that was Lucid just letting his team know that the Vi is likely doing red buff, and she is in the area. As Thanatos, with this wave pushing into him, is going to be pretty comfortable, and he's now going to try and zone Dahl away. As Rahel push this wave forward also. So a slight stagnation, I guess, in the aggression from D plus Kia after that kill onto Rahel. But I think they should still be absolutely fine to continue pressure in this game. Lucid setting up for what he might think is a counter gank, as Thanatos is diving towards Dahl. There's a Glacial Prison. Beautifully done here from the top side of the map from D+ Kia, as now Smash gonna throw in the ultimate. Decent knock up there as Smash is going down very low, but Rahel can't get in auto range. He's just gonna get taken down. It's a disaster. The double kill comes in, and Smash just wins the 2v2.
Oh, Loopy, you gotta hit that bubble. Really nicely sidestepped there by Smash. Great movement, really showcasing White Azeri's skills with champion, or player skill rather, as if that bubble from Loopy hits, I think that they lose the 2v2, right? Then that trade comes through. Really nicely seen here from Smash as well, that him and Bout are very aware. Look at that bubble. Yeah, that one needed to hit. If that one hits, they're fine, but not the case. Barrier still available as well. And as a result, at level 6, especially pre-Guild Force, you actually have quite a nice angle. And if I look at the D+ composition, I am worried at their ability to reliably keep down Azeri, right? Because you don't have that much backline dive. You're going to be extremely reliant on a good cannon ultimate. The one upside is that I do think the front line is going to be extremely tough to chew through. So it won't be until like very late in the game that Smash will be able to actually get through some of these health bars. But nonetheless, very important that the T1 bot side is playing this lane as well as they are, because if they wouldn't, then overall the game state would be looking great for D+.
Certainly would. And this, it feels like the 2020 D+ story, you know, or the Damwon Kia story from back then. And that is, the bottom lane is a bit of a problem, but the top side of the map is going fantastically well. And you can see that is continuing right here. Still, Rahel and Loopy will be able to get things done as the game goes on. We're not quite towards the Imperial Mandate just yet. That is going to be a big spike alongside the Gale Force for Rahel. As, all right, we're just flashing. Forest is over here. Lucid's going to come down, though, and that is a fantastic Glacial Prison, but it's not quite enough. And now Lucid's going to have to flash. He tries to get on Smash, but it's just not enough. Poolbay is going to demonically ascend, and you are never moving again until you come out of that death chamber. Double kill to come through from Poolbay, and now Forest finds himself wandering the wrong direction. He's waiting for Bay to come in. The Emperor, can he divide correctly? The answer is sort of yes, sort of no. As Poolbay wants to grab this kill onto Forest, but he's just going to turn it into aggression. Still dies, but Bay gets another.
Don't think Forest needs to die there. A couple of nice sidesteps coming through from both sides. In the end, I'd argue it's a favorable trade here for D+, but gotta take a look at that replay. Poolbay getting fed there, absolutely huge. As do you see that the most damage done in the game is still Thanatos just in his 1v1?
Oh yeah.
As so, the main reason why this is even remotely close, because of how far the D+ bot lane is already behind, is the combined damage. Also note that Poolbay actually helps with keeping Smash low there, and the initial roam here looks quite good. But unfortunately, Forest is able to take out Lucid, and as a result, Poolbay also can't keep his ultimate up. If he has his ultimate here, they still win this 2v2 probably. Like, Poolbay just walks away with another kill, right? Very unfortunate ultimate from Bay there as well. Good movement, and then Forest going in here. They would have gotten that kill regardless. That I don't think was necessary.
I like the enthusiasm though.
Well, yeah, but giving gold over to Poolbay is a very bad idea. This is, in my opinion, one of his signature picks. And he has won many a team fight on this Swain, and I don't think he's going to stop anytime soon.
Well, let's see whether T1 have an answer
How
for
many
it.
future world champions are playing in this series? That's a good question, Papa Smithy. I'm going to say 3.
And yeah, I think it isn't 0. I think there's at least 4 players on this team that in this
For LCK,
in this game.
I'd be happy to go with.
Well, there's one of them that would be on my list, and another one escaping very nicely, as the Drake is going to be secured by Bay. 2-0-0 on the Azir. He wasn't on the list, but he's definitely playing well here today thus far.
Bay's not on your list?
I know. He's MSI champion.
MSI competitor Bay?
Uh-huh. It was all Juhan.
Unbelievable. It was all Juhan. It was all Juhan. Don't tell Papa who the future world champions are. If Papa's one of the few people where, like, us telling him who are good in challengers isn't going to change anything.
No.
Right? If this was,
he will know.
He will know nonetheless. We have no impact on that.
And also, he's got some good ones already. So I think we're right for a couple of years.
Fortunately, there's a limit. There's a cap. You know, he can't keep taking them away from us. Although, what if he just changes orcs every single year?
Oh,
and just keeps importing them.
He just builds the LCK in North America?
over like
my
5
God.
different teams.
Whoa. Gets the import rules completely changed. Oh, it'll be like Overwatch League all over again. Very scary. Very, very scary. I hope you don't do that, Papa, because I don't want
That's
our
how the
game to
LCS wins
suffer.
Worlds.
Yep, there we go. All right, no, it's just going to be a global league. That's what it's all about. Anyway, Thanatos, back up towards this top side of the map, has about a 50 CS advantage. Dal doesn't exist.
Yeah, and credit to Lucid, I think, also giving a lot of attention to his top side of the map. Well done. But also Thanatos showing why we're so excited about him, really making the most out of this counter pick. And what I love is that this game's still very much playable on either side, right? In terms of team fighting, already talked a little bit about the D+ power, but if Bay plays it well, the impact of champions like the Swain and the Cannon can really be mitigated. But, ooh, I don't know about diving Swain, guys. I don't think this is a good idea.
He may not be the target that you're looking for.
He has a stopwatch as well. And this is a call that is being made. I personally have my doubts. Let's see if I'm proven wrong.
It hasn't been made yet. We're still pinging a fair bit. All right. Biding our time as best we can. Another Never Move's going to connect here as Bay throws
This is
down the
Pool Bay.
ulti. Demonic Ascension does come in. And like you say, I mean, he still has a stopwatch.
What are you
He's going to get
doing?
knocked up. Another pull comes in. Ah, he doesn't press stopwatch. Never mind.
well.
I guess they knew that. And this turret's going to fall down. So there we go. 1 for 1, I guess, in the end. And a successful dive in the bottom side of the map.
I'm a bit confused.
Same.
Yeah. So,
Saving stopwatch for next game.
we are cursing very nicely here.
Well, I mean, I think that us making the assumption that a stopwatch could be used there was not wrong. Just sometimes they don't get used.
Yeah. It's also
Wrong slot. Might have
to-
been wrong slot.
Could have been. Yeah, it's also, you know, mistakes happen. Might wanted to save it for the Drake fight that's coming up, which I actually don't hate. Also, his team is winning the game on the other side of the map.
Yeah.
If
This
Thanatos
this
gets this,
cannon
oh
might
my
be...
God.
Oh, wow, that's an inner. That is a lot
Oh
of money.
my, he's going to have Shadow Flame at 17 minutes.
Well, Lucid is... he does have the Rift Herald, so he can go back real fast. And yeah, this is a tale of 2 sides of the map, is it not?
And you have Zeri Lulu in one, which, exceptional. Oh, look at that gold lead.
Yeah.
Well, Thanatos, I hope you're ready to carry. But I do really think, oh my God, Thanatos playing Cannon with the Nuguri skin is actually,
That's pretty good.
that's amazing.
Yeah, that's sending a message right there.
Oh. But he needs to carry as well, yeah. Also note that Pool Bay doesn't have his Rod of Ages yet. And to me, this next fight is the most important fight in the game. Because if D+ is able to shut down Smash early in the fight, I don't think T1 can win. Because of the power of that cannon, the 2-item Spike, Lucian, and Nami. They're behind, but they still have Guild Force and Mandate, so doesn't matter.
Well, there's the Glacial Prison. Smash is just put into the bouncy house and he will be taken down. Shirley gets another crash as they tear through these turrets. And now, to add insult to injury for T1, it's a Mountain Soul that D+ Kia get to go back to here. They can start stacking Drakes and they'll have a Swain with a Mountain Soul.
Not Rod of Ages, Swain with Mountain Soul.
Aigo.
Can't do that.
Sorry, that's Korean for oh dear.
That's not okay.
No, it's not okay at all.
No, I mean the itemization.
Oh, yeah, well,
Yeah.
oh dear.
Oh dear indeed, as you got to try and contest this. Yeah, you're going to die. And if you don't die, you take 25% of your health. You're in a pretty rough spot. Look at Thanatos. Look at the cannon flank.
He is lying in wait.
And they don't have time. Right? Oh, mid probably going to get taken here. Okay, they're actually taking control. They must know. I'm seeing...
Oh, but
They
Thanatos,
must know, but it doesn't
Thanatos
matter.
is
It doesn't
so-
matter.
Yeah,
They're gonna die.
he'll just kill them. Okay, here's the Slicing Maelstrom. That is a massive 4-man stun before the ult even goes off. Oh, wait, no, he was just sort of underwater or something like that and I didn't quite see it. So, he is going to be able to come through. The cannon taken down, but still going to trade it for Smash and Forest, and you'll take that any day of the week. D+ Key will take the first mount.
Yeah, that's a 2-item cannon on 19 minutes. Look at that! What?
That was insane. He's like, I think his ult did so much damage, I couldn't see it because it was too high damage, you know?
I am so stoked about this D+ top side. History repeats itself, Atlas says. Yeah, a bit of a spectator bug there. Very clearly,
Yeah.
this is the ultimate is going offer, don't you worry.
I thought he somehow managed to hit them all with Lightning Rush and then stack it up an extra time somehow magically out of nowhere and then... Oh, but he just ulted.
Actually, really well done as well there by T1 to still turn, because if Thanatos doesn't die there, then they can probably set up for another play towards the bot side. I don't think he got the kill. Maybe he did? Not sure. Would be nice. As Thanatos' naming convention, I always assumed he was just a Greek mythology nerd, but now that we found out that even a name like...
He's a Lost Ark nerd.
Yeah, even a name like Bulldog is actually just a MapleStory reference. I just assume everything is MapleStory, Lost Ark, or... what's this one more Korean MMO I'm forgetting? Is this a rebroadcast?
What do you mean one
it is.
more? There's like Terra, there's Aeon, there's millions of them.
Yeah, but there's like one like super iconic one. I feel
Lineage?
like. Maybe, yeah. Could be.
Black Desert Online.
Black Desert, I think that was the one.
There's like so many.
Yeah, they really do like their MMOs here.
Yeah, they're pretty good at making
A
them.
lot of grinding. So, that Drake individually already really big means
Guild
that...
Wars? I don't think Guild Wars is Korean.
Well, it is a great MMO though.
It is definitely good.
I really enjoy playing Guild Wars. All the expansions as well. Didn't play Guild Wars 2, but Guild Wars 1 was amazing.
I played Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is a fantastic game.
Yes.
Real good.
A lot to him.
A lot more focus on like
Isn't-
other stuff.
Isn't
than just
Thanatos
killing
from
each other.
Avengers? Why are they talking about boring mythology? So lots to unpack in that statement.
Yeah, Black
What
Cat's
do you
not
think-
sure about that.
What do you think
feel baited.
Thanos is named after? I feel like it's bait. Yeah, I feel like we're getting pranked.
Yeah.
That's my bad.
Just a little bit.
So, overall game state, still winnable for T1. Still
Oh,
Fed
Dungeon
Zeri.
Fighter is another one. Yeah, Sajax has it. Dungeon Fighter is certainly very popular here.
There you go.
Summoner's War. Oh, baby. The original gacha. It's a goodie.
It is a goodie. Who do you think is going to win this game?
I think D+ here are going to win this game. Because I believe in Pool Bay.
I'm right there with you. I actually think T1 against any other team in challenges would have a freebie here. But as you might have gathered, if you caught, sorry, it's been a while, guys, that I have not casted. So you feel like it should get better, but it doesn't. So you're joking, okay? It's a great joke, and I totally fell for it. And shout out to you.
Hilarious.
Good comedy. Yeah, no, honor. I don't.
Summoner's War Endgame.
Talking about, if you watched the previous series as well...
why are we ignoring Azir, by the way? That's a good question.
Well, I don't feel like we are. I have
Well,
already
like, just
talked
like, as
multiple
far as like
times
win
about...
conditions and what we feel about Bay's
Yeah,
ability
but
to
I've
carry.
already talked about the fact that he is going to be the one that wins in the team fights or not. If he can get rid of Thanatos and or Poolbay, he can win them fights. But his job is buy space for Zeri. If he goes in and tries to scoop some people to start a fight, I don't think you win. So,
and he built funny items.
well, I think that's fine. In this scenario, actually, you know what? I don't think it's fine. I'm taking it back. They're
Yeah,
playing into
kinda hate
Mountain
it.
Drake. It's kind of a disaster
Yeah.
because he will not do enough damage. Just, whoa, Thanatos.
Thanatos may die or he may kill two people. We're not entirely sure which. Doesn't have stopwatch though, so he's dead.
Well, that answered the question.
Yeah, there we go. I was a little bit worried there for a second. Did have 3 items complete compared to the 1 that Dal had, but Dal had a jungler, which is pretty important. Rahel, that dash scared me, but he's going to be fine. Lucid,
Bit of an iffy one there.
it's a little bit of delay, a little bit of some latency on the play, just somewhat. As Rahel, please get out of there. As Bubble for zoning. Indeed. Thanatos going to be back up in 10 seconds time. D+ Kia in a uncomfortable position. Smash. Going to get culled just a little, but otherwise he's fine.
Ooh, that's Maganar. Now gone. Drake in 30 seconds. Should be enough time for Dal to build it back up, but they have very little vision. Now, upside is that with Pool they can check a little bit. Lucid also fairly tanky at this point in time. With a vision orb as well. They're going to take mid prio and walk over. Now, Thanatos' position is the most important. Thanks to that successful kill on bot side, T1 has actually been able to gain a pretty substantial amount
Ow.
as wow, that hurt. Pretty substantial amount of bot side vision. As T1, you can't do Baron. Like, that's not an option. I actually would much rather them stick around, because I do think they have a really great angle here on T1 as long as they can mark cannon. But maybe D+ is just not going to let them?
We'll have to see. D+
Ooh.
here still taking their time, not moving towards the Drake right now, as this minion wave is going to get cleaned up by the Zeri. Dal making his way back towards his bottom side, as that wave's going to crash as well. And Thanatos could just head on over and look to grab himself this Mountain Drake. He should probably just invest a couple of people to go lock that one down. T1 don't necessarily need to fight for that one, but the more these mountains start stacking up, the more dangerous life will get for T1. So I'm looking at Swain and looking at his ability to tank things all the time with his ultimate, Thanatos in a similar position, and the longer he can stay alive with an ult running, the more scary they're going to be. So here we go, Lucid and Thanatos going to be able to take this one down as T1 get some control of the Baron pit. Ward's going down, D+ here, they know that there's no Baron being started, and it's going to be a pretty subdued answer here by T1, just going for some resets.
Yeah, getting fresh resets, able to take full control of the Baron pit, but for now not going to lead to anything. Now, T1 did just get the Infinity Edge spike on Smash, so the call might have also been that trying to hard force a fight there. If you do lose that fight, which I think they had okay control, but it is a big risk that you take. And if you lose there, you get aced, cannon gets you, and your Zeri doesn't have the items that she needs, then you can just lose the game, right? And now they do have Banshees done, they have Infinity Edge done, so I think giving over Mountain Drakes is kind of a slippery slope. I think individually they're outside of Infernal some of the best Drakes. Yeah, he has no survivability, but he does so much damage. Things
That
coming
was
through now.
NQ, as the Nara is going to come forward there. Dal going to clear out the wave also as Forest moves down. That's a great wallop as cease and desist will certainly achieve exactly what they wanted it to. And Bay, he teleports in just to celebrate along with the rest of his team. There is, there was some sort of Baron angle, but it's not going to be there right now. We've got 40 seconds on Thanatos. T1, they could try and force this.
Yeah, I don't know if they have the time. It's a good shutdown, but there is still a Swain that, oh my god, he went for Spirit Visage as well. He's going to be unkillable. Wow. And Thanatos is there in 20 seconds. So they're going to go for this. But because the play was on the other side of the map, I do think they're taking a big risk here, and they're looking for a turn, clearly. Forest isn't in the pit. Will get spotted now.
Yeah, Glacier Prison's going to come in. He's going to go golden as now T1 are going to back away. There's the flash out. Forest looking to get over towards the Swain. Emperor's Divide going to be used just on Poolbay as Dal gets into the back line. Oh, the interruption, Lucid! That was amazing!
Thanatos TP.
The Swain is going to be traded as that was 4v5, remember, guys. Double kill comes through, but now it is Zeri time. The health bars are non-existent. Loopy's dead. And Bay, he's going back home right now. Thanatos looking for him. And now Bay has absolutely nowhere to go. The minions are going to lock him down if Thanatos doesn't, as there is the dash cannon. That's going to lock it up.
Oh boy. Lot of stuff happening there. We're going to get breakdown of the team fight. Poolbay, absolute heroics, spreading that fight. And Forest, the attempt to want to turn there is understandable, but I don't know if you really need to, right? Because you did actually have a considerable amount of time before Thanatos was actually there. And with how fed Zeri is at the moment, I think the Vi being in a position to keep Zeri safe is a lot more important. Because what happens here, fight's very split. Obviously a bit too quick on the trigger here from D+. Use a lot of cooldowns to not get a lot done. But because Poolbay effectively zones away 3 people from this fight, initially, it's looking very dire. Unfortunately, this teleport here from Thanatos, not ideal. Very, very far off of the mark, and as a result, Smash gets full range to go full Zeri. Rahel and Lucid stay alive, sure, and they still get the kill, but that could have really backfired for T1. Now stopwatch gone on Forest, and overall still, this game extremely close. You do see T1 trying to force a fighter with Thanatos not up. Almost working out.
Yeah, Thanatos almost has his Rabadon's Death Cab completed. This is a very big cannon.
Yeah, he's not playing Zhonya's. He has one job, and that's pump out maximum DPS and then hope that Rahel and Poolbay can carry the fight.
Yep. And Rahel does have an Infinity Edge now built up, so he's somewhat evened out items with Smash, who now at least has a Last Whisper with this double stack of Mountain Drakes. Certainly going to be an important thing to own. Third one on the table in 1 minute and 20 seconds. T1 have control right now of the mid lane. D plus Kia are going to make it an even fight as this game goes on. And Dal up towards that top side has a Spirit Visage now. There is so much Magic Pen though on Thanatos' side. He's probably not too worried about what's being built by the Gnar at this point in time, especially with the lead that he does have. Still, Dal has kept up in levels. That is definitely good news. So he will still have that R button available in these team fights to create space for Bay and Smash. That is his job. And he can certainly still do that right now. Warden's Mail complete as well.
With this build, I also think that Bay's job is to just buy time. Because this is 0 build, obviously, against the amount of health stacking that's available for D+, is good in terms of poke, good in terms of like long overtime DPS, but there is no Magic Pen available, right? So look at the itemization on D+. There is Spirit Visage, there's Force of Nature. So as a result, actually doing a lot of DPS as Bay is only going to be successful on Rahel and Thanatos, but again, Thanatos should be going full Lightning Mouse and should just blitz in and die.
Yep.
And overall, do have some threatening going on here.
Well, Rahel's on the flank with Thanatos. As T1 push this down one more time. Drake has just spawned. T1, they can back off towards it. As now Lucid's going to move in. Dal needs to be a little bit careful. Good never move from Pool Bay, but the inner turret is going to go down. Now T1 with the ability to move back towards that dragon if they'd like to. D plus Kia can head towards Baron. They're pretty happy about that. Remember, it's only Soul Point to be given over to T1 from this. The Baron right now would be far more important.
Oh, Thanatos.
Okay, Thanatos going to get jumped on here. He doesn't have a stopwatch, remember. And he's going to try and dash cannon his way out. Oh no, they can't kill him. Now Thanatos with the teleport just off cooldown. We'll be able to come back and fight another day.
He's actually walking back here. Faster based on his positioning. Doesn't have the Rabadons though. And because the cannon doesn't have ultimate nor Rabadons, I think the call here from D+ is we're not going to go and try to contest. We're going to try and force you to peel off. For T1, they feel obliged. They have to go in. But for DK, this wasn't even a real Baron attempt.
No.
Luby and Rahel weren't on there.
And the Drake is still alive. Dal's going to move back. They could have left someone there, I think. But they're not going to lose out on too much as Vision of Empire comes through. Shows that that dragon still sleeping in the pit. Dal and Bay going to move back towards it. And so with Bay there, the dragon shouldn't last very long as now Rahel dashing towards Smash. Takes a bit of damage. Piercing Light actually doing a fair bit of work as now T1 will be able to get to that Soul Point like we were talking about. That's going to go down. Gives D plus Kia the word that there are a couple of T1 members over there. Still not going to be able to pull the trigger on any Barons or anything like that. And we're starting to get to some hints of Challenger macro at this point because it's really feeling like the pressure is on for both of these teams. They know that this is definitely the match that they had to watch out for this season.
That's a smite. I think D+ might make the call here to try and go for a hard flip on an objective because I do think they can run into trouble when we get to like late stage of the game. Bay is just shy of a Void Staff now. That is really going to augment his damage. So for DK, with their relatively range disadvantage here and the fact that they need flanks to win successful fights, might just look for an all-in.
Yep. Vision of Empire comes down. Bay takes a bit of damage.
Smites.
Yep, double smite. So it's not really a 50-50. They're not really flipping it because it is weighted. The coin is likely to be a heads, but still somewhat dangerous. As Forest is in fact named after the place that he plays in, which is pretty cool. T1 clearing out vision where they can. D plus Kia allowing Rahel some time to go and collect a red buff. But I think they need to make a move. They need to make something happen. Right now they're waiting. Flash available for Thanatos as Lucid going to move towards Dal. Rahel making his way back in. So the ARAM will continue. And Smash is very scary. We do have to reiterate that. He now has a stopwatch. They're going to have to find the perfect team fight. And this might be their opportunity as there's the never move and the Lulu immediately falls down. Dal. Oh my goodness, the amount of damage that he just took there was absurd. Rahel plus Thanatos really helping out on that one. And so now, no wild growth to be available for the next team fight. A lot of augmentation for this Zeri not going to be there, and D plus Key are going to use that to head towards the Baron.
And now, especially with Dahl and Mini, even with the teleport, even if he can join this fight, I don't know if it's enough. It's going to come through here. Is Dinar, but...
Yeah, teleport going to come down. Bay finds the scoop, but he may just fall down, and yeah, he does. Thanatos is going to be sacrificed, but the Baron has been taken. Forest going to go back in. Can the Zeri get the work done? And the answer is, she's not even going to try. Fighting this fight would be suicide, and T1 will head back to their base.
And that's a big win here. D+ Kia able to pick up the Baron, give up their cannon, sure as again. Yeah, you know what? With this build, even if Bay does scoop, I don't think you scoop cannon towards anyone. I think you scoop him away. As unfortunately there, with Bout already taken down, you missed a lot of the utility that you need in these team fights. As I don't even know if I look at the damage that he does, if Smash and Dahl are actually in there, I think they might also just get immediately
Smash's
kaboomed.
timing on his Jet Set Radio Future was fantastic. It was right as Thanatos was timing out, so he was able to actually get the killing blow.
Still at bone plating as well, as now D+ should pick up the next Mountain Drake. And 3 Mountain Drakes is... It's so incredibly tough to chew through the health bars. And even with the itemization that's coming through now, we have a little Dominics, we avoid stuff. There is a lot of power. It's going to give you so much more time. It allows Rahel maybe to get off a couple of extra autos. It's going to make a really big difference. And most notably, if you do have control, it's really hard to set up proper flank vision. Right? And if you can't track Thanatos, Thanatos gets on top of Smash, even with Bout there, with his Mikhails, and the entire kit of Lulu, I don't know if it'll be enough, right? The coordination from D+ is some of the best that we have in Challenger. The macro overall, as we can see here, obviously a little different, but both these two teams really want to maintain.
Rahel has brown bags and otherwise 6 items, which is pretty hilarious. Stopwatch is now being completed by Thanatos, though. That is very important for this next fight. As so far, the Baron hasn't really given D+ Kia too much. They do still have it running. Don't quite have the timer telling us exactly when it's going to run out just yet, but can't have too much longer. As now, with 27 seconds left, it is Mountain Drake possibility for T1. They could get the soul here as Poolbay gets a never move. Lucid can tank for a long time, but not quite long enough. He is going to have to get himself out of there. Forest is going to go down extraordinarily low, and maybe it's just a bait as Poolbay pulls him back. Oh, man, that's why it's in his name, because he's just really good at that ability.
We're blowing everything on Sedge.
They almost got her, though.
Well, yeah, but
to their credit.
Even if they do, right? Like, there's still a lot of ultimates available from D+. It's not like that's it. Ooh, I like the harassment. I like trying to get a lot of damage down there on Lucid, especially because he's gone for a build that's very good at taking the poke from Bay and taking the damage from Smash, but he doesn't crucially have Warmogs. So if you do poke him down, it actually is pretty impactful at this point in time. And now, 3 Mountain Drakes. My god, the tankiness on this team.
Oh, it's insane. And Poolbay's building even more tankiness. As this Swain, he won't do the massive boom boom damage, as ulti is going to get eaten by a Banshee's Veil. Loopy taking a lot as that never move. Oh man, Poolbay is too good! Denies any sort of follow-up there from T1, but still, T1 are defending very, very well. I think that we have another Dragon fight on our hands, and then maybe another Dragon fight after that, with a Baron fight thrown in between there. And I think even then, we may not know who's going to win this game.
No, that's the beauty of Challengers. And if you compare these two teams to, you know, their respective counterparts in the LCK, they're not going to look amazing, but then I ask you, who is? That isn't the top LPL team. So it doesn't really leave a lot to be desired. And we have seen individual players in Challengers do really well in the LCK. And these are the top 2 teams in Challengers for a reason. Not even talking about what happens when they go to other regions. You know, Vital or Photon or
Malrang.
Even Malrang, yeah. Wasn't in Challengers, but
not a Challenger player.
Know what happened there. Stopwatch now finally for Thanatos. Truly full build on the cannon. And in terms of setup now, it really does come all down to are you going to be able to protect your big damage dealers? In case of T1, that Smash, spoiler alert, does have the GA available, so just bursting him down in of itself is not enough, as long as either Bout or Dahl or Forrest stays alive to kind of peel for him and maybe create some space. But with the free Mountain Drakes, I do think that trading... Oh, Forrest. He's done this a bunch of times already.
Yeah. Rahel needs to be careful.
Rahel does have GA.
Yeah,
and I think they have an inkling, because this is not the first time Forrest has done this.
Yep. And Forrest does need to be a bit more careful, right? Because his GA is still not off cooldown just yet. So he is going to play it safe. And as we say in Australia, play it safe by the water. And that is exactly what he's going to do.
Is that the whole line?
Yeah, play it safe by the water.
It just means when you're by the water, you need to play it safe.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
It is important to be safe.
Well, yeah, as water is dangerous.
It is.
Of course.
T1 now just K-ramming a little. Tal on the side. Nabar in pretty good position, actually, for a potential flank angle if they did see anyone stepping out of position.
Pulbe has Stone Plate now as well. I'm kind of wondering how much resistance he has.
Well, imagine what's going to happen if they get a 4th Mountain Drake.
I don't want to.
No, it's pretty gross. The Smash takes about 50% of his health bar bought as well. Oh my god. Lucid stepping forward, but Rahel needs to be respected. This guy does so much damage.
Ooh.
Lucid dives in. Okay, Jet Set Radio Future. I like them going for that play. If Smash dies there, I mean, it's over. There is nothing T1 can do.
Forrest on the flank.
All right, Cease and Desist comes in.
No.
Thanatos is going to bring him all the way back. My god, the damage, and Forrest just explodes. He's on fire and goes down. T1 now don't have a jungler. Dahl needs to escape as well. The hop is decent with the crush follow-up. But T1 are now well and truly on the back foot. DK can just move over towards this Baron, grab that. They can grab a Mountain Soul. And T1, I think, need to try and fight this. They need to try and deny it because it might just be too much of an advantage for DK.
And this, unfortunately, for Forrest, a problem that has plagued him in the past. He has been able to find amazing flanks in some games, but in this case, going for the full AP cannon that has flash and a stopwatch available as well.
Yeah.
Not quite going to work out, and that is not just Baron. That is going to be the Nami has 120 armor.
Oh god.
Nami!
And we have 45 seconds on another Mountain Drake.
Lucian has 180 armor, and they don't even have the soul yet.
Okay.
Give me Pulbe. Come on. Come on, observers.
Oh no.
Click the Swain.
Is that even legal? Is it legal to click the Swain?
That's just from GA and like his
so
base
much
stats.
health as well. Oh my goodness.
Click Swain.
Still got
Come
room
on,
for
you
one more
cowards.
item.
Giovanni has 400 armor. Oh my god.
Okay, well, we're going to see this
Oh,
fight.
is it
Forrest
enough?
going to make his way back in. GA back off cooldown one more time. Pulbe not afraid of anything or anyone ever again. As now just waiting 5 more seconds on this Mountain Drake. Dahl moving up, he's desperate to find some sort of fight with this Mega Gnar, but he's just going to melt. They knew exactly what was happening. The Gnar onto the Swain, and they have to use so many cooldowns. The pullback onto Smash, who still does a fair bit of damage. Now the rest of DK can move on over, though. Dahl is fighting Loopy in the backline. I don't know whether that is the priority target, as Bay's going to get never moved and destroyed. Smash, I don't know whether he can 1v4, but he's going to damn well try. The GA does a fair bit of work here as at least the Gargoyle Stone Plate's there for Pulbe. Smash is very scary as Rahel comes back up again and Thanatos says, no, Atlas, don't get excited. You don't need to. It's over, and it's done.
And you see some of the quiet desperation there for T1 with Dahl trying to hard force that engage. You gotta try, right? You can't give him the soul. That is basically an immediate GG as Pulbe dies.
Yeah, he's
that
real
doesn't matter.
Stop the backs.
And overall, I hope we get a free gamer. I really do, because that was an awesome game of League of Legends.
It was an absolutely awesome game. I'm still okay with the 2-0 because there's a lot of League of Legends to commentate today. But still, I think that the level of intensity in that game, both of these teams are going to be feeling so much pressure as, yeah, give it to the top. Yeah, give me one for top as well. Yeah. No, I think Thanatos was definitely a big winning factor.
I want to highlight, I do think that there were multiple choices there. I think Pulbe was another one, but to me, this game was exclusively the whole game, even when Thanatos got targeted about where is Cannon, because the lead he got him accelerated him so much. that for the rest of the fight, the only thing that T1 were worried about is, where is he?
Look at the damage
Where
numbers,
is he?
Chronicler. That is insane amounts of damage.
Yeah, and you see the quality for T1 as well, right? You see the fact that Smash, why we're so excited about this player, because his movement in team fights
Oh, yeah.
is
yeah.
impeccable. But
This was Smash versus D plus Kia's top side of the
It really was. And I want to highlight as well that I think it's easy to focus on Forest here. I think the T1 issues were more so some of the mid-game shot calling and like late-game setup related, because Dahl and Forest are going to look a little bit silly in this comp because they are kind of forced to go in and engage. And then they did. And then it looked silly because, again, D+ played around really well, most particularly as it was 220 armor and MR on Swing.
Yeah.
At the end.
Yeah. A couple of people reporting that, and thank you so much for your comments. That is just, that's a whole lot of survivability.
What a game.
Absolutely amazing. And it was super intense from the word go, and you could imagine that, like, in that coach's booth, right, T1 is saying, well, if we hadn't have let that cannon get so far ahead, then it might have been the angle, or if we had have created enough space, if Forest hadn't have been in that position at that one time. Oh man, there are so many what-ifs in that game. Thankfully, it's a best of 3, so T1 get to try one more time. But Thanatos is going to grab the POG, absolute no-brainer. We don't get to see who does any of the voting for this, but I just want to assume that this is completely unanimous.
I wouldn't mind some split votes, but to me, he was the main character of this specific match. Even with him getting caught in sides, the big difference between these two teams in Challengers is that when Thanatos gets caught in the side lane, his team is in a position to then do something, right? And that, I think, is what makes his team so much more resilient. T1 as well, actually, where a lot of the time in Challengers, understanding of things like cross-mapping, tempo, setting up objectives just isn't really there.
Yeah.
And it is there for these two teams. And Thanatos was a great showcase of that, single-handedly hard winning his lane, got one gank from Lucid at some point, and that was all he needed. And then from there on out, completely manhandled every team fight.
And I mean, it's getting to the point where it's like Canna should be worried about Thanatos being this good. It is just nutty. Ladies and gentlemen, short break and we'll be back for game 2.
빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 사람장을 처치했습니다. 빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronically here as we get towards the next game of this incredible series. D plus Gear taking on T1. T1 have selected blue side as we head towards the draft.
I can't wait to see what happens here today, Atlas. It is truly a riveting match between these two teams. So far, back and forth action on the double.
Absolute barn burner. You are absolutely right, Chronicler. Very looking forward to seeing exactly how the draft is going to play out. Now the players like Thanatos have the ability to counterpick their top lane opponent. That'll be very scary. I don't know what this accent is doing or where I'm supposed to be
but
from.
We're going with it. Rolling with it till the end.
Yeah, doing the best that we can in order to make this one happen. I don't know. I think the...
Are we dropping it?
Yeah, things are gonna go very wrong
I feel
very quickly.
We can bring it back.
I was just wondering how long it was going to take before I get to an Indian accent, which is what all of my accents end up doing. It's just how it goes. It's either Indian or Russian. I don't know how it happens, but it happens.
Or Australian, which is the worst.
Yeah, my Australian accent, I'm still working on it. It's been a few years since we started, but I'm trying my very best. Because, you know, I was born British. Did you know that? Grew up, lived in London for most of my life. Moved to Australia when I was 25, actually.
Then
pretty much immediately went to Korea.
100% not true.
What do you mean? I was studying at Oxford.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, I had to get my doctorate.
What did you study at Oxford, huh?
What did I study?
Yeah.
I was just pure mathematics.
What was your favorite course?
My favorite course was applied mathematics. Okay. I liked trigonometry the most, I think. Oh, it was brilliant. Anyway, yes, I am indeed Australian, and we are looking forward to getting into the draft for this second game. Thanatos picked up a very well-deserved POG, but now he may not get a chance to completely dunk on his opposition as the Kennen one more time. It might be that he will have to be on, you know, the Cassante duty, or indeed the Renekton duty.
Give him R5 counter pick again. It's fine.
They could do that, unless they want to make sure that pool-based matchup is the best one possible. You know, you never know.
Yeah, he did have a good game as well.
He did indeed.
Wasn't quite as good as Lightning Mouse, though.
True. And I wonder whether this game we are going to see a little bit more Sejuani synergy, because I expect that she will once again get through. The last time it was with a lot of ranged champions. So we'll just have to see. Anyway, we are heading now towards...
No, we're saving it, right?
Pick and ban.
For the actual game?
For game number 2. I just thought I'd announce pick and ban. Because if I do it just for a very short amount of time, then it's likely that we stay in the same accent, which is very, very handy. Ooh! J4Ow says, need a cast where they give the worst league advice possible so I can justify my terrible solo queue choices. Maybe we could have a cast where we just say all of the solo queue things.
I like it.
So like
Can't believe
Zed
they
would
did
be
that.
really good here. Yasuo would obviously be the best choice.
Let's hear Crony's Australian accent. I will do an Australian accent if Atlas will do a Dutch accent.
No, I don't want to.
No?
You know, I can't do that because it'll sound offensive.
Oh, only 2,000. Oh, yeah, you're right. Only 2,000 viewers. Oh, for challengers.
It's actually, that's very good. And
That's
it's
really
closer
good.
to 2.6K.
Yeah, this channel is brand new.
Yeah.
There's 2,600 people are watching the future of the LCK.
Yeah. It's pretty nutty.
Yeah.
Heckin'
That's insane. You know, if you put 2,600 people in a stadium, well, not stadium necessarily, but in a mid-sized concert venue,
Absolutely.
you'd fill it right up.
You would fill it right up. There'd almost be too many people. We'd have the aisles full. The aisles of Twitch chat are currently absolutely overflowing, which is pretty nutty. We also had about 4K before we went to a break, so hopefully we'll get back to
right
it.
back up there.
Absolutely. Also, I'm hoping that we can head towards 10K followers by the next couple of weeks, because that is the goal that we've got. Of course, this is a brand new channel, so any follow is absolutely helpful so that we can have more people aware of Challenger being broadcast in English, which is just super cool. Shout outs to WDG for putting on the English broadcast of this fantastic game. As I mean, I assume we've got a draft incoming at some point.
Supposedly.
Yeah.
If the game drags on indefinitely, then at some point we'll get to accent work. But I don't think that we should start mining that gold mine this early.
Yeah, I mean that's a very good point.
Bang Yumi! These guys get it.
Hey, there we go.
Hey, wait.
Hoju fan, let's go. Welcome, welcome. Of course, Hoju is Australia. For those playing at home,
Nice.
bit of a language lesson here. And here we are, into the draft for our second game. Oh, I've got a sneeze coming.
Well, you go sneeze while I'll...
Oh, no. Oh, it's going to run away.
Oh, well, I'm sorry about your sneeze running away,
Lost my
Alice.
sneeze.
So, going into draft. You want to talk about it?
I don't want to. I want to forget that sneeze was ever coming. Okay.
Hey, that sneeze might come back one day, man.
I hope so. Anyway, Rise and Karma have been banned away. I'm so tilted. Really wanted that sneeze. Anyway, Kaylin and Yumi to be taken off the board here. As now, T1, what's the final ban? Elise, maybe? Could be banned once again, as Lucid, pretty dangerous on the Elise.
Ash still available as well. Would not be shocked to see that go and be the last ban. Oh, no,
Oh, there it is.
So this does mean that the Lucianami is still available here for T1 if they want to go in that direction. Heimerdinger also still open. And
Varus is still up as well, though. So
Yeah.
if D plus Kia go for something like a Maokai, for example, then it makes the Varus Sejuani rotation on red side really powerful.
yeah, as DK, maybe you just ban Heimerdinger here. It's going to be Maokai instead. So now Varus is a common first pick here on the B1.
Oh, that's
no.
a dangerous choice.
Yeah, especially with Heimerdinger still open. Because now, as D+, you can lock...
Oh, no.
Well, I was going to say...
Not that.
I was going to talk a little bit about... Zeri Heimer is still fine. But it's going to be Zeri Lulu, which is what I'm not happy about.
Yeah, not psyched about that one. Wukong can be picked up, though, so it's a decent choice. T1 probably via Nami. And then DK finishes off. Oh, okay. The Elise is still up, so that'll be locked
You
away
need to pick
instead.
Heimer. With this jungler in particular, I don't think you can go Lulu. I don't think you get away with it. Obviously, Wukong Lulu is really good, but they're going to go for it. So you need to take full control of this lane level 1, and Lucid must cover. Because if you get dove on the bounce, and you get an early kill on either Forest or on Smash, game becomes really unplayable. With the T1 side get a lead already with just the Elise Lucianami, it becomes extremely hard to play. But if you can get to, say, the first team fight, level 6, a Herald fight, with this comp from D+, and you win that, you also instantly win the game. So, it's a risk, but we'll see.
Indeed, Swain going to be banned away. Pull Bay, not going to be pulling Bay anymore. Renekton goes, and we'll see what the final ban is going to be. I don't think you need to ban Na. I think they can look towards something else. They might even get rid of Cassante if they would like to just free up that top lane as much as possible. We could also go with something like a Kassadin ban here, so they can free up a possible Azir for themselves.
My expectation is that they're going to ban, a non-Cassante top laner.
No, that's a mid laner.
Well, it's base, so I actually believe that 100%. And
Yeah,
then
this
they
is
lock...
we do need to reconfirm that this is in fact a rebroadcast from 2020 on the 13.1 patch.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, Rorikun? No, it's not. It's not a. This is not the 2027 VOD. That's coming up immediately after the break. After this.
Yes,
this
it's Arvo Cassante, and then you get counterpick, and you also deny them the ability to go for something greedier in mid without having at least the opportunity to punish. Have not seen the Jace in a while. Dahl gonna pick that one up. Is quite strong. I do love Jace into shorter range compositions like the one from D+. Really force your opponent to go in aggressively, which into Nami can be quite tough. Kiteback is great.
Whoa, okay, that's a base special.
I don't love the Galio. I think that the mid-jungle 2v2, depending on the pick from D+ here, can really suffer when the early Merc threats are picked up. Both Galio and Elise are both relying on their CC as well as the amount of magic damage that they do. So let's see what the actual pickup is going to be. Are going to be very important to have something that can match as...
Okay. That's a choice that could be made, and this is going to create a lot of space for Rahel on this Zeri. That is what Poolbay wants to get done here. Definitely a lot more backseat as far as the mid lane matchup is concerned. I fear for Bay picking Galio here just because it feels incredibly off-theme for what T1 have put together outside of that, being, you know, a fair bit of poke and pick potential, and Galio can follow up on that, but I don't know whether that's really how you want to be playing.
Knowing the drafting tendencies of G+, I'm pretty sure that T1 had a couple of thoughts going in their head. I really like the Jace as mentioned. I think Jace kind of forces your opponent to go in aggressively. And one, the Galio can help a little bit in that way as a deterrence, and with Taunt and Ultimate can definitely be a nuisance. But there's also the issue of if you do pick something like the Azir here, Poolbay can just pull out a Yone, for example, right? Like there is a lot of answers that I think a player like Poolbay will get into, and I think opting into a skill matchup into him is a pretty bad idea. The downside, obviously, is that I don't think the Galio is great here, and the backline dive from the DK comp is disgusting. So normally, with a poke composition, or at the very least, the Jace type compositions, you have the opportunity to kind of bide your time. Well, against a Lissandra and a Wukong and a Cassante, it's going to be a lot harder.
Yep, and we're going to be focused on that top side of the map for D+ Kia. They have been so powerful. Thanatos, Lucid, and Poolbay have just been so good. And then they have the Zeri to rely on for later stages of the game. But even then, I just don't know whether the bottom side of the map is going to be that relevant when you're talking about a D+ Kia game here in Challenger. Very, very interesting. Let's hop onto the Rift and rock out a bit before we do. Hell yeah.
Have to join us, chat.
Ooh, Rorican. He was right there. Right there with us.
One day, everyone will do with us.
Yeah, there will be so many do-do-dos. And I'm just so happy that it's back. Or maybe it's not back. Not entirely sure. But we definitely try. As checking out some of the runes, nothing really sticking out in my head right now. Outside of... No, it's all pretty usual, pretty normal. Guardian Loopy once again. Seeing some more Guardian on the Lulu. Less aggressive, I guess. But otherwise, relatively normal as well.
Yeah, we see this again from Loopy, going for a much more tanky-oriented build. Possibly looking to go in. We do see Cleanse from Smash here, very smart. We've seen what can happen if you pick a bot lane into a Lissandra with no Cleanse. It is not a fun time. And the one downside is that I do think that against Lissandra, obviously it's great, but overall the value is somewhat limited. You have the opportunity to go for a Cleanse and a Polymorph, but that's generally not going to feel great. But another big source of CC, which is Lucid, you're not going to be able to do that much about. So... really nice. Lissandra pick also creating a ton of extra difficulty here for the bot lane as Poolbay already getting a lot done. And did miss a creep, but I think he'll take half a health bar on this Galio and be very happy with that.
Absolutely. I'm also worried about what Thanatos can do because in our previous series, we even said getting solo kills on Cassante doesn't even count because it happens too often. Dal's going to have to play some pretty clean Jace to try and go up against this. And it's not even necessarily thought about the champion matchup. It's more about Thanatos in general being extremely aggressive as Cocoon's going to connect. Loopy going to have to be real careful here. Wants to make it to the wall and does get that flash off immediately. The repel comes in. Jet Set Radio Future to come forward here as Loopy does manage to soak enough, but it's not going to quite be there. Lucid going to turn up as well. Incoming. But he's going to have to make his way out immediately afterwards, and that is a beautiful first blood for T1.
And I wonder what happened there. I think Rahel did go in and maybe faked. Ooh, Lucid doesn't have his flash.
Oh, dear. Okay, we're going to see a pause. Not sure about that one.
That's not a great time for a pause.
Okay, We'll have to get word on that one from you as to why exactly that pause did come through. I don't know whether it's on the T1 side. We can see the T1 players, none of them talking to a ref or anything like that. I believe it is on the D plus Kia side of things. Maybe he's asking for Flash to be back off cooldown because he's about to die. But I doubt that that's a thing. Because that is in fact not allowed.
We don't know anything, so
maybe a mouse issue?
This is
Lucid
a
mouse issue is looking to be the thing.
Could be. I mean, they're looking at they're looking at Loopy and Rahel.
That's Rahel, so never mind. I just assumed that it was Lucid, so I'm like, all right, he's sitting in somewhat the right spot. He was looking down, but
That's on me. So, because I'm not sure what happened there in terms of the, we'll have to check in the replay, because Lucid, or Rahel rather, actually walked up there. Device issue, yeah, that makes sense. So that is pretty important. Do you need your mouse to work?
Somewhat important, some could say. Clicking on stuff, generally an important thing. It's not going to be remade. We are, of course, just going to make sure that he has a working device, and then everything will be A-OK. Refs will check it out. And as long as everything's fine, we should be absolutely okay.
It's chronicled from the Randstad. Well, the general vicinity, yeah. Lived in Rotterdam for a little bit as well.
I didn't.
Great city. I didn't expect that you would.
I'm looking forward to listening to Rotterdam.
He is a good caster.
Yeah.
He's that's a classic caster right there.
Absolutely. I'm going to be casting IEM for some StarCraft 2. Going to be very, very cool. I believe begins in a few days' time. So if you guys are fans of, you know, the gentleman's esport in StarCraft, definitely very, very fun. Going to be the first time that we've seen Tastosis at IEM as well, which was a very, very fun announcement that I saw very recently.
Best casters changed my mind. Well, let me tell you, we suck.
Yeah,
we're the worst.
We're absolutely
horrible.
terrible. We're talking to you about the good commentators.
You should not listen to us. You should watch the games, sure, but better to just watch on mute. You know, casters are never saying anything useful anyway. They don't really have anything to offer.
I think Artosis is still okay. Don't you worry. Kind of like this music. I wonder if this is like at the top of Wolf's list of jams.
The Challenger jams.
Yeah, I mean, he likes taking note of all of the music in the LCK and Challenger. I reckon this is probably up there.
Jams. I like it.
Vienna RC, you know it. You absolutely know it. Maynard and Pig as well. Definitely up there as far as some of my favorite casting duos of all time. Will Artosis cast though? Video call, or is he coming to Korea? I mean, IEM is in Poland, so he'd probably fly from Canada to Poland, much like Tasteless is going to fly from Korea to Poland as well.
Are there any LCK players with secret musical talent that we should know about? As far as I
Doran's
can remember,
ability to sing and to dance is definitely up there.
Some T1 players can actually sing fairly well. I think they
all
performed
Koreans
on
can sing. I swear,
T1
it's crazy.
Croco can sing very well. It was Croco or Rascal. Can sing very well, as far as I'm aware. As we are still just waiting for the mouse to work. Sometimes it doesn't, and that's bad.
Yeah, we can see there's still a fair bit of testing things out. Looks like we might be getting towards some sort of resolution. Extra person called in. There we go.
Possibly. It's okay. We're here with you guys. It's not like we have already worked the past 6 days and are somewhat tired.
Yeah.
We have plenty of time. We got another best of 3 after this.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
How about you
it'll be
sing us a
great.
song? No, I don't think I will. I won't subject you to that. I did used to be a bit of a choir boy back in the day, but then
Choir boy Atlas.
that was definitely me. In primary school or elementary school for those of the American persuasion.
Interesting.
But then things happened as I grew older, and then my voice didn't do that.
We're getting back.
All right.
It looks like we're gaming.
We are somewhat gaming more than we were prior, and there we go. Forrest is going to steal a Grom. Never mind, he's going to steal Lucid.
Yeah, Lucid's dead.
He's just dead. We kind of missed it, but that's fine. Is it now game over? Don't know.
With this wave state in bot,
It's looking
it's
pretty
looking
close
pretty
to
bad.
it. Yeah.
how are you guys even handling the 7 days of cost? And we're not. That's why we're
It's
the way we are.
complete disaster. Yeah.
So, overall, very unfortunate here for Lucid, not able to get out. Yeah, tries to. I like that. That was nice.
He's like waiting, just spamming W. He's like, it's not working. It was
Yeah, I think it was-
unfortunately on cooldown.
I think he was trying to make them think that he went over the wall. Because his W was probably on cooldown.
Oh, that's cute.
Well, yeah, it didn't work though. They
No.
just killed them.
Definitely cute though. Yeah. Anyway, let's check in on the top side of the map, shall we? Just kidding. We don't really need to. Things are even. It's fine. It's Cassante. The Jace certainly having a good time, and in an isolated matchup, especially in the early stages, he's going to be feeling real good about it.
Oh god, that's a Dark Seal and Sorkman Boots Elise on first back. That's a toughie.
Yep, that's going to be difficult for D+K to deal with, and certainly looking like we're heading towards a more favorable T1 game state. As Lucid moves over, gets some defensive vision, and Forest immediately clears that one out.
What is this? This is not T1. No, this is the real T1. The
Yeah.
T1 you think you know is actually the fake T1.
Yeah.
Oh,
Forest
good.
is once again looking for Lucid. Thanatos is like, dude, what's going on, man? I thought you were a jungler.
Yeah, he can't really play the video game anymore.
Is he just dead? Yeah, Cocoon's gonna land. He's just dead. What's supposed to happen here is now Poolbay and Bay fighting one another. Claw gonna come through. That's going to get Poolbay to relative safety, but there's not a lot of safety this
I
game.
am sensing a little bit of tilt. That's my educated opinion.
Well, Poolbay going to get Cocoon. There's a nice little taunt as well as, oh god.
Huh. Not
He'll be
even
okay
close.
for now.
It only went down to 20 HP.
Yep. Takes a turret shot, does Bay, but he'll be absolutely fine. No teleport, so Poolbay is going to miss a bit as Bay continues to have a decent advantage. Control ward going to be cleared out. And Forest is just making sure D+K cannot play the game. This is a huge turnaround. Remember, like, Forest had some real struggling times towards the end of the last game, and I thought that maybe Tilt had it affected, could have affected him,
Lucid
but definitely didn't happen.
just think level full. So the issue with the Elise pick and the reason why I think it's been so high priority in Challengers and why it also fits Challengers more so than any other league is that defensive play in League of Legends is something that really takes a lot of time to get better at and get experience at. In my opinion, the best defensive player into the jungle that we have in the LCK is Peanut.
Yep.
Peanut is a jungler that I don't think always is, you know, the most consistent or brings out the best in his team. Has definitely had some moments, and his international performance also leaves somewhat to be desired. But regardless of your opinions on him, when you look at the multiple extreme deficits that he has fought his way out of as a jungler, it's really cool to see. And that is a skill set that we don't see a lot of the challenger teams really have. So what happens is when they fall behind, they fall even further behind, especially when playing against players like Forest. Forest in particular is known for being over-aggressive sometimes. Well, if you're a 2-0 Elise, you can't really be over-aggressive. That's not really a thing.
What if you're a 3-0 Elise?
Well, he was 2-0 when he went for the topside play, right? And obviously
드래곤을 처치했습니다.
now it's just a disaster. The upside is that Lucid will still be getting team fights and Dinged 5. So catching up a little bit.
Somewhat playing the game.
It's not great.
And there is vision here towards this bottom side, so the bottom lane knows that they're not quite getting doped just yet. Back to come through from Forest. See what he's going to be able to put together for himself. Good bubble. But Ardent Blaze not going to be enough to really deter Loopy from getting some more work done. As D+K just do their very best to try and stabilize this situation. 2,000 gold at 7.5 minutes, though, is a big lead for T1. So this is a really good look, especially with a composition that, like you were talking about before, really does peak in the mid-game.
Mid-game is insane.
And
yeah.
that's where they're heading towards extraordinarily quickly.
The one thing they need to be very careful of, and don't have the misconception that this game is even remotely over, is that if they take one bad team fight, like Forest gets caught, they can get 100 to 0. Like, the amount of CC that's available on D+ is nuts.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And, like, Poolbay with a big ultimate or a big backline dive together with Lucid and Thanatos can instantly just swing a game again. So this gold lead is important, but it doesn't immediately get you the win. And Forrest in particular, being in this position as Elise is both a blessing and a curse, because you can basically do everything. There's a little bit of action here, but I don't think it'll really lead to anything.
As there. Poolbay was thinking about an aggressive play. Don't know about that one. Lucid.
Ooh, because if it backfires, you're in really deep trouble. So that is something. Oh, he's on his way as well.
All right, well, here it is. The ult's going to come forward. There's the Cyclone ulti. And Lucid is in so much trouble. Forrest going to do it once again. Dahl is so extraordinarily close to dead. That's a great dash from Thanatos. He'll keep himself alive. Oh, man, that was so close.
This is where you see, again, some of the inexperience from D+. Bay roaming up. Galio needs to be known when you go for a play like that. Not the case. Poolbay also teleporting back to mid. Not able to really help, and Lucid even further behind now. And this is a tough position to play from D+. Usually their jungler is the most consistent player on their team, but really an extreme snowball here early on for the T1 team. Not unlosable, as I, again, want to reiterate, this is challengers. Nothing is unlosable.
Every game is losable.
But a very, very tough position. Rahel, he wants to walk to the wave so bad, but he knows it's not allowed.
Nope.
Can't do that.
Is?
Rahel, no.
So,
Rahel, no.
Oh, dear.
He knew.
He did.
Still takes a fair amount of poke, but at the very least, the wave is going to push into him, so that's something.
94 CS to 68. That's not a lot of fun. As we're going to check this one out one more time. Lucid making his way over, walks over that control ward.
Yeah.
Oh, and doesn't even see.
That's why they were able to set up this play, right? Because they were already roaming up.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
He wasn't even looking for the ward. That is so sad.
Because the 2v2 here is still winnable, ironically enough. You won't trade favorably, but you might be able to pick up at least a kill on Jace there, but instead it's just a disaster. It is just not good. And now, with how fed T1 currently is, as long as Forrest doesn't mess up, which, if you're a T1 Challenger fan, that's a statement that can scare you a little. But as long as he doesn't, this should be a free win for a T1 from here on out.
Well, Forrest is going to look for Thanatos here. He does have access to his W, but it's not going to do anything. And yeah, that's a very dead Cassante.
Yeah, also the Galio roaming as well. And just complete and utter dominance here from T1 in the early game.
Yeah, I have a feeling that this game might be a bit of a go next, as T1 are looking for some more turret plates. It's what it looks like, right? And I was going to ask you, so you were saying that every game is losable, but is every game winnable?
Yeah, well, by definition, yes.
I don't think that that's true. I think every game is losable. However, I don't know whether it's possible for DK to win this game.
No, I think they can. If again, the amount of CC that's available for D+, like the situations that need to arise do rely on T1 making mistakes, for sure. It's not like if both teams play perfectly from here, D+ should not come back, right? I think that goes without saying. But T1 won't play perfectly because they're a challengers team. I genuinely cannot imagine even a CL team throwing this. Kevin, you should know better.
Kevin, actually.
And saying things like that.
That's a dangerous thing to say.
You've watched enough challengers.
You definitely know better.
You know.
Don't know about that one. Anyway, T1 going to move towards this Infernal Drake. Imagine if it's like Cloud Soul. God, that would be incredible. Just the greatest dragons.
There is, I want to say about like a 5% chance, I think, that D+ win this. They're going to have to find a really good team fight relatively soon. You have two options. Either you have to isolate Forrest and blow just him up, or you take down anyone when Forrest isn't there. Because a lot of this gold lead is actually on specifically the Elise, so fighting away from Elise might provide you with an opportunity to get something done. But, this is really tough as well, because I do think that, especially early on, in your player career. Things like this can really break the mental for both teams. Very unfortunate. But it's not the same, I don't think, because right now...
Yeah, it looks like it might be T1 that have gone for this particular pause. So that's where at least the...
That's where the refs are looking
located.
active.
See what it's going to be, as of course we will have our issue documented in a lower third. Maybe this is a, you know, contractual obligation to make sure that each game runs a certain length of time, and T1 may just win this one within 20 minutes.
Could happen.
So we just needed to get as much out of it as we possibly could. Sooty Thorns, hello. Hope you're having a good day. Terry on Twitch, how you doing? Very excited that everyone's joined us here for this particular broadcast, as we may have a device issue once again. We shall see. Watching challenges and loving it so far. Much love from Melbourne. Aww. Glad that the hometown is doing all right. Binded? Binded? I don't know. Sorry for the lack of pronunciation
Atlas,
ability.
stop the obsession about the cloud dig respectfully.
What?
Yeah, someone in chat saying that. Chat's very active right now. Good for
I
you
will
guys. Just maintain.
Respectfully ignore you entirely.
Just
Go on.
maintain PC
I
issue.
hope you're enjoying the weather in Canberra.
I think it's very important that we all stay positive, we all stay happy. If Atlas and I can stay mostly sane and positive after 6 uninterrupted days of League of Legends, and right now I'm feeling like this will be 9 games as well. That to me just seems kind of where we're going. This is our 7th day of casting / being on broadcast in a row. 7.
Yeah.
And every day you're in front of thousands of people, you know, bearing your soul. And here we are. And we're still positive. We're still feeling, well, I don't know about feeling great.
Yeah.
Are you not feeling positive?
Hits 999 asks whether I watched the tennis. And, you know, we could be talking about that. Do you watch the tennis?
I know Djokovic won.
What did he win? Which one did he win?
The Australian Open.
Yeah, I didn't watch that one. I generally just watch Wimbledon. Because I'm English.
He won his 22nd trophy, or his Grand Slam title, or Grand Slam title. He's now on, or his 22nd like big tournament. He was now even with Nadal.
Oh, damn. You know what made me really sad?
At me.
When Federer retired.
Yeah, I love
I
Federer.
really liked that guy.
He's amazing.
I also, I mean, there are a few of them that were pretty good. Yeah, I watch a fair bit. Atlas, more important question, do you follow the AFL? No. I never did, even when I was in Australia. I was, so I was always a Richmond Tigers fan growing up, and they didn't win until I was in the US for Worlds one year. And I remember I watched the AFL Grand Final with Clayton Rains, and we were drinking beers in a pub.
Good old Captain.
In LA, and I watched my team finally win a premiership. It was very interesting.
I'm actually into hockey, but real hockey, which is field hockey.
That's not real hockey.
You are Australian.
Yeah, and I love the Mighty Ducks. Those kids that play real hockey.
You guys are pretty good at field hockey as well.
Yeah, but it's not real hockey.
Yes, it is.
Talk to a Canadian.
Came first. Makes it real hockey.
I was forged in the fires of Valdez, okay? He told me about hockey.
Unbelievable.
But really? Field hockey?
It's a great sport.
Is it?
Well, if you're gonna share your subpar opinion like that, then I don't know if I still want to be in cast with you. I'm gonna just focus on the game. None of this banter anymore. I'm done. You guys can see this, but I'm turning my back. I'm turning my chair towards Atlas as Lucid is praying this gank works out.
And well, it might. Cyclone's going to come down. In goes Rahel. They're wasting no time. They are just flashing on in, and they will be able to kill Smash. There you go. That's something.
That's a win. And they desperately needed to win.
They do.
They really do, Atlas, because right now, game state still extraordinarily favored. They're getting bounties just now. This game is rigged.
Yeah, there we go.
Rigged.
And it's Chemtech Soul. So who cares whether T1 keeps stacking
It actually
those?
doesn't matter.
No.
Oh my god.
That Circle of Frost, absolutely fantastic. They're going to see whether they can kill Pool Bay, who does have the Frozen Tomb available.
Now they're only 4k gold.
All right, I mean, it's still 4K,
Yeah,
so that's a lot.
I was obviously joking. I was, God, you never listen.
You are so angsty today.
You never listen.
And I mean, yeah, I understand the thing about the hockey, but I don't know whether you like even care that much about field hockey, do you?
No.
I haven't heard you talk about field hockey once since I met you.
No, I mean, I used to do it for like, I don't know, 12 years. Really enjoyed it. It's a great sport. Very fun. I don't watch it competitively.
Papa Smithy was the last Australian caster. No, Julian Pastry Carr, also Australian caster. There are still casters
Spawn?
over in the LCO. Spawn hasn't casted for quite some time.
Well, no, but he was another one, right?
He was
He
definitely
was part
another
of the gaggle.
The gaggle, indeed.
A
I
gaggle
think
of
that's the
Australian
collective noun of
casters.
Australians.
Well, I was saying casters more than anything.
Yep.
Because the volume of casters is... I have had dinner at an event with both Atlas and Kobe, and if you think they're loud on air, let me tell you.
But Kobe's not Australian.
No, but I'm just referring to...
Oh, casters in general?
Casters
being
in
too loud?
general, yeah. I mean, we all are.
It
But
is
I'm
true.
not above this myself.
Rusty and Skimmy
But-
are indeed the current Australian casters. Man, I love Skimmy. I miss watching Heroes of the Storm, man. I really do. Him and Vandy, such a good combo. Rip. Big rip. Of course, G-Clef and Wolf also goated combo of Heroes of the Storm commentary team. What can you
Yes,
do?
indeed. Oh, trap. Trap being set up here, Atlas.
Indeed.
They're trying to go in. Rough position for D plus Kia right now.
Yeah, they are kind of
You know-
trying to find that miracle.
Okay, Atlas, it's fine if we don't commit to the bit, but if I'm committing to the bit, you got it as well, man. Otherwise, I look silly.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You can go ahead and do your
I
bit.
can't be the only one doing a bit.
Yeah, you can.
Well, yeah, but it looks dumb.
No, it doesn't.
I feel like
I think it looks great. It means
I just
that
wanna-
you're taking
I just
the
wanna know
initiative
that
and
you
you're
have
doing
my
your
back.
own bit. Of course I do.
So they're getting another turret.
They
What's
are
happening
indeed.
now? The gold is rapidly ballooning.
Dancing Shirley? No. Not this time. A little bit of a shame. Thanatos still having a great time, just pretending that the rest of the map does not exist. And
Well,
that
that's
is
how you gotta
going
play this
to...
game.
Yeah. There is one way. 6,000 gold is now the lead with all those turrets falling down.
Hey, it's 5,500. Come on, Atlas.
What?
It's 50. It's not.
Oh, right.
Well, right now it's like more like full, but it's not the same.
Okay. That's a good point. That is a good point.
Well, it doesn't really matter if they said the game. It's still abhorrent. As Lucid is gonna yet again try to make something work, but this time they are ready. They know.
Indeed. Smash moving on in.
Uh-oh.
Thanatos is just going to start the
Oh,
back.
we abandon, we
He's
run.
getting out of here.
It's like, it's like, oh, if one guy comes by, maybe we can kill him, and then we can try and... No, never mind, abandon. There's more than one person.
It was two guys.
Yeah.
Well, Forest is going to take Soul Point with absolutely zero response. I think D
Well, you don't
plus
care
here
about
just
Soul.
kind of waiting for the next game is what it's sort of looking like to me.
So the beauty of a gold lead is that the longer you wait, if it stays the same, it'll become less. Like magic.
Ooh, relativity.
You must have learned that in applied mathematics at Oxford,
no,
right?
Obviously I did. Come on. It is elementary, my dear chronicler.
It's not a bad British accent.
I mean, my British accent isn't actually terrible.
Okay, well, no, that was. The first one was
It
alright.
was not!
Okay, now it's rapidly declining.
Yeah, no, it depends. Like, I can commit really hard to certain
the posh
deviations
one, the posh
of them.
one was fine.
Yeah, but it just sounds a bit weird.
Just stick with posh.
Ajax doesn't like what I'm sorry, okay?
You should
It's
be
terrible
sorry.
but accurate. There you go. There you go. I love that. That is the best almost positive feedback I've ever got about my British accent.
Chronicler not knowing what a Geordie accent. I know. Okay, I've been to the north. It was definitely an experience, and I also am familiar with everyone's favorite caster, current full-time Reddit analyst, Orcs. Also
Oh my god.
from the north.
Apparently, it was like a Heimerdinger trying to do a Cockney in a community theatre production. I love that.
I think the Heimer emote was just to signal the confusion, but I really like that you
No, because that's kind of what I was. It was kind of a bit that. It was.
Huh, good enough.
I think so. Somewhat.
When they remember when they said this is going to be a serious match.
I mean, this match is over, guys.
No, the game's done.
Really, I'm kind of tempted to go and get lunch.
Oh, you know. Is it? Do we just bet again? Is that what we do to keep it interesting?
Oh yeah, I'll cut off my foot if T1 loses game.
Okay, we Atlas. Last time you said you'd ate a shoe, then I talked you out of that.
Yeah. So now I'm gonna cut off my foot.
I will not accept that bet.
Okay.
Not happening.
It's probably good for me.
Yes. Lucid's
I
dead.
do have a backup foot though.
Come on, Atlas, be better.
Lucid's clone is dead. No, I've got 2 feet. Why would I need more than 1? Really? Okay, T1 just waiting for their opportunity to go and absolutely obliterate this Baron, which they certainly will be able to do extremely quickly.
Yeah.
And it looks like they might just be able to head over there now. Their turn going to be very, very scary as well.
Yeah, you don't win these. There is a ton of items already done on the opposing team's end.
Yep.
Mande, Gale Force, Rapid Fire Cannon. Ludo doesn't have a Mythic. Rahel's sitting on a couple of components. We have a Elise with Night Harvester and Void Staff and a 5-stack Dark Seal.
Yeah, Forest is like half an item ahead of the mid lane of D+ Kia, which is just an indication of the game state.
Hey, they're not losing Baron right now.
Not yet.
for the foreseeable future.
There we go. I mean, what do you reckon? Zeri win condition? Is that going to be the end of my foot?
It's just not enough. They're so far behind. Like, just Zeri hitting 3 items doesn't even really matter. Although, I gotta say, if they win, again, they shouldn't. But if Forest goes in too deep, gets caught, and gets 100 to 0'd, or anyone, really, because their only person with Merc threats is Galio.
Dapper Koala 2. I guess that's one way to get your foot in the door for a new Twitch channel. That is golden. I absolutely love that. Thank you so much.
As
Purple A, you didn't need to throw us under the bus like that.
well, we are kind of randoms.
All right.
I'm a true random, actually. Big fan of Emily Rand. I think she does some fantastic work.
Is that what an Emily Rand fan club is called? The Randoms?
Yeah, it is. The Emily
Emily
Rand
Randoms?
fandom name is Random.
Oh my god, that's actually so good.
Yeah, I know, it's amazing.
I'm a member of that.
I'm a member of the Random. Yeah, Team Random.
100%.
Absolutely.
All right, if they lose this Baron, they probably still win the game, as Lucid is almost just dead from one culling.
There's a bounty.
Yeah.
Bounty's juicy.
That's true.
Can they get
Let's
it?
see whether Lucid can
No.
actually make it into the pit. The answer is absolutely not. Winds of War doing a fair bit of work there, as Lucid does go into his Warrior Trickster to avoid dying to a Shock Blast. This is a real rough time for D+ Kia, as the Baron is taken, and T1 are now looking to just break down the house. D+ Kia now.
No, we're just joking. Don't worry. The beauty is that everyone's entitled to their favorite casters. Yeah, the beauty there's so he was apologizing. I don't want him to apologize. He was just asking a question. That's completely fine.
Maybe we were his favorite casters.
Well, I assume if someone's your favorite caster, you'd know by either the tone of their voice or the absolute nonsense that they're spewing that they're your favorite caster. If you're wondering why we're not commentating the game, why we're commentating the game, by the way, it's because it's over. I am rapidly losing my ability to form coherent sentences, which is a problem because that's our job.
That is your job, yeah. You are generally paid to do that. But that's okay. It's only moderately worse than usual.
Medic is my favorite. Great choice. Love Medic.
Also a big fan.
Yeah. Exceptional casters.
He'd be-
Puns, worse than Atlas, which really requires a lot of commitment.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. And he's Australian as well.
빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Yeah. I'm British and Medic's Australian.
Oh, but you grew up in Australia, even though you're from the UK, and he grew up in the UK, even though he was born in Australia.
Oh, yeah. I spent a couple of years in Australia.
There you go.
Yeah. Inhibitor going to go down. The Nexus probably going to go down relatively soon as well. Saving my foot and bringing us a game 3 in the process. You love to see it. Lucid, can he get the incredible flank? The answer is he's standing on a ward, and so I guess no.
They used a blue trinket, okay?
In order to find Lucid, indeed.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to go for a bit of a reset here. The gold lead sitting at 10,000. 25 minutes. Relatively large.
Correct.
Elder flip. Elder flip.
Elder flip?
Elder flip.
Elder flip?
Elder flip.
Elder flip?
Oh, God.
T1 could have ended this game many a time. Where are Faker, Guma, and Ono? They're on Chovy's Camel Farm.
Yeah, Chovy's Camel Farm in New Zealand. This is not something that we came up with. This was, in fact, told to us by an inside source.
On Twitch.
Yep.
And we trust Twitch.
I think the
religiously.
source was tomato?
We trust them with our life.
Barbecue? Hot. It might have been hot. Not entirely sure. Honey mustard? Anyway, T1 now pushing the last remaining lane with anything in it. As Lucid not going to find anything with the Cyclone. Finds it with the second portion before he does inevitably go down. As D+ Kia just looking for some sort of way of doing something. Lucid realizes that it is really looking relatively hopeless.
Yeah, if this is a scrim after Elise gets the triple, you're like, okay, let's, you know, that's game. That's fine. Actually, we'll leave it at that. Because this is not playable, and
look at Bay just walking towards people and just not caring at all.
Damage.
Yeah, no one really does anything right now on the side of D+ Kia. It is a rough time. 26 minutes, and these Nexus turrets are not long for the world. I think we're getting an idea as to why Elise has been banned a heck of a lot, and why she's also picked a lot as well. These kind of snowballs. Very devastating for these teams. The culling going to fly in. Rahel, oh, very close to just dead. So just going to have to wait on their fountain. This Nexus is going to go down. Big old taunt to come through as the ult comes down from Thanatos just to take Bay on a bit of an excursion. But that's going to be that. And chuck mine in the forest column as well. That's beautiful. Another day, another Elise POG. As that took a lot longer, I think, than the actual game length, given the pauses. And I think the quota of about 30 minutes of
we're gonna go to 9
broadcast
games.
time.
We're gonna go to 9 games. It's happening.
Well, no, we're going to go to 6 games.
No, but in the end, there will be 9.
I mean, the last series of this evening is only theoretical at this point.
I don't know if it'll ever happen.
No, because it hasn't happened yet. Oh dear. That is a graph of damage on one side. Prue asks, what are our... Oh no, she's asking chat, but we can forward your question to the chat. What are your favorite Lush products?
Any of them. I feel like they're all the same. They're all great.
Yeah,
they
I
all
think it's
smell
body wash though, generally.
like dreams.
Yeah. Body wash is very good.
They're so...
The
it's
exfoliating
nice.
thing. Yeah. Nah, real good.
So overall, this game, not particularly interesting, was over at around minute 10, then had the unfortunate reality, or we had to sit through the unfortunate reality of it lasting another 17 minutes. So
Yeah,
it's not ideal.
It certainly isn't. Atlas, what's your favorite one specifically? I think there's an exfoliating body wash that I used for a long time that made me feel lovely. Big fan. Graxius has been really on this honey mustard thing. As soon as I said it, it's all over it. I think perhaps projecting that they want to have some honey mustard. This could be your opportunity. We're about to go to a short break before we get towards game number 3. You could go and collect something that could utilize a condiment like honey mustard. Sausage, for example. Forrest going to pick it up on the Elise. Fairly obvious.
I'd say extremely. Forrest There are games where he tries to do a little bit too much, and this game he did just enough. Did think that we saw some of the overall restraint from T1 come in, not wanting to throw away the game, like they've done in the past. This game though, it was calm, it was controlled, it was him getting a couple of early kills. Very nicely done on the bot side of the map, and you do really see that, especially in these challenger games, even more so than the actual LCK, it matters so much how the early game plays out. Because the meta right now is incredibly snowbally, and it's even more so in challengers. Early pickup of the Elise paid dividends, and I don't think we're going to see the champion in game number 3.
Well, at least not allowed to head towards the red side, as I assume D+ Kia will be able to jump back on blue to see whether that helps them out in their drafting. As
T1 got it on blue though, they got it in the second rotation.
Yeah, but I mean, I think after that performance, you'd probably pick it up first off. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the game deciding game number 3. We'll see you there. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger Spring 2023. I am Atlas, joined by Chronicler for today's video games. We are up to game number 3 in our second series, and it is going the distance, as they say, judging by the fact that we have made it indeed to game number 3.
Oh, I can't believe, Atlas, my dearest chap, that this will indeed be the 6th game that we've played today. Possibly looking at 9 games on the day. Ridiculous amount of video gaming that we're witnessing here today. And personally, I couldn't be more stoked than spend it with you.
More stalked, eh?
Really?
A lot of delved into a different accent there.
A lot of stuff happening there.
Oh, dearie me. Dearie me indeed.
Oh. We're losing it, guys. We're really losing it.
I am hoping that we can keep it as formal as possible. That is the aim for this particular broadcast, is that we are going to be distinguished gentlemen, bringing you all the action on the field of League of Legends. Yes?
Well, when in doubt, I can always go back to Dutch accent. That one never fails, because it's the true core accent of every Dutchie out there. We all know, if you've ever been to the Netherlands, this is how everyone talks. This is how it goes. It is definitely something that if you've ever heard, you'll be like, oh yeah, he's right. That sounds like Dutch people. Crazy. Unbelievable. And that might be what we're getting, because I am losing my ability to speak Englando very quickly. Very unfortunate.
Considering your line of work, yeah, I would say so.
Well, how are you? You've done 15 different accents. You don't get to judge me.
Dalmonk here have selected the blue side. That is the side of the rift that they are intending to...
Is it, yeah?
Yeah, it's the side of the rift they're intending to select this time around. They will do their best to then pick champions that do not lose in the first 5 minutes of the game, is, I believe, how it's going to go. Well, I think maybe the Elise is going to be one of those champions that is going to be removed from the pool of champions that they can pick. And stuff like that. What do you reckon?
I need to know if I can do a French accent. I personally think my French accent is pretty good. I spent an incredible amount of time in France, lived there for 2 months as well. Really love accents. Really, yeah, it is. Really, personally, I'm a huge fan of the country as a whole. A lot of holidays there. French South, and the nature is simply beautiful.
Yeah, I'd like to go to France and experience not Paris, because I've only been to Paris.
Yeah, that's not the right call.
But I also didn't go to the Paris the right way, you know. Did it a little bit more touristy than I potentially could have with the contacts that I now have. As Caitlyn and Maokai are going to be banned away as we hop into a pick and ban here for the final game of the series. Wukong going to be taken away by T1, which is interesting. This is very similar to the bans that we saw in game number 1. And in fact, that third ban, Elise, was there in the first game anyway. And so we are going to be keeping them honest. So, the Lucian going to be banned away. That will be the change-up.
Yep.
And the Ashe will then be picked up first. Indeed.
Is this entire series going to boil down to, well, your blue side, so you get Ashe or Elise, and then you just win the game. And then that's the end of it. That's just it.
Yeah, that could in fact be it. T1
could be.
Imagine
They're
if
gonna Zeri Yumi.
Imagine if it was
They're gonna Zeri Yumi.
God, that would be
Ferris Heimer.
This is good.
Ferris Heimer. It would probably be Ferris Karma. But I don't like. Yeah, I don't think that's that good. I think you still lose bot lane really hard.
And Ashe Heimer Sejuani is a pretty powerful blue side response.
Yeah. I am thus far feeling like blue side is OP, and we're just going to complain about that the whole game.
Nah.
Yeah.
No, we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
No.
We're complaining about blue side.
Not going to complain about blue side.
Yeah.
No.
Why not?
Just would prefer not to.
What do you mean?
I'm just saying. I'm like I'd opt out.
Why'd you opt out?
Because I don't want to. I don't want to complain.
Well, hold up.
That's Jace.
We're going full poke. Okay, I respect it. Sejuani is the most obvious pickup here for T1 if you want to go in that direction.
Ooh, Kevin Kim has never seen Forest lose on Karma Jungle. I think that's going to be really important.
No.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, someone's been watching the Shy.
What? No, it's Forrest.
Nah.
This
This is top lane.
This is his pick.
Nah, it's not.
This is his pick.
Nah.
Yes, it is.
This is the Jace counter.
Yes, it is.
This is the Jace counter.
Atlas.
I'm pretty sure that was what the Shy played it into, wasn't it?
I don't love blinding Italy. I don't think it's amazing.
No, because we already know Forrest is playing Karma jungle. Oh no, he picked it into Cassante, so never mind. I told a lie.
It's all.
Well, Set and Renekton will be banned by D+ Kia. Swain will then be the follow-up, as T1 prepare themselves for whatever pool they're going to be playing, unless it's just Jace, which it could be.
I am feeling relatively confident that we will see the Jace just go towards top as
Pantheon!
yeah, that's the base special. Okay, so
Ooh,
we
Scion
don't
mid.
actually know. Yeah, we don't know if this is for Dal or Bay, which makes the draft pretty hard. I personally argue.
That's a Bay pick as well.
It really
Scion
is.
is a real Bay pick. Oof. Well, I mean, it is Scion 80 carry.
So he goes Sejuani. That one seems like a no-brainer. Lysandra Sedge.
Oh, the triple Freljordian composition?
But the downside is that the Lysandra blind can definitely get punished. Again, if their read is that it's Scion mid, then it changes things a little bit. But T1 really has the potential to blow out the draft here with an R5 stroke of genius. Also, do note that the Crocodile is on the map, is
Yeah,
still
it's just
available.
up, isn't it?
And Renekton Italy has been known to be unfun to play into.
You could say that. That's an Aurelia being considered here, of course, does quite well into the Jace. If it was Sejuani, then like D+ Kia could have had a full house.
Okay, how many-
Freljord's into Freljord's full of Piltovers.
In a perfect world, you just lane swap and put the Lysandra into Aurelia. But I don't think that's going to happen.
Ooh, that would be really cool.
Yeah, that would be fun. I also don't think that playing Jason to Scion in mid is that engaging, because I think in topside you actually can deny the Scion CS pretty consistently. But in mid, I don't think the lane is long enough to really allow you to do that. So, personally, I like the DK side a lot more. The one wild card that you can't really allow to snowball is topside, and you need to keep track of Forest. But overall, the composition of D+ should have prio in both mid and in the bot side of the map. And as a result, I do think for T1, it's kind of all over the place. They don't really have great hard CC. A lot of it is conditional, so the setup for the Italy is kind of lackluster. And the bot lane, into almost any other lane, I'd love it. But I don't think you win into Ash Heimerdinger. So overall, prio and early game snowballing has been the name of the game, and I think D+ have an edge here yet again.
Yep, and 14 Dread TV, I do indeed know how to use a tech deck, and used to use them all the time. I think I'd say that I'm pretty excellent at tech decks. So anyone in chat, sound off if you have any experience with a tech deck while we head towards the Rift for the deciding game number 3 between D+ Kia and T1. Are you guys ready to rock out? Because I think
I want to see some doody-doos in chat. We are barely keeping it together, and we need all of you watching at home.
Yeah. J for Al, yes, that will be coming. Let's rock out, though.
Perfect.
속에 오신 것을
You knew it. You
Perfect,
knew it
chat.
was coming.
There we go.
Oh, beautiful.
I'm so proud of all of you.
Oh, you guys?
Thank you so
man.
much.
생선까지
I see and appreciate you first-time chatters joining in the do-do-do.
Thank
Even
you.
YouTube chat is joining. This
Heck
is
yeah.
the cohesion that we've been
Thanks,
waiting
Wolf,
for.
for the banana, nana, 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 nana. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Astro Nautilus, I believe, said do Baby Shark, which is pretty cool. Here in Korea, we actually know the English voice actor for Daddy Shark, which is a very exciting thing, I'm sure, for everyone to hear. He's a good friend of ours. Hope he's doing okay. As Bort here, gonna miss his first Q. Ooh, not a lot of damage there from Smash. As Poolbay's gonna come down. Will the Flash Ring of Frost come through? It won't.
That's a big problem.
He did actually level up Ring of Frost. He
Yeah.
was ready.
That's not ideal, but the overall issue now is that Loopy and Rahel will be able to set up early control here of the lane. Probably making his way back now, but hasn't missed a minion. Does mean that Bay should be able to get early priority here, but you are not going to have a good time here as this Karma Varus lane. And once the shove starts for Loopy and Rahel, it becomes really hard to kind of find an angle back in. So good luck on that one. Forrest is pathing from top towards bot, so we will need to keep track of him, as he might have a ganking opportunity if the bot side remains this far forward. But depending on what Rahel goes on level 2, might even be able to spot him out with the Hawk shot. And you do still need to dodge the Karma Qs. The Mantra Qs do still hurt a fair amount of time.
Yep, it doesn't win the lane by itself. However, it is important to make sure that you keep things done. Wolf says that YouTube chat needs help. Doesn't look like it to me. I think it's fine. I think it's doing okay. Studio Kimbap, don't worry about it. It's absolutely fine.
What are the odds we see Prowler Scion? I don't think we will. As okay,
Prowler's
spotted
Scion.
now.
Wow, the balls.
Yes, it's the Baus.
dig
He
it.
actually,
Yeah.
one of my favorite moments of last year was the Baus playing solo queue in Korea, because it really showcases how good of a player he is. That even in Korea, the home of FF15.
Yeah.
I have an hour in the PC bang and I'm trying to play free games. Thank you very much. Type of server. He was still able to make it to Challenger. It's kind of mind blowing to me.
It's just a
Very
sign
impressive.
of a true professional. As far as
Round
will
2.
take his Gromp, let's see what he can do here. He's going to pounce over the wall.
Smash
Does
is
so.
real low, and they have shoved in the wave as well. So, but
Not going to get it this time.
ooh, very nice. I'm going to keep it here. Not going to crash. So now opportunity for the T1 bot lane to set up a slow push as we're going to look for a dive here. Next wave is coming in. Dahl doesn't have his W. Did just level up. I feel like the health bar is too high.
Oh dear. Okay, there's the flash. Forrest hitting the spear. Absolutely beautifully done. Lucid doesn't get the Q. So they get the flash out of Pool Bay. Going to open up a lot of space here for T1 from the middle of the map. Is Dahl having a decent time up here despite the lack of mana?
And do note that post first back, you're going to feel a lot better if you are Dahl, especially post 6. That's when the matchup becomes real tough. Vanitas thus far not really able to find any form of decisive lead. And as a result, will be a very, very tough situation. There is a ward here on the Krugs, so Forrest should get spotted. And with his path known, that should give a good roadmap to the rest of D+, because if this Nidalee doesn't pop off, come mid-game team fights, D+ should run T1 over, right? You have the CC to deal with, both Nidalee and the Aurelia, and if they're not fed enough to 100 to 0 people, the game becomes really hard.
Real difficult. I found out today, actually, Chronicler, this is some interesting information from Twitch chat. They've said that YouTube chat invented Yuumi. Did you know that?
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Collectives
Pretty
are
crazy.
capable
They also nerfed
great
Aurelia,
things.
or they buffed Aurelia. Did they buff Aurelia?
That is such an old meme. That's
Yeah, I
such a
know.
boomer meme. That's old Bay. I know about that one.
It's an old meme, but
Should
it
be
checks
fine.
out. Q going to connect there as Bay will take a bit of damage, but
That's
he's
an old
Scion.
meme.
It is indeed.
It's too many layers of old memes unless you're showing your
My age.
age.
Boomer memes. There we go. Old Stony. I mean, you've got old in your name. Not fair. Shots fired. What will YouTube chat say? Well, they said something about T1. Don't really know.
Forrest seen again. And this is, of course, known that Forrest should be in the general vicinity here. He's just going to clear out the wards. Will be making his way over, and Rahel and Loopy unable to get anything right now. Oh, Dahl does have ultimate and flash available. Should be fine here.
Lucid's still going to go for it, though. They want to be able to grab that one. Oh, that was so sick from Lucid. And there it is. The kill given over to Thanatos as well. Gorgeous stuff.
might think that Lucid was a wee bit tilted after the previous game. Well, not tilted enough. That was clean, denying the Aurelia any ability to either reposition or look for a counter kill.
The safeguard, like, the perfect distance away from the Vanguard's edge, like, oh my god.
Yeah. Flash beautifully done as well. This will lead to T1 picking up an early Infernal Drake, which is big, as they are... Yeah, that's what I was saying, Wolf. Exactly.
Older meme but checks out is an older meme but checks out is an older meme but checks out is an older meme but checks out. It just makes me
As
very
we're going to
happy.
just appreciate this again.
Super sick.
The flash there. And then, while he still has the Q, being able to go back, wonderfully done there by the D+. Topside, that is a gank where if it backfires and Aurelia gets a kill, it can kind of lose you the game, right? Like, you can single-handedly take those type of leads and then turn them into way more pressure on Thanatos, and then objectives become way harder to fight. So keeping down Dahl and Forest is the biggest objective here, and thus far, D+ have been able to do so. Do you think that
successful.
Yes? Okay. I don't want to talk for too long. You want to...
Yeah.
Go in there. Go in there, Atlas.
Oh no,
That's fine.
I didn't really. I was just doing a bit of a cheeky follow-up, just pretending to exist.
Yeah.
All right. So Loopy gonna get some vision down as we check on the state of the map, the broad state of the map. D+ gear with that advantage, like you were talking about, doing it relatively well. I wouldn't say that this game is necessarily on the verge of being over or anything like that, but it's going to be a difficult composition, like you say, for T1 to execute as the game goes further on.
Just don't face check into any sign cues. You'll probably be fine. As do see that the Herald is going to get given up, and don't know how much D+ are actually going to be able to get for this. Should be able to pick up a play on the bot side of the map. Now known that this was taken, and maybe Smash, forced to give up a wave as well, is currently only level 5, but nice hover here from Bay as well. With the Sign ultimate, the DK bot lane needs to be pretty careful of getting engaged on, and as a result, will look like... Ooh, that's a good word. Will look like, for now, we will have no blades going over. It's Lucid on a ward, so this gank should never work. But I've seen...
Well, Forest might be able to get up there to try and go for some sort of counter gank shenanigans.
Oh,
Lucid steps
Bay
over that
moving up
ward
as
as he
well.
walks down. Yeah, exactly right. Unstoppable Onslaught going to be at the ready as, okay, Vanguard's Edge does come in this time as Dal's in so much trouble. They knew that he was here. And there's the Unstoppable Onslaught that we were talking about, but another spear isn't going to connect. Still, Lucid's going to go down. It's the flash out from Forest to get himself to safety. You can see Poolbay making his way up, and also Thanatos trying to keep them interested. The Empowered Recall going to come in. There's the flash forward as Poolbay at least stops the back from Forest. He's in so much trouble. The Frozen Tomb's going to come in. There it is. Shock Blast will connect. And now Bay's in trouble as well. Poolbay knows that he's dead, and he's just going to take it, allowing for the better trade in kills, and D+ gear walk away the victors.
Really nicely done there by D+. Unfortunately for Dahl, going a little bit too early there. Forrest also unable to hit the initial spear on Lucid. The turn there from D+ Kia, very well done. And as a result, another trade going favorably. This Thanatos, or this Jace rather, so fat now. Now the one upside is that you do have Bay. Bay is a very beefy boy and should be able to soak some of these, but overall, do think that a fat Jace is not very fun to play into and might cause a ton of troubles later on. This Sign, the more I think about it though, it's such a good pick. I don't love the composition from T1 as a whole, but you can catch Ashe ultimates, you can catch Heimer poke, you can catch Thanatos' poke, so definitely a very high value pick, but I was about to praise Rahel for what I thought was going to be an actual on-hit build. But he doesn't have a front line, and he doesn't want to take a risk, so it looks like, yet again, we might be heading towards a more support-oriented Ashe. He's Ravenous Hydra, which...
Yeah, not a huge fan of this particular Ashe build.
You're not going to kill Bay at some point. So wouldn't be fooled that, which, to be fair, with how most of these games are played out, is pretty good. And also, you can, in some game scenarios, if you're fat enough, just ignore Bay. As long as, you know, Thanatos hits Shock Blast than anyone else, or Pull Bay can get backline access and take down Bout or Smash or Forest, it doesn't really matter, and Nidalee's scaling is notoriously subpar.
Yep.
She does run into some issues there, especially if she's not fat, which right now, she's not.
No, this is not the same game as last game for Forest, unfortunately. We'll look for Pull Bay here, but at least just puts down the Rift Herald, as a fully charged Q will help take that one down. Lucid pays another visit towards Dahl. I believe he's unseen on his way up here.
Yeah. Get this Aurelia out of my game.
Yeah.
Says Lucid.
I don't think she's going to be here for much longer if this is going to be successful.
Oh, they know. They gotta know. Look at the control as well. Well, they're getting a Drake. Hope it's worth it.
Is that going to be enough?
Ooh,
Teleport going to come
that.
through as
Wait.
Pull Bay should be able to stop this. Yeah, Circle of Frost doesn't even need to ult, as now Dahl is just dead. There's the mini stun kick into the wall. Thanatos grabs the kill. Very comfy. Bay's going to fight Pull Bay here as the Claw of Doom comes down. Nice little Circle of Frost. And yeah, you can kind of keep the Scion the way you want as the Lissandra over the course of time. So nicely done from D plus Kia, who moved to about a 2,000 gold lead.
Also very hard, especially with the Ravenous, to actually dive this lane. You can't really build up a big wave into Heimer Ash, right? Like, just can't be done. Good poke, sure, but we already do see that Lucid's on the way, is in Hextech as well, so that's a big win for T1, because the Hextech individually extremely strong. Threatening Assault Point is actually quite big, as Lucid must know that there is a possibility of a dive being set up here, but just going to make sure, because as long as Bay isn't there, they can't dive, right? With the summoner still available, it's a really big risk, especially without a Varus ultimate. So all that Lucid wanted to do there was make sure that Bay would enjoy the play. He doesn't, as, yeah, that is a 2k gold lead on Jace. So Thanatos, you already got POG. How about solo
one?
POG?
Yeah, might be able to pick up another one here. And so far, he has my vote. Of course, Lucid as well having a great game. There's now Dahl. He's going to soak yet another Shock Blast. And the Flawless Duet does not land.
He's so
my
good.
goodness, he is. And he's now just able to stand in front of wherever Dahl wants to go.
Dahl just got
and
back
deny
to
him from
lane.
doing anything. Yeah. Oh dear, this is certainly a rough time. As it feels like these last two games have just been pretty one-sided.
Well,
from, like, the early game just
so
dictating how the outcome does come through.
The upside is that the game isn't really over yet, but I also don't think that T1 comp skills that well. The Sign will be a really big problem, and if Dahl can get maybe a kill or two in the next fight or get a big shutdown, they are putting a lot of people towards the top side of the map, then they could be fine, but I don't think that's going to be the case. And now Rahel and Loopy going to set up shop here. Plates have dropped. And Thanatos also reading this well. Literally, like, just sitting between two turrets and making sure he doesn't die is, oh, here we go.
Well, Lucid going to come forward. Of course, Bay can soak a kick with his ult and holds onto it here, as you can see. Lucid not wanting to play the game.
First turret blood.
And Dahl actually able to get some damage onto this turret as well. Forest going to move over and look for the second Rift Herald as T1 have found themselves a decent position, but that bottom lane, like you were talking about, is certainly a problem.
Yeah, going to be first turret blood here going over to Rahel. Is also farming up his Ravenous Hydra and really showcasing... Oh, hold up, Thanatos.
Well,
you can't die.
Yeah, Dahl is trying to look for it here as he does manage to stack it up, but it's just not enough. He's so far behind, and he does die, but still. That is another death for the Aurelia. Smash picking up that kill, though, is a lot of money back.
It's quite nice. Arrow flies by, will get spotted, shouldn't really hit anyone. And the reason why I was saying, I was actually praising Thanatos for making sure, because him giving over the shutdown, I still think the game state is great for D+. It's not like that immediately puts them in a bad position or losing the game, but is one of the premier ways, and him actually peeling off, knowing that the enemy wasn't going to be on top side, his bot side pushing hard. So then standing between the two turrets and making sure you don't die, you don't give over any gold is big. Unfortunately, then he went back in and still got engaged on, which you're Jace into Aurelia. You don't really have a choice in that one. And the 1v1, clearly extremely Jace favorite, but there was also a Scion charging at him at reasonable pace. Yeah. And that is pretty nice amount of money here for Smash. Not gonna, you know, immediately put T1 in a great position, but now D+ is a little bit slow on the uptake. At least they'll have some counter poke. Is it better than a 5-in-1 Jace? I'd say no. but it's something.
It is definitely something.
Still can't walk up to any objective if D+ have any form of control, because they have Heimerdinger and Jace and Lysandra as well. And Lysandra, especially when she can find any flanking angle, is a huge nuisance.
Is indeed. I choked on something. Not entirely sure what happened, but it wasn't great. Arrow going to sail by as I'm testing it. Yeah, I think I can talk. Not sure. We'll see. Going to get tagged by a Q. Still, Lucid taking a lot of damage. I poked, and Shirley going to get taken down before she gets to do any headbanging.
That's big. Not losing a mid turret means you get keep way more control. Makes contesting mid a lot easier.
Yep, smash. Oh dear.
Yeah.
He is in the same boat as Thanatos. Really shouldn't be dying. Of course, doesn't have a bounty or anything like that, but he is so much of the control for T1 right now. 10 seconds on this Drake is about gonna flash. Like that a lot. Of course, Lucid had his at the ready, so kick flash could have come through. Not wanting to risk it whatsoever. As Bay comes up to defend his turret, will be able to do so. This Dragon will go over to D+ Kia.
And I was a bit worried about the Ashe damage in this game. Now, you have a monster-fed Thanatos, so you're actually fine in terms of AD damage, but it could still feel a little bit spooky. Then if D+ starts stacking these Drakes,
yeah,
T1 is, for lack of a better word, screwed. They're very screwed, because then you have Jace, Heimerdinger, and Jace with
Ashe.
Hextag.
Yeah.
Oh, I said Jace twice instead of Ashe, but you know what I meant.
Yeah, he's your favorite character in Arcane. I know.
It's actually Heimerdinger, interestingly enough.
There we go. He exists as well as Forest is dead. Forest was foresting on the wrong side of the map.
Really seeing the two faces of Forest here in back-to-back games.
Yeah.
Well, he is in the lead at 18 minutes into the game without a lead, so that is unfortunately just what kind of happens.
Yeah. Last game was the Amazon a few hundred years ago. This game is the Amazon now.
Can you not? That's so depressing. I don't want to be reminded about the sad state of the Amazon.
Okay. Well, I
You
mean,
don't need to do that to me.
it was a pretty good reference as to how this one's going. As Bullbait tidies up that outer turret towards the top side, and Lucid down here towards the bottom side, shadowing, seeing whether he can catch a stray Aurelia, making her way down.
And we are waiting. No objective on the map right now. There is, of course, a Baron being set up, but the Baron damage from D+ is pretty okay. Not amazing. Do think that the lack of a true AD carry kind of hurts them a little bit. Heimer will help, but Lysandra also not the greatest at shredding down objectives, even though the itemization, again, should be pretty decent. And finding a way back into this game for T1 now will really rely on Bay creating space and then Dull going in. And ideally, Smash being able to find a couple of people with an arrow or two, maybe try and get a CC chain going, get a big sign ultimate into I don't even know, the chains of corruption, corrupting chains, you know what
Chains of corruption.
Okay, there you go. And that'd be great, because you need to hard engage, because you are 100% losing the poke war. It's not happening. We're not really fighting for anything right now, because
we're not.
We're in mid.
I've got a question.
Yeah.
Does deforestation apply to jungles? Because there are some people that think they're really smart that are saying stuff like the Amazon is a jungle, not a forest. I'm pretty sure it's still deforestation when it's not de-jungleistation.
No,
is
it is deforestation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you trying to prove that you're smarter than Chad?
No. It was just there was someone making a legit claim that the Amazon. The reference didn't make sense because the Amazon is a jungle.
That was not my issue with the analogy, but the more you know.
Yeah, I mean it's a rainforest, right? But yeah, not a rain jungle.
Well, it is a rainy jungle.
Yeah, there was just someone not being nice.
By the very definition.
Every jungle is a forest, not every forest is a jungle.
If
Thanks,
someone
Kevin.
is being mean to you, then please.
Then I have every right.
You have
to
every
defend
right
myself.
to defend yourself, and we're not gonna gang up on anyone. We're trying to be nice here, but we ask in return, chat, that you cut us some slack. We are very tired, and we are.
Is a rain jungle a swamp? Studio Kimber, please. I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
We are very tired.
Vivid
Not of
Moon
anything in
says, "Hey,
particular.
casters, do you think Pantheon will get picked as an Aurelia counter?"
Possibly.
Ooh.
Oh, you want
This is a fun one. Can I take this?
You want to? Go,
Yeah,
do
okay.
it. Do it.
Rainforests are characterized by a closed and continuous tree canopy, moisture-dependent vegetation, the presence of epiphytes and lianas, and the absence of wildfire. Rainforest can be classified as a tropical rainforest or a temperate rainforest, but other types have been described something.
I think we both did great there.
Yeah, no, I think that was really good. I liked the ambience that was created, as well as
really tried.
Forest is in a bit of trouble, and I spent the entirety of the time between the last dragon and this one talking about deforestation. So we're now up to another dragon. Setup is now going to commence for D+ Kia.
There has to
they are
be-
still ahead, but only by the same amount.
What is the breaking point for the amount of League of Legends a person can take? This is good league as well, right? Like these two teams both are mechanically extremely gifted. They are made up of some of the talent that you're going to see in the LCK debut maybe next year, the year after that, that will surely do a good job of representing the LCK wherever they go. But I find it hard to keep my focus, Atlas.
Yeah, no, I think that isn't really the game state or the player's fault. I think that is
Just
our
us.
ability to stay sane. But hopefully you guys are on our wild ride with us. And so far, I'm seeing a fair few of us are along for it.
Okay, I see you, Ties, with your Bay joke. Obviously, I'm not talking about Bay.
Okay, this Drake is going to go. And so therefore, that is 2 apiece for both of these teams. Lucid going to come back and see whether he can do some defending as Thanatos teleports to top lane to answer the push from Dahl. So, T1 have done a great job, honestly, in getting back to gold parity. D+ still remain in relative control based on their compositions at this point in time.
I think it stays that way. I don't love the T1 composition because, again, I think they're very reliant on Dahl finding a flank or them hard engaging, but them hard engaging is just Sion going in, which can work, but more likely than not, your Sion ults in and then Poolbay jumps into your backline trying to follow and kills them.
Yeah.
So having map control is pivotal to the composition of T1. I don't think
Did
they'll...
you say nap control?
Map control. I'm struggling with my own nap control right
I
now,
really
but
need nap control.
yeah,
not gonna
I
lie.
don't feel like we should go into that topic because then that's like a whole nother rabbit hole to go down to. Also, rabbit holes can be of course found in the forest, tying it back beautifully to
Are
our
they?
previous topic.
I feel like rabbit holes are more like on fields. That's when I see
I'm
the
sure
most of
there's
them.
rabbit holes in the forest.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot
You know,
of
there's
different
like-
species of rabbit, aren't there?
Yeah, there's also when you know, there's meadows
Yeah,
in forests.
that's a very good point.
You can have a rabbit hole in a meadow. Yeah.
Oh yeah, little glades in the forest. That's all right. Dahl is going to get ulted here by Poolbay, and Thanatos is going to boop him back. Keep him his distance there, as Forrest is going to try his very best not to die. He's going to get kicked away and just thrown around like a ragdoll. Poor little cat.
Where'd the cat go?
The cat went, I think that's one of the lives down. Well, 3 of the lives down now. 6 more deaths and Forrest will actually die, I think. That's how that one goes, based on the champion that he chose.
There really are only 2 timelines when Aurelia is picked. Either you go full closer, or this happens. There is no...
Oh, there's no in between.
There is
That's
no
true.
in between. This
Yeah.
is how the pick works.
This is also full Aurelia. What Closer did was full Aurelia,
It's
and this
both.
is also full
Absolutely.
Aurelia.
There's no forest.
Yeah.
Smash is looking, though. Varuses have stolen these.
T1 Varus has in fact stolen these as he walks on in. My goodness, that was scary. It went down to 750. Hi! Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, never mind. It is just a D+ Kia Baron, and it goes their way.
Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy.
Yeah, absolutely. Fully controlled. Nothing to be worried about that entire time.
So, overall, unpleasant gameplay experience here. Try to set up a pick on Thanatos, unaware that Poolbay is there.
Yeah, it's like...
Then, watch this. Ring of Frost.
Wow. It's just a lot of damage.
This is a nice shock blast.
It was a very nice shock
That's
blast.
well done by Thanatos.
I think Thanatos is potentially getting another POG.
Well, I'm voting for him.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. He did get the attention, but then
If
getting
T1
attention
wins-
and winning are two very different things.
True. If T1 wins, I'm giving my vote to Bay. Already.
Can you explain why?
Because he's playing Scion, you know?
I think that deserves respect.
Yeah. I just think it's pretty
Well, now
cool.
you're sieging with Baron buff. You can't hold this turret, T1. Just next one as well. Just let it go.
Look
It's
at him
not
go.
happening.
Bay's just walking around and stuff. Just looks really cool. He's doing it.
I wouldn't mind a Serpent's Fang here,
Ooh, that's
but
fun.
we're not getting one because Ash is going Mandate. I guess Thanatos can go one now.
Yeah.
Next.
Smash
Possibly.
could buy one.
He could.
He is on the wrong team, though, for the value.
Well, yeah. Because he doesn't...
But he could still buy one.
Okay, but what would it... Well, everyone can buy one Atlas, but like, what would it do?
Arrow! Connects on a smash. He does have to use that cleanse immediately. That avoids the shock blast. Very nicely done. Inner turret's still going to go down, though, as D plus Kia continue the push with this Baron. It's going to be around for another minute.
Doll on a journey. Okay? They're
All right.
trading. I don't mind.
Kind of like the commitment to the split push. It's going to get them a little bit of that bounty gold.
They're maybe going to die.
Well, Rahel is the one making his way over here, so he's not necessarily going to be able to fight
No,
this earlier.
there is a zooming Lissandra. Okay, I'm gonna find. Forest just took a little bit. So, third dragon, and then we have to wait 3 more minutes, or 5 more minutes for. No, it's 3 more. I'm just getting trolled by the buff. I don't know how long Baron is, but it's like I think
It's like
3
4 or 5
minutes.
minutes.
Yeah, in total, but it will be 3 minutes when the buff runs out. I think.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. The
I
time
don't-
will tell us how long it's going to be.
Time has become fuzzy in my mind, Atlas.
I mean, there are numbers, and they'll be on the screen, and that'll tell us. There's a certain amount of time, and then another thing's going to be there for them to take down. This is going to be Soul Point for D plus Kia.
Things are happening. How vague can we get?
5 minutes until the next Drake.
So events are transpiring on
3 minutes, you're right.
the video game.
Yeah,
In the video game, right?
absolutely.
There are creatures being taken down.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm still thinking about the Amazon, man. Made me sad.
Why would you bring up the Amazon Atlas?
Just made me sad. Just I wanted you to be there with me.
No.
No, you don't want to?
I have enough trouble staving off the constant. Oh man, I we need this game to be over. Atlas. It's getting.
It's
you know,
alright. No.
You know,
So-
no. You know what? Earlier we were controlled free falling between the two of us.
Yeah.
I feel like now we're actually free because you might think that obviously we're really tired and we worked a lot, so we're doing a little bit of goofiness because we need to keep ourselves sane. But I can actually feel myself losing control. What
Yeah.
the brain to mouth line
I
is
think I'm
getting
like-
shorter and shorter.
And I'm also
okay?
I'm
and it's
losing
bad.
time. I'm losing time.
No, I don't
feel
know.
like I am. I'm
How
like,
long
I'm
have we
spacing
been
out
here?
for large chunks of time.
How long have we been here? What time is it?
Oh, that's a good point. It is
No.
7:45.
Yeah.
Wow.
What?
Cheapers.
When you are in a staying of topic competition with Atlas and Chronicler, that's my favorite comment of the day. You go, Unit 242. You're a
Yeah.
unit.
Yeah,
That's a great joke.
That was a unit comment. Absolutely fantastic.
Amazing.
Old Stoney's going through the amount of farms we've sent Showmaker, Faker, and Chovy to. No, it's Deft, Faker, and Chovy. They're going to different farms all across the world. Oh my goodness. According to Ivern's lore, Grump's full name is Lord Grompulus Kevin Ribbington of Croaksworth. That's a great thing to know. Didn't actually know that myself, so now I do. Hopefully I can remember. Dopey Os, thank you for just really
There's still
holding
a turret
on
in mid.
to conversations about the farmers. Yep, outer turret still up and available here for T1 to take. 6,000 gold, the lead for D plus Kia. We are still, we're taking it slow as far as the closeout of this one is concerned, but as you can see, Pulbe has himself a very cool hat, and so it's only going to be a matter of time is what it kind of feels like here. T1 need a miracle to get back into this. Forest, barely even a champion. right now.
The last time I felt like I feel right now was when I casted when Jeb lagged.
Oh,
That's
I know that
actually
feel.
that's actually what's happening right now. To me, I don't know how where you're at the moment.
Neither do I.
Yeah,
We'll figure that out. I'm sure I'll get there
eventually.
into some sort of understanding of my current state of being. Lucid going to start off this Baron.
That's all we can do.
We'll see whether the Forest can make it over, as Poolbay is just going to hit him with an ultimate. It's going to take 50% of Forest health, but he does have access to the Primal Surge. Will allow Forest to heal himself back up. Arrows sails by gracefully. Loved that from Rahel. The tower is going to be taken on
Doll's
that bottom
getting
side.
stuff.
Yeah, exactly right.
They can flip
Information
this.
is given as Lucid's going to get the kickback, and that is an extraordinary dead cat.
They cannot flip this.
Extraordinarily dead cat.
It's gone.
Well, unless Bort can get in there. As I was a bit scared.
Lucid
Smash came in from the top.
He keeps scaring me, man.
Yeah, that was very frightening. They do trade it for an inner turret and an outer turret on the bottom side of the map. So actually, the gold lead shrank just a little. You can see the Baron power play sitting at 800 gold right now. So we're going to have a look at this replay one more time.
Lucid is really trying to get us to give it. Maybe I am going to vote Lucid, you know? Maybe that's the call. Maybe it is Lucid after all.
Maybe it is. I'm not sure.
I don't know, man.
I'm still not sure whether,
This is real?
D plus Kia even wins this game.
No, they do.
We don't know.
I think so.
I mean, yeah, they should.
You wanna swap roles?
What's that?
So you become the analyst and I become the play-by-play?
Nah.
Okay.
No, I don't really want to do that.
Is it because you're tired?
Yeah, and I have a problem with, like, if there is ever, like, because I've been doing this for so long now, as soon as there is any action on the screen, I will play-by-play it. And even if you start talking, I will just straight up not care, and I will keep play-by-playing.
You're like, why is he talking through me?
Yeah.
Why doesn't he shut up?
No, I won't even ask that question. I would just keep going and
No, I mean
not even
internally.
notice that you're talking at all. No, internally, I won't know that you're saying anything. You don't exist. You will not exist. Especially now. Oh, here it is! The big play! Damage has happened, I'm pretty sure!
The combo! They got the Q!
Yeah.
They did it!
Yeah, that was a big old knock-up from Bay. He's still getting my POG. As, all right, Hextech Soul on the table. Flawless Duet comes through as Dahl is going to get Lucid out of this pit. As Bay's just soaking damage. Poolbay made his way back in as well.
He's soaking too well!
Oh dear. Okay, well, Shock Blast is absolutely massive. Rahel is going to pick up the kill onto the Nidalee once again, who's just dying as an afterthought all the time. Poolbay gives him the good old thumbs up as T1 are left strewn over the river's floor as Smash does some flashing around and some cool moves, but Poolbay says, I have more money than you, haha. And that is the answer here. Collectively, I believe, from D plus Kia, as they will take down these Nexus turrets, but man, what a back and forth series. Yeah, I'm in a, one vote apiece for top and jungle, I think, as far as POG, and I don't really care who picks it up. It was just a great performance here by D plus Kia.
Bit of a tilter in the second game, immediately bounced back from by D+. Right now, the only undefeated roster that we have within Challengers. And if this is the first time you see these players, you might be wondering, wow, are they LCK caliber? Personally, I'd say yeah. I really think they are. And T1, rough day. Think some of the drafts didn't quite work out for them. Game number 1 really could have gone either way, but then game 2 and 3 both relatively one-sided overall. Happy faces, of course, here for D+, maintaining their streak. As, unsurprisingly, that is a fed Jace.
He was pretty dang strong. D plus Kia didn't even take the Hextech Soul at the end there. They just won the team fight and then won the game. Thanatos is super duper good. And Twitch chat already knew about this and we're having a bit of a conversation about it, but what if it happened again? What if Canna was replaced by an up-and-coming challenger player again? Oh, that would be just
I gotta say,
so sad.
If this was last year, I would have 100% could have seen it happen. Right now, I actually think Kana has been very serviceable.
No, he's been fantastic. But if Thanatos keeps being this good, then it may not be a question of whether Kana is good enough or not. It might just be that this guy's showing too many Prodigy-esque plays.
It could be, but I do think that right now, D+ is very clearly playing towards Thanatos aggressively, right? Like the amount of attention that Lucid plays toward top side. And in the current iteration of D+ LCK, as good as he is, it will require a very different type of playstyle because that team, and every good team in the LCK era, is playing towards bot side. Because bot side is the one that matters, and Deft also is in incredible form. So, personally, I love challengers. I would love to see this top side from D+ be in the LCK, 100%. But I would also kind of love it if it was the three of them together. That to me would be a dream scenario. I'm probably not going to get that. Maybe none of them are ever going to play in the LCK. Maybe one or two go to the LPL, and then we can watch them win Worlds against an LCK team in like 3 years, and I'll be extraordinarily sad.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a timeline that I really want to entertain, to be perfectly honest. So I'm just not going to.
Smart.
Yeah. I have the capacity to do that.
Hey, Atlas.
Yeah.
This was quality gameplay.
It was.
But guess what?
What?
We got one more series after this.
And it's going to be the true test, is it not?
I thought this was the true test.
But DRX versus Live Sandbox, which I believe is what it is. Lucid's going to pick it up. So I think Alice 100% win rate so far when it comes to POG votes, which is crazy. Oh no, I missed out on one of them.
Did you just claim the Lucid vote as your own, even though I just signed for both of us and we didn't designate one?
Yeah, that's true.
He's claiming it. I mean, if you...
Oh, wait, no, you were the Lucid vote, weren't you? And I was the Thanatos vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, my brain's just not working.
We did it together, as did Lucid. And, you know, we are a metaphor for Thanatos and Lucid.
Yeah,
together, we stand strong. Because Lucid, to me, best jungler that we have in Challenger by a large margin, had a complete stinker of a second game, got kaboomed, truly, by Forest, and then come back with a clean league game like this, really, really showcasing why we're excited about this player and enabling his incredible carry top laner to perform the way that they did. Beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous play. I think that Lucid and Thanatos will take well-deserved POGs, and the Koreans will get a well-deserved interview while we just have a bit of a chat.
This is the interaction moment.
It is. Okay, so speaking of which, let's have a little bit of a chat to you guys. Throw in any sort of questions our way.
I was going to
read them
so
out.
you could read. I was trying to be helpful.
Okay, go.
Well, so I hope you all had a wonderful day thus far. I want to remind you again that the Challenger broadcast is a place for community, positivity, and as long as you embody those ideals, we will be giving you that back in a way.
Why did we let him speak? The next series will be the real battle, as spoken.
I started off so well.
Wolfshot. You did. You actually did.
So nice.
Oh, Dungmoo could be playing. We'll have to see.
Didn't stick the landing.
You had some inside goss, did you not? That there might have been some sort of hints that she could be playing, but we'll have to see.
We don't know.
Most likely won't. Any clues on new caster? Yes. We will.
They
have
are
Law
real.
hosting. She's coming.
Yeah. There is also another mystery guest.
There is going to be a mystery commentator, but we will not announce who that is until it is real.
They're not unlocked yet.
Yeah. We announced Ejim before he was real, and then he was never real. And so we've been burnt from that forever. And so we're not actually introducing anyone until they're in the country.
Is it Hooney? No, but I want to give a big shout out.
Because Hooney's still, he was already announced.
He's already there. I want to give a shout out to Big Kahuni. He actually has been doing so well.
Oh, yeah.
And I really hope we keep him. It's been super fun to chat with. Obviously, incredible amount of experience. And just a really nice, funny guy.
He's just
great addition to the team.
He's really good to hang out with just in general. So we're really lucky to have Hooney. I really want, I'm really sad that Rapid Star got another gig as well, because he's also really great to chat to. But, you know, he's working for a team, so it's fine.
KT, right?
I believe so, yeah. Look, my brain just doesn't have that bit of information on hand at this point in time. I'm sure Twitch chat will be able to tell us
Someone
exactly
will know. Or YouTube chat. You know, both chats are equally valid. As overall...
Newcaster is YouTube and Twitch chat?
At the same time.
Together?
I don't know if we're ready for that.
In harmony? Or...
Yeah.
against one another.
No, in Harmony, Atlas. This is challengers. Come on.
Mm,
How do you guys manage to beat Chads when tired? I don't think we are.
no, we're just tired. I think
we're
would be how that
we're
is.
just tired.
We should get Papa Smithy back. He's watching these for scouting anyways. I mean, Papa Smithy is currently working for FlyQuest.
He is in the USA, and we are in Korea. So that'll be...
Can we get Tasteless on this
Little
broadcast
tough.
just once? Maybe. I don't think I think he streams on Mondays and Tuesdays. I don't know whether he'd like. I mean, we could just do it for
It
fun.
would be fun. Just have him on.
Yeah.
Hey, just play-by-play. We double analyst. Or you guys could double play-by-play. That's the dream.
I mean, so Tasteless doesn't play-by-play or
No, I
color.
know.
He just
I guess.
tastelesses. He just does that. Whatever that is. Whatever that is the best. But he does that and exists. So I don't know. Maybe he could just come on as a tricast and just exist as Tasteless. That sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Can't be next week as he's going to be in Poland, but we'll see.
For the
No,
aforementioned
we
tournament.
want Papa Smithy. Well, you just sometimes you can't get what you want.
You
Unfortunately,
can't always get what you want.
Yeah.
Big Stones fan?
Quadcast of all the LCK regulars on Tuesday. I'm not a huge
Oh.
Stones fan, actually.
That's nice. Then we can all not have a day off. No, I'm sorry. I'm being sorry. I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be sarcastic.
Well, yeah. So tomorrow we,
really-
could come to work,
We
and then
really-
how much would
we
we?
really need our day off. We have one. Just the one. And the one is barely enough.
If you think about it, we could work for 13 days in a row, though.
Yeah, that's bad. We're on broadcast. We can't be off. We're just always on.
Yeah. But that'd be like an achievement that we could write down on our tombstone.
Someone should calculate.
Commentated.
Someone
13
should
days in a row.
calculate how many more days, or like how much in terms of like game costs. Because I'm 100% you're the number one because you did LPL and LCK for like an infinite amount of time right now, right?
But
like
if
the
that
actual-
was indeed true, then yes.
Sorry?
If that was true, and it was an infinite amount of time, then I would have definitely commentated a lot. However, I think I'd still be doing it for that if it was an infinite amount of time.
Do you know what? I can't. I am stuck in this room for the entire day with this guy, and he keep I'm having a great time, Atlas. We are. It's actually. I think it speaks.
You're starting to
to
catch
our-
up, though, aren't you? Like
It's starting to. It's.
Yeah.
It's no. Please let me talk. No, actually, you shouldn't. I don't. I barely know what I'm saying, but it speaks to the special nature of the LCK team that we are spending this amount of time, and I genuinely, really haven't been very annoyed. I don't know what you're doing right now. I don't. I think that's remarkable. Because usually at some point, you kind of would expect to get moderately annoyed at the very least, but it hasn't happened yet. Maybe the third series does it. We have one more best of 3.
I was going to say, we have so far done 7 games. Tonight we have minimum of 8, and so therefore, we
we've
might
done
just
6
get
games.
there. We might just get there.
It's been 2 3-game series. It's been 6 games.
That's what. Well,
You said 7.
right? No. Last week.
Oh,
Last time we
week.
commentated on a
Last
Monday, we
week.
did 7
Yeah.
games. And so now we've done 6 with a minimum today of 8.
Yeah.
And so in the 8th game, we head to unfamiliar territory where anything is possible.
I don't think it'll be good.
Well, it could be bad, but there is also a slight chance that we unlock something deep within ourselves that allows us to go even further beyond.
Could we possibly reach the level of jet lag Kobe casts?
No, we can't. No, that's out of reach.
It's not. We need to go to like
That's
11.
also-
we need to go
that's
for like
over
12,
here,
for like
you know.
12 games for that.
Yeah, our trajectory is like, it's, a linear path, and like Kobe jet lagged is like somewhere in the ether over here. My hands go a bit green, don't they?
think it's fine.
Have something to do with the screen behind me. I'm not entirely sure. To quote Atlas last Wednesday, could be worse. Absolutely. Yeah, it would be nice to have the carpet space, wouldn't it?
Yeah, maybe we should just bring in Analy's desk as well for challenges. Yeah. Stop looking at your mic, man. I'm trying to focus here.
It's the same shape as an ice cream.
What do you mean?
It is.
What is happening? We don't know either. That's a very good question, though. So,
Don't eat
you
your
know,
mic.
you know how When watching reality TV, sometimes you're wondering, like, what is happening to these people? Well, you're watching it live, happening to us.
Well, you're not anymore, because we're going to go to a short break. When we get back, our final series of the evening. We'll see you there if our brains make it.
흔들리지 마라. 평화가 함께하자.
빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
뒤에서 인내심 있게 매복하고 있다가 이러면 50의 궁을 뽑아내. 자, 들어가서 크산테를 물었고 크산테 보는 거는 잘 안 죽죠. 그렇죠. 그리고 조금서 지금 달 초시계. 하지만 이러면요 딜러가 딜하는가? 딜러가 딜하는가? 자, 와, 딜하니까 달 잡아냈고. 제가 아니 급발진이 됐죠. 자, 계속 갑니다. 미하이. 자, 미하이 그 상태. 야, 동심 그 상태. 내 이름은 미하이 그 상태. 미하이 그 상태가 갑니다. 와. 때 냄새 나죠? 그게 나고 싶을 때 하는 플레이거든요. 그래서 이렇게 대전의 마수 들어갑니다. 이러면 대전의 마수가 잘 들어갔어요. 근데 여기서 자르만 녹았고요. 네. 자르만이 삭제가 됐군요. 발을 먹긴 먹었는데 자르만이 일단 죽었고. 그리고 지금 어디까지? 자, 4대5, 4대5, 지우고. 와, 메이가 슈퍼토스. 와, T1. 했습니다. 이러면 자, 바로 아직까지 때려주고 있습니다. 자, 남은 체력 얼마 없고요. 자, 들어와서 여차를 뺏겠다. 근데 이거는 한 방에 좀 욕심낸 느낌. 한타보다 바로 스마 싸움을 하자. 바로 스마 싸움. 살아야 돼요. 살아야 돼요. 도망가면요. 자, 이러면 그래 정면한 게임 넘어가는 분위기인가요? 1킬부터 과연 누가 만들어줘야 될까요? 스폰지 이니시? 아, 이거 지금 모머가 네. 수문장이에요, 수문장. 아니, 이거 너무 꼴이 났고. 그리고 끌어들이면서 싸우는 전환. 자, 많이 돌려. 감이 못 던졌고요. 자, 그리고 로버도 픽업 다시 나오면서 와. 한 명의 사람이 높습니다. 파란색과 전투도 왜 이렇게 돼요? 잠깐만요, 템플. 잠깐만요. 혹시 어딨어? 펜타키를 벌써 먹어본 사람이 마스라 이거 그만해. 어떻게 오시겠죠? 이 파티는 뭡니까? 와, 타기 바빠요. 어떻게든 펜타 걸려고 있죠. 빠지고 절대 안 주겠다고. 펜타키. 자, 다시 한번. 자, 탑 지역 상체 쪽에서기 서로가 좀 구도가 좀 이어지고 있고. 자, 여기서 부패사슬 오히려 들어갑니다. 앞으로. 플랜 B. 자, 플랜 B가 좀 앞서서 움직임이 좀 앞서 좀 보여 있고요. 자, 여기서 일단 길어집니다. 구도가 자, 디압을. 자, 뒷발이면서 아칼리. 세리는 이구도. 이지렬. 자, 아칼리 마무리하면서 이거 바로 피해야돼요. 이게 맞다. 이러면 바로 피하면 안 되죠. 자, 서로 간에 교환이 방송이 되거든요. 디압을 전성기 타이밍이 이지렬. 자, 맞습니다. 한 번 더. 이지렬. 정작 강한 타이밍이거든요. 정수죠. 자, 여기서 이지렬. 디압을. 어떻게 디압을. 와! 리만 샌드박스.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler here as we trudge our way through the final best of 3 of the day. Liv Sandbox taking on DRX. This is going to be a journey, one that I hope you guys will come along with us on, because we may not come out the other side. We never know. We don't know. We haven't been there for 8 games in a single day together, Chronicler. Not once. And so we don't know what there is on the other side of this.
No, I've done 8 games on the...
Not together.
Well, not with you and me. And that was during Worlds on the analyst desk. And you know what they make sure of during Worlds? That every day, if you have a day like that, the next day, you're off. Everyone needs to stay fresh. You need time to recover. You know what we haven't done for 6 days?
Had a day off. Do you know what we have tomorrow? Day off. So I think we're fine.
Just the thought.
Yeah.
Just the thought.
That is almost a thing that we are going to contemplate, but I refuse to even consider that outcome.
We got 3 more games.
At this point in time. Exactly right. There is a lot of League of Legends to get through before we get to any sort of chatter like that. And to be honest, I'm very excited to do that. Satab in that mid lane for DRX. I'm very excited to see what he's going to be able to do today. And see whether they can continue finding some form here, because I believe it was our first cast of Challenger, which was a view on DRX, and they really looked lost without Jun, you know? And it was a bit sad.
They missed him a lot. And Jun hasn't played in the LCK, which we don't know why. We have heard some speculations. Apparently hasn't been feeling too well. But you never really know whether or not what is going on behind the scenes. And on paper, this should be a relatively favored match for DRX, because even though obviously their win-loss is not amazing, the game score really matters and shows a very different picture. Whereas for Sandbox, they're currently on a 1-3 record. Their game score is -5, so a lot rougher. DRX are neutral, which isn't great, but it's a perfect position for a playoffs team. You know, 6th place, 0 score, amazing.
It is.
Well, if you can keep it, if you can get there.
And if this is a 3-gamer that Liv Sandbox wins, I think that puts Kwangdong Freaks in 6th.
It would. It would indeed.
Very strange. DRX would go down 1 point. Liv Sandbox would go up 1 point.
Also, if Sandbox is 2-0.
Yeah, but I think if Sandbox 2-0s, then they get to... Oh, no, they get to -3.
Yeah,
you're right.
DRX is still in trouble in that scenario.
So if Liv Sandbox wins, Kwangdong Freaks are like, cheers for the extra point. And they get up to 6th on the ladder. Very, very interesting stuff. But Liv Sandbox will be the team with side selection to begin this. That means that they will likely be choosing the blue side. It has been by far the most popular side this week. In contrast to the first week on this exact patch, where red side was a lot more exciting.
As Dayak, Vincenzo, Diablo... I didn't have time to read but I'm sure we got Atlas here to back me up. And Plan B, which I do remember.
Plan B, we will not forget.
Everything is fuzzy. Nothing makes sense. So as soon as Atlas is... There we go.
Yep. I got you.
It was Goody. Of course.
Goody's
I forgot Goody. I had Diablo, but no Goody on the other end. This team, I do know. Clear, Sponge, Setup, Plata, and Piero. And my expectation coming into the split was this team would rock. This team would be extremely good. They would maybe not be as good as a team like D+, but as it turns out, losing Jun has really set them off on the wrong foot. But with that top half and Plata still there, I would still be surprised if they weren't able to kind of get back to at least a similar level like they were before. As jungle matchup going to be key here. Sponge versus Vincenzo. As good as names get, really.
It is pretty up there.
Challengers.
It is definitely up there. Of course, Sponge is a player that we were pretty excited about last year. Vincenzo coming in and has had some iffy performances here or there. Of course, Liv Sandbox haven't been the most successful here in Challenger thus far. We'll see what they can do here up against a team that was so dominant and is now potentially vulnerable. And remember, you know, cool kids don't panic, Chronicler, and that is also the motto for their Challenger squad. And Vincenzo, I don't think he's going to be panicking today.
They had remarkably similar stats as well. Like, they're actually really close to one another. And Sponge is still trying to fill the peach-shaped hole left in many a DRX Challengers heart. This was a team that in spring last year was dominating. Like, they were very clearly the best team in the regular split. Then did struggle a little bit, weren't able to actually close it out, as they of course lost to D+ back then Namonkia, as Elise gonna remain a perma pick, or perma ban rather here, maintain the priority that we've seen it for today.
Yep. And yes, we are into the draft. The Ashe going to be the second ban here for DRX after the Rise that we've seen banned a heck of a lot. Also, Karma here in Challenger is almost a mainstay on the first round of bans. Far more popular to be banned in Challenger than it is in the LCK. I have no real explanation as to why. It is just a thing that we are seeing a heck of a lot. The Yuumi going to go as well.
Maokai?
As yeah, Maokai's stock is
first
rising.
pick. Caitlyn still up as well. Varus is there.
Yeah. I think
So-
DRX can't ban Varus or Kate.
No. There you go. Then Lucian. And then here, if you can play it, you lock Caitlyn.
Oh yeah.
If you can't, I think you lock Maokai.
I think you lock Varus or Kate. I think you can't let both of them through because
They will
theoretically you
not.
can just play them in the
I
same
don't
lane.
think they will go Varus Kate. I like the Maokai pickup there. If they do go Varus Kate, then DRX will 2-0.
All right, Flutter, show us. Of course, you might see that it is spelt with a P. I'm going to pronounce it with an F because, of course, it's a bit of a shout out to a very famous Overwatch player. And there are a lot of players that are called Flutter. I believe there was one also in PUBG that I used to commentate as well. As there we go, the Varus and the Heimerdinger locked in. Caitlyn going to be left up and available. That is the Lux to go alongside it. Live Sandbox. Pretty cookie-cutter response. I like it a lot. That being said, Heimerdinger can be quite frustrating, especially when paired with Varus. As, yeah, we are straight out of the tier list here, Valdez?
How long has that been?
I don't know. It's been a long time.
You and Valdez, it must have been 2 years at the very least.
Since we casted together? I think we casted together last year.
Why would you cast together last year?
I think we had like a little gig that we did. Was it last year? Maybe it was the year before.
I don't... Oh, you're right, actually. I seem to remember.
I need
Wasn't
to
it
talk to
a-
G-Sun about it. Get the Vald analyst out again.
No, I remember. I actually did, yeah. It was like a qualification for something.
Yeah, it was a something.
Was it Asia Games?
No. It was a different little event.
Anyway, doesn't really matter, but I forgot about that.
Yeah, good times.
reminder. As Atlas is cheating on you with Valdez. Oh my god. Didn't even consider that.
Gatoran, I would prefer it if you didn't give away my secrets.
As overall, the draft from Sandbox here is monstrously annoying when ahead. Because if you have map control and you have Caitlyn traps, Lux bindings, and saplings, your opponents don't get to play the video game because they will have to walk in at some point into a brush and then they will die. So, like the setup here from Sandbox. That said, I do still firmly believe that when executed well, the Heimerdinger is the strongest in terms of, barring Ashe, raw bot lane power, and Plata and Piara should be able to find themselves with priority early on, and that makes lane a lot harder for the Caitlyn and the Lux if they do get shoved in. As Gnar versus Cassante, we have seen
Where's
this a
the
million
Azir at?
times.
Give me that
Woo.
Azir. Come on, Goody. You got it. Just want a bit of Azir.
Just a little bit. That's
Ooh,
fun.
Silas.
Also denies it from Setup and also doesn't allow DRX to play.
Akali. I think it's... I mean, it's quite likely.
Akali does make a
Talia
lot
could
of
come
sense.
through as well, but I think Akali's probably the more likely option, and there it is.
Overall, Akali for me, in the matchup, very much skill-oriented, not necessarily a huge lead. We've seen players, most notably Zeka, kind of the best player of both of these, at least for in recent times, be able to do exceptionally well on either side of the matchup. Into Maokai, I think the Akali always is going to feel a little bit bad. In general, there's a lot of stray CC that you have to be careful for. But the DRX topside, incredibly strong. Should have prio in the bot lane as well. So hopefully they can turn that into some pressure, some early objectives, because in terms of the late game, their engage is okay, but not amazing. And the counter engage from Sandbox and the kite back is really, really good. So overall, I actually quite like Sandbox draft. I think that they have, if they can get to the mid to late stage of the game, a pretty big advantage, and it'll be possible but hard for DRX to play it out.
Yep.
So we'll see whether or not DRX can find maybe some early skirmishes, accelerate some of those solo laners, and go from there.
I think they will be able to as well. Sejuani, Akali, Cassante is a pretty powerful top side of the map in the early stages of the game. So looking forward to seeing whether Sponge and Clear can bring out some of that DRX dominance, especially Clear. We know how good this guy is. But we are very, very close. It is time to head towards some sweet metal music and then spend some time. Go for a jaunt on Summoner's Rift for our very first game of our final series of the night. Live Sandbox taking on DRX. Two squads who are at a position in the standings that they don't want to be at. They want to be moving up. If Live Sandbox wins, even Quandong Freaks are going to be excited about the outcome of this series. It is just a weird and wonderful time that we are living in right now. Let's do it. Let's rock out.
It was just there.
It was just there. It
It's
just
also
happened.
tough. They also changed the timing.
Yeah, I think it's actually just my brain not working very well. I just didn't really...
The chat is doing, and that's what matters.
Yeah, the doo-doo
But the
is what
doo-doo was actually there, so it's okay that we missed it.
That's right. We'll figure it out for next time.
Where's your doo-doo Atlas? Atlas and I are
Natural, I'm very
in
sorry.
a really rough... We're in a really rough place right now.
Yeah, but you know, we'll get there.
It's a tough time.
We'll
but
get there.
We will persevere.
Indeed.
We will hold on, and we will talk about the video game. Well, maybe we won't talk about the video game in front of us, actually.
Yeah, we will. We'll
No, we
talk a
can-
bit about the video game because there's a Maokai in pajamas.
We can
we
talk
dig
about
that.
another video game as well.
Which one's that?
Well, no, I'm sure one will come up throughout this series.
Which one would you like to talk about?
I don't know. I can feel their exhaustion. It's making me exhausted. I'm very sorry. We try our best.
Aw, Broken, we apologize.
We really
Did not mean to make you feel
want to
exhausted.
be better.
And honestly, I'm actually full of energy. I actually thought that, you know, I'd pretend to be tired because it felt like the bit that we were doing throughout the entire day. But I'm actually, like, ready to go. Honestly,
sleep.
I'm kind of hoping that they decide that T1 versus DK wasn't the outcome that they wanted, and they just replay the series after this.
And then so first do this one, and then we do that one again.
Yeah. And I also want a chance to do effectively, because I just didn't have the time.
Or we can do that in the next one.
Yeah, it was pretty sad. Astro Nautilus got completely bopped by Nightbot.
What is Chronicler chronicled in his life? I used to write music reviews. That was
And
fun.
poetry. You used to write
Poetry as well.
too.
Yeah, I feel like that's less chronicling, though. More so just writing.
It's when
Still
you-
right.
Oh,
Poetry.
it's- you
It's
can,
not
you
very
can get
often.
away with it.
Yeah, it's fair enough.
Yep.
Music reviews were fun. I got to
Ooh.
go to shows for free.
I like how Astro Nautilus got again banned. WDG just bopping him.
10-minute
Atlas, what's
timeout.
your opinion on rainforests? Are they jungles or forests? I'd say that they're probably forests, with it being a bit rainy. They're wet forests.
Wet forest is still a forest. Doesn't change the...
Yeah. That's
the
just a
outcome.
description of the forest.
Ooh, Vincenzo. A tree on a mission.
Ooh, rain jungles are swamps. I don't know. Do we know anyone from Florida? There's swamps there, aren't there? They would,
Yeah,
they'd know.
they're notorious for the swamps.
Notorious swamps.
Can we talk about who Fnatic can import from Korea so we don't come ninth? Well, I don't know if the import rules allow for that, so good luck on that one.
They could import, actually it's Live Sandbox talent. This guy called Yamato Cannon, I hear, is a great coach.
I've heard he's done some really good stuff.
Yeah. Really good. I reckon he could be the difference maker. Atlas, is there any rainforest back home? Absolutely. Australia is full of them. Mostly towards the north and the northeast.
Yeah,
in
you should get
particular.
closer to the equator.
Yep, but just generally, it is around Queensland that most of them exist.
Well, a swamp as well.
Not as many swamps.
No? Yeah, well, a
Although I
swamp.
guess there are a few, like mangrove forests, which is basically a swamp.
I love mangrove forests. They're quite nice.
They are.
So, overall, small leads being built up here for the DRX side. Setap playing the Akali very well. Of course, one of his picks that he's historically excelled on.
And it's also a pretty good matchup into the Silas as well. You can have a good time.
Do you think early I've seen Silas's be able to get the better end of it, but really is like, do you hit a chain or two? And if you don't, then Akali kind of runs you over.
Oh, Perongaluk has a really cute question for
That's
you.
great pronunciation. It's per ongeluk. It means by accident
Ah, nice.
in Dutch.
Oh, there you go. They've got a question for you. Do you want to read it?
Yeah, now that you've been in Korea for a while, what are some of the things you love now that you didn't expect to? Not really anything, because I lived in Korea before, so that actually helped me a lot. I didn't like kimchi when I first came here, but you're kind of forced to eventually. Do you liked it the first time you tried it?
Yes.
Took me like a month.
I was
After my first month of living here, I was like, okay, yeah, no, this is actually great. It took a while.
I did live in Koreatown in Sydney for a really long time. So for 3 years, I was living pretty close to the largest Korean population in Australia. So I think that I had a bit of an early start. Also, Korean food is like the esports food.
Yeah, it's because
So-
of StarCraft.
Yeah, so as soon as I was involved in esports at all, I just eat a lot of Korean food. So I got used to it pretty early.
Connecting the question, what goes better with kimchi? Soup.
Well, kimchi you just eat.
Yeah, but like my favorite kimchi dish is probably kimchi jjigae because it's just
Oh yeah,
it's
true.
it's like so good, but so basic, but so good.
I would say pork.
What do you think about Indonesian food? Is insanely good.
Yes.
One of my favorite cuisines in the world.
100%. I concur.
Can both relate to that. That's nice. Bulgogi or bibimbap? Bibimbap for me. I'm not much of a meat guy. Although
a
bulgogi
bulgogi.
is delicious.
I would be a
Don't get me
bulgogi
wrong.
guy.
빨간 팀이 드래곤을 처치했습니다.
Studio Kimbap, why would you say that? Why would you say that? That is so... You know what? I think you know more than you're giving away here.
Do you guys know any Korean? A little bit. We actually have a great story. Should we tell them the story of how we took Korean lessons and we went to Korean class for 20 hours a week?
Yeah, we did.
We did that.
We were more tired than we were this week when we were doing that.
Absolutely not. No, when
I definitely
I
was.
definitely, yeah, because you weren't used to waking up early.
No, to wake up at like 9 a.m. every morning, and I'm,
You're
as
not
we
a morning
mentioned,
person, yeah.
been in esports for a while. That involves not a lot of waking up early in the morning.
So, 20 hours a week, Atlas and I, when I first came to the LCK, so I was working 2 days a week, you were working 3 days a week.
Yeah.
For the first half, remember when there were halves, and like the second half, it was only 2 days a
Yeah,
week?
and working like 3 days a week. That's a
And
ridiculous
that felt
thing.
like, you know, a pretty decent amount. So that happened back then. That, of course, no longer is that a thing, but...
Yep.
And I really wanted to learn Korean. Atlas really wanted to learn Korean. So we went to Sogang University, which
We did.
was great.
Was.
Great lessons. Really, really nice. And then this was in summer. We took a course of 2 months, both passed level 1.
We did.
It was tough, but we persevered. Did
did.
really well. And then we didn't really have any time because, you know, like world playoffs and whatnot. And then after that, I wanted to start again with my lessons in 2022, and then we started working 5 days a week, and I also co-streamed challenges. And Atlas had a bit more self-respect, so he also just worked 5 days a week, which by itself is
That seems relatively normal, but we
It's-
just didn't have quite that much time to go to school.
at all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And also, I'd argue that we didn't have time to go to school when we did go to school.
I think it was fine.
I felt like, you know, the work suffered a little. It's all right, Ace in the hole, going to be soaked there by Pierre quite nicely. As here in this bottom side of the map, we can see the Caitlyn doing some pretty good things. But did you learn? Yes.
We did learn.
Nay.
Blabbering about a video. Oh. Yeah, you're right.
Blabbering about a video game
We're not. Well, hey,
equals working.
jokes on you, Chris. We're not even talking about the video game.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly. Nature is grasping at you for saying that silly thing, as in fact, it was grasping towards DRX, but just going to get some flashes and a cleanse. And by flashes, I mean just one. Oh, never mind. Pleta just saying, sorry, your gank didn't work, and I'll kill you. Nicely done.
Yeah, I can't walk up there, plan B. That is very sad.
He didn't have a plan B for that one.
Oh my god. How did that happen? Well, so Plata has a... No, I'm not going to be facetious about it. Just nicely done by Plata. It's the max range arrow there, W activated as well. And as a result, plan B just goes kind of down. Unfortunate side effect is Diablo... Oh, is this BT first?
Interesting.
like that into Heimer, actually. I was very confused. I saw the Vamp Scepter. I was like, Lethality Caitlyn?
That doesn't seem
Which-
like a thing.
Well, it was.
I like that. And
for
then
a
it's
bit.
and then there's a dagger for some reason, and you're like, is this a thing? And then it shouldn't be a thing, but it is.
Yeah.
Well, Plan B.
just killing Plan B again.
Whoa. Well, Satab also going to connect himself a shuriken
So,
to Goody. This is looking
Game
like DRX
state?
are in a bit of control.
looking bad here, yeah, for DRX in this first game. No, don't go in there.
Okay, Piero going to go down relatively low as Liv Sandbox look to wrestle back some form of control of the game. Sponge patrolling, and it looks like we are going to reach some normalcy. But man, Satab has a huge advantage, and that gank being botched really does put the brakes on what this Caitlyn was doing in this lane.
Yeah, if Caitlyn and Lux are in the head and they lose control of the lane, which I think the gank was kind of an attempt at salvaging. Ooh, Vincenzo does have ult, but like I don't even think Plata's in danger, has flash available as well. Because if you're playing this lane from behind, obviously the sales numbers are still nice, but you don't do that much. Like Caitlyn is pretty reliant on snowballing early. We've talked to, I feel like casters have for so long talked about the Caitlyn power trough. You know, I'm not going to explain it to you guys, but basically, if Caitlyn doesn't get fed, her mid game is kind of lackluster. She doesn't get to snowball, she doesn't get to siege, and as a result, she doesn't have the power that she possibly could. So,
I like that you say that you're not going to explain,
and then I still
and then
explain
follow it
it.
up with explaining
well,
it.
that was still very, very basic explanation.
It was.
I think. So,
I think it still counts.
fair enough.
As Goody is going to pick up a Glacial Prison, immediately throw it away. Wow, didn't like that one at all. Just wanted to get rid of it. Does so. Doesn't do anything really all that positive with it. Is now Satab, another backflip, but Sponge coming on over. Let's see. Does have his Glacial Prison available. Goody didn't actually steal it entirely. Just borrowed it for a moment and gave it back. And now DRX looking to come on over and grab themselves a Jeff Drake. And we've had Jeff Souls all day.
Yeah, we finally might get a relevant one. That's
We
nice.
may.
I appreciate that. Thank you,
there have been a
Souls.
few Hextech Souls as well. That's true. Static
True.
Souls. Static Souls have been making a comeback. Enjoyed it. And it's the Kips. You must indeed remember good old Satab. Played in the LCK just a little bit, of course, during some difficult times. Oh, speaking of which, that is Plan B going down yet again. Satab's going to die as well, though, as now Diablo in a pretty good position to try and continue this. Okay, Liv Sandbox trading quite nicely, getting going support for mid lane is certainly in favor of Liv Sandbox, but Satab doesn't have teleport.
Yeah,
Could
they
have been
can't
an
actually do
opportunity
this,
there, so they can't do the
unfortunately.
drink.
They can, however, apply some pressure towards both sides of the map, and that initial flank was actually really nicely done. I think Satab ran into the issue of trying to play Akali into Maokai, which isn't great. Pretty sure he got CC'd. We will take a look at it when we get to the replay. Overall, still a gold favorable trade, and for DRX, getting another Drake is probably going to be very valuable. The only one where I think you might run into issues is this flank from Piero. I really love. It's the flank. No one expects the flank in Heimerdinger. They're down a member here, right?
It's actually like pretty sick.
As you can see, Vincenzo starts a CC chain, and then as soon as you're CC'd against the Sandbox comp, you lose. Because it's either follow-up from chains, which in this case it was. There is Diablo as well, as where Plata just throws an ultimate into you. The nothingness. But nice thing about Varus ultimates is that at least they don't keep going on forever.
Yep. Black Cat's 17 has one of the greatest trolls. He asked, why is Prince benched? It's fantastic because it's wrong in so many levels. It's just beautiful.
I really appreciate the commitment to the joke.
Big fan. All right, that's a flush twisted advance that was
He's just
avoided by just continuing the back. It feels bad, as we do have the best soul in the game. It's going to be a Cloud Soul. We'll see how cloudy it can get on the Rift here, as a couple of Drakes already been stacked up for DRX. Maximum cloudiness available for Liv Sandbox if they get some control. Oh yeah, old Stony, you're exactly right. It's my soul. That's all right. Piero, he's just walking. Having a great time on the B launching Heimerdinger. As Setab moving on up towards that top side. Speedy Rift might give us a little bit more action this game. Hoping it does so. As Herald number 2 looks to be the next point of focus for a potential kerfuffle.
Ooh, and if DRX blow out this 5v5 going back into this game, it will be very hard for Sandbox. They do have a lot of team fighting power. And DRX, even though they were on the objective first, did allow them to just kind of set up, which isn't ideal. We'll see a possible collapse here. Setup is going to back. Going to TP back in now, level 11.
Yep, and there's the Glacial Prison. Okay, Nature's Grasp is going to come forward as Vincenzo is extraordinarily low. It looks like control of the pit does go over to DRX, not able to get any kills, but still getting a lot of work done as now Goody going in. I don't know whether he wants to go in by himself though, and Vincenzo, he just can't go in. He's way too low. And they're controlling this choke really beautifully.
Yeah.
Piercing arrows come through as now Goody back around yet again, but they have to give this up.
This is the type of error you often see with challenger teams. The moment that Vincenzo gets that low and you blow a lot of ultimates, just let it go, right? Like try to shove mid, try to rotate someone over, but instead they try to contest, even though reasonably shouldn't be a way for that to work. And DRX, very basic play, but really clean, right? Let Sandbox start the objective up. They have the double TP with both of their solo laners just finishing their one-item spike, so it's nothing crazy, but it's just very good League of Legends.
Yeah.
And this is something that to me was the hallmark of DRX when they were as good as they were last split, causing me to make a lot of unfounded statements about how they would win, or at least be top 3 in other leagues, such as the LCS and LEC, which they didn't even win challengers, so that was, in hindsight, maybe a little bit enthusiastic. But overall, nice setup here initially.
And we do respect your enthusiasm. We absolutely do.
Yeah, but I need credibility as well.
Yeah, but we all need that, but not all of us can get it. And me, especially, I've accepted that sometimes it just doesn't happen, especially with people like Astro Nautilus reminding me that we've not actually spoken about Jeff Soul, even though it's been coming up all day, and yet I claim
we forget.
Like Windy Soul is my own. Like it's just it's not very fair. Is it?
Today's a tough day, Chad.
Yeah,
we're struggling, but we're struggling with you, all of you at home.
Oh wow,
that are watching.
It's not your fault.
What do you mean?
You know, we're not struggling with them. They're not a struggle. They're great.
No, but we're sharing our struggles.
Sharing our struggles together. I like that. I like that. As Plan B, it's really awkward. This Lux skin looks like she's throwing out Chains of Corruption every time she presses W, and it blows me. That's all right. Chains of Corruption, speaking of which, the actual ones are going to come through. Final Spark there as well. Kitty Cat going to give the Varus a hug. He will be all right. Piero tidies up the last of the minions.
Kind of awkward. Not really getting anything out of that. Only thing that is used there is the Ghost Blade and the Varus Ultimate, which of course with the CDR already available, 2 Coalfields in total, will ability haste, excuse me, will very quickly be available again. For Vincenzo, cooldown is a little bit longer, but not much, should still be up when we get to the fight. And if you can get an early soul point here as DRX, I do actually think that you have a lot of benefit from the ultimate, as, yeah, this is K'Sante, nothing's gonna happen. And overall...
I almost got that sneeze again.
Again?
Yeah, but it ran away. Again. It's a disappointing time. It's okay, we'll persevere.
You want to try reading that Dutch?
The Ik leef met je mee.
Not bad. It's mee.
Mee?
Ik leef met je mee.
Ah,
which
ik
is
leef met je mee.
Like basically translates to, oh, I get it, or I feel for you. It's very nice. Nice sentiment. Very friendly.
Does it roughly translate to Sag?
Sure.
Sag. YouTube chat stole my sneeze? YouTube chat, that was rude.
How dare you?
We have a potential fight in our hands. Let's see whether Dahyuk can make this one happen. He is hitting Mega Nut now. So an opportunity. Does have flash available. As
Walking
DRX,
forward.
like you were talking about, setting up for this soul point. Setab walking over a ward. They know Oh.
A lot of damage.
Was shut down for a moment, was pinged out, so that ward behind there does spot him as the chains do connect. Setab finds the backflip as well. A lot more damage here as Kingslayer comes out from Goody. DRX moving back. Live Sandbox still trying to find their way in. The setup from the Heimerdinger, though, has began, or at least should have began. Does finally put down the turret. That's all right, Goody. Perfect
Goody flying.
execution going to be stolen away here. Sponge on vision here. As Live Sandbox, they want to get this steal. Nature's Grasp comes on through. Everyone kind of avoids it, or at least Sponge does, and he is able to secure the soul point, but can they win the fight is the question. The Maokai is going to go down first, as now Clear looking for his opportunity. He has the Ghost already activated as Satab executes the Akali. And Goody not going to be able to chase after the Akali either. Clear now looking for an option, an avenue in, but isn't able to get there. And Live Sandbox limp away, but DRX, they're winning every fight this game so far.
And overall, DRX just playing it very cleanly, right? The setup for that fight as well, because Sandbox, I think, actually have a great angle there. So Gucci is flanking, and Vincenzo throws up the ultimate, but because they're a little bit slow on the draw, and they are aware of where Dayak is, they're able to kite it back, hide behind Clear, right? If Goody's already here, they can't just walk back, and now they funneled into the Dragon Pit. So as a result, Plata's ultimate gets a lot of value, and at this point, Dayak transforms, but it doesn't really matter anymore because the fight has already been lost.
Yep, it's already kind of over. There's Plan B. Didn't have enough mana to ult, I think, that entire battle, which is a little bit sad. We'll see whether Live Sandbox can get it together here as 4,000 gold. The lead for DRX, Soul Point also available, and Baron has just appeared on Summoner's Rift. Chronicler.
Atlas, I have an important question.
Oh, yes.
Is this a replay? Is this a replay?
I don't think so.
Are you sure?
No. Am I sure of anything? No.
At this point, I don't know if any of us are. Triple Mercs coming through here from Sandbox.
On the
And
one... No, it's not.
that's going to make the overall efficiency of Sponge a little bit less. However,
All right,
doesn't really
that is
care.
a lot of burst damage. Hail of Arrows not going to finish off Plan B though. We'll be allowed to walk away and fight another day. We'll play to take a bit of damage there. Let's see whether Ace in the Hole is going to do more damage than an arrow. It does indeed. But Clear here, clearing out vision. Didn't mean that.
Yes,
And
you did.
DRX are going to take down this outer turret. No, I actually didn't. I like to take credit when I actually attempt
Yeah, you do
bad
actually.
puns. Is Dayab not going to find Mega just yet, but they are
It's-
just going to watch their tower crumble.
It's just textbook. Not a lot is happening, but DRX are playing it cleanly, not really giving Sandbox an opportunity to get back into this game. Even though Sandbox's ability to re-engage is quite strong, they are still going to be relying on Guti or Dayak finding backline access, because DRX thus far have really been doing an expert job of kiting back. And right now, you know, Plata is very strong. Their siege is really good, so actually keeping control of objectives is kind of tough for Sandbox. And if they don't win a 5v5 fight soon, I think they're going to completely lose their grip of this on this game, rather.
Yeah, it's difficult. I really think that we do have some absolute heroes in this chat that are really keeping things focused on exactly what they're supposed to.
Which is jokes?
Yeah, Tyus, there's been a few people that have been asking things like, you know, where is DRX, Deft, and Zeka?
Oh, yeah.
And
Of course.
he's letting everyone know.
Where's
like,
Pioshik?
Yeah, no, who are these players? And just informing everyone that, in fact, they are working on Deft's alpaca farm in Tasmania. That's where they are for today. They will be back on their respective teams, D+ Kia and Harmer Life Esports, when the LCK starts back up again. But for now, just a bit of moonlighting on the side. Got to make sure that those alpacas are, you know, very healthy. And also, it's a bit warmer at the moment in Tasmania than it is here in Seoul.
Where's Hooney? At home, I assume.
Yeah, I believe
Maybe he's
so.
out, enjoying his day off.
Yeah.
Could be. We don't know.
He in fact is. Spoke to him about it, but he had to do lolly night immediately after our 6-game day on Sunday. So he had a bit of a... It was,
Was
a,
it
no, it was a 5. It was
Yeah.
a 5. It was 5. Never mind. But he still had to go
We
and
still
do that as
haven't
well.
reached the full potential of 6 into 5.
I mean, we did get 6.
We did. You know what you know what's insane? Is that in 2 days, we could do as much as a full LEC week.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's that seems like an excessive amount of doing commentary.
I feel like it is.
Yeah.
Hooney actually has been amazing.
No, yes.
Wonderful to work with, super insightful. And I actually think that he can get like so much better than he already is.
Yeah, he feels like he's a little bit nervous.
It's going to be amazing, guys.
Because he hasn't been
You're
used
gonna
to
love it.
speaking in English that much, and has also done a lot of work on the Korean broadcast.
Yeah.
So switching how you work into 2 different languages must be really difficult.
And he's well, I can relate. And he's already really good, and it's only going to get better. So I hope that he sticks around and that we get to do more with him as time progresses, because he's even smarter than you might think now. And he already, I think, is pretty smart. So, you know, it'll be even smarter than that, which is like really smart.
That's a big brain.
Really
right there.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah. This is Cloud Soul. Final Spark going to scope things out just a little bit there. As Sponge hanging out in the pick. And there is a great flank angle for the Akali. Satab looking for his opportunity.
Oh, no.
Let's see whether he can get in here. Goody is going to throw out the chains, but he doesn't quite find it. And now Liv Sandbox are just going down so low. Satab gets there, and look at the zoning. Just a stopwatch. And he gets rid of everyone. And now Goody on the flank. He's just by himself. The rest of his team had to scatter. Had to head immediately all the way to the hills as the chains are going to connect. All right, a bit of damage there as he does manage to take down Piero. As these arrows need to start hitting Pleta.
Oh my god, there we go.
Yeah, an opportunity to teleport back though, as now Sponge going to give up the Drake. They can do that. They just want to win the team fight so they can get themselves a Baron. Clear, diving forward, dashes out again one more time. Satab into the Shroud as Liv Sandbox. Oh, that backflip needed to hit, and DRX actually not finding a lot of these skill shots that they need to land, and that is going to be the end of Clear as a result of that. A little bit of a drop of the ball here, unfortunately, for DRX, as now Liv Sandbox and move towards mid lane and kept themselves far more composed.
Couple of crucial things. There was that Pleta wasn't able to find 1 or 2 arrows. If they take down Goody or Vincenzo, then that fight is immediately won. Wasn't actually the case. As, yeah, the Heimer obviously was focused down, so wasn't able to do a lot. And overall, Sponge was mostly just there to make sure that the rest of his team wasn't taken down. And I gotta say, really impressed by the team fighting from Sandbox thus far, but it also feels like DRX was just barely able to win. Couple of things that have gone differently and they might have stomped that fight. Not getting the Drake is not the end of the world, but if they start losing team fights, they're gonna be in big trouble.
Yeah, and they need to start hitting some of these skill shots.
Oh no, come on.
Another pause is going to come in. Will mean that we might miss our train to get home. But that's a bit of a selfish outlook, isn't it? As we do need to make sure that these players have exactly the playing experience that they require. Might be another mouse issue or something like that.
Not seeing a lot of movement here, so I'm wondering whether it is on the opposite end. There we go. It clearly is, yes. And I don't know the faces of the new Sandbox players yet, so I can't really enlighten you until I see the full table, unfortunately. Takes a little bit of time. All these guys called up from Academy, so as of right now, I will have to wait as...
I think maybe we've got a bit of a PC issue.
Could be
what
the case.
It's looking like to me.
Let me check. The last few times, I've actually been getting texts from our good friend Yundo, and I've been ignoring them, and that's very rude. So let me check. There we go. Gucci keyboard issue. Look at that.
There we go. Very nice. Again, Chico. He said he's pretty sure Atlas has got a sick ride. I do not. I used to, though. I used to have a Mazda 121. My car was amazing. Stayed with me for many, many years.
No. Good for you. Never owned a car.
Do you know what? I sold it for $50 when I moved to Korea.
To like a friend?
No, to the wreckers.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
How come LCK starts so early on the weekends? As far as I'm aware, it's mostly because for the fans going to the arena, the game sometimes ended too late, so people had to like leave early to be able to catch their train home. And on the new timing, even if we go to 6 games, you generally should be fine to get home no matter what.
Yep. Sajax, you're welcome. I know, it's a beautiful vehicle. Looks more like a jelly bean than a car. Which is, yeah, no, it's actually, a lot of people, myself included, call it a jelly bean.
Hey,
like
we
that.
got some
It was bright
movement.
red.
We got some movement.
I think we're playing some games again. Video games. We may just be. Here we go. Back onto the Rift. And let's see whether Liv Sandbox can ride this change of momentum towards a exploded Nexus.
Do we have a favorite pro player in-game name that you like saying while casting? So the funniest in the LCK right now is Fiesta.
Fiesta's
without
pretty good.
Without a shadow of a doubt. I feel like all the greats. Actually, Chovy's name is not that good compared to Showmaker and Faker. Showmaker to me is like one of my. Showmaker and Faker are two of my favorites because they just say it all.
Malrong's my favorite.
Really?
No. Malrong makes me sad because no one says his name correctly.
Ah. Oh, you mean Malrang?
Malrang.
Sounds like a cop.
Dumbledoge, I think, is my favorite. Because he's also a really lovely guy.
My
who
actual
I worked
favorite
with for a while.
is Sponge.
Sponge? Sponge is pretty good.
Yeah. It's just Sponge.
Good old Dumbledoge. It's been a while.
In what capacity did you work with him?
I worked with him on a desk for All-Star.
You guys say Faker like 200 times a game when T1 play. You know what the beauty of that is that when it comes to there isn't a good T1 cost. It's impossible. Because either you say too much or you say too little.
No, I think people are just hypersensitive.
Well, that's my point, is that there's so many people watching those games
Yeah.
that we've actually had two people say opposite things about the same cost.
Yeah.
It's actually really interesting.
Yep.
Like, it's a very interesting phenomenon.
We have people complaining equally about being biased for both teams.
While watching.
Whenever that happens, yeah. It's one of those things. You can't please them all. That's how it kind of goes.
Except in Challenger chat, because everyone's nice.
Yep. You went to the Wildcard event when it was hosted in Melbourne. Hey, me too.
Just way too much bias. Yeah, we're all extremely biased for everyone.
Yeah. I'm biased towards LCK players generally. Goody here in a side lane, up against Clear. You can see a few backs coming through, as they didn't want to try and
Perfect.
single this guy out.
Good back timing.
Yeah.
Perfect back timing to set up for Soul. Let's see if they will. Will they? Sponge? What you doing,
Will they
bud?
sponge? Is that like will it blend? Will it sponge?
Ooh.
Alright, I'll go
Hex
Salt.
Flash.
It's gonna get him
You
out
want
of
to
there.
do a gruff 80s action movie for us for the next fight?
If you want to, I don't know what that is, but I'm happy to listen.
This is my last job.
Oh yeah. Wait, is that like a movie trailer voice?
Kind of, yeah.
That sort
But
of
it's
thing?
like the I don't want to do this. Don't make me do this.
Like a film noir narrator voice, something like that.
Sure, that works as well.
Yeah. And they're walking to the fight. We'll see whether they can actually make it happen.
I don't think they can, Atlas.
Last time I was in this situation,
They're not ready.
I lost my left eye.
I didn't actually. I don't know why I had to say that. Why did I have to make it violent?
It's
Didn't need that.
cool.
Didn't
We're
need that
playing
at all.
League of Legends, man. There's a lot of stuff happening.
Hey, that's true. That's true. Samira's got an eye patch, doesn't she? Maybe it was her.
I think she does. Yeah. And you became the Batman. Yeah, well, that's where we eventually will go. But we need to go
Yeah.
through the whole backstory before that.
Indeed. Well, DRX. Just K-ramming for a moment. As they look for a little bit more, I sounded a little bit desperate there.
Right now, not
I think I am desperate for some sort of action to happen.
They need an opening, Atlas.
I don't know whether they'll find it. As there's a Glacial Prison Sponge, though. Gonna get stunned up.
And actually, if I try to speak too loud, then I will break my voice.
Yeah, we should not do this. This is very bad. But I'm glad that we committed.
Yeah, we did commit for a little while. As now Goody's going to start off the Baron, there is a control ward in the back of the pit. This is, with full information given to DRX, as Sponge going to arctically assault his way across that mid lane. As I could have said that in a better way, I reckon.
Sponge.
All right.
Sponge.
Opportunities for both teams. As Diehook, you have to be a bit careful there.
And we could do the 60 racer voice, you know, and do that for the next team fight. But I think right now we need to actually pay attention to what's happening, because this game, as a certain papa would say, is meandering.
Meandering?
Yeah, I feel like that's a papa thing to say.
I mean, I'm sure he wouldn't.
No?
I said probably the word before. Absolutely.
Okay, well, maybe that I misremembered him saying meandering.
Well, no,
I
you
feel like I
probably
heard
did
that.
remember it. Yeah, you might have. I just didn't.
I feel like you should.
Well, you know, active listening is something that I should do in my role.
In
but
many
have I ever
occasions.
been known for that? No, I wouldn't say
Not
so.
necessarily.
Yeah, there's a shuriken backflip from Seitab. Does have to go into his shroud relatively early on in this particular battle. Will have access to another shuriken backflip here as he's possibly caught out of position. Has to go golden as there's a glacial prism, but everything is being used to keep Seitab alive, and it's working out for them as the Gnar is getting taken down so low. Another Drake goes over to Live Sandbox here, and they do manage to take down the AD carry, and now DRX are in trouble. Clear needs to get over that wall and in with the rest of his team, but he's not going to. This 4v4 looks like something that Live Sandbox will be able to walk away from.
And big MVP for me there was Diok, actually creating so much space. Yeah, he ends up going down, but it doesn't matter because him and Guti are in the enemy face. We're seeing so much aggression come through here. I don't even know what I'm saying at this point. And you know what the best part is, Atlas? With how this game has been going. DRX starting off so strong and losing 2 team fights in a row.
Yeah.
I think we're going to 9.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's happening.
Hello. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, it was a bit of a free dragon. As, yeah.
So what's happening here is because of the situation that Seitab's in, they're immediately forced to go in and save him, but that spreads up the fight way too much. As a result, Guti has infinite free space, and yeah, Seitab is able to kill the Gnar, but the Caitlyn is still full health. So you're not going to win the fight, and if the target selection remains this way from DRX, I don't know if they're going to win team fights, because that's where Sandbox actually have looked.
Yeah. Their level
Very
of play
clean.
has disintegrated, honestly, over the last
Like
10
our
minutes,
minds.
15 minutes.
Yeah.
It's been really difficult. And remember, I mean, this is a late night for the players as well. It's now like 9:15, you know, they've been getting ready for their game a lot of the day. As Vincenzo, he's going to go for an engage. He does go down extraordinarily low and is knocked back by Sponge. All right, that's a big old Gnar ult, but he gets thrown away. Clear just takes him on a ride. Dahyuk going to be taken down as now Seitab makes his way into the fight. Another perfect execution comes on in as he doesn't follow his backflip. And DRX may have just been gifted an avenue back into the game. Sponge is just dead though, so never mind.
Wait.
Goody now trying to fight this one out. Clear is going down so low, and Diablo, he's just free hitting. He's just outranging everyone, and that is Cassante now dead also. DRX, they had it. That avenue, that was real, and it just fell apart.
I don't know I don't get it. I'm so confused. I don't know who's winning.
Well,
I
the
don't
free
know.
hitting Caitlyn with 3.5 items seems to be doing pretty. Oh my, Piera.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just a,
okay.
it's a Diablo diff. Ooh.
Yeah, Diablo's pretty huge. 2, 1, and 3 now on the Caitlyn.
So
Maybe this is it.
first Vincenzo makes a less than optimal move. Going in aggressive. Yeah, that makes sense. Wow.
Yeah, I think they need to kill the Caitlyn.
That's in a minute.
Do you know what would be great? Oh man.
If Akali
Yeah, if
killed
they had an
Caitlyn.
assassin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Varus can't walk up because he gets killed by Maokai and Gnar and Silas, but Seitab also can't really kill Kate because Plan B is just constantly on top. I don't even know. Let's watch what happens.
Yeah.
So this call from Vincenzo, not great. This is Sponge you're engaging. Not the call. Doesn't work. He goes down. And for a second there, it looks like everything's okay. But again, look at Diablo. Hit.
Shoot.
And here, if they let it go here, they'll be fine, right? But instead, they woke up. A couple more orders come through from Diablo. 4-item Caitlyn now. And it legitimately will go down to, on every single fight, does Seitab kill the Caitlyn? And if they don't, they lose. And even if they do, then Clear needs to ult away Guti. And then, you know, if Gnar still gets to Plata, well, yeah, tough luck, bud.
It's one of those things.
It's not happening.
We'll have to see. Diablo is 100% priority one as far as the targets are concerned, though. So we'll see whether Seitab can get it going. Because honestly, like, I don't even think all of that is relevant. It's not about identifying key targets. They just need to play some cleaner League of Legends, right? They have a composition that wants to be playing in the neutral, right? And actually going for these skill shots, finding the Varus arrows. Because if you're in a fight, Caitlyn's of course going to out DPS you, but you should never be going into a fight on even footing ever.
Yes. Okay, well now they know. So now you're trapped.
Well, there is some of that vision.
That's still a lot of damage from Varus.
Yeah.
Does have Cyril's down.
Satan has an angle. Plan B takes half of his health bar, and now the backflip's going to come in. There we go. The trap was sprung, but now Satab has to go golden. He's in his Zhonya's, but he's in amongst the entire enemy team as well, and he's just headshotted. As now you have once again the Silas issue, but he gets Heimerdingen in the noggin, and he's just destroyed. So they'll trade mid laners, but also there is a free plan B that goes forward. So the Windy Drake will be taken, and now the Baron might also be attempted.
I don't know.
Things have occurred.
I don't know.
Indeed.
So I think DRX win now.
Okay. Well, the Baron may just be dead.
That's going to go to
as
Sandbox,
Piero tries to come in, but he doesn't get it done.
They should be able to get at least someone, although they didn't. Setup's up in 15 seconds. Okay. So maybe Sandbox win.
Like it.
I don't know why I'm trying to call this game, actually. This is Challengers.
No, it's really weird.
Challengers doesn't acknowledge the existence of macro. There is only the fight. It is a pure philosophy that embodies the law of the jungle. Survival of the fittest.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Who's the fittest?
In this game?
Yeah.
Couldn't possibly tell you. So, overall...
Could you give me a guess?
No. Overall...
Do you want to try?
No, stop trying to get an answer out of me, Atlas. It's not happening.
Well, sorry.
Do you want to try?
What?
Sure. Okay, hit me.
Who's the fittest?
Yeah.
I think it's probably... Nah. Because he's been alive since prehistoric times, and therefore, he's kept himself in pretty good shape.
Wasn't he... I feel like he was frozen in a block of ice. Did I make that up?
I think time still existed, though. All right, Vincenzo is going to break his stopwatch. That is another tank being hit by a big ultimate, so Sponge is going to be able to walk this one off as well.
They just both hit each other.
Yeah.
And then that was the end of it. Okay, Setup, you have one job.
Well, he's spotted out.
Okay, they know.
All right.
Mark Akali. Don't let Akali get to Diablo. As long as Diablo is alive, I think Sandbox win.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh dear, that's a tree. He's going to get Mikhails and does make his way up. That means no Mikhails for the Caitlyn. Caitlyn now with an elixir running. They know that this fight is so incredibly important. Goody here towards the bottom side, but I think he needs to be in Fog of War. Otherwise, DRX know that they can just walk up to the wave with impunity.
Yeah, but they're not getting anything. They're
They're
not
getting
actually...
control of the mid lane.
Yeah, but they're not...
Yeah, no, you're right.
They're not getting any turrets. The Baron power play is 1,800 gold. Oh, Atlas, it's going to be 3 40-minute games, isn't it? We're gonna
Well,
have to...
it's at least one. Because this is ticking over, and in 2 seconds' time, it will be the first one. There it is.
There we go.
I think you were pretty good in your assessment, though, as 10 seconds ago, I would say it would be pretty unlikely for the game to end within 10 seconds. Sponge, now looking for that flank angle. Dahyuk is just really close to just straight up dying as Satap finds his way into the back line. Let's see whether this perfect execution is going to work as the Lux is the first to go down. Satap still looking for more as Goody's flashing. Diablo and Goody right on top of one another as the Varus is going to go down, but the Caitlyn's dead. I repeat, the Caitlyn is dead, and DRX, they've woken up, they've figured it out, and they've managed to win a team fight, and it looks like they'll also win the game. As Goody's surviving for way too long. Like, what is it? Like, this build on Silas is stupid. Survived forever.
It's not fair!
That's very
it's not
dumb.
okay.
That is
I
very
don't
dumb.
think they can end.
Well, no, but they got a lot of money now. And...
Doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
Look at the gold. Is that a lot of money?
I don't know.
If they kill Mahe, it's very good.
Ooh, I
They
like
don't
that he
kill
was
Mahe,
stunned and then ulted at the same time.
So we had I am actually going insane. So we had a fight in mid, and then DRX won the fight in mid, and then nothing happened.
Yeah.
And then they won a fight in mid, and then they got Baron, and then nothing happened. And
Well,
then
yeah,
Sandbox won a
Sandbox got-
fight in mid. Oh,
I wonder where the next fight's going to be. Yeah.
How did we not figure it out? We know what's going to end this game.
Yeah, it'll be an elder flip.
The Elder Flip. That's how it works. It's Elder Flip. As nice ultimate from Pleta. Immediately the Gnar basically dead right from the get-go, and as a result can't really go for the fight. Setup gets thrown out, and this stopwatch from Diablo actually really, really big because it buys a lot of time. Then Guti kills 2 people with a stolen Akali ult. Doesn't feel very fair, but as mentioned, Silas in his current form. I don't think
And
he
this,
is.
like,
he's level 18 as well.
It's pretty silly the amount of damage he soaked, although it is just Sponge and Clear that are punching him, so that's probably why. Now there's no stopwatch on Diablo, but he does have a Gienah. So it's just going to be, you know, another
It's
period
going
of
to be
time.
Elder Flip. Yeah. But can the team who gets Elder actually end?
Ooh, a big question, a loaded question, and one that I don't feel comfortable answering.
How are you holding up, personally?
Me, personally, I'm looking forward to a sleep, I think.
I am rapidly losing my grasp,
Yeah,
but I think we can make it through. You and me together.
yeah. I did have homemade sundubu for breakfast this morning, so I'm feeling like pretty good. As Clear is going to get possibly caught out of position here. Chain Lash doesn't quite get the slow.
I can't help but notice that Diablo doesn't have an item with a little bit of armor pad, which I think would be good.
I like when
Playing
you're
into Cassante and Sejuani.
true. Vincenzo going to take another, like Sponge. Do we have to? Do we really? Another Nature's Grasp going to be thrown once again at a tank. As we have, it's like a handshake of hit the tanks, yes please.
Everything
That's what
else,
everyone's saying. 1
hands
second.
off.
1 second. And the Elder's up. Setab does have the opportunity to find a flank. Oh, Diablo. He puts down a trap. Setab once again looking for it. Half the health bar now.
Oh my god.
Nice little
Yes,
backflip.
Shuriken.
He lands the
can't go.
Shuriken on Diablo.
Can't do it.
But he can't. He needs the rest of the team to start this battle for him. As okay, the delivery of the tree, and Vincenzo goes down. The ult immediately comes out as Clear creates a lot of space. Setab goes so incredibly low as he goes golden as well. Can they actually finish off the Silas in the backline? The answer is no. Goody's going to pick up the Varus for free. And that's what happens. We're in the late game. Goody's just better than Setab at this stage, I guess. I don't know.
But they don't have a jungler. So they shouldn't be able to do it.
Oh, they don't have a jungler, but the other team doesn't have an AD carry.
Well, I think they can end. Wait, can they? Oh, I don't know if they can end. If they let them push. Well, they're not going to let them push, though. They're going to back off.
No. We just wait until
No, Diablo's alive.
5 people come back
You
up.
probably can.
Oh, no, but it's not about
You
can.
have TP.
It's not
on
about
Guti.
can.
It's about want?
Yeah, it's about will.
It's about drive?
And no. Yeah, I think so.
It's about power?
Maybe it's Maybelline. As Piero can, I think that was one shot. I think it might have been a headshot.
Oh. As Dayak walks up. Is Gnar. Setab's about to TP in 10
Clear,
seconds.
tanks a million damage.
So Vincenzo
cool.
is on his way. It's just going to be who gets
No,
the
we're
smite.
actually just waiting.
It's just a
yeah, we're
smite.
just waiting.
It's just a smite.
Sponge and Daihuk are just hitting each other. It's completely uneventful as Setab's going to teleport in. Okay.
They're up a member now.
Crush comes out.
DRX can't contest.
Well, Goody's going to dive forward, does find some chains. Perfect execution's going to come through. Good flash from Sponge, creates
Plata's
some
on his way.
distance.
It's 5v5 again.
Well, there's another one. Nature's Grasp comes in. Can they actually kill the Silas? The answer's no right now as Setab, he's dashing away with his own ultimate. The hijacked one did so much work as well. Sliv Sandbox gets some control. Hail of arrows coming in.
He doesn't have the damage, Atlas.
No. No one's really doing anything. To be perfectly honest, I haven't really seen that much of a conclusion
Of an anything?
or a thing
There's traps.
that's going on.
Get him clear.
All right, the Elder going down low yet again. Clear, getting taken to about 50%. We'll see whether the kill actually comes in. Setab's back one more time. Vincenzo extraordinarily low as Setab. He goes golden once again. How did that cooldown come back up again? Diablo, he was taken into his GA. He doesn't have that available for this fight. The Dragon's the one doing the most proactive stuff
How is Diamond
in
still
this
alive?
game. What is going on here?
What's happening?
Oh, Piero, he's keeping his bees as Daihuk is going to find him on the flank. Oh my goodness, no, the Gnar is going to go down, and it's in fact the Heimerdinger
way.
Dragon is still very upset with what's going on, and I think the majority of us are as well, as Diablo is chasing after a lone Varus on the back end as Satab takes it down. Liv Sandbox, I don't know what you were trying to do, but it didn't work. Plan C! We need Plan C!
And with that, what you gonna try to end?
No, I gotta take the Elder. What are you talking about? Baron's up as well.
I know they can't end. They don't have any wave. Well, I mean, they have a wave on top, but they don't have TPs, so they can't end. So it's Elder, and then they gotta win another fight.
Take it away, Chronicler.
They can't even end.
They can't even Baron.
They can't even end.
They can't even Baron. It's not even. Oh, I mean, they are going to Baron. Okay, they're going to go straight to the Baron. Do you know what the most challenger outcome here?
We put Elder Soul in the game
Yeah.
to prevent this from happening.
Well, I mean, they got the Elder, right? That happened. And so now DRX, they'll take a Baron, and now they'll have Exodia as they walk towards the enemy base. And so for the next minute and a half, after this Baron goes down, they are the most powerful beings that have ever existed on planet Runeterra. And if they don't win here, I think we cancel game 2. And we just give the series to Liv Sandbox, and we go home. I think that's how it goes.
I think we do.
No, seriously. I don't think you could convince DRX to take the stage again if they lose here. I
Well,
don't think that that's ever going to happen.
Whoever loses here surely is going to be mental boom beyond capacity.
Yeah, yeah.
They gotta be.
Well, we're just going to walk down the front door.
파랑팀의 억제기다.
And DRX, they huff
Well,
and they puff
Diablo-
and they blow the house down.
Diablo's alive though.
That is correct.
He does
and he
have little
does have
doms.
DOMs, exactly. GA was
No.
sold because it was on cooldown.
So,
Oh, gotta take Wolves, though. All right, Radiant Virtue exists. Thank you.
holy lord. I think it did like 9k healing.
What?
It might be 4k. I didn't read Korean very well.
Oh my god, we're very close to Sponge having 6 items. What the hell is this game?
It's big challengers,
That is
baby.
absurd. I haven't seen a jungle with this many items.
4k self. Thank you very much. Yep.
Oh my god. So 4k
I
self-healing,
think
9k
40,
healing.
40 seconds on Elder. You need
All
to
right.
fight.
Yeah, they
You need to
certainly
fight.
do, as Nature's Grasp is going to come through, mainly defensively here, as
You need to
Diab has a
fight.
great Naba. You got to wait out the Naba, right? Yeah, you do. Definitely got to wait that out. Got to wait that out. Be patient. Be patient, Chronicler. You can't force it.
Okay, it's fine. You can go triple inhib. They can't win with triple inhib.
Yeah,
It's
right.
gonna be it.
Exactly. We're going to start off the fight, though. Elder is still there for another 15 seconds. Satab just destroys Diablo. He cannot do anything. It's a double kill as the turrets are falling down. The minions are getting the work done as the Elder will just breathe fire all over the top of Liv Sandbox. And in 50 minutes, DRX will claim victory in Game 1.
And that, I just voted for Setup for you. That's okay.
No, cheers.
And that was, by all accounts, a game of League of Legends that we just witnessed. It
Yeah.
was messy. It was chaotic. It was
I
what
think-
winners are made of.
Exactly. And what I absolutely loved, was the gentleman's agreement to go for 5v5s and never actually try to win the game necessarily. It's win the fight. You need to win the fight in order to be worthy of walking towards any Nexus to destroy it. And
need to
I think
earn
that
that
is
right.
actually the correct way to play the game.
You need to earn that right. And as much
Precisely.
flack as we gave the Varus, I'm still like 70k. I know
That's
this was
70k damage.
I know
That's a lot of
I know this was a like fed poke Varus, and there was a lot of stillmates and ARAMing happening, but the game took 49 minutes and 49 seconds.
I mean, isn't that like 1.2k?
And he did 69k damage.
Is that like 1.2 thousand?
Unbelievable.
1.2 thousand damage per minute, right?
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah.
1.3, 4.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I don't know. I can't math. My brain is not.
I mean, that's a Caitlyn
my
that did
brain's not
900, and
working.
I'd be impressed by that. But 70k is just really gross. Right around 1,390 DPM. I kind of wish I could change my vote. Although, to be perfectly honest, I don't think any of the Varus' damage was impactful whatsoever. As we can see, the gold graph is really struggling to make up its mind until it really made up its mind. You know? Really, really made up its mind.
What do you even say after a game of League of Legends like that?
Let's go game number 2! That's what you say, Chronicler. That's what you say. We can't say it yet because, you know, we need to see what the POG is going to be.
Yeah,
But
I thought you were going to say, let's go to game number 3.
oh, yeah, we need to go to game number 2 first before we have the right to go to game number 3. But we will go to game number 3. That's 100%.
So, for the
Casters,
record,
get some water. I do have a bit still here, but thank you for that.
our call time today was about 12.
Uh-huh.
We have been in and around the studio for 10 hours.
All right. Good,
Yeah.
good.
Could have had could have 2 more hours to go.
Isn't it 11 hours? Didn't we get here at like...
No, I got her at like 12.
Oh, yeah.
So it's easy. Easy calculation.
Okay.
And we are not even close to done. As
Oh,
there
there he
he
is.
goes.
Attaboy. DPM cannot beat out
He
finding
had,
the flank angles as
he
a
had,
Kali.
he had one job. He had one job. That was kill Kali. You know what he did at the end?
He is a Kali.
Oh my god, he killed Caitlyn. You know what I
Yeah.
mean.
Yeah, yeah,
Kill
yeah.
Caitlyn.
And then he
Kill
killed
Caitlyn.
Yeah.
He killed Caitlyn. He did it.
And he got a GA at like the other point, and he got a stopwatch the other time.
And he killed
And
Caitlyn.
then he killed Caitlyn.
That's
He
all you
did.
need to do. One job.
Absolutely.
Kill the Caitlyn. And he did.
It was absolutely beautiful, really.
Overall, Satep to me is one of the core pieces that made the previous team, when DRX was really good, look as good as they did. He has been kind of up and down, I think. As mentioned, DRX had a bit of a rough time, even obviously after June, but even in 2022 summer, they weren't quite able to ever hit the consistent highs that they were able to hit in spring. So
He's one of the few challenger players that subbed in that got a POG
exactly.
in the LCK.
Yeah.
Very cool stuff. It was on his Victor as well, crazily enough. We're going to go take a break. When we get back, game number 2. See you there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and we're ready to get into what could be a final game of the night, but probably is not going to be.
Hello everyone, I'm very excited to be here together with Adlus. We are going to cast challengers.
Yes, we are.
Well, you started with British.
Yeah, I was going for it. I'm not. I don't know. I really like. I like pretending to speak in other accents.
Well, I can't do Australian. It's not going to work.
I just said a
I
bunch
can only
of
do
words
R
that
and R.
didn't make any sense.
Doesn't really.
Just talk out of your nose, straight
Well,
out of your
I
nose.
don't think it's great.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good.
I don't think it's good.
I don't think it's very good. I think my Australian accent sounds a little Southern American.
What do you want from me, man? I'm doing what you told me.
Hey, casters, if you had to choose one of the 4 ninjas, Kennen, Zed, Shen, Akali, to defend you while the other 3
Shen.
come after you, who would you choose?
Shen. His whole thing is defending you. His W, his ultimate.
But then you'd have Kennen, Akali, and Zed after you. And wouldn't it be good to have Shen as one of the ones after you?
I guess.
I'd probably like Akali, because then I can hide in the Twilight Shroud.
You can't hide in the Twilight Shroud. Only she can.
Yes, I can.
No, you cannot.
You don't know what my
Are you a
capabilities
trained
are.
ninja, Atlas?
In this context, I am.
Well, that's the prompt doesn't mention that.
Well, are you a champion in League of Legends? Because then you couldn't be Stand United to either.
Well,
If
no,
you're not.
no, because that makes sense in terms of thematics. Because Shen can ult to anyone. in
Not
the game.
you. I've
Well,
never
you don't
seen a
know
Shen
that.
ult to you.
Well, no other champion is invisible in the Kali
Theoretically,
Shroud.
if Shen
no
was capable
other
of ulting
champion
to you,
is
he would have
invisible
ulted
in
you
the
by
Kali
now.
Shroud.
Unbelievable. Look, I would be in the Kali Shroud.
I
Everything
would
have been
leave
fine.
right now if I didn't have too much respect for the challenge broadcast.
Well, what are the casters' items is it mid-game? Yeah, that is a really good point. And which caster are we? Are we Lux or Xerath? You know, like what? Because I assume if we're in the game, then we're also a caster-type champion, right? Making us a spellcaster.
I would probably be a support type. I feel like I'm a support. I feel like you'd be a tank.
Yeah, I'd probably be like...
Valdez would be a mage.
I'd
That's
be
very easy.
2011 mid
Oh,
Gragas.
Wolf be.
Wolf would be...
Bruiser, maybe? Assassin?
No, I feel like Wolf would be like Ivan, you know, like something that has like a completely different mechanic and plays the game entirely
no,
differently
actually
from
that
everyone
makes
else.
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
That's what I
so
think.
we'd have support, tank, mage, and then
Oh, I'd be on. I'm down with that. I do
could see
like the
that.
items.
yeah,
I'd like to give you a deicide if you need one.
cool.
Heck yeah.
Wolf is Warwick.
Oh, that's Astronautilus. That is too. It's too free, isn't it? It is too free.
Yeah, remember when we did the animals for every team, and then we didn't make T1 a goat and DRX a dragon?
Do you know who Valdez would be?
No,
He'd be a stopwatch.
it would be 6, but
No,
yeah.
he'd just be a stopwatch.
Is this a rebroadcast? Yeah.
Yeah,
it is.
this is a rebroadcast.
Yeah, this is not live.
Yeah, Alexius, you are definitely
These are-
you're really bringing up people's expectations of YouTube chat.
It's also, this doesn't happen in Twitch chat, you know. Twitch chat doesn't ask us these questions.
And if they do, they only do it sarcastically to annoy everyone. Atlas is Ramus? Okay.
Come on, YouTube chat. Keep it together.
Would Valdez want to be Yumi? No. Valdez isn't Yumi because Charlie's Yumi.
So, overall, in terms of draft, we've seen that in the previous game, the draft didn't really matter. All came down to the execution. And
Ooh, Heimerdinger was the problem.
is going to get taken away this time around. I do think that's a very good adaptation. Now, for Sandbox, the Caitlyn ban does still seem very appealing to me. I think that Lucian Nami, while annoying, feels a little bit more manageable. Although, to be honest, with Varus or with Caitlyn and Heim already gone, maybe ban Lucian. But then what do you go into the Caitlyn that inevitably will come out? And that's a toughie.
Ooh, Maokai. So that's going to be the adaptation on the
Okay,
bans here.
makes
So
sense.
Varus first pick or Lucian first pick is the option. Lucian is going to be the choice. Oh man, we're really doing this.
No,
We're
that
just-
means free games, Atlas, right
We're
there.
catting. We're
Oh,
catting
yeah.
right now.
Lock it in.
I want
free
cat,
games.
cat and pig.
9
Give me cat
games.
and pig. We need
Cat
to start
pig.
the menagerie. Start
Cat
the menagerie now. We need cat, pig, crocodile.
There we
Cat,
go.
pig, crocodile. Let's go. Let's go.
They can go... No, I was going to say they can go fish, but they can't. Nami's going to get picked up by Sandbox.
Ah, Nami Yumi, the best lane. Think about how much sustain there is. Whoa. Imagine how much damage you do with Bop and Block active as well as Tidecaller's Blessing. Whoa.
Hold up.
All right, that's an odd choice.
I actually like it. It's a preemptive choice to deny Liv Sandbox the Vi pick that they will probably want to pick up into Zerayumi, because Zerayumi really struggles into Vi, and it's also good into Wukong. And Sejuani or Wukong are the only choices here, and Vi has a pretty good matchup into both. So, actually, if you rate Zerayumi, which in Challengers I kind of do, I think that this is a good draft thus far from DRX. I think it's pretty smart.
I want
And
Sivir.
you want Sivir?
Yeah. Not very good into Wukong, unfortunately, so
No.
Zeri will be the choice. But I don't like Zeri very much.
You
Never
don't,
really have.
no.
Just not really. I just don't feel like you I think it's too volatile. It's too volatile.
Yeah,
Makes
you're
me
right.
too nervous. I get
Especially-
anxious.
Especially in Challengers.
Yeah.
We don't like volatility at all.
Yeah, it's not
We're
about...
all about that consistency.
Well, I mean, I just... They'll be volatile with no matter what they get, and so having a very volatile champion as well as being challenger is just, you know, that's a recipe for heart attacks. You don't want that.
Vi, her favorite partner, besides Caitlyn, going to get away, banned away as the Ahri now hits the ban list as well. Ahri not in the best spot. The LCK players that we've seen her pick up have looked pretty lackluster on it, but fortunately, still very good with the Vi. So I'm going to get taken away here.
Black Hats has let us know that Nami Yumi is actually pretty meta in Iron Solo Queue,
Cool.
so that's actually
Didn't know
really
that.
good to know.
Thank you.
Atlas, is Cho'Gath still a champion? Up you go. Pleta, what are we going to go for here? As the Victor is the choice. Goody, how is
Don't
your...
do it, DRX.
Aurelia?
I've seen Victor, Zerayumi. I know.
Do you know what?
I know what
Do you
follows.
remember when Satab was in the LCK? Do you remember what champion he played to pick up POG when they won in the LCK with a challenger roster? It was Victor.
Victor.
Atlas, what is your favorite champion
Diana.
champ theme?
Diana.
Yeah, it was. Wow. You
I
remember
know,
that?
hey, of course I do,
Yeah,
man.
boom, baby.
I know you very well.
Very nicely
It's also one of my favorites, but I remember because we talked about this before.
Yeah.
Why
Super
don't LCS teams offer huge contracts to superior players? Well, because it's kind of
They
a gamble,
do,
and
don't
they do. And also, you can't really just take a challenger player and... Because these guys are like 16, 17.
Whoa, did you see that? Liv Sandbox decided to win and then they decided to go home.
Because they locked Renekton and then swapped.
Yeah. That was pretty interesting, wasn't it?
So, is Clear going to play Aurelia? Or Camille? I actually love a Camille here.
Yeah.
Camille's great. Together with Vi? Are you kidding me?
Oh, Aurelia?
Do it.
Oh, baby. Oh,
Lock it
man.
in.
That's going to be
Lock
so
it in.
cool.
Nice.
That's gorgeous. All right, Clear. Dahyuk going to really struggle here. And I don't think that many of us were all that excited about Dahyuk's Na play anyway. And now going up against a difficult matchup in the mid to late game, it's going to be real rough for him to figure that one out. We'll see how he does go, though. As Aurelia, of course, beautiful at split pushing, but can also team fight very well as well.
All of you in chat saying 2-0, don't you dare.
I mean, this
we-
is 100% at least a 55-minute game.
Yeah.
At least.
At the
And
very
I
least.
think that it's probably due to that fact, 80-20 in favor of Liv Sandbox.
So, looking at these individual drafts,
Gatorant says this
can-
game's going to be 17 minutes.
Okay, I'm just gonna move past that. I can see the Sandbox comp work in they can get to a stage in the game where they're able to actually utilize the pressure, right? One-item spike on Lucianami. Same for Akali, honestly, because especially if the Akali is not able to find any early pressure on the Victor or Wukong, which shouldn't happen. Like Wukong Akali's pre-6 is pretty mediocre. And on the other hand, for DRX, especially on top side, if they can get Clear ahead, or if Clear can just get to 6 without getting bullied too much by the range advantage of the Na, I think you're going to be in a great spot as DRX, but that Aurelia does need to get at least something going. Otherwise, it'll be toughy.
Could certainly be, as we prepare for the metal music. Need everyone to get out there, do-do-dos. We're going to try our very best to actually stay in time this time around. It was
we
quite
believe in
difficult.
you.
Yeah. Oh, I really struggled, and hopefully we can get there because it's the most important time of the night. This could be the last opportunity to sing along. So let's do it. Got him.
Nailed it.
We did it. Thank you so much, chat. Did a beautiful job. I like the exclamation marks. Veronicon as well.
Oh my god, YouTube and Twitch chat both?
Oh, Alexander even did dashes in between.
Amazing. I'm
Whoa,
so proud of all of you.
That is so much keyboard time that you utilized.
I am so proud of all of you.
Damn, you guys are the
You're
best.
doing great. Thank you so much for joining us today. This is giving me new energy. This is giving me new life.
Yeah, this is gorgeous. Well, Pletter and Piero going to find Plan B. Man, when are we going to see Plan A? Because so far Plan B hasn't really been working.
Diablo's Plan A.
Ah. Yeah. Okay. How hyped are you guys that Laura's joining the LCK? Extraordinarily hyped. She has always been a huge fan of Korean League of Legends, so it's just great to have her here.
It's going to be really fun.
So we can utilize all of the extra hypedness. It's going to be so dope.
Hypedness?
Hypedness, indeed.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. That's nice. That makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hypedness.
Hypedness. If you say it too often, it will run out of meaning, okay?
I think it happened pretty early on, personally.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Would you say that it's not a real word?
Oh, I don't want to go that far.
Okay, good. As long as you're not saying
level
completely.
1.
Okay, Ignite already down onto Plan B. Running underneath his turret. Pletter not going to take a turret shot. I was pretty scared that that was about to happen.
The current bot lane meta is actually just run at them and then pressure summoners to trade favorably as clear. That's full stacks.
Oh dear.
Ooh, doesn't have his Q.
He is... I was about to say that was a favorable trade.
Very funny.
Yeah. Oh, it was pretty good.
I thought I was losing it faster than you were, but I'm seriously reconsidering.
Oh no, I'm not losing it. I just never had it to begin with.
I feel like you have it even less now.
Just existed.
We're going to the negative.
Well, Vincenzo, spotted on a ward, Satab, reacts accordingly. As Goody at least is going to have some spare time with this minion wave. Pretty comfortably, like we can see. And a surprise Teemo from Satab.
He is shocked.
Yeah,
at this turn of
very
events.
shocked. It actually, like, that particular emote, it is very well designed to look exactly the same as Shocked Pikachu.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's really well done.
It's really, really nice.
Yeah, that one I would say is one of the better ones. Piero taking a fair bit of damage here. But he's Yumi, so he doesn't really care about it, don't think. Reattach comes in, Prowling Projectile comes down.
They are pretty aware. Of course, Vincenzo still on top side, didn't loop down yet. He's going to be down a little bit. Ooh, I love this from Sponge.
Ooh. Spotted out, as we can see.
Should have a good idea that he's on Grump. It's either on Grump or somewhere around the upper part of the river. Of course, with the vision that they have and the fact that Satab already saw him track towards top side. And overall, so far, so good. DRX able to pick themselves up, as expected, a pretty decent lead in the mid lane. And Sponge also a little bit ahead of Vincenzo here in the early jungle clear. As, yeah, it's not a fun matchup pre-6. Post-6 gets a lot better.
Certainly does. The all-in potential certainly going to be there, as Vincenzo could also make it very difficult for Satab with a victory here. Sponge is going to turn up. Goody extraordinarily low. Gravity field placed beautifully. As now Goody has to try and figure it out, and he does so. They lock down the kill. Now Sponge, can he find the double? The first one's going to come in. He still has flash, as Goody cannot approach this wave whatsoever. So a 1-for-1, but with Goody, oh no, he didn't pick up the kill. Oh dear. pretty disastrous. But Goody is
Yeah.
going to be able to stick around and pick up the wave, and that is important.
Yeah, the main issue is Claire. Are you dead? Okay, but you're definitely in trouble.
Well,
Might be
kind of
dead.
almost, yeah. A bit dead. As Dahyuk only level 5.
Nice sidestep.
I was waiting for the Nas to come in, but
So
didn't have it.
overall, still a very favorable trade here because of the fact that the wave still gets shoved in, so none of the minions get lost. Setup also nice, gets the cannon. As
Nailed
unfortunately, nicely sidestepped here as well by Guti, right? Both him and Vincenzo playing well around the chaos or the gravity field, and as a result, completely fine. But Sponge just comes off of a fresh back and still has double buffs, so not too tough to take down. And as a result, we'll get double scuttle. And also picks up an extra camp, right? Vincenzo now substantially further behind, and Sponge in a favorable position should be very big, considering the fact that the Vi on an earlier 6 has so much playmaking potential around the map. And I swear, normally my English is better, but my language box is not good now.
My language area of thing in head is struggle to make sound in word way.
So basically, you know, there is almost always like an almost imperceptible delay between me thinking something and then me kind of having to filter or translate it. If you're bilingual, you'll know what I'm talking about. But the more tired I get, the more that lag takes. So it's like lag, you know, in game. And
yeah, you got ping.
So normally
ping.
I'm working on Korean ping. You know, completely fine. It's like, I don't know, we'll be talking about like 7 ping.
Yeah.
Right now we're on 30. And we're approaching LCS territory pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And that's not good for anyone.
No, it's real dangerous. And you all know that pros cannot play on 30 ping. That is disastrous.
35 ping, I'll do it.
Gonna get flashed on here by Sponge. The bubble is fantastic as the Vi was dealt with beautifully there by Plan B. I'd say that was leaning towards Plan A with how well they handled that particular gank attempt. As DRX still largely in the lead as far as control of the game is concerned, but still, that was decent defensive play from Loose Sandbox.
The main thing that I do want to highlight is that if you get into this mid-game with a lead as DRX, you're going to feel great. You still have to respect, there is still a lot of team fighting power, and the mandate and Guild for Spike that we always talk about with these two is still going to be relevant. Oh no.
All right, Pleto gonna have to get out of the way of this one. Really
That's
nice bubble
heal.
yet again. Plan B kind of playing beautifully. They already had the barrier on cooldown, and that heal, like you say, means there's not a lot of options. It's all right, Clear. Let's see what he can do. Does get the Mega Gnar out from Dahyuk, and is now able to dance around this wave. Level 7 now hit for the Aurelia, and so therefore going to be able to continue spreading this lead ever further. 23 CS in advantage as the wave crashes towards the Gnar.
Ooh. I was about to say, Sponge, your team is not there and Setup is backing. I don't think you want to take that cue, but I got baited by it anyway, because that's how things are right now in our lives. And as long as DRX appropriately respects and keep track of any possible flanks and are actually able to either isolate the target with Vi or kind of kite back, or, you know, have their own flank with Claire, who, even though he hasn't found a kill, is still a solid 20 CS up and in the firm lead in his lane and really bullying Dahyuk, who is now going to miss a little bit more. You should be completely fine because you scale very well. Obviously, Goody, if you get kills, can be a big problem. Oh, Drake here would be so big for Sandbox.
Oh, Vincenzo going to dive into the pit here as it is secured by the Zeri of all people. Does throw down the ultimate. Diablo is very low, but still the kill is going to go through. And everyone on DRX just melts. There is one kill going to Satab in the end, but ultimately not the greatest of situations. DRX at least can say, got Drake though, in all chat.
And you know what the best part is?
What's that?
Is that Nani gets all the kills. Well, that's the best part for DRX. As, yeah, Plata here, unfortunately, late flash still gets hit by the Nami. And then subsequently, Vincenzo dies for some reason. That one isn't really clear. Tries to just slow down, I guess, Setup, so that Goody can make his way over, but didn't really work. Plan B bubbling himself to speed up as he walks back. And now, fight for the Herald. And this is the type of fight where if you didn't just take a really bad trade, might be looking to get something done, but you did. So now you kind of have to give it up.
Well, yep, that's not going to be any ability for DRX to collect themselves this Rift Herald. And Clear kind of shoved in towards his top side, as he is still looking for that Blade of the Ruin King. But you can see that Clear is playing out this lane the way that he should, always looking for those opportunities, those ways in to try and get an engage. So, see whether he's going to be able to actually find one of those, because it's getting closer and closer to Aurelia win condition or lose. If this bottom lane goes to hell.
I don't think that's true. You have Victor and Zeri Yumi.
No, I know, but those ones aren't working. Is what I'm saying.
We're 10 minutes into the game, Atlas. Come on.
Well, I just saw the Nami triple kill, or double kill, and that made me worried. Chronicler.
It's one bad fight.
Wombat fight?
Yeah.
Wombats don't fight. They actually can be vicious.
Sorry, what?
You said wombat fight, didn't you? Did anyone else hear wombat fight? Sound off.
Can't do this right now, man. Can't do this right now.
I just want to know whether anybody else heard wombat fight. Yeah, Izzy? Izzy heard it.
Chad.
Grithan Adolia
Chad,
also
don't
heard
let
it.
me
Wombat
down.
fight.
Come
Yeah.
on, Chad.
Ashley?
Chad.
Absolutely.
Chad.
Oh.
Why?
Amico, I did cast Worlds. What are you talking about? The Kips. It's okay. You don't have to hear it.
It's okay. Okay.
Everyone's just...
Let the people
Everyone
talk,
heard the
Atlas.
wombat. They heard wombat, man.
That's what I heard. Okay, well, if the people declare it, I will follow them. I was talking about one bat fight.
Ah, just a bat fight. I get it.
Yeah, between bats.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why don't we have a bat champion in League?
We do have Vi's, like,
Yeah, we have
bat
Vladimir,
skin.
but that's not really the same. Where's our bat champion?
We need a bat champion, that's true.
We got a spider champion.
How did we get a stingray before we got a bat?
I don't know. Why can't we have a bat champion?
We should really have a bat champion.
No, not bat chest. You. How dare you, chat? Don't bat chest me.
All right, final
Plan B's
chapter
dead.
comes in. Yeah, that is a really dead Nami. Man, I don't know what. That was not even plan B, I don't think. Is Vincenzo going to be able to make it out? Warrior Tricks are not going to be enough. Clear. Teleported in. Feeling like he did have an opportunity. And also, look at that. Have you ever seen an Aurelia give farm to anyone ever?
Oh,
That was amazing.
Vayne is kind of Batman. That makes sense.
Oh, Vayne is...
Vayne is Bat Fiend. But
Bat
she's not...
Fiend, yeah.
I want a bat.
Yeah.
I want a champion to like soar over, you know, fly. Over the
Definitely
rift.
Vayne is the closest thing to Bat Champion, though.
Yeah.
100%.
Movie recommendation for tonight. Help you out, chat. What are you looking for? Fun? Interaction? What do you want to feel?
I'm thinking of watching the menu soon.
I've heard it's really good. It's on. It's on.
It's
Disney
on D
Plus
plus
now.
Kia, right? Yeah.
Don't do that.
I
No,
didn't want to say it. I just wanted to be able to say D plus Kia instead. Menu is amazing. Thank you very much, Cinnamon. I'll have to check it out.
I've heard it's really good. Really
Yeah.
want to watch it.
The Catch 22. Ooh, Genshin player. Well, actually, just
Everything Ever All Once, great movie.
I
Yeah.
really need to see that. I haven't seen that one.
It's
either.
great. Wonderful movie.
I
Really
also
enjoyed
want
it.
to start watching The Last of Us. Apparently, the episode that just aired today, I believe.
I mean,
was
every
really,
episode
really good.
apparently has been really good. So
Need to check that one out. I also need to play the game, but I just haven't played console games in a really long time. Or really like any AAA title. at
YouTube
all.
chat not winning points there.
상태가 사라집니다.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jawboot, you didn't really get it, did you?
No, you don't get the vibe.
it's
You don't get the vibe, man.
You'll be fine.
Don't harshen it. We're having a great time here.
Yeah.
There's nothing happening in game. No.
Oh dear. Jacob though, yeah, I started that show and then just really it didn't click with me.
So
It wasn't really
Velda's watched season 1 and said it was amazing.
Alice
But then
in Borderlands,
season
yeah.
2, not so great. So, overall, let's do a very quick checkup here. As now, 1-1 in Drake's, Mountain Soul.
Chaos Storm.
Very relevant, right?
Indeed.
We love a Mountain Soul. Very strong for
Everyone
either
does.
of these two teams. Big problem, mostly for Sandbox, if DRX get it. I think DRX actually have builds that can kind of chew through it nonetheless. As will be first turbot here, so nice snowball from Sandbox towards the bot side of the net. Mandate and Guildforce are done. But Sclair is wasting as many minions as he possibly can. What's happening, Atlas?
Why would I watch Last of Us when I could watch Shrek for the 400th time and think about Rain Jungle? True, though. Any truers in
Hey,
chat?
and how many movies do you know that have Smash Mouth in it?
Well, not as many as Shrek. Wow. That really opened my mind.
Isn't All-Star in, I want to say in Rat Race, this really bad early 2000s comedy?
I remember Rat Race. That was the first movie that John Cleese did after he got his teeth done.
Yeah, with Rowan Atkinson and Whoopi Goldberg and a ton of people in that.
Yeah. That was real good.
That was really good.
Oh, hey now. You're an all-star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Had a good time.
So,
So,
are you looking forward to Sum 41 coming in touring Korea?
kind of want to go.
I kind of want to go too, man.
Just to relive the glory days.
Oh, wasn't In Too Deep such a great song?
I was a still waiting kind of guy. Just a little bit more edge.
Oh, yeah, that is definitely a bit more angsty.
You know me.
Oh, it's a good one. That is a good one.
I have a fair amount of angst.
What is Lucian building is a really good question, actually.
What? No, it's
as I think
rapid
that's
fire
just
cannon.
rapid fire cannon.
Yeah, and he goes Dirk because early Dirk spike is really good to back on early in the lane. So you have volume
The
potential.
Kips got a little bit confused about
That's okay.
Lucian
Okay.
building, what Lucian
Well,
builds
these
every
teams
game.
rank in LCS. I mean, these teams are kind of okay. So they'd probably outhands people, but I don't know if they'd
But
necessarily
they've
do
never
super
played
well.
in the LCS, so I don't think that we're ever actually equipped to say, right? Because every league is a league based on each other and only in the context of one another, right? So you can't therefore say whether a league is good against one another until you get to international competition. You actually see them face off.
But
As Tidal Wave does come in, Sponge is going to get knocked up. Let's see whether we can find the team fighters. There's the flash assault and battery. Immediately the Vi goes down though as Goody going to be able to get out of there. Clear trying to dance around the fight but isn't quite able to. The Zeri picks up a couple of kills though. And now it is Zeri time. Diablo, wrong side of the rift. Even Shirley is scared of this Zeri. Only finally goes back when he finds out that it's Satab instead. Pleta now needs to try and win this fight and is almost going to do so. There it is, and that is an unofficial quadra kill. And Wolf, where are you, mate? We need certification. We need the, can we write it down here? How's your calligraphy, Chronicle?
you know who the real MVP of that fight is? My boy Sponge.
Hell
Get him!
yeah.
Get him, Spongy! Because you know what Sponge did? Oh my god, I forgot the I. Yeah. You know what Sponge did? Sponge killed, well, didn't kill Goody, but almost killed Goody, so he couldn't kill that Zeri, man. Look at that. Watch him soar. Here, there's a Kali. Not anymore, there's not. Look, the Kali's to run Atlas.
I can't hear you, I'm busy writing my
Tail
certificate.
between the legs. This wasn't the Zeri moment. This was Aurelia and Vi giving their lives so Pleta could soar. As Atlas is drawing a lot of stuff. I think he's making a stand. Now though, gold lead firmly in favor of DRX, and as mentioned previously, even though Liv Sandbox definitely have a composition that can win late game fights.
What's the date today? I need to date this
It is
certificate.
currently the 30th of January. Monday. But I feel like you knew that. Atlas is an artist? Oh, of course he is. Heart, mind, and soul. Truly.
I did my Zeri certificate. Should I post it on Twitter or should I just wait until
Yeah,
the
I
end
think
of
you
the game? Okay, here we got a team fight as final chapter comes in. That is a lone Yuumi that just gets exploded. In goes Pleta. Might be able to find something here, but remember doesn't have a cat. Vanguard's edge is huge though, and it catches them right on the edge. And now Goody gonna have to try and get out of this one. That is a decent little sneak in of the Shuriken B. Not wanting to go after that one. And Clear is just really scary on this Aurelia.
And I don't think that Sandbox actually can now contest. I don't think that DRX can take a Drake into Sponges there, but they have a lot of range damage, and they still have a... Oh, hold on.
All right, Dahil gonna get a double.
Wait.
No, that's decent. Vincenzo finds the Zeri. And yeah, they all just die.
He walked into Nar!
Yeah,
You saw him!
yeah,
You knew he was there!
yeah.
He was going mega!
Uh-huh,
Why would you do that?
yeah. Whew. Well, that was some gameplay that we saw that existed in this game.
It's gonna be 9 games.
They are going to be able to grab themselves a dragon.
It's gonna be 9 games.
Well, it is looking like that could be a possibility. Sponge has a cat and will now try to take down this outer turret in the mid lane. Currently, only one outer has been taken by Live Sandbox, but let's not talk about that. Let's talk about this situation, one could say.
Yeah, well, I don't have a lot
just
to say
gorgeous.
about it. Don't try to kill Mega Na when the timer is... Sorry, don't try to kill Mini Na when if you don't hit your timer, you immediately lose the fight in a dragon. Not a lot more to say
Would
about
you
that
mind
one.
adding a Shrek to that Zeri certification?
Draw a Shrek.
I haven't drawn a Shrek ever in my life, I don't think.
Just
I just don't
draw
even
like a
wanna
circle
try.
with like the... You know what the Shrek is?
Yeah, I know what the Shrek
Well,
is look
it
like,
makes
but
sense if you
I'm
just draw the
embarrassed
Shrek
about
is.
it.
Why?
I don't want to. I'm actually
What do you-
really, I'm self-conscious about that.
Why do you not want to?
Makes me sad. I'm not a very
Atlas.
good drawer guy.
You want me to draw Shrek? You want to do it together? I'll draw a
I
Shrek
really
for
like
you.
my big-time Zeri certificate
Okay, well,
that
you
I
don't
wrote.
have to add a Shrek.
I think it's kind of perfect the way that
Well,
it
then
is.
just leave it the way it is.
Okay, thank you.
It's fine, Atlas.
All
I
right.
just want you to, do your best and feel good.
No, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I'm doing that, but I think that the certificate might be good enough even without a Shrek on it for no
I
reason.
think it's great.
Thanks.
Okay? You're doing wonderful.
Appreciate
I'm
that.
really proud of you.
All right. Well, Pleta does have a cat, but otherwise relatively alone. Extendo beam. Do a bit of damage here as Vincenzo not going to find the angle just yet. Jack Show done here for clear. Wanting to team fight on the Aurelia just a little bit. I do like the idea. As we've seen a lot of these teams not necessarily favor any sort of split push tech.
You know what I love?
What do you love?
When Satap realizes that he's the sole AP source and the enemy team is all building plated steel caps and is not itemizing any EMR. And you just go full damage, baby.
Oh,
Yeah, that's Leandris. Well, that's Shadow Flame next.
Mm-hmm.
And then bring up the
Gravidance.
Void. Well, probably Void because he is playing into Mountain, and I don't know if they're getting the
Yeah,
next Drake.
that's true. Yeah.
So
Makes me less excited, but I do think that it's a smarter idea. Ed, Ed, and Eddie, it's been a while since I've even heard that name, let alone seen anything about it. But Old Stony, it is definitely
So-
doing some rumblings in my memory
in,
tank.
in this context, I think the Jack Show mostly serves as allowing Aurelia to actually team fight. Obviously, Aurelia in solo queue probably just want to go for the build that allows you to 1v1 the most because there's no coordination. But in this game state, you probably want to be able to just create space for your Zeri or your Victor, either of which will carry a late game team fight when you're not able to, as there is a Shadow Flame. So
Oh, wow.
the Jack Show allows you to just tank a lot more and drain up a bit, utilize the extra resistances, and then all you need is like an extra second, and you probably win a fight. So, pretty nice. I think it's a
Yeah.
good item. It's not the first that we've seen. We've seen a lot of like the, what was it? Blade the Rune King, Frostfire Gauntlet type of builds as well.
Oh,
That was a thing, right?
that was a thing for a little bit. We've seen a lot of Gore Drinker Aurelias as well.
Gold Drinker wouldn't be bad into Sandbox either, but I like Jack Show.
I like Jack Show a lot. I think it's actually really cool.
Yeah.
It's all right. Let's see whether DRX can get themselves back on track. Currently, the gold is extraordinarily even, especially for 23 minutes. We're just getting ourselves situated for the next fight.
Can Plata finish IE? That's the big question. Because if he finishes IE for the next Drake fight, they're in, I think, a
It's
pretty good spot.
close.
Yeah, but still...
1 minute.
Ooh, Sponge.
Oh, yeah, Sponge is going to get slowed down. Has to flash. And now he's going to try and turn it. The cat's going to be there, and the Lucian just explodes. Pleta now able to move away. And I don't know whether Live Sandbox can even get away from this. Yes, they can. In fact, they do it quite easily. Plan B. Going to get hit by the Extendo Beam, but that has the highest range out of anything else DRX can do. Man, they turned that one on its head.
Really good split-second decision there from Sponge. Nicely done, because as soon as they back off there, Sponge just gets chunked out, and Sandbox might even try to go for a Baron, right? I think that's risky, don't think they should, but could be an opportunity there, and then if DRX botch the initial walk-up or overextend and walk into a Maganar, they can just lose the game. Because if you lose the fight around the Baron pit, you are in deep trouble. So instead, actually able to turn it around, kill Diablo, take away both the heal and the ignite, and then set yourself up for a much better next fight, where you're still not losing anything, even with Sponge down. So Really, really well done. Does look like Plata will not be able to finish his third item. Now, for Diablo, he did go for LDR, so Spike's still big, but not quite as explosive as a Infinity Edge. Are they going to try and get Baron instead? I don't think they're really in a great position to do so.
Yeah, they're doing some weird stuff, just giving away Soul Point here. As
I guess they feel like they can't fight without IE.
Yeah,
that must be it.
Not wanting to go for it, as IE does finally come through here for Pleta, but
yeah, that must
be. See, not able to quite get there. Satab just sitting in the brush, and the wave sails by majestically, looking gorgeous. Love that. We're not even going to get our boogie board out though. Inside of DRX, Satab's just going to sidestep it. And Live Sandbox now with Soul Point in their hands, and they do have double Mountain as well, as Clear could be in trouble. Flawless duet, and oh man, that is not the one he wanted. Full culling right into his backside. And now we've got a cease and desist. All right, another fantastically aimed ultimate, and another time Diablo just melts. There is nothing that he can do against this Vi, apparently, as Diuk has to flash to get himself out of the way as well. And the Zeri takes down the turret. This could just mean Baron, because they have no damage.
Vi and Yuumi, just such a lethal combination here.
Piero's
for
timing
DRX.
his final chapter so beautifully as well.
I was kind of joking last time when I said it was Sponge MVP, but right now,
oh yeah,
I'm feeling it, Atlas.
100%. As Satab, let's see whether he can zone them out of this one. As okay, Goody's going to dive in. He gets into the pit. Diuk's going to take down the Vi. Oh my! Everyone is just dead.
Where?
Oh my God! All right, Piero. Yeah, you are not going to be able to do anything. And now Baron is just going to go over to Live Sandbox. Oh my God!
Why would you Baron? The jungler is alive. Just.
I mean, the jungler is not alive anymore. Jungle is not alive anymore, Chronic Glow.
You can't stay in the pit.
Got the jungler. We nailed it.
You can't just stay in the pit.
Just gotta get the Baron.
No. Why would you do that?
Oh, I don't know, man. I was ready to believe. And then, yes, the Kips, you indeed broke C Chronicler.
It was such a good call initially as well. Such a beautiful fight.
Oh.
Look at that gold.
Yep, I'm looking at it. Well, now there is a Baron on Live Sandbox here. As let's see whether DRX can salvage this game. They still have an Infinity Edge there with 6 kills. Things are still kind of good, eh? But not really. As, yeah, things are going to start falling apart now for DRX. They're going to lose a whole bunch of their base, and Live Sandbox with control of the map with this AoE CC composition can be very, very scary. 2 minutes on the next dragon. And Live Sandbox, I think they're going to do it. I think they may bring us to the 9th game of the day.
First of all, I really appreciate your attempt at caster cursing. The certain Live Sandbox win. Secondly, yeah, my sleep deprivation has kicked in to the point where the giggles have now begun. And the problem with the giggles is that they don't go away. So I'm really trying to focus here.
Yeah.
Let's do my very best.
Let's just go full serious.
Okay.
Full serious.
Death Dance is finished,
really
right?
sink it in. Yep.
We're currently looking for Death Cap on Satab. But with the amount of shove that Sandbox have available, I don't know if DRX can actually hold on to any of their side turrets as...
Tidal Wave, once again, does nothing. That's right, they're going to hit a clone for a little bit. As in a turret, going to take a fair bit of damage. Live Sandbox will get poked a little, but not as much as Sponge does, as he has to flash.
He also
and they use the heal, they use everything else as well in order to try and get the Vi out of there. Really nice culling work by Diablo, especially just straight onto Sponge throughout this game.
And overall, the current situation for Sandbox now is perfect, right? They got Shove on top, they got a ton of extra gold, will have incredibly strong backs here. Look at that Death Cap, not quite done yet. Satab won't have that available for the next fight, and you can't give this up. This is Soul, and even though there are ways in which you can come back from Mount Soul being given up, generally, doesn't really happen. Mid-prio fighting is going to be very tough for DRX as the opponents still have their Baron buff for another 15 seconds. So, miracle necessary here for DRX.
We'll see whether they can find it. Dihub feeling like he can just walk up to Pleta, and that is a dangerous thing. As in goes Goody, Satab in so much trouble. Great gravity field, but there's nothing that they can do.
Ooh,
Twilight
Yumi
Shroud
helps,
goes down
though.
and he's okay.
Yumi able to get Seta back to full. And here at Sandbox, you can also just say, we don't care. We're just going to shove mid. Doing the wave will be a little delayed on that. And I don't think that they'll be able to get more than the inhibitor turret because DRX should be able to make their way back. So a little slow here on Sandbox, not quite synced up with the wave. And as a result, you take this trade anytime, as long as you don't give up anyone, which Sponge is on a journey.
He's behind
And
enemy lines. He's Owen Wilson.
Yeah, I don't think they
right
know
now
for certain that he is still on a mission to get home.
Gets a
And
control
I think,
ward
yeah,
in
should
as
be-
well. Look at this.
Oh,
He's
no,
got a
no.
camp as
He's
well.
taking the camp.
Oh,
Sponge
love to
is,
see it.
Sponge is all about making the best
That's efficient.
of a tough situation.
Ooh, gorgeous.
I gotta appreciate that. And
Old
now,
Stoney, that's exactly it.
oh my god,
Oh my god.
Oh,
Is he going to wrap back
yes,
around
yes,
for the
and it-
god tier flank of Destiny?
he can ult Diablo.
빨간 팀의
Oh, if they sync that with clear. Oh my god, they're gonna have no idea.
Oh my god. Plan B.
They don't know.
Oh my god. Okay,
don't know.
Flawless Duet comes in. Here he goes. They lock down the Nah. Don't know whether that's a priority target, but it seems to be working so far. Vincenzo down extraordinarily low. Player
goes
picks up that
Pleta.
one. And Jet Set Radio Future, he's flashing, he's dead. Never you mind. It would have been great if they killed the Lucian early. I wonder how they could have possibly done that. But DRX still back in this one, as it's just Pleta that's dead. I think Clear is still a pretty good Yumi target. Satab going to move on over Plan B. Have to run out of this one. Sponge moving on down. Okay, let's see whether the dive is possible. Looks like it's not.
So, not the best target selection there from Sponge, but more importantly, I think there is starting the fight. As the problem is if he goes for Diablo or Plan B here, is I do think that you run the risk of the rest of your team not being able to follow up, and then you just get killed, and then that's the end of the fight. So it looks awkward. Yeah, well, this,
I believe.
yeah, and then yeah, that wasn't great. Even with the flash to make sure you don't get bubbled, not quite the play that you're looking for, but that's how you want to play Zeri. As, yeah, I don't know, chat. I'm trying to explain the thought process. I would have ulted Lucian 100%, but do remember that with Dash, Flash, and Gil Force, Diablo actually gets very far away, right?
Oh, yeah.
And then...
He also has like 5 items in some brown bags.
Yeah. So I think it looks silly initially. It might have still been the wrong call, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's as black and white of a moment. If Clear is right there with him, it's very different, right? Because then... just go for the ultimate and you're completely fine. As
I think there is like an ease of execution factor for DRX's composition that might give them some sort of angle back into this one.
I mean, they have a victor with that. Like they can completely win. The current state of the gold isn't really relevant. As oh, it does have TP. Oh, here we go.
Yep, Cyclone comes in. Final chapter goes down as well. The cat is already dead. Pleta survives for a long time, but it's not enough. Goody's going to be able to lock that one up as Vanguard's Edge flies in. Clear, can you do it? Not enough Blade Surges and not enough time. And Liv Sandbox will take us to 9 games on the day. I say with as much enthusiasm as I can possibly inject into my voice.
There's one caster minion.
빨간 팀의
Gonna herald the end for DRX and a possible ending to our sanity. Oh, they're gonna wait for the next wave, but should still be fine. As, ooh, Piero's gonna come up. That's not enough though. Should be game here. No
Yeah.
Pleta, no Sponge, no Satap. And Liv Sandbox is gonna do it.
They take us to game number 3. All right, we'll see what the decider is going to do. Of course, if we were going to make things all equal, as far as our graph is concerned on the day, it will be a 2-1 in favor of Liv Sandbox. We'll just have to see whether that is the eventuality here.
Who do we vote for?
I don't care. Sorry, I do care. A lot.
You know
I'm going
what?
to give it to whoever played the 80 carry role in that
Okay,
game.
there you go. As
Yeah.
It's really tough, chat.
That was a boom boom damage vote. Did you see it?
Yeah, I appreciate it. You waited until the chart came up?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think that really the true winner is
This chat.
the taxi driver that gets a fare tonight
please,
because there'll be no
please,
trains
please,
running to take us
Please,
home.
please don't get me started on the giggles. Oh, no, Atlas, none. We can't lose you too. Atlas, no, only one of us can have the giggles. Oh, chat, he's gone. He's gone. So, if you're wondering why we're like this, we have just casted 8 games. We have casted full LCK days for the last 6 days.
We've drunk a lot of water.
This is our
Gilpo, don't
7th
worry.
day in a row, and we're about to cast our 9th game.
Yeah.
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 We're going to have the POG come up in a moment's time. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it was a team effort from DRX to lose that game.
Really
and
gave
for
their all.
Live Sandbox to win it.
Yeah.
So I think it's a difficult question as far as who picks it up. Having a look at all of the statistics and everything like that.
There is a lot of them. Yeah, you see the gold graph? It's
That
going up and down.
Stats with
and up
numbers
and
on
down.
them are here on the screen.
Gold as well, KDAs.
Oh, can we cast LEC later on today as well? You know what? Maybe we should. Diablo's going to pick it up as Atlas is going to continue to have pretty high record as far as picking the correct
Great boom boom damage vote, Atlas.
yeah,
Did well.
POGs. Well, I mean,
He played a good game.
Yeah.
I don't wanna.
there's no need to be, no need to
I
be
so
salty
I
about it.
voted for Nami because I actually think that Cloud did really well that game.
Yeah.
You know, being a Nami and Lucian Nami, unless your carrier, often gets underappreciated. So, shout out to the bot lane duo. Again, I really like us spreading our votes when it comes to like when 2 people carry a game.
Yeah, no,
It's
I agree.
great. It's really nice.
I think it's the way to do it. I think, you know, Diablo definitely had a decent game as well, and I really liked how he mind-controlled Sponge into not ulting him in that fight as well, so that they would
No,
be fine.
I'm gonna
Plan bubble?
No,
I love that.
That ultimate was not the problem. The Zeri dying afterwards
I
was.
actually agree, but it was kind of funny.
It was definitely funny. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy some highlights. We'll jump into a small break after that, and then the deciding game number 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and we're getting ready for the, what is it, Game 3, Game 9, whichever one it is. DRX Live Sandbox, going to be playing a video game, I think at some point, and this is an energy drink. I'm going to place it down here. I did do a Zeri certificate, the big time Zeri certificate given by Atlas on the day that it was given. Didn't draw a Shrek. Sorry about that.
Is that Tom Hardy?
Oh, I don't know. I think Tom Hardy's done an accent before. It delved away from that for a moment, I think.
Yeah. Kind of went all over the place.
Yeah, it's where it goes. It goes where it wants to go.
That's where we go. So, I have regained all my energy. I have remembered inside me there is someone who's watched Challengers for a year and a half, and that person has been waiting for this moment to really show themselves who they really are. That sentence didn't mean anything, but that's what the next.
I watched
50,
the person
that's
actually
what the next,
erupt out of him earlier.
That's
as
what
well.
the
It was
that's
terrifying.
what the next 15 minutes is going to look like. So if you don't like that, if you're like, what are these guys doing? You don't get it, and that's okay. You don't have to get it. We do. And if you're still here, you get it too.
Chronicler,
What
have
if
you
I
ever
cast
looked?
in rhyme? That would be cool all the time. Just for the rest of the night. Will that be all right?
Going home would be sublime. I want to eat a lime. This is a waste of my time. Okay. Have you ever just stared at yourself deep into the eyes when you're in Game 9 of the day? Have you ever done that?
No.
I'm doing it right now.
I can't say I have. So, between Sandbox and DRX, there will be one more game. And that game is going to take off shortly, supposedly. We have talked about drafts. We've talked about challengers. We've talked about resilience. We've talked about a lot of stuff. But as it turns out, in the end, none of it matters.
Yeah.
It matters, do you win the final fight? There's one fight in the game that matters. Do you win it? If it doesn't matter, if you don't win it,
I mean, I think Linkin Park. They
have you
told
been
us.
doing?
They told us very long ago that in the end, doesn't even matter.
not only does he, well,
most of the time.
in the end, only the final team fight before an objective
Yeah,
matters.
I think that was the official lyric until they changed it for the radio edit. Unfortunately, so DRX have selected blue side, I believe. Because, of course, the majority of teams generally do. We're going to get word. There it is. Nailed it. You can see that DRX has a blue color underneath their name,
Atlas,
which
Atlas,
does give it away.
I'm going to be real with you. I
Yeah.
need you to try and cool it a little bit on the jokes, because I do not want to go full gears
Did I make
again.
a joke?
Yes, you were talking about the blue collar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Well,
true, though.
That's a well, yes, but it's a factual statement
Yeah.
delivered in a way that makes it a joke.
Oh, did it? Wow, I'm funny. That was really cool. 2 junglers have been banned as we hop into pick and ban here for game number 3. That's really giving me more energy.
Nice.
Are you calling me funny? That was really cool.
I always call you funny.
Oh,
I think you're
thanks, man.
hilarious.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
No, Dongmu is not going to be playing in game 3, unfortunately, the catch-22. But surely she will have some game time throughout the year. We'll just have to stick around and check out more Challenger in order to see her debut. Ashe has been banned away, Karma as well, taken off the Rift. So we'll see what DRX are going to utilize here with their first pick advantage.
That's really all we need now is a pause. Good point. I hadn't given that one a thought yet.
What if,
Because-
like, no, but it's like game 9, right? So maybe the computers will, like, overheat, and we need to replace all 10 computers. Maybe we have Windows Update come in
the Windows
and restart
update?
everyone's computer. Because it's like, it was official, like, it was designated to, like, surely they're not going to be playing it this time.
Yundo's in chat. Hey, Yundo, how you doing? We're
what's
trying
up,
to keep it
Yundo?
together.
Hey, man.
Everyone give Yundo some love. He's the official observer. He's doing a wonderful job.
He's doing God's work on this
need him.
glorious day. Yundo, if you could give us some more zoom-ins on cannon creeps that don't get taken, that would be fantastic. Anything like that, we'd be really, really appreciative. So far, there's been a draft. The champion picks are exactly what you would expect, so we don't really need to talk about them.
It's literally the same. The only difference is that there is a Lulu instead of Yumi.
Yeah.
So everything that we said in the previous game, it's just true again. You know what's
No,
beautiful?
but the people piloting the champions.
Yeah, no,
have swapped,
I know
yeah.
they're flipped. I know they're flipped, Atlas.
All right,
It's
yeah.
fine. I know they're flipped, obviously.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
the draft functionally is the same.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
Jax. Not in this game.
no, not in this game.
No.
So
Who else isn't in the game?
we'll have maybe some Cassante,
Oh,
maybe
nah.
some Nar.
Nah, gonna be in the game. Gotta be.
Cassante and Nar.
DRX definitely not
Okay.
gonna ban Nah.
Atacasa
They
still
might
saying-
ban Cassante though.
Well, that depends. Sanity is a matter of perspective.
Sanity is in the eye of the beholder, I think.
No.
I
Well,
think that's what they say.
I think chat's right, but
Yeah.
do with our answer what you will.
Yeah.
Well, did you ever? My breakpoint was very clear when my Joker arc started.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
what when was it for you? Because I think you didn't have as much of an obvious breakdown. Is this because you're always breaking down? It's like a Hulk thing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's part of my brand. Is to be always on the verge of
Always
completely
on the
having a
verge.
brain meltdown.
But we have left the Verge.
Yeah.
Do you like the Verge?
Not really. Well, no.
It's a bit basic
Yeah.
in terms of music.
Yeah.
I'd say. That's a new champion.
I mean, no, it's not. It's Azir.
Yeah, I haven't seen this series yet. Might have seen him in one of our other series, but I don't remember other series happening.
Who was the first person you ever saw play Azir?
Faker.
Really?
I don't know. I just the first one I'd remember would be Faker. Actually, no, it'd be the Hoon, but not Hooney. But not Hooney. The other Hoon,
The Easy Hoon?
the Easy Hoon. Yeah.
You know, I spoke to Easy Hoon. His English is
Woo!
actually pretty good. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
It was at a
that's
Huishik,
awesome.
which is an after party. It was a Huishik for, I can't remember which final it was, but I think he was there as a guest on the Korean broadcast.
No, don't do that.
And he was just a really, really
Don't-
cool guy.
Don't blind Gwen. No. No, Renekton's open.
Yeah,
See?
but you got a Gwen.
Don't blind.
Sometimes you got
Oh.
a snippy, snip, snip.
No, they can pick a Kali.
I also really dislike Syndra.
Oh, okay. Okay, Dayak. Throw the
Oh.
gauntlet.
Oh.
Well, Rally I just lost, so I don't think it's a great idea. There we go.
There it is.
Pick it, Dayak. Show them who's the real ninja.
Well, Live Sandbox have pretty
Sandbox draft's
severely
pretty-
crushed this draft.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm saying this because it's Lulu and Zeri, but
Yeah,
here we are.
that top side of the map's pretty strong. And Pletter and Piero have been struggling a little bit during the last couple of games. So,
Correct.
yeah, we'll need a big pop-off from Clear if they really want to lock this one down.
Yeah, but she's playing into a counter matchup. The blind Gwen, little baffling, I have to say.
Is Syndra technically a scaling pick now? Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, I think she was always
With the
not
splinters.
bad late, but I feel like she's better now.
Although,
Even.
in this particular game, I think Syndra
She's
is
not.
kind of via Zia food the entire time.
I actually like her into Vi because you can cancel the Q, but
You
Yeah.
can't cancel the ult.
that's true.
You kind of just die. Unless you just gameplay the Vi to death before she gets to you. You can do that.
Could happen.
That is a way to do it. So if Satab is like super mega fed, then I
Super
guess
mega?
it doesn't really matter which champion
Super
he's
mega
playing.
fed.
Super mega fed, yeah. Epic, super duper, big time fed. Eat it good today. If he is in a lot of money and stuff has gone well situation, Syndra do big boom boom damage with R button. Danian,
It's
how you
game
doing?
9. It's game 9.
It is indeed.
Game 9?
Is this like just an event? Yeah, man. Pro notch, 100%. LS said never bet on Syndra against Azir, so I put my wife on the set. What? Keps, are you okay? Dots,
I'm worried.
we definitely
I'm worried
will.
for some of our chatters,
Hey,
man. Get
let's rock
ready!
out!
Get ready to do.
Hell yeah.
환사의 협곡에
YouTube chat, we're still waiting. We're still waiting, YouTube chat.
Come on, YouTube chat, you can
Where's
do
it?
it. I believe in you.
Oh, Cyborg Ninja Cat of Space
There we go.
got timed out.
선까지
Oh, no.
30초 남았습니다.
Alexander, thank you. Love to see it. All right. Dudadunga.
Also,
Cheetal?
also valid.
Yeah.
Good as well.
Real
Hey.
psyched about it.
Twitch chat, come on, don't be mean.
Yeah.
We've talked about this. You don't have to. Guys are great, but you don't have to put YouTube chat down to feel better about yourself. You guys have
Exactly.
value regardless.
Yeah, you don't
Don't
even need
fall
to
for
rise
the-
above anything.
No,
just
don't-
exist.
Don't fall
You're
for the
beautiful
trap
just
of
the way you
comparison.
are.
You don't need to.
Oh, I think now they've just taken it as a challenge, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So here we are onto the Rift for the final game of the day. Perhaps
Ooh, you know what I love?
a regame.
Well, and a 50-minute pause in the chrono break, but no,
Hey.
I'm talking about double ignite. We are gaming in the top lane.
Ooh, that is
So-
a fair bit of gaming.
It is getting late, Atlas. How about late night ASMR with Atlas and Chronicler?
That sounds fantastic.
Yeah.
Would anyone like to call in to talk about perhaps some of their dating woes? For
Hey guys, long
Hi.
time, first time.
Is there anything you'd like to talk about?
Yeah. So I'm playing too much League, and I don't think it's very good for me. So what do I do?
Well, the only real way to counteract too much League of Legends is by playing more League of Legends. In the act of playing more League of Legends, you'll get better at League of Legends, and then your League of Legends experience will improve slowly but surely.
Very insightful, Atlas. I think that Setup is showcasing it here as well. And Carla, remember that just every day, remember, if you were better, you would be climbing. So if you're not climbing,
And
it's
if
just because you suck. And you
no,
need to play more.
if you're not better, that means that your teammates suck and you've been getting unlucky.
No, that's the opposite.
It's never
It's
your
the
fault.
opposite of what
No.
I was saying, Atlas.
What you need to do is lock in Master Yi in whichever role you're needed in and hard carry the game because you know Master Yi is the best way to win
No matter what.
every single time.
No matter what.
Thank you so much for your call. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Anybody else? We can take calls from chat if you want to ask us anything.
It is late night challengers.
We can give you our opinion
Atlas and Chronicler.
Yeah.
We are here to help you.
out of any bind. My teammates are the reason I'm eyeing for Reggae-san. You're probably right. And also, you probably have a super dope job that you have to do instead of spending all your time playing League of Legends. And that is also a potential reason.
Atlas, why aren't we getting a game 10? Well, the reason is that
Adolia, that's a good question.
I really like that question. So let's go in depth a little bit here. So if you take into account the infinity of the universe, even that eventually is going to come to an end. And just as that, as at one point, you know, our universe will stop expanding and everything will collapse into nothingness yet again. The sponge goes in.
Yeah, Goody. In a bit of trouble
Well,
here,
he's
but he
fine.
shifts some sands.
He just had to change his perspective. So, as I was saying,
As is the
Just as
time
that,
in the
and-
hourglass, those are the days of our lives. What is it?
and
What is the line?
at one point, all good things have to come to an end.
They don't actually.
So we can't have
It's a
10
common
games.
misconception.
We can't have 10 games.
With
Can't be
Anadolia,
done.
if you believe hard enough, we will have 10 games. That's just how it goes. Okay. So
can
Evies
we
has
share-
an interesting
can we share
theme
some stories?
though.
No, can we
Just
share-
one sec,
Oh, yeah,
because this is
you go
chat.
first,
This
you
is
go
time
first.
sensitive. Okay.
Okay.
I went to bed and the stream was on, and now I'm up and the stream is still on.
So, okay, no giggles. No giggles. So, I want to take you back to the last time that I felt like this while casting. Actually, wasn't Worlds because I was still very jet lagged, but we had enough time between me arriving because this was to LA, right?
Yeah.
And it's a 12-hour time difference, so I was just completely cooked. Not in a good way, not like let him cook, but more like who let him cook. For, I don't know, a fair amount of time. I think Setup might die here. I feel like we should have mentioned that. Triple man collapse coming through.
Yeah, Goody. Ooh, that was a cute little scat of the week as Sponge. Gonna come
Nice.
over and check in
So,
on what's going on.
but when I still worked in the Benelux, there were these LAN parties that I worked at. And for one of them, I started casting at 9 in the morning.
Uh-huh.
And I was done with casting at 2 at night. And
Wait.
after that, I lost my voice for 2 days. I've never been this scared. And then I had to go to a throat doctor who inserted a camera up my nose, because that's
Weird
apparently
use
how
of
you,
inserted.
well, I mean, it is. That's how they check your throat. And my throat was fine, you know. It just needed time to heal, and everything was okay in the end. But that is the last time that I remember being on the verge of delirious when casting an event.
And how did that make you feel?
Well, at the time, mostly amused. In hindsight, still pretty much amused, I think.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
All right, Vincenzo, going to come through, see
Steal?
whether he can get some sort of steal.
No steal.
He got ardently blazed. Don't like that. No one likes being ardently blazed. He's going to walk away. Diablo, extendo beams. Not going to find any joy. As DRX seem to be running the map at the moment. The Live Sandbox, they're late bloomers. They always have been in this series.
They just need the time.
Always, the entire time that they've been playing in this series today.
Did you know that Warren Buffett didn't start building his fortune until he was 60? Warren Buffett apparently didn't start building his money until he was 60.
Well, that's quite a ways through his life.
Yeah, well, that's my point. You know, you never know what you might achieve later in life.
Hey, that's
You
true.
gotta just keep trying.
I do.
That's the beauty of it.
I'm going to achieve heaps of stuff.
You are
That's great.
literally one of the best casters in the world.
Well, no, I'm just saying what I'm going to do later.
You... Oh,
It's not
that's
about
fine.
now.
Yeah, no, okay. I just
yeah.
want to have it out there.
I'm going to become an
Because
artist,
the world's
and I'm going to
finest.
write professional certificates for people. And as you saw, I'm already really good at it.
Nice.
Yeah. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Apparently Warren Buffett had his first stock at 14, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
as Emperor's
then-
Divide comes in, game player button does nothing.
As it turns out, the internet lied to me. So, shocker on that one. Thanks, internet.
You know.
Well, I'm sorry for spreading these lies. And I learned, again, a valuable lesson. So maybe that's the real lesson.
Yeah.
It's not that you can achieve anything at any point in your life, because apparently you can't.
That means you have
You
to
don't have your
start at
life
14, and if you haven't figured it out by 14, just quit, you know? That's what they're saying. Plan B, going to try and help his Zeri get the work done, but that is a lot of bouncy castle, and that is not something that they can deal with right now. But they do have some heals, some shields, and some barriers, and that's going to keep them alive for the
They'll be
moment.
just fine. So the lesson actually is don't trust what you read on the internet, not you can achieve anything that you dream of.
Yeah, Bash Bob says that the lesson is also you better have rich parents.
So, what happened there? A lot of burst coming through. Not enough burst, unfortunately, because I'm pretty sure that Plata is still sitting with a fair amount of gold in his pocket. And, yep, that's a pickaxe. Imagine if that was a Dirk. Maybe they would have gotten the kill, but doesn't want to delay his spike.
True.
And now, nothing much is happening. Again, what will we guys be treating ourselves to after today? Sleep. Sleep.
Yeah, maybe some whiskey or a beer. Might have just a little nightcap when I go home
No, I'm
to celebrate.
I'm going home and I'm going to sleep. Yeah.
Just a nightcap. Perhaps. But we'll see. I might also just, as soon as I walk in the door, pat my cat, you know, say hi to my girlfriend, and then go to sleep. But Satab could be in trouble. The cease and desist comes in, but they're not going to listen to him. Vincenzo going to have to make his way out of there. And we're just going to, yep. Nothing really happening.
This is another lesson. Everything in life is a lesson if you just try hard enough.
Yeah.
I don't know what the lesson is here, because I'm not wise enough. But one day I hope to be able to, Atlas.
Yeah, well,
It'll be wonderful.
when you figure it out, you let me know, brother. You let me know.
I would.
Patting
would let you
catting is
know.
always good plan. Absolutely. Would you bring the cat to the Challenger studio? Oh, I don't think they'd like that.
No, it's not. Come on, guys. We need to be professional here.
Yeah.
So in top lane, Gwen and Akali have been just kind of there. Not really getting a whole lot done.
Existing?
Yes.
Wow. That's pretty impressive for top lane this season.
I want to do drunk. Well, this is so. As it turns out, when you only sleep a couple of hours in the night, actually, in terms of your cognitive performance, you're about at the same level as a couple of drinks. However, I read this on the internet, and per our previous lesson, I don't know to what extent that's actually true. But listening to you and me talk right now, I'm thinking that sounds pretty legit. That sounds accurate. That if you don't get enough sleep or you work for too long, that your brain turns into mush.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I've been far more cognitively functional a few drinks deep than I am right now.
Yeah.
I 100% agree with that. That has to be true. That can't just be internet fact.
No, I'm pretty sure this is actually true.
That must be real fact.
I
I
think so
like as
too.
well that we doubted you having the correct information because someone we don't know at all said so in Twitch chat that you were wrong.
Yeah, but
That in unto
don't
itself
have,
is
I don't have
dangerous, isn't
any knowledge on the Warren Buffett. I don't care about investors. Like I don't have any actual knowledge on the matter. So in that case, yeah, I'll take the friendly Twitch chatter's advice.
Yeah,
They could be knowing what they're talking about.
Am I a Yumi fan, Mr. Atlas? No, I'm not. I think that the champion should never have been viable for pro play ever.
I personally am a little bit more ambivalent, but I'm a bit more of an ambivalent person in general, I think.
I don't think so. I think
No?
you have strong feelings. I think you have selectively strong feelings.
That's actually very accurate. Yeah.
There are things you choose to care a lot about. As Dahyuk cares a lot about killing Satab right now. Great scat of the week, though. He's going to come in. He's still dead, but was pretty cool
Nice.
that he
Well
didn't
done.
sort of instantly die.
Good job, Dayak.
Heck yeah.
Really appreciate that. What are the... Okay, that's an actual question. Finally. Thank you, Pames. Pames?
Pames?
Yeah, Pames. I know we're fine. So, top three challenger teams are T1, D+, and probably Hanwha Life, but the third one is not as clear. Third one is still kind of wishy-washy.
Based on the performance at the moment, I think Hummer Life is definitely a good bet.
Would be my bet, yeah. So, in terms of players, it's probably the top side of D+, which is Thanatos, Poolbay, and Lucid. If you want to include additional individual players, Lure has actually been really good.
Yeah,
on
really
Hanwha
good.
Life, kind of surprisingly. He played last year as well, was pretty whatever. Alternatively, Smash, very exciting player. I think that he has actually been doing really well. Bao, to me, on Hanwha last year was very lackluster, but also seems a lot better. And as I guess you play in the same organization as Carrier, and even just being in his vicinity, I assume makes you a better support.
Osmosis,
which
yeah,
would
something
make a
like
lot
that.
of sense.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that Plan B also has one of the best names. Sponge also, probably second best or first best name. So we do have the best names in this particular game here.
I do think, in general, the names and challengers are some of the best in the world, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah. Chat, what would you say the coolest Monster Hunter monster is?
Good question. Yeah, I don't know. What's your favorite?
Probably Astalos.
포탑 방패가
I really like
곧
Astalos. I
소멸.
think it's really cool. Has a lot of really unique animations too.
I really like Mizutsune.
Mizutsune is also pretty cool.
That's because I'm a big
Kezu
boy.
100%, a Danion. You just comes in and has the base takes.
Kazu?
Kezu is the scariest one.
Yeah, Kazu freaks me out.
Yeah, Jilpo, you're talking about Kezu as well.
Valstrax? That's great. Oh, good shout. I actually really like
Valstrax
You know,
good.
I actually loved Malzeno from
Yeah,
from
Malzeno
Sunbreak.
is pretty cool. I have the amiibo.
Nice.
Anyway, I don't know why I decided to ask that question, but some things just
Gaia?
come into our brains. As
be
Dahyuk
fine.
is, just going to hit clear with the
Yeah.
shuriken, and otherwise just going to back away. Sponge can't work out which one of these jungle camps he wants to take.
Are you guys not tired? I really appreciate the question, and I would, to answer the question, I
Not
would
at all.
implore you to
Not
just
even a
keep
little bit.
listening to the cast, and then you will very quickly have your answer.
Coffee,
We don't
tea, or
need to
energy
give you the
drinks,
answer.
coffee.
It's right in front of you. It's right there. Don't you worry. So, quick stake taking. 2 rigs have been taken for DRX, which is great, because they skill very well. On the other end, though, I think the comp of Sandbook kind of plays itself. Also has a winning sideline in the Kali. I'd argue both Clear and Safe actually played well. That's not great, though.
Yeah, we're going to try and turn it into an engage. Vincenzo taking a heck of a lot of damage, trying to flash his way out. That Cyclone just gorgeous, though. So the follow-up from Sponge is too good. Emperor's Divide a bit late as... Oh, Dahyuk. Fair bit of damage there, but that's going to get him killed. Goody now going to suffer the wrath of a full culling, but no. Shifts some sands, gets his way out. And man, that was almost so cool from Dahyuk, but in the end, didn't really matter. Stuff happened, Chronicler.
LEC and LCK should take note. These are actual... I think the LCK should take note.
Yeah.
I agree.
I actually
Those
hope the
LCK
LCK is not
casters
listening at all.
really should be paying attention. As
Favorite Mega Man game? Ooh. Whoa, we get the dope music? What? This is cool.
oh my god, I love it. Not long enough, I think, for do as. Yeah, unfortunately, what happened there is with the engage basically being hard forced by DRX, they're lucky that they don't give up more people, right? Or Sandbox does, rather. I do think that the only thing you can do there is like try to attempt the turn, but unlike Sponge in the previous game, didn't actually end up working out at all. And if DRX can just casually stack Drakes, I do think it really changes, for example, the top lane 1v1 if you do have the Mountain Shield. So we'll see whether or not that is going to happen.
Yeah. I think I probably liked Mega Man X the most, but I wasn't a huge Mega Man guy, just in general. A lot of my my platforming
Wait,
was
you guys,
like Mario and
could you
Donkey
guys
Kong.
hear the music?
Could you guys not hear the music, or is it just us?
Are we going crazy? Are we actually going crazy now?
Is Sponge going crazy? He's going to find a three-man knockup
Crazy
kind of
good.
by himself. There we go. Pleta going to get another one. Locks down the bottom lane. Goodbye, Vincenzo, as the Culling's going to fly in. Now Diok going to go for this. It's not really going to work out as he dashes over the top. It's a double kill for Clear. And I think the DRX may have just put themselves into a position where it's possible that they could win this game. Perhaps.
Great take, Atlas!
Oh! I knew it.
Yeah!
I knew I had an idea about what could be the potential outcome of this game.
And you were correct. As we go into the replay, it's Sponge diff. One of these teams is playing clean, and guess what? It's because of the Sponge.
Yeah.
Finds the engage.
He's absorbed them.
Beautifully done.
All of their talent. He's like in Space Jam,
They're
man.
not ready.
He's taken all of
They're
their
not
all
ready
of
for
their
the
talent.
Sponge.
Oh,
They got sponged, bro.
they got so sponged.
They got sponged.
Mega sponged.
I know who I'm voting for P.
They're not Charles Barkley anymore. They're just a wannabe who looks like him.
Charles, what?
Be gone, wannabe.
What are you talking
When was the
about?
last time you watched Space Jam?
I never watched Space Jam.
That's what I remember about the pro players that had their talent taken away, okay?
Yeah, you talking about Space Jam 1 or 2?
What?
That's been a Space Jam that was
No.
released recently.
Yeah, but no. No.
Chad, I will also ask you not to be too funny because I don't want to start laughing. Ooh, good flank.
Quick question, did they get
Diok.
sponged? Did they get sponged? Is the
Diok.
question. Is Diok is going to get spotted on a ward, scattered the weak,
Oh, he's
and
dead.
he's super dead. Oh, now Vincenzo looks even more silly, but Pleta is taking a fair bit of damage. The spacing not quite working out, but when in doubt, press R, and he's going to dash forward, finally
Sponge.
picks up the kill, and in the meantime, they're winning the fight on the other front as well. It's a double kill for Satab. And now DRX will take themselves a dragon for some reason and look to try and knock down some turrets.
Nicely done there by DRX. Actually looking like the team that they were in game number 1 and then for some reason didn't decide to be in game number 2.
Yeah, but that's kind of been the theme this evening.
Yeah, that's kind of the challenger
it's been
special.
how it's been done. Yeah, I think they might have got sponged. Yeah, I think Old Stoney knows. I think in the end, actually, all of DRX's opponents get sponged. And by the end of the
Might
season,
happen.
he will have just sponged everyone, and DRX will win, right?
We couldn't possibly know.
Yeah. I like the sponge movie.
Don't forget. I'm gonna laugh too much. Don't do it. Vincenzo tries to follow up, save his lane, but the fight is too split.
Spongiest. Oh, I'm actually crying a little bit. Spongiest
Crying
really
a
got me.
lot.
Oh, how did just a copy-pasted Morbius meme get me that bad? Wow, that was brutal.
So, free dragons for DRX. They're currently up 8k
Get someone
gold.
to fix my makeup.
They're in a really good position in this game. They should be able
Anyway, Clear is in a little bit of trouble here as he's dead. That's how much trouble he is in. But the rest of his team is capitalizing pretty beautifully as they head towards this Baron. Goody's going to get the bad news. Plan B.
Vincenzo isn't here, so they should be able to just secure the sponge is there. Clean play.
Goody? If he steals this, it would be so funny. But it's not that funny because he doesn't. But it would have been like pretty big funny though if he did that. You take it away.
Well, he didn't. Clinton is done. Obviously, with the smites, should never lose an objective like that. Unless there is a specific ability available. We've seen Lux Lasers, various WQs be able to steal it, but don't think that is going to be the case here. So, overall, game state right now for DRX is incredible. For Sandbox, they are going to be really reliant on Pilada, I'd say mispositioning. Setap is fairly tough to take down if he spaces well, and he has a lot of effective range. But for Pleda, actually needs to get up a little bit closer, wants to really try and output maximum amounts of damage. So could be an opportunity if they can find a big shuffle. But with all the flashes and summoners available, I don't know to what extent Goody actually has an angle. So overall for Sandbox, you're hoping that DRX lose their minds. Not unlike
us.
Atlas and I.
Yeah. Kevin Kim did actually have a very, very cool little tidbit of information. And that is that Vincenzo is an Italian-Korean mafia lawyer from a K-drama. And he's playing Vi. So
he's named after that.
Yeah, he's named after the Italian-Korean mafia lawyer from a K-drama.
Cool.
Thanks,
Better
Kevin
than
Kim.
MapleStory.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is it, though?
Yeah.
I haven't seen the K-drama, nor have I played MapleStory. Have you played MapleStory?
Yeah, I have when I was young.
Did you like it?
It was great.
Okay.
Yeah. I actually listened to some of the soundtrack recently.
Oh.
Man, totally hit me.
Goes hard?
When yeah, goes hard.
Mm-hmm.
I played it when I was like 12, 13, so fairly young, and yeah, don't know why I remember it so vividly, but played that intro music and I was like, oh, man, I listened to a lot of this.
Well, DRX now looking to try and close in. As they have collected themselves a Baron buff. They've got it for another minute. But haven't really, I mean, as far as Baron power plays go, it's the equivalent of taking a turret. You know, it's not great, really. Not quite. I mean, it's a bit more than taking a turret. But we like to exaggerate here on the commentary desk. As inner turret is going to go down, that's going to extend that lead.
Commentary desk?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to go with at this point in time.
Caster desk.
Commentary desk. Do we commentate?
You have casted for what, like 9 years?
Yeah, but I also have commentated for 9 years.
I have never, ever heard you use the word commentate.
Well, that's what I do. I generally cast when I'm fishing.
Hope you're happy about that.
Yeah.
Hope you're happy about that, Atlas.
That was the payoff.
That's the one that
what I
gets
worked
me.
towards
I'm
the whole
walking out.
time. Yeah.
I'm leaving. No, I'm not. I can't leave, guys. I'm joking. I can't even commit to the bid anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't great. Anyway, we're
Why are you gonna throw me under the bus
no,
like
it
that?
wasn't you. No, I'm saying, like, I don't think you were responsible for any of the wasn't great that happened. I can take
Just
responsibility for that one.
teamwork.
Yeah. 8,000 gold is the lead here as DRX. Taking control of the entirety of this game, just looking to finish it off, tie some bows on it, you know, get some of the wrapping paper out, maybe put some potpourri in the bag, as Rowan Atkinson did in Love Actually, and wasted a lot of Alan Rickman's time.
Such a heartbreaking scene.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Although, you know, kind of beautifully done. Especially...
Oh, exceptionally acted from Thompson.
From all involved.
Very sad.
It was. And the fact that it's
Heartbreaking.
Joni Mitchell as well. Whoa, that hits hard.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It's a toughie.
it is. Really is. You bet Atlas will fall asleep in the taxi on his way home. No, unfortunately I won't, because I don't sleep in anything that's moving. I need to be fully horizontal to fall asleep.
Really?
Yeah.
You never sleep in cars?
Nope, nor
Planes?
aeroplanes.
That's a rough one.
Yeah. You remember when that World Championship happened and I flew in the day before?
Oh, I remember what happened.
Yeah.
So, guys, you got to imagine, Atlas comes in, all right, and we're already excited. We're in New York. It's time for Worlds, so that should be fine. And I at this point, I'd already been in what is it? LA for a week for play-ins. So I'm already fairly adjusted. Obviously, it's still time difference, but it's like 3-4 hours. It's not too bad, right? Takes a little bit of getting used to, but maybe it's even less. Maybe it's like 2 hours. Not sure.
That's
but
good.
a couple of hours. So Atlas comes in. You know, I of course happily come and meet him at the hotel. Or meet him downstairs. And he's like, you know what? I'm feeling fresh. I'm feeling great. I don't feel jet lagged at all. I'm like, good for you. And then the next day, like halfway through the day, he comes up to me. I think we went to get coffee and was like, I have to tell you something, Mal. I'm like, oh, what's up, man? I think I'm pretty jet lagged. And I'm like, oh, I won't tell anyone. Don't you worry.
I think I may have sent you that message at like 4 a.m. when I woke up.
Yeah,
It was
no, and
not
then
great.
also when we were standing outside at like 8 a.m.
Yeah.
that was nice. Chances Sandbox will win this. I will bet my hair on it. Sandbox
It's a
is not winning
50-50.
this. I will dye my hair pink.
Because at this moment,
I'll
Liv
dye my hair
Sandbox...
pink if they win this.
Okay. If
not
Liv
happening.
Sandbox right now have a 50% chance of winning, because they will either win or they will lose. Okay.
Yeah.
Simple math. I expected you to understand. Sundisk will be placed in the mid lane as Liv Sandbox look to play the defense. Fleta diving forward onto Goody, and he's struggling to get too much happening here on the Azir. 50% health, going to look for a bit of a reset as Vincenzo goes out. Oh my goodness, that is a fair bit of damage on the plan B.
Yeah, actually approaching now is so incredibly tough. And the only engage that Sandbox have is Vincenzo. And I'm pretty sure he dies mid-ultimate. And unless they have a flank setup, you're not really going to be able to actually kill anyone that gets fire-ulted, because the only one who could follow is Guti, but if Guti goes in, he dies, so you can't really do that. Even if you do trade for Plata, like Setap and Clear will clear the rest of your team. Sponge!
Okay, sponged.
Get sponged, plan B.
I think that was the part of the movie where he sponged and started
It was funny
sponging.
the first time.
Yeah, I think that was the bit. That
was
was
the
the bit he
moment.
was talking about. Anyway, Diablo is going to get scattered and game played. Ooh, Dark Sphere also to do a fair bit of damage there. As Setap probably not a target Sahel
Just
wants
don't
to
let
be
Vincenzo in the
heading towards.
pit. Don't let him. Just don't let him in the pit.
Well,
Just don't let him get in the pit. You know where he is? He's right there. Yeah, just
Yeah.
kill him.
Clear is going to dive on over as Pleta is almost going to die. That was a little bit dangerous there, but it's fine. Vincenzo's dead. Clear throws some needles at him. And now Goody's going to get culled. Oh, the scatter of the week's fantastic. I think Setap
Beautifully done.
playing really nicely.
Incredibly well done. Nicely done, DRX.
Really like it.
Well played. Really clean.
Excellent play. Beautiful
Super
stuff.
well done.
Oh,
Exceptional.
so nice.
Teleport coming into mid.
DRX, I think they might get a 2-0 in this one game.
Yeah, that'll be wonderful.
Yeah.
Baron. 4 Drakes. Mountain
Four.
Soul.
Yeah.
He's busy.
That's fantastic. You know we have moved to tennis rules where you have to win by two games, right?
Yeah. We have one more game after
Yeah, yeah.
this.
So there has to, well, I mean, potentially one game. But
Well,
we
it can
could
keep
just
going.
we could just keep playing. But we do need someone to win. 2
Truly
games in
the
a row.
epitome of get sponged.
Yeah. No, really. Like about as sponged as you can possibly be.
Is that our new thing? We're just gonna say get sponged.
I don't know. We'll have to see what happens next time. Keep everyone on their toes.
On Spongy Ball C.
Yeah.
Didn't love that.
Oh, all right.
Pleta?
Pleta.
That's
Oh,
fine.
the idea
He's
of
okay.
a 80 carry face checking a Vi and the Vi running away really tells you the game state, doesn't it?
It's a beautiful allegory for this
Yeah.
game.
Beautiful for DRX fans, not so good if you're a Liv Sandbox fan.
Yeah, they really went from looking very competitive in game 1 to then kind of doing a really good job in game 2 to getting thoroughly sponged.
Oh, goody. Bye-bye.
More
Man,
sponging.
Sponge.
We're voting sponge, right?
This is a serrated sponge. It's a very scary sponge.
Well, I don't think my hair's going pink, Atlas.
I don't think so
Is
either.
this the salvation? Is it finally happening?
Perhaps. Dahir. He's dashing forward, doesn't find the backflip. Nexus turret is going to fall down. Vincenzo diving forward. Everyone's going golden where they can. Sponge, he's taken down low, but no one can kill the Sponge. And he's going to get to work on the Nexus. And 50 gold, the perfect 50 gold, the correct 50 gold is going to be picked up by Clear. DRX will be the winners of this final game of the day. Huge grats to the boys.
And all of you are staying with us till the end. No turning it off because you know the
Who did
game's
I vote
gone.
for?
Sponge.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, got your
Nice.
back over.
Nice.
So no one's leaving until we say goodbye because you've all been here with us either since the start or maybe you tune in. You're like, what is happening? What are these guys doing? We're about to hit 10-hour mark, and I think we're gonna get there.
Yep.
12 more minutes.
I think we
can
might
do it.
that. Sound off in the chat if you've been here. If you've been here since the
Oh,
first series.
everyone, tell us which game you got here.
Yeah.
Which game did you get here?
NZ Vader, 3 a.m. Oh, good night. Have a good sleep.
So, overall, this game truly...
Kevin Kim definitely put in the time. We
just
can confirm
now.
that.
Oof. Yeah. Was it last week? Nice. Love the dedication.
Damn. I think Old Stoney's been here for a while too.
I appreciate all of you. Wonderful that we're getting this much love for challengers, and I don't want to say apologies for our current state because, you know, we're not really...
The more you apologize, the more people get to feel like we should apologize. And I don't think we should. I think we've done a great job today. I think it's been excellent commentary to the highest level of professionalism. And
So
I don't think anyone can tell us otherwise.
But I can't say the word professionalism. That's where we're at.
Yeah.
That's how you know.
Yeah.
And
It's definitely a lot of fun.
Yundo right there with us.
GG,
What?
Yundo.
Yeah, everyone, give some
You did
claps.
a fantastic job.
Give some claps for Yundo. I got a game
Zach's
on,
great,
watched
yeah.
the series, went to bed, woke up.
Oh, no.
I wish I can relate. I wish I could relate. I do over-apologize. Actually, fun story. My family's nickname for me was Sorry because I just apologized for completely unrelated stuff.
It is
all
annoying.
the time during my holiday.
Yeah.
It's just call me annoying.
No, it's
Well,
saying...
I'm sorry, man. I don't mean to be annoying.
Walked right into that.
You
wow. I
You
got...
taught me well.
I feel
Are
like-
you proud of me?
I feel like I was just sponged.
You got sponged,
really
bro.
hard.
No, I'm Dutch. I'm not Canadian. Don't you worry.
Not yet.
As
I don't know how
How
you
would I-
become Canadian. I don't know how that's in your future at all.
well, I mean, it could
Although,
be.
if it is
Technically,
your
if I
dream...
if I live in Canada for long enough, eventually it would happen.
I
How do you
think
say sponge in Dutch? Spons.
Sponge.
Spons.
Spons.
Hey!
There he
He
is.
did it.
2-0 on 10.
Proud of you,
369
Sponge.
DPM on Wukong. Coincidence?
I think not.
Haha. Absolutely extraordinary.
Sponge got it done.
Yeah, he did. He sponged it up.
He really did. He got him, man.
That was big good. He did big good playing on the Wukong.
Oh my God, his DPM is 369.
That's what I
I
said.
didn't hear that.
And you said the coincidence line.
Well,
You
I
didn't
don't
even know
know.
why you were saying it?
No, I thought you were talking just about him being Sponge.
No, what?
I don't know. I don't know. Stuff's not registering anymore, man.
I do
Gotta go
like
to
that you're
sleep now.
happy to go down
No.
even a rabbit hole that
Chat.
you don't understand.
Always with you. I still have we have 8.5 minutes left. I know we're getting an interview. So you are going to actually, you're going to be able to look at us. And I want you to tell, as we go to the interview, we don't speak Korean, unfortunately. So I don't know how long this is going to last, but what was your favorite moment of the day? Share it with us, please. Was it the my first breakdown when Atlas and I both broke down? Was it the sponge memes? Was it the accent work of varying levels? The gray hair conversation, that was good.
Hi, I'm live.
Yeah, you're here? Still here?
I got it.
Rainforest jungle? Oh, yeah, the jungle.
Oh, the rainforest
that
bit
was,
was
that
good.
was what,
That was a good bit.
yesterday? 2 days ago?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Not quite sure. It's been one big day for the last 7 of them.
Yeah.
It was you praising Atlas as he was making a certificate. Cinnamon,
was
that's a
nice.
very wholesome one. I like that.
I like that one as well.
Yeah, the old man hair part. People liked that bit. That one's pretty good. That one time Atlas didn't realize why he said coincidence. I did realize that. That was Chronicler that didn't realize it, and you didn't realize that Chronicler didn't realize.
No, I just
This-
like saying, I think not. It's funny. It's
The
a good
spiral
joke.
into desperation where everything started to become funny. Yeah, that was a pretty good
When
part
does
as
lore
well,
start?
Miko.
We don't know. Going to pool bay pulling bay. But that one was nice.
that was a pretty good opener. That was a pretty good
You
oper
didn't-
for the day.
you
We didn't
think
quite.
that- No,
we
that
didn't
was
top
a
bit.
chatter that came up with that.
Yeah, but it was a pretty good opener for,
It was.
for the broadcast.
Yeah, it really went. It kind of went downhill.
It started off with pretty good, comedy, and then ended with Morbius memes.
You
It
asking
was
us to be
not
nice in
great.
chat. I really appreciate. Chat, I actually think we're doing really well. I want you to realize
Yeah.
that there's about 2,000 people. I know how many are watching YouTube, but a bunch as well that are all being nice to each other. So
Yeah,
there you go. Thumbs up to all of you
Absolutely.
for being wholesome. It's really nice. Our
You
goal
guys-
is to keep it wholesome for the rest of the year. When are other people coming to the LCK?
and if you keep
I don't
it
know.
wholesome, you might get a big time
Oh.
wholesome certificate
We can do
given
that.
by Atlas on
We
a
can do
different date
that.
that's not going to quite be this date.
Yeah.
You can have that.
Hey, you know what's even cooler?
I'll send it to you.
You know what's happening tomorrow?
What's happening? A day off?
Well, we do, but Wolf and Veldis will still be here.
Oh, I ain't watching. It's not a chance.
I probably will have it on.
No, not even a little bit.
I'll be in
There is-
chat
Actually, yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there.
for a bit. I won't actually.
Yeah, and Wolf was here. Wolf watched a bit.
I'm not nice. I
Of
called you
today.
Dollar Store, Silly, and Murphy. Who of the two of us is
What?
Dollar Store, Silly, and Murphy?
It's
Is
got
that
to be
me?
you. It's got to be you, yeah. Oh,
Silly
wait.
and
It might,
Murphy.
wait, maybe it's my shitty haircut that they're talking about.
Oh, from Peaky Blinders.
Yeah. Maybe it's
I
me.
don't know. Well, you know what?
Or
Chatter,
maybe it's you. No, I think
Chatter-
it's you.
Chatter,
Yeah, it's you.
you being upfront about that and apologizing, that's growth. So hats off to you for that. I
Do you
really
say it's
appreciate that.
gross or growth?
Growth.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
better.
character
That's
growth.
nicer.
You know, realizing your mistakes. We're all human.
Yeah, yeah.
That happens.
Yep. Did we talk about Genshin Impact at all today? No.
Well, I don't really
didn't.
know that much about.
Yeah.
Chatter did not apologize. Oh well, that's on me then.
What?
Well,
Oh,
apparently
wow.
they didn't apologize. I just read it as an apology.
Yeah. You should have apologized.
Well, I
Lol,
definitely
Atlas is
shouldn't
so
have.
tired the Australian is coming out. Yeah,
we're
I'm
getting
sorry
close.
about
Yeah,
that.
we
It was
actually.
a
So we
slight
start.
slip.
So we started.
I
off
could
the
have
day,
slipped more.
We started
I could
off
have
the
slipped
day
worse
here.
than that.
Right, we started the day here, and then as the insanity. I think it's just me moving closer to you.
I have not moved at all.
Yeah.
I'm incapable of moving. I don't even know whether I'm going to be able to get up. I might actually be grafted to this chair now.
Just fall asleep here.
I may exist here from now on.
Could be.
Is this the moment they do the
So-
Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship like all the other streamers? Heck yeah, it is. Let's cut to our sponsor.
No.
I've always wanted to do one.
And then
Do you think I could convince them to
And
sponsor
then
me?
it's sponges. Our sponsor is Sponge.
Yeah, maybe.
I could do a Sponge sponsorship. I feel like that'd be funny. Soup and Sponge sponsorship for the Challenger stream.
Boysest Yankees, Mr. Atlas is a proper Aussie. Do you watch the AFL? I did, and then I didn't anymore.
Good.
Because I went to Korea and
Great.
it was harder to watch it.
Yeah, very insightful, Atlas.
Yep.
Great work. So
DLC Elden Ring boss, Atlas the Grafted. It's not a bad one. All you have to do is exist and they'll sponsor you. True though. Who's your favorite content creator to ever do one of their sponsorships though? Because people have so many people have done them. Like some people are really funny when they do
they're
them.
not great.
I've always kind of liked I Win to Lose Gaming who does it because he does it all like semi-seriously, but you know that he's joking.
It's like
You know what I
multiple
mean?
levels of irony.
Yeah, kind of. He doesn't go that deep though, so it's always pretty wholesome.
So, Atlas,
Yeah.
we're 3 minutes and 15 seconds away from having been live for 10 hours.
Whoa.
That's the longest we've ever been live together, I think. Oh my god, we're not going to make it. We're not going to make it.
Wait, can we hold the stream on? We can hold the stream on for another 3
Yeah,
minutes.
stream will be
100%,
alive. But
100%.
we're going to go to sleep. So,
the
scores
outcome of today existed.
9 games! Woo! We did it!
Yay!
It was amazing. Good job, everyone.
Nice work, team.
Yay! We all did it. We made it. Oh, it's 2.5 more minutes. I kind of want to get there. We have to, right?
Oh, yeah, we're going.
Everyone has to stay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no.
And also, I mean, the stream is going to be on. We just might not be talking until.
Yeah,
it
but you
gets
guys
to
all have
10
to stay.
hours.
We don't have to.
Yeah.
So tomorrow we got Honma. I don't know if they play each other, but I know Honma and KT are playing. Also, you bro leavers out there.
Oh!
You know, maybe some bro leavers hype in chat.
Does Bro win a game ever at all
Maybe.
in Challenger this year?
Maybe, I
Right
don't
now,
know.
they're 9th. because they haven't lost as much as Gen.G yet.
Just yet.
Isn't that's pretty cool for
But
them.
they might.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Oh, and if Bro manages to win even a map, right, against their next opponent.
Oh, but it's Nongshim. Nongshim
Yeah,
have been pretty
but
good.
if they go 3 games against Nongshim,
Ooh.
then they'll tie in last place with Gen.G Global Academy.
And then, hey, Hanwha versus KT.
That's a banger.
That's a good match.
That's a banger
Hanwha have
in the
actually been
LCK
great.
and in Challenge.
Well, I don't know if it's a banger in the LCK anymore, but it's
I mean, it
definitely
was a
banger.
banger in the LCK. We saw it like just a few days ago.
It was a 2-0. KT stomped
Mauled them. I know. It was so good. They
mean, I
played
guess
great.
so.
Do you remember when League of Legends was 2-0s? Wasn't that a time?
I can't relate.
That was a cool time, man. I love that
You guys
series.
casting tomorrow? No, we have our 1 day off.
Yeah, I'm actually going to request that Valdez could get a bit sick tomorrow because I really want to go for the 13 days. I think 13 days. After I've done 13 days, I think I'll transcend. I think I will become the best commentator to ever exist after 13 days of straight commentary.
That's what does it.
Yeah, I think that's what does it. I think that's what you have to do. And so I need to put in a request to say, can I please?
Well, I don't know.
tomorrow?
I don't know if tomorrow really will help you because it's only 2 best of 3s. That's only 6 possible games.
That's true. I think
not
we're
9.
supposed to throw now, by the way, but we're not going to because we have
40 seconds.
Oh
Are we
my
gonna
goodness.
count down together, Twitch chat
All right,
and
yep.
YouTube chat? Are we gonna do
Let's
it?
do it. We've got 30 seconds coming up.
Thank you so much all for joining. Thank you all so
19.
much for joining us here today.
29,
We had a wonderful time.
Yep.
We hope you all enjoyed it.
We'll count it down from 10. We'll count it down
Yeah,
from 10.
of course. We're not going to count down yet.
I don't want to count
Everyone,
down too much.
you were here, and it was a day, and it will be a memorable day of League of Legends.
Tomorrow?
Well, no, today was.
Yeah. No, I'll
We got
remember
10
it.
seconds.
10, 9,
9,
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
See you tomorrow.
Good night, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow for more Challenger 10 hours. Woo! Bye-bye.
평화가 함께